Chapter 1 Orphans. A dry, hot evening. Inside a dilapidated mountain village hut, Musashi-san, Heart was crouching on the ground with his head hanging down and chanting. Weakness is the original sin, so you have to be bullied and not be able to fight back? Women, are all money-minded masters. Thief God, why are you being so unfair to me? Why? Musashi Xin used to not be this gloomy. Instead he was always very sunny. Although he was an orphan, he was the only college student in the village, and he even entered the prestigious Hashism University that countless people could only dream of. Because of this, he became the best example for parents in the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages to educate their children. However, yesterday he encountered a very big thing. The process was very bloody. The second generation had a crush on his girlfriend. Mocking him was not enough, but actually robbed him face to face. What's more, the girlfriend actually went with the second generation. Temper. Musashi Heart broke out. But the result is miserable. Although the second generation smashed the mouth and nose bleeding, but he was the second generation of bodyguards severely repaired. Moreover, second generation also used his connections to immediately have the school expel him. Brother Hidden Heart, when did you come back? I have good news for you. My sister has also gotten into Bridge Green University. Giggle. 2 months later, you bring your sister to report. At this time, a surprised female voice came from within the courtyard. Hearing the voice of the village flower Chang Lingling, while being happy for her, Musashi Heart couldn't be happy. Happily running into the hall house, seeing Wu Zhang Xian's face not looking right, Chang Lingling blinked her eyes. Brother Zhangxin, you seem to be very unhappy. Is something wrong? With an awkward smile, Wu Zhang Xian shook his head inside. Ling Ling, I've been expelled from school. Unbelievably looking at Wu Zhang Xian, Chang Lingling lost her voice and exclaimed. Brother Zhang Xian, you haven't even finished your first year of college. Your academic performance is so good, and you never fight or brawl or anything. Why did the school expel you? I still think, and you in a university school it. This, after Wu Zhangxin's explanation, after understanding the truth of the matter, Chang Lingling was annoyed, but helpless. Brother Zhang Xian, what about that kind of second generation? You don't look for him either. We're all little old people. We simply can't afford to mess with them, and we don't have the chance to mess with them. Looking softly at Wu Zhangxin, Chang Lingling softly comforted. My sister told you long ago, that girl's character is not good. She only got together with you because she saw that you were a good student and had a future. You see, because of her you just got expelled and she did such shameless things. Nodding, musician's words changed. Ling Ling, you're right. I really should have listened to you in the beginning and not stayed with that woman. Ahem. Pointing at the ancestral tablets on the offering table, Musashi Heart scratched his scalp. Let's not talk about that for now. I'll kowtow a few times to the ancestors. With that, Musashi Heart knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Suddenly, Wu Zhang Xian's eyes glazed over. His jaw dropped as he realized that while he was kowtowing, Chang Lingling actually did the same. Feeling that something wasn't quite right, Wu Zhang Xian's head was filled with question marks. Ling Ling, what do you mean? At this moment, Chang Lingling's face was filled with redness. She looked at Wu Zhangxin with deep affection and lightly opened her shell teeth. Brother Zhang Xian, actually, ever since I was in junior high school, I've been in love with you. As for you, although you often tutored me in my homework, you didn't know about it, or perhaps you pretended not to know. What my sister wants to tell you is that my sister not only likes you, but also believes in your ability. You can't go to college now, but as long as you work hard, you'll definitely succeed. And, when I graduate from college, I will marry you right away. Looking at Chang Lingling incredulously, Wu Zhang Xian was busy shaking her hand. Lingling, I'm like this. I don't deserve you. Besides, I've always treated you as my sister, and I don't have that kind of thoughts about you. You just got into college. You should focus on your studies. Viciously blanking Wu Zhang Xian, in the midst of Wu Zhang Xian's jaw-dropping, Chang Lingling made a shocking remark. Brother Zhang Xian, it's not like you're not aware of how my sister's temper is. I'm a girl. I'm so brazen as to say that. You have the nerve not to nod your head? Although she had long been blushing with shame, Chang Lingling had been staring at Wu Zhangxin with a deadly stare. Unwilling to accept Chang Lingling's beauty, Wu Zhang Xian hurriedly persuaded bitterly. Lingling, I don't deserve you. Don't be like this. In this situation, Chang Lingling's face was filled with black lines. Realizing that Chang Lingling was still insisting, and intending to bring her a stool so that she could sit down and calm down, Wu Zhangxin inadvertently knocked over the offering table. With a clattering sound, his head was heavily smashed by the table, smashing out a large blood bag, with blood continuously bubbling out. As for Wu Zhang Xian himself, he fell into a coma. Brother Hidden Heart, don't scare your sister. Wake up. At this scene, Chang Lingling was terrified. She strained to move away the offering table on Wu Zangxin's body, and busily helped him stop the bleeding. Although the bleeding stopped quickly, Wu Zangxin was still unconscious. Crying and wailing, she kept pinching Wu Zangxin's center. Gritting her teeth, Chang Lingling intended to implement artificial respiration. Do not know the specific process of artificial respiration. She panicked and took out her cell phone, intending to learn now. Chang Lingling does not know is that at this moment, Wu Zangxin is not only not in any danger, on the contrary, has encountered a great opportunity. In a haze, Wu Zangxin's soul came to a mysterious space. Visually, the area of this strange place was about half an acre, or more than 300 square meters. Under the soles of the feet, there was golden-colored land. To the north, there was a very quaint little thatched cottage. All around, it was shrouded in a green mist, and the line of sight could not penetrate at all. Sensing that something was not quite right, Musashi Xin intended to leave this place of wrongdoing immediately. To his horror, this green mist seemed to be an invisible barrier, so that he simply could not cross. Whenever he exerted his efforts to scurry outward, a burst of invisible force would block him. Just as he continued his futile efforts, an old voice came violently from the direction of the thatched hut. "Brat, don't bump around blindfolded." Following the voice, Wu Zangxin saw an old man with crane hair. What made him wonder was that although he had never seen the other party before, the other party revealed a very familiar feeling. Moreover, this old man's body was strange, very illusory, seemingly composed of gas. Seeing this kind of person for the first time, Musashi Xin straightaway felt his scalp numb and goosebumps all over his body. Wide-eyed and backward, Musashi Heart lost his voice and exclaimed, "Are you a human or a ghost? Ha ha ha, I am neither human nor ghost. This kind of thing, you don't need to consider for now. What you need to know is that I am your old ancestor. Because of various reasons, I now only have a wisp of residual soul, and will soon fall asleep, not knowing when I will wake up. Remember to cultivate properly according to the technique I passed on to you, and master this inheritance as soon as possible, then quickly revitalize my Wu clan lineage. Also, after your cultivation has risen to a certain level, try to help me remodel my physical body. I don't have much time left. There are a few notes you must remember. Chapter 2 Inheritance. Brat, our Wu clan lineage hasn't produced a great tycoon in many years. The old man, I am very optimistic about you. In addition, the various medicines that you need to configure for your cultivation are definitely not easy to find, and many of them will require you to spend a lot of money to buy. Before the words fell, this silhouette disappeared inside the green mist. Immediately afterward, a large pile of mysterious and complicated information was constantly poured into Wu Zangxin's mind. Soon, Wu Zangxin shivered with excitement. Pill God Technique. This information in his mind was actually the inheritance of a Gong method called the Pill God Technique. After practicing this technique, the benefits would be immense. The force value would continue to soar, and one would also be able to earn a lot of money by cultivating various medicinal herbs, utilizing various ancient secret formulas to dispense medicines, and so on. If one cultivated for a long time, one could even reach the level of immortality or even attaining immortality. Following the tips of the Pill God secret, Wu Zangxin quickly ran to the front of the thatched hut. In front of the thatched hut, there was a 1-foot square clear spring. The spring was constantly churning, but it just didn't spill out. Smiling, Wu Zangxin cupped some of the spring water and brought it to his mouth. The entrance was incredibly sweet and not normally comfortable. Immediately afterward, Wu Zangxin felt that a flood of power was constantly traveling up and down his body. If there was a cow in front of him, Wu Zangxin was certain that he would be able to knock it down with a single punch. Thinking that Chang Lingling was still worried about himself, Wu Zangxin didn't have time to think too much, so he opened his eyes immediately with a thought. Touching his head, Wu Zangxin faked a miserable cry. Ouch! It hurts me to death. On the other side, realizing that Wu Zangxin could not wake up all the time, according to the process of saving people from Baidu, Chang Lingling was planning to implement artificial respiration on him. Brother Zangxin, it's great that you've woken up. Ha, how come the big bag on your head is gone? So strange. Meeting Chang Lingling's concerned eyes, knowing that it must be due to the inheritance, Wu Zangxin prevaricated. I don't really understand. I feel fine now. You don't have to worry about it. With that, Wu Zangxin stood up nimbly. Amidst Chang Lingling's jaw-dropping, Musashi Heart even deliberately jumped a few times, after determining that Wu Zangxin had no problems. Twisting and turning, Chang Lingling repeated her old words. Brother Zangxin, what exactly are you thinking about our matter? Looking at Chang Lingling's serious appearance, Wu Zangxin really couldn't help but cry and laugh. Ling Ling, you're only 18 this year. You're not old enough to find a boyfriend. Before Wu Zangxin's words fell, inside Chang Lingling's beautiful eyes, there was a ghostly grudge written all over them. just as Chang Lingling tried to continue fighting. Her mother's voice came from outside the courtyard. Lingling, are you at Hidden Heart's house? Quickly go home. The village branch secretary Lao Zhang and Yen Matchmaker came to our house and gave you a marriage. Listening to Liang Weiying's voice, Wu Zhangxin and Chang Lingling looked at each other in dismay, really not knowing what to say. Letting out a deep breath, Chang Lingling lowered her voice to Wu Zhangxin. Brother Zhang Xin, you come home with me and help me shoo them away. Nodding, Wu Zhang Xin said, Lingling, that's not even a matter. However, you can't tell your parents what we just did. Blankly glancing at Wu Zhangxin with a rather deep meaning, Chang Lingling nodded with hatred. Then, she ran outside Chang Lingling's house. It was a typical dilapidated rural compound. A stone house, a fence gate, and a jujube tree and a pomegranate tree planted within the yard. At this moment, there were many idle and bored villagers gathered here. Seeing Chang Lingling appear, they all exchanged words. What kind of university is a girl going to? Even after going to university, isn't it still the same to get married? I've heard that Xiaoli from Castle Peak Village, who works in the province, doesn't get 3,000 yuan a month. A few days ago, she even called to say that she had found a partner and asked her family to prepare 100,000 yuan for her so that they could buy a house and make a down payment. Hearing these voices, Matchmaker Yen was even more energized. With a look of doing you all a favor, she ripped her voice to Chang Zhang Xin, who was squatting on the ground, as well as Liang Weiying, who was at a loss for words. I say you too. You all heard it, right? Now is not 20 or 30 years ago. College graduates do not earn money. On the contrary, you also have to subsidize hundreds of thousands of na. Your family owes old Zheng 50,000 yuan. If you let Ling Ling go to college, when will you be able to pay it off? Not that I'm bragging about this nephew of Zhang's, although he's not very educated. He can get more than 100,000 yuan a year just from contracting in our township. If you agree with him, he will send you 100,000 yuan as a dowry right away. In this way, your family's debts will be paid off, and the son-in-law will also be able to offer filial piety to you. As the focus of the group's attention, after patiently listening to Matchmaker Yen, Chang Lingling explained impatiently, Matchmaker Yen, I appreciate your good intentions. My family owes $50,000. I will definitely pay it off after I graduate from college. I want to go to college. I don't want to get married. So go away. Feeling very disgraced, plus losing a large amount of introduction fee, Yen Matchmaker was very unhappy. That's easy to say. When you graduate from college and can stop asking for money from your family, your parents will thank God. Also, old Zhang said that he will flip the house in a few days, so that your family can pay back the money as soon as possible. The huge debt of 50,000 yuan is so overwhelming that it is hard to breathe, and people are poor, although unwilling to let their daughter marry this legendary wine-dizzy son. But honest Chang Jingxin and Liang Weiying have no bottom to oppose. Looking at the two couples with contempt, Zhang Jianjun immediately raised the loan note and grabbed the conversation. It's not that I'm talking about you guys. After our two families are close to each other, the debt you owe me can be paid off immediately. My side can also take care of you as much as possible. But why do you want to not be able to do it? Is college such a good place to go to? And are you really going to help Ling Ling buy a house after she graduates? With such issues at stake, it was naturally inconvenient for the villagers to interject. However, their faces all showed that they were very supportive of Matchmaker Yin and old Zhang's suggestion. Seeing this, Musashi Xian stepped out of the crowd and walked over to old Zhang's side. Uncle is going to pay back the money here, right? Then fine, I'll give it to you now. Looking at Wu Zhang Xian's serious appearance, Zhang Jianjun was really angry. Go to one side. Where do you have the right to speak here? Besides, are you sure you can take out $50,000 right now? Suddenly, Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up. Wu Zhang Xin, reasonably speaking, we are all countrymen. I shouldn't force you, but you took the initiative to take the $50,000 debt into your hands, and my side is also in a hurry to use the money. I'll be honest with you. If you can't come up with $50,000 now, I'll tell you, if you can't get 50,000 yuan now, take your home base and your broken house to offset the debt. Your house is not worth that much, but since we're all from the same village, I'll give you a hand. Without further ado, take the money. Looking at Wu Zhangxin with a red face, Zhang Jianjun had a look of being sure of him. It was true that the house was not worth much, but the homestead was worth at least $80,000. Greeting Zhang Jianjun's treacherous eyes, Wu Zhangxin's eyes narrowed slightly. A golden nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. What's more, the fact that he was able to obtain the medicine god's inheritance was also related to the ancestral house. This ancestral house is worth no less than a mountain of gold and silver in my eyes. You want to take it away for $50,000. You're too able to think. Chapter 3 Money. Just as Musashi was thinking about this, Yen matchmaker jumped out at the right time. Put. Looking at Wu Zhang Xin's serious appearance, Yen matchmaker kept shaking her head. You, with this one upper lip and one lower lip, saying that you can immediately come up with $50,000. Isn't that nonsense? Where is your money? Also, Lingling has a younger brother who will be getting married soon, so when the time comes, will you still be able to help her brother prepare the dowry money? Saying that, matchmaker Yan's expression was colorful. After her eyes rolled around a few times, she turned her words around. I forgot about this one. You two have been together a lot since you were little. I'm afraid that you haven't been getting along for a long time, and you're still thinking about getting married in the future, aren't you, old Zhang? I don't dare to introduce this kind of marriage. You know, the rhythm was driven by matchmaker Yen, and the group all came to a realization. So that's how it is. No wonder. Hidden Heart is such a good student and is a famous literary star in our area. He should be able to come up with $50,000. Even if he can't take it out, he can borrow it from outside. Are you kidding? He's just a student. How could he know any rich people? However, to be honest, the two of them are a good match. Automatically ignoring all the comments from the audience, Musashi Heart fixed his eyes on Zhang Jianjun. Uncle, repaying a debt is a matter of natural justice. Since I said I helped Uncle Wu's family pay back the money, naturally I can do it. Looking at Wu Zhangxin with a rather thoughtful look, with a nephew being green, the corner of his mouth twitched. Zhang Jianjun twisted his head to look at Chang Zhengxin. Brother, what do you mean? Under the strong attention of the group, Chang Zhengxin stared at Wu Zhangxin with a deadpan expression. Zhang Xin, are you sure you can come up with $50,000 right now? If that's really the case, Uncle would be really grateful to you. Don't worry, even if Uncle smashes the pot and sells iron, even if he dies of exhaustion, he will pay you back as soon as possible. Having no money and no backbone, he was still thinking of continuing to send his daughter, Chang Lingling, to college. To the excellent impression of Wu Zhangxin to ask for help, Chang Zhengxin, this is also no way out of the way. Liang Weiying was very good at things. Although she was also anxious to get rid of this pressure of owing money, she was worried about Wu Zhangxin. Zhang Xin, in Auntie's eyes, you have always been a very good child. You're not allowed to borrow from loan sharks just to help my family. With a faint smile, Wu Zhang Xin patted his chest. Auntie, don't worry, I won't dabble in loan sharks. After confirming that Wu Zhang Xin would not deceive himself, amidst his gratitude, Chang Zheng said to Zhang Jianjun in a deep voice, older brother, just follow what Hidden Heart said. Ha 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 ha. After listening patiently, he really couldn't hold it in, temporarily putting down the idea of cleaning up Wu Zhang Xin. Zhang Jianjun laughed out loud in triumph. Wu Zhang Xin, this is what you said yourself. Since you're willing to give me the mansion, then I'll just take it. This location of your house is good. It's indeed very suitable for building a house. Unwilling to look at Zhang Jianjun's face like this anymore, Wu Zhang Xin snorted coldly. Uncle, please open your cell phone PayPal. I will transfer money to you here. I still don't believe in this evil. I really want to see how you're going to pay back the money. Frowning tightly, Zhang Jianjun subconsciously took out his cell phone and opened Alipay. Under the close attention of the group, Musashi Heart opened his own phone and borrowed $50,000 from the borrowing side. Immediately afterward, Musashi Xin swept Zhang Jianjun's Alipay. Soon, Zhang Jianjun got the message that $50,000 had arrived. This, you a poor student, really have $50,000? Jaw-droppingly looking at Wu Zhang Xin, Zhang Jianjun had an unbelievable look on his face. Smoothly snatching the IOU in Zhang Jianjun's hand, Wu Zhang Xin quickly tore it up and threw the shredded paper scraps on the ground. In the midst of everyone's incredulity, smilingly looking at Zhang Jianjun, Musashi Heart uttered a shocking statement. Although I don't have this much money, I can borrow it from Alipay borrowing. Although the borrowing interest is high, it's not usury. I'll work on it and I'm sure I'll pay it off soon. So it was. Although the villagers didn't know much about chanting and Alipay, they knew that Musashi Xin hadn't gone down any evil paths. Under the popularization of some knowledgeable villagers, the group quickly understood the principles involved. As the center of attention, at this moment, Zhang Jianjun is not generally depressed. He had thought that by taking this opportunity, he would be able to let his nephew marry Chang Lingling. What he didn't expect was that Wu Zhang Xin jumped the gun. Even, the ideal nephew's daughter-in-law was probably tired of being played with by Wu Zhang Xin. When he thought about his previous words of thinking about cheating Musashi Heart of his ancestral home, Zhang Jianjun had the feeling of being publicly slapped in the face by Musashi Heart. He stared dead at Musashi Heart and said hatefully, "Kid, you're man enough. I'm convinced. Okay, since I've got the money, naturally I won't ask for your property anymore. Here comes the problem. Although your account is still in the village, you can't possibly live there for a long time. Hey, Am I going to tell you that according to the relevant regulations, if you don't live in the village for a long time like you, the village can legally take back your family's homestead, and your family's land? You wait, I'll go to the village tomorrow to do this procedure. After throwing down such a sentence, Zhang Jianjun immediately turned his head and made a gesture to leave this place of wrongdoing. Seeing this, Wu Zhang Xian once again spoke out of turn. Uncle, although what you said makes sense, I'm advising you not to do that kind of meaningless and emotionally hurtful thing. Am I going to tell you that I don't want to go to school anymore and have just completed the withdrawal procedures? Would I tell you that from now on? I will be living in the village for a long time and become an actual farmer? Looking at musician's serious look, everyone was thunderstruck by him on the outside. It was so hard for you to get into the city's university. Why are you thinking like this? Farmers rely on the sky to eat and the earth to dig for food, not to mention earning money. It's even hard to get enough to eat. Put. Looking at Wu Zhang Xian like an enemy, Zhang Jianjun gritted his teeth and growled lowly. If you want to go home and farm, my side will naturally welcome it. After this, I'll definitely keep an eye on you often. As long as I find out that you've gone to school again, I'll outlaw your family's ancestral home and your family's land in a matter of minutes. After saying that, without waiting for Wu Zhang Xian to respond, Zhang Jianjun signaled matchmaker Yen to leave with him. After the heat had passed and so many melons had been eaten, feeling speechless and looking at Wu Zhang Xian with pitying eyes, the villagers all left one after another. After sitting and waiting for the villagers to leave, Chang Zhengxin looked at Wu Zhangxin nervously. Hidden heart, are you sure you don't have a problem with your brain? You really don't intend to go to college? I know you're fooling old Zhang, but according to his foul temper, you'll definitely get a beating. In front of so many people, it may not be convenient for him to do it, but he will definitely find an opportunity. You should leave the village early tomorrow morning, and come back after old Zhang has cooled off. In addition, you give uncle a bottom line. How exactly do you plan to pay back this $50,000? After a series of questions were thrown out, Chang Zhang Xian's expression was colorful. Mindful of how Wu Zhangxin answered, Liang Weiying and Chang Lingling also both stared at him with a deadpan expression. Especially Chang Lingling, who knew that Wu Zhangxin had been expelled, had even more complicated eyes. She also seriously suspected that Wu Zhangxin, in order to pay back the $50,000 as early as possible, definitely had to go and do things that broke the law. Chapter 4, Herbs. Meeting the questioning eyes of this family of three, Musician lowered his voice. Uncle, Auntie, and Ling Ling, the house and land thing, and the fact that old Chang would mess things up and all that, I don't think it's a problem. To be honest, I did drop out of school, and when I went to college, I inadvertently worshipped a very mysterious master teacher and learned a lot about herbs and curing diseases. There are a lot of valuable herbs in the mountains over here, so if you collect some herbs and make them into medicines, you can definitely make a lot of money. That's why I quit school and came home. Don't worry, $50,000 is not much. No, it's getting dark soon. I have to hurry and collect some medicines before it gets dark, and come back to make money by dispensing medicines, said. Wu Zhang Xian hurriedly left Chang Ling home, relating to their own personal interests, and besides not yet implemented in Wu Zhang Xian's relationship, Chang Ling naturally wanted to take advantage of helping Wu Zhang Xian picking medicines, and then consult his opinion, and strive to immediately set up the relationship, on the slope of the back mountain. Borrowing the afterglow of the setting sun, Wu Zhang Xian got busy. To Wu Zhang Xian's delight, all that knowledge and the inheritance really wasn't fooling anyone. The herbs needed to configure the kind of medicine were really everywhere. Moreover, for every herb, he was well aware of the pharmacology and medicinal properties. Considering that Chang Lingling was a newcomer, Wu Zhang Xian kept on popularizing it. In fact, Chang Lingling was planning to confess again, but seeing people coming and going around, she could only press her temperament for the time being. Just when the two of them were busy with all this, the next-door pretty widow Lu Shuya hit this passing by. Looking at a horse-tooth water pipe in Musashi Xian's hand, she almost held back a mouthful of old blood. This stuff is found everywhere. However, city people do like to eat it, and it does sell for money. However, the price is too cheap, only a few dollars a caddy. You can't make much money even if you get up every day and sleep half the night off. Hidden heart, your physique looks good. Don't you consider going down to move bricks? $200 or $300 a day. Meeting Lu Shuya's questioning eyes, Wu Zhang Xian firmly shook his head. Sister-in-law, thank you for your advice. However, I still plan to continue picking herbs. Looking at the bamboo basket behind Wu Zhangxin, and then at Chang Lingling who was full of questions, Zhang Jiaying smiled bitterly and walked towards home. After working for a while longer, seeing no one to the left or right, Chang Lingling cried out, Brother Hidden Heart, my sister has really dragged you down. Actually, right, what Sister Shuya said makes sense. If it doesn't work out, my sister won't go to college, and will go out to work with you to earn money. If we both work hard to earn money and save it, we'll have a good life. In fact, as long as I can be with you, I'm willing to go through thick and thin. Ha, well, I'll tell my mom to go to my grandma's house tomorrow and see if she can come up with 50,000 yuan. Also, I really like you. I confessed to you at your house anyway. I'll just have the cheek to confess to you one more time now. How about you think about it? After confirming that these were Chang Ling Ling's heartfelt words, Wu Zhangxian's face sank. Ling Ling, what's wrong with you? I've told you all. You should be focusing on your studies right now. The period of feelings is not something you should consider. If you say those words again, I'll really get angry. Being reprimanded by Wu Zhangxian like this, Cheng Ling Ling was embarrassed. Embarrassed to face Wu Zhangxian, she could only hang her head, and stared blankly at a rock under her feet. Feeling that the herbs were almost collected, Wu Zhangxian smoothly said, Ling Ling, don't think too much. Remember to study first. It's almost dark. If others see us outside, they will definitely gossip. Let's all go home. Remember to wait for my good news. Wu Zhangxian said this. Cheng Ling Ling naturally want to listen. After returning home and closing the door, according to the knowledge inside the pill god's inheritance, Wu Zhangxian began to dispense the medicine. In fact, the medicine Wu Zhangxian was going to dispense was very special. It was for aphrodisiac use. Inside the pill god's inheritance, this kind of medicinal wine was called questioning love scatter. Unlike the same type of medicinal wine on the market, this medicinal wine not only had extremely significant medicinal effects, but also did not have any side effects afterward. Even, it had the great effect of fixing the root and cultivating the vitality. If used in small quantities, the love scatter could be used as a tonic for middle-aged and elderly people. When the sky is completely dark, Wu Zhangxian will be freshly baked medicine, poured into a plastic barrel of white wine left behind by his grandfather before he died. Mindful of the ability to earn a lot of money, Musashi heart dead eyes on this plastic bucket. Under Musashi's close attention, the green liquid quickly dissolved in the white wine. Not long after, the white wine once again returned to its previous colorless and transparent state. However, under the excitement of the white wine, a burst of strange fragrance was constantly coming out from the plastic barrel. This fragrance made Musashi's heart greatly energized. It looks like it should have succeeded. But, did it really work? In fact, Musashin was not a budding student when it came to male-female relationships. When he was attending the city's Bridge Green University, his girlfriend, Xiao Sherman, hadn't been whipped by him much. And, that super second generation called Qin Yuanbin. It was said that because of the transition of female color, he often secretly took all kinds of great tonic. Those second generation from the next class and the next department, because there was no shortage of women, also often played like this. Thinking with your toes, you can know that those rich and powerful middle-aged and elderly men need this kind of tonic even more. And, in order to get their hands on a tonic that was harmless to anyone's body, they would definitely throw away $10,000. Looking suspiciously at the barrel of medicinal wine, with an awkward smile, Musashi Heart poured a large bowl. Gritting his teeth, Wu Zhangxian drank it all in one go. Then, he savored it. 5 minutes later, Wu Zhangxian's face changed drastically, feeling his body getting hotter and hotter, and even actually going to storm. Subconsciously, Wu Zhangxian thought of the village flower Chun Ling Ling. He was very tempted to, this time, send a Weibo message to Chun Ling Ling and then do as she wished. However, this kind of idea just arose, was killed by his heart inside the cradle. He has always taken Chang Lingling as his sister, although she is in love with him, but if he really bring her to justice, then what is the difference between himself and a beast? Unable to cope with the increasingly intense effects of the drug, while regretting taking too much, Wu Zhangxian, in order to divert his attention, in order to vent the excess energy, he was busy doing push-ups in the courtyard. After sensing that it had little effect, he also kept showering with cold water. Just when Wu Zhangxian was busy with all these, what he didn't know was that he had long been stared at by Zhang Jiaying, the pretty widow next door. The night in the countryside didn't have the hustle and bustle of the city. Aside from some well-known and unknown bugs and birds that chirped about from time to time, it wasn't generally peaceful, feeling unbearably hot and dry. As usual, Zhang Jiaying came inside the courtyard and secretly wiped her body with the warm water that had been in the sun all day. Soon, she heard the unusual gasping sounds coming from next door. With her head full of questions, Zhang Jiaying gently moved a ladder and climbed up the wall. To put it mildly, the 26-year-old Zhang Jiaying was quite miserable. 5 years ago, she married into the village. However, after the wedding, her husband, in-laws in a car to send Zhang Jiaying's parents and other family members home in the process, loaded with people in the van actually planted inside a deep ditch, and led to the death of more than a dozen people. The wedding turned into a funeral. The daughter who marries out, splashes out water, According to the customs of the surrounding villages, after a girl is married off, even if she is divorced, she can't go back to her mother's house for a long time. There was no way out. Zhang Jiaying had to live in this Phoenix Mountain village. What makes Zhang Jiaying depressed is that the villagers all dislike her bad luck, saying that she is a tiger star reborn, specializing in Graham's husband, Graham's family and friends, and so on, and therefore they are not willing to contact her. However, this is very good looking, but also has the title of she sure for her, but without the widow in front of the door is a lot of confusion. No one dares to marry her, so she plans to live out her life in this way. In fact, Zhang Jiaying's character is very good, because Wu Zhang Xin was educated. She didn't care much about her husband, plus she was still a neighbor, so she and Zhang Jiaying had a lot in common. Tonight was definitely the most memorable day for Zhang Jiaying. As a yellow flower girl, she was 26 years old before she really saw what a man was. Through the bright moonlight, she clearly saw Musashi Xin's body, unbelievable among them. She was very envious of Musashi Heart's full of muscles, even more envious of Musashi Heart's toughness, even more envious of Musashi Heart's manhood. She had never eaten pork, but she had seen a pig run. Nowadays, information is so developed. In countless lonely, empty and cold nights, Zhang Jiaying hadn't secretly watched small videos on her cell phone. Thus, she definitely called herself a theory emperor, and Wu Zhang Xin's toughness had completely turned her worldview upside down. In fact, before, she had occasionally had that kind of thought about Wu Zhang Xin, only that she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. At this moment, looking at Wu Zhang Xin's body that mesmerized her, she simply couldn't control herself. Letting out a deep breath, she descended from the ladder with a fondness. After busily drying her body, she wore a pink nightgown in her hollow, then went straight to musician's house next door. There was actually no one in the alley. After swallowing vigorously, she knocked sharply on the fence gate of musician's house. Having just finished another cool shower, Musician was once again doing quick push-ups. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Musician followed the sound. Zhang Xin, the TV at my sister-in-law's house is broken. Why don't you go to my house and take a look? Sister-in-law is catching up on a good TV series. It's really urgent. In Zhang Jiaying's opinion, since no one in the entire village had contacted her, her house was the safe harbor. Once she did something like that at Musashi Xin's house, it was highly likely that others would find out. At that time, she would definitely be poked and prodded all the time. If that really happened, she would definitely not be able to live. Seeing that the person coming was Zhang Jiaying, and then looking at her proud figure, Musashi Heart's eyes immediately rapidly filled with blood and turned scarlet. At this moment, he wanted to drag Zhang Jiaying in and immediately do good deeds with her. However, the remaining shred of sanity told him that even if he was no matter how excited he was, he couldn't scourge the sister-in-law who was very good to him. Chapter 5, The Power of the Flood. She already had such a hard life. Once she was bullied. Wasn't it just rubbing salt into her wounds? Cough cough. Sister-in-law, I still have something to do. If I can't, you can look at it on your cell phone first. I'll go to your house early in the morning to take a look. You, having already made plans to let Wu Zhang Xin get it, only to get a rejection. Zhang Jiaying almost suffocated a mouthful of old blood. Viciously blanking Wu Zhang Xin, she unwillingly lowered her voice. Then, that's fine. You can go to my house again early tomorrow morning, and have dinner at my house by the way. Zhang Jiaying knew that tonight, she would definitely have a sleepless night. After perking up his ears and making sure that Zhang Jiaying went home, in order to completely vent out his flood of power, Wu Zhang Xin decided to send out the ultimate big move. Busily putting on his big pants, he ran out the door bare-chested and headed straight for the small river at the west end of the village. Suddenly, Wu Zhang Xin violently fixed his stance. He incredibly realized that he appeared to have superpowers. What superpower? Night vision eyes. During the process of Zhang Jiaying knocking on the door and turning back to leave, Wu Zhang Xin remembered very clearly, although there was a dozen meters between the two, and there was a tall sycamore tree there at the front door, which should have been very dark. He clearly saw Zhang Jiaying's bizarre expression. Even the big scene where she was simply wearing a pink nightgown, he could see it clearly. Associating all of this, Wu Zhang Xin knew that his ancestors' pill god inheritance was truly too awesome. He hadn't even officially begun cultivation yet, and he had learned to make the questioning love scatter and possessed the ability to see at night. With the night vision ability, when he went to bathe by the river again at night, he would definitely be able to enjoy a lot of beautiful scenery. And, when he came back from selling wine in the city, he could work overtime at night to go to the mountains to collect herbs. With a bit of luck, you can even catch wild pheasants, hares, and so on along the way. Looking around again at how bright as day it was, and thinking that there must be a lot of nice views along the river, Musashi's heart was ecstatic. Tongue. Spreading his legs, Musashi Heart ran at peak speed. In fact, Before Musashi Heart even ran to the river, he decidedly saw a lot of good-looking shots, in the eye, the village's big girls and small daughters-in-law and so on, all the west bank side of the river bathing to cool off, and whispering jokes, saying all kinds of private words. On the east bank of the river are a few old men from the village, at home farming, simply cannot earn much money. For this reason, many young and middle-aged people in the village, including some big girls and small daughters-in-law, have chosen to go out to work. Over time, Phoenixville became a typical left-behind village, automatically ignoring these few old men who were senile, looking at these big girls and little daughters-in-law that were either fat or thin, white or black, beautiful or ugly. Wu Zhangxian's eyes grew whiter and whiter. Put. Suddenly, Wu Zhangxian almost suffocated a mouthful of old blood. It turned out that amongst the many big girls and little daughters-in-law, Wu Zhangxian actually saw Chang Lingling. A woman is a big girl, although her family was poor and her nutrition was average since childhood. But when she reached her age, Chang Lingling also began to develop rapidly. With an angelic face, coupled with a good study, Chang Lingling also became a famous village flower in the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages. Musashi Heart is sure that in time, Chang Lingling will certainly have a devilish figure. In fact, what makes Wu Zhangxian depressed is that he actually also saw Chang Lingling's mother Liang Weiying. Not to brag, although Liang Weiying will soon be 40 years old, but because often participate in physical labor, the body is quite proportional. Absolutely can be used to describe the remaining charm. The reason why Chang Lingling is so outstanding. In fact, there are genetic reasons. Non-collegiality. The power of the flood is about to explode. Musashin hurriedly retracted his night vision eyes, and lowered his head to run towards the far upstream. Soon, after picking a flat corner on the east bank of the river, Musashin jumped into the river with a thud. Soaking in the cold river water, Wu Zhangxian closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing according to the pill god technique. After an hour, he was quite relaxed and indulged in the cultivation state, and also clearly felt the changes in his body. Suddenly, he fiercely fixed his eyes on the other side of the river. Older brother, if you ask me, let's do it at home. Although doing it outside is very restful, it would be troublesome for people to find out. Snort. You women, what can I say about you? Your hair is long and your knowledge is short. It's almost midnight. Where are the people? Stop for a while. Just scream boldly. No one will find out. Thumbs up. You, I really don't know what to say about you. Have you ever been an old man like this? Holy, how dare you talk to me like that? See how I'll clean you up later? Hurry up. That patch of grass is great. I'll clean you up there later. Hurry up. Jaw-droppingly looking at the man and woman who were getting closer and closer, listening to their flirting words, and realizing the amount of information in it, Musashin had a look of having lived a long time. The person who came was no other than the village branch secretary Zhang Jianjun, as well as his daughter-in-law Yi Hongji. In fact, Wu Zhangxian had long known that although Zhang Jianjun was the village branch secretary, he was a village bully who bullied men and women. Otherwise, he could not have sat in this seat for more than 20 years. What's more, Wu Zhangxian didn't expect that this Yi Hongji, who looked honest and spoke in a fine voice, actually had an affair with her husband's father-in-law. Regardless of who initiated it between the two of them, their lewd relationship, simply with these few words, was enough to get solid. Is it completely possible to operate a bit like this? In that case, let's see if this old Zhang still dares to mess things up. He. Smiling, Musashin retreated inside the river and kept a close eye on the pair of dogs. Under Musashin's strong attention, Zhang Jianjun impatiently pulled Yi Hongji to that patch of grass. Immediately afterward, the thing that made Musashi Heart incredulous appeared again. In terms of stripping speed, Yi Hongji actually hung with Zhang Jianjun. After quickly stripping off, Yi Hongji impatiently looked at the other party. Can you hurry up? People are in a hurry. Really? You do everything so dilly-dally. Don't be in a hurry. This is fine. Busy throwing away the covering. In the midst of Yi Hongji's impatience, Zhang Jianjun slammed down on it. Immediately afterward, the two people got busy, watching this pair of unashamed dogs and men, sensing that they were becoming very involved, and worrying that they would finish right away. Musashi Xin silently walked to the shore. Immediately after that, he found his cell phone and turned on the video shooting function. Chapter 6, Lewd Smile. Extremely trying to control the feeling of nausea, he gently approached 5 meters in front of the two. At this moment, both sides were fighting desperately, one more than the other, and both were staggering. Thus neither of them noticed Musashi Xin, jaw-droppingly looking at them as they were doing their fancy work. Musashi Heart was in deep disbelief. Nima, old Zhang, aren't you quite a bully? Still thinking of doing things to me, and still thinking of retaliating against me after being punched in the face by me. He. Wait a while, let's see how you're going to cry? In less than 2 minutes, the intense but short battle was over. Yi Hongji was clearly not overjoyed, and was whispering dark curses at Zhang Jianjun, who was smoking the aftermath. Older brother. After this, can you drink less and exercise more? Could it be that you have another woman besides me? Don't let me know who she is, or else I'll dig her face up. Robbing my man, who gave them the backbone? Being said so by Yi Hongji, Zhang Jianjun was very weak. Ji, other than you, where do I have another woman? You're so good looking, I still rare you. Where would I look at other women? Really, I won't lie to you. Borrowing the bright moonlight, staring deathly into Zhang Jianjun's eyes. Not long after, Yi Hongji nodded with a delicate smile. Humph, counting that you still have a conscience. Oh, right, that college student is so not giving you face today. Are you just going to pass it off like this? Originally planning to close the net immediately. Hearing Yi Hongji's words, Musashi Xin decided to continue lurking, with a lewd smile on his face. Toying with Yi Hongji, Zhang Jianjun gritted his teeth and growled lowly. Humph, I don't believe that he really dropped out of school. Even if he dropped out of school, I will still beat him away and make it impossible for him to mix in the village. As you know, I, Zhang Jianjun, am the one who says it all in this village. Whoever offends me will still have a good time? Snort, old brother, the way you are now, you really are a man. It makes people feel a little bit again. Are you still okay? Looking at Yi Hongji's serious appearance, Zhang Jianjun, who was just in his early 40s, was shaken. The opportunity has arrived. Truly not wanting to let his eyes and ears be polluted again, Wu Zhang Xin decided to close the net immediately. After turning off the cell phone's video shooting function, Musashin deliberately coughed. Ahem! Just as he was trying to plummet, when he heard a coughing sound coming from behind him. For a split second, Zhang Jianjun and Yi Hongji were both confused. Incoherently, they immediately separated. Immediately after, they looked behind them while busily searching for their clothes. With a deadly stare at Musashi Xin, Zhang Jianjun looked around. After confirming that no one was around, Zhang Jianjun let out a sigh of relief. Re-throwing his clothes on the ground, Zhang Jianjun's eyes were filled with killing intent. It's you, kid. You're the only one. You want to die? Being busy putting on her skirt, after her rhythm was driven by Zhang Jianjun, Yi Hongji simply threw away her skirt and immediately added fuel to the fire. Older brother, you're right. If our matter spreads out, both of us will have no face to see others, so just get him killed. No, if you can't, I'll help you. Snake and scorpion woman heart. At this moment, looking at Wu Zhang Xin with mischievous eyes, Yi Hongji's face was very hideous, already having a killing intent. Hearing Yi Hongji say this, Zhang Jianjun was even more certain of this idea. Subconsciously, he drew out his belt and held the head and tail together, making a rather lethal weapon. Kid, this is the middle of nowhere. The villagers who bathed have all gone back long ago. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Why didn't I expect that? You actually dared to follow me, eh? Looking at the cell phone in Wu Zhang Xin's hand, Zhang Jianjun's face was even more ugly. Kid, did you just take a video? With a look of sudden realization on his face, the killing chance in Zhang Jianjun's eyes became even more intense. You're actually playing so hard to get. Humph, I'll say anything to beat you to death. Don't look like you're only in your 20s. I'm in my early 40s, but if you really fight, you're not my opponent at all. It's not that I'm bragging. Not many people around here can beat me, whether it's empty-handed, or with a sword and gun. Quite meaningfully looking at the cell phone in Wu Zhang Xin's hand, Yi Hongji continued to add fuel to the fire. Older brother, why are you giving him so much crap? Quickly kill him. Put. Looking at Zhang Jianjun and Yi Hongji's serious appearance, Wu Zhangxin almost suffocated internal injuries. TSK, old Zhang. Your son is out there driving a big car to earn money to support his family, leaving you at home to take care of your daughter-in-law and farming. Is this how you take care of her? In fact, for old Zhang's son Tian Shuekuan, Wu Zhang Xin was also annoyed with the abandonment. This guy is 25 years old this year. Since childhood, he has been bullying men and women just like old Zhang. A few years ago, Tian Shuekuan even forced Wu Zhang Xin to let buy him a box of cigarettes. Bad people still need bad people to grind. Wu Zhang Xin was looking forward to the big scene where old Zhang and Xiao Tian were dogfighting, while Yi Hongji did not know which one to help. Quite meaningfully looking at Zhang Jianjun and Yi Hongji, thinking about this kind of big messy scene, cannot help but, Wu Zhangxin laughed. Laugh, you paralyzed. It was hard to create an honest look in the village. Where could Yi Hongji allow Wu Zhangxin to laugh at her like this? Cursing, she once again urged Zhang Jianjun, you still haven't killed him. Are you still a man? Hurry up, sooner or later. Once again urged by Yi Hongji, Zhang Jianjun raised his leather belt, his face full of killing intent. Kid, no matter if you followed us or found us unintentionally, since you know about our relationship, consider yourself unlucky. I'm so capable of fighting. Fighting with someone like you is considered bullying you, and I can't afford to lose this person. Without further ado, seeing as we're both from the same village, I'd better tie you to a rock and throw you in the river to drown. Don't you struggle. It's useless. Besides, the more you resist, the more you'll get beaten up. It's better to go on your way peacefully. What Zhang Jianjun and Yi Hongji didn't know was that the reason why Wu Zhangxing didn't put up a fight and instead let them taunt and threaten them was actually for a reason. The reason was simple. After obtaining the ancestors' inheritance, Wu Zhangxian was delighted to realize that his strength had become much greater. With a light exertion, it was truly possible to dislike a strong man, unwilling to get into such trouble as a human life lawsuit. Musashi Heart had to desperately control his fire. Although it was wrong for him to secretly shoot the video, he was dealing with Zhang Jianjun, who was bullying men and women. What's more, Zhang Jianjun not only coveted his land and house, but also thought of driving himself out of the village. Moreover, he was also thinking of pushing Chang Lingling into the fire pit. Now, he was even thinking of killing people to silence them. Chapter 7 Try? Feeling that the fire was pretty much under control, Musashin decided to close the net this time. Idiot, is it really good to feel good about yourself? Come. I'm standing in front of you. You move me to try? Yo-ho, you grow a temper, isn't it? I'll beat you to death. Saying that, the furious Zhang Jianjun then aimed at Wu Zhangxian's head, violently swung out the leather belt, not waiting for the head to be smacked by the leather belt. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Wu Zhangxian subconsciously dodged away. Immediately after, aiming at Zhang Jianjun's chest, Musashin viciously kicked. Snap! After the snapping sound, Zhang Jianjun violently flew backwards more than 2 meters. Seeing this, Wu Zhangxian's eyes lit up. Ancestor's inheritance was bullish. He had just gotten it himself. Not only had his strength increased so much, his reaction had also become so fast, and the speed of his moves was even more electric. After wolfishly rolling over a few times, Zhang Jianjun's eyes were different when he turned his head to look at Musashi Xian once again. Crap! Musashi Heart, you actually dare to hit me? Climbing up from the ground with a gray head, Zhang Jianjun was shivering with anger. How could he not have thought that this honest student of yesteryear would actually dare to hit him? The village bully, F***ck, you're trying to kill me. I'm not stupid. Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? After confirming that he had turned into an expert, raising his cell phone, Musashin had a confident look on his face, deadly staring at Musashi Xian, anxious to save face in front of Yi Hongji, and even more anxious to kill Musashi Xian. Zhang Jianjun once again pounced on him with open teeth and claws. Pa! Easily dodging the belt in Zhang Jianjun's right hand, Musashin slammed his fist on his nose. Unable to withstand Musashin's tremendous force, Zhang Jianjun was once again smashed to the ground, his 2 nostrils bleeding continuously. Seeing that Zhang Jianjun was no match for Musashi Xian, Yi Hongji was very nonchalant. Borrowing the bright moonlight, she looked down at a stone under her feet. Seeing this, Wu Zhangxian smiled coldly. Sister-in-law, don't think that I don't dare to beat up women. Women like you are and don't deserve to be women. If you also want to be beaten up, try hitting me with a rock? Being yelled at by Wu Zhangxian, Yi Hongji immediately killed the idea of striking inside the cradle. Looking at her with contempt, Wu Zhangxian violently yelled, "Bitch, calling you sister-in-law is giving you face. Honestly, stand there and don't move. This is a matter between us old men. You are less involved." After saying that, Wu Zhangxian then looked at Zhang Jianjun once again. Once a connoisseur strikes, he knows whether there is one or not. With these 30 years of fighting experience, he knew that he was simply no match for Wu Zhangxian. A great man can bend and bend. It's not that he won't be rewarded. The time has not yet come. Realizing this, and not having time to wipe his bleeding nose, Zhang Jianjun immediately yelled lowly at Yi Hongji, who was still dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you do the same as me and kneel down for the other Wu Zhangxian? Before the words fell, Zhang Jianjun knelt down in front of Musashi Xian. Musashi Heart, please, let uncle live? What happened between Ji and I really can't be spread out. Otherwise, none of us will have the face to live. Looking at the formerly flaunting old man being so lowly, Yi Hongji's face was ugly. Knowing that her old male husband would not deceive himself, she hurriedly withdrew her sinister and depressed eyes, and knelt down as well. Wu Zhangxian, your elder uncle is right. Our life and death are bolted to your hands. Wow. We are all countrymen. You give us a way to live. Okay. Zhang Jianjun has experienced many big scenes, although it seems to be pitiful, and constantly kowtowing, but the mind is very clear. Even, while begging bitterly, he thought about how to retaliate. On the contrary, Yi Hongji, fearing that the scandal would be exposed, actually begged for forgiveness with a handful of noses and tears, unwilling to see their ugly bodies again. Wu Zhangxian impatiently shook his hand. Alright, don't mourn. Also, You are all old enough, don't be bare-ass like little dolls. All put on your clothes quickly. A word woke up the dreamer. Thinking that they were in a hurry to kill and exterminate just now, and hadn't put on their clothes, Zhang Jianjun and Yi Hongji hurriedly got busy. After busily getting dressed, the two stood in front of Wu Zhang Xin with trepidation. Glancing at Zhang Jianjun, whose nostrils weren't bleeding much, Wu Zhang Xin bristled. Uncle, don't you have nothing to say? Looking at Musashin in fear, Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up. I don't have anything to say either. In the future, I definitely won't occupy your house and land anymore, and it's even more unlikely that I'll drive you out of the village. On the contrary, after this, in our Phoenix Mountain village, you are the boss. I listen to you in everything. In addition, anxious to get rid of the crisis of the video getting out, Zhang Jianjun looked at Wu Zhangxin with a face of flesh pain. Wu Zhangxin, this evening, didn't you transfer $50,000 to me? Hey, I'll transfer it to you now, I hope. Zhang Jianjun was eager to immediately say the words that would allow Musashi Xin to delete the video, but in this situation, in order to increase the success rate, it was inconvenient for him to say it first. In order to show sincerity, bear humiliation in the middle. Zhang Jianjun immediately will not yet warmed up $50,000, transferred to Musashi Heart. After checking and confirming that the $50,000 had been credited, Wu Zhang Xin nodded slightly. Seeing Wu Zhang Xin only slightly nodding, but still with a solemn look, without the expected ecstasy, Zhang Jianjun heart thumped. Puff. Kneeling down in front of Musashi Heart once again, Zhang Jianjun was filled with frustration. Musashi Heart, Uncle knows that when the evening black sky was approaching, you were very angry with Uncle, and you are not used to seeing Uncle as a person. However, I have promised to listen to you in the future, and I have also given you this $50,000. Is it still okay for me to use this money to buy the video in your hands? As a grasshopper on a line, greedily looking at Musician's young and strong body, gritting her teeth, Yi Hongji spoke out of turn. Musashi Heart, I don't know if you've played with Process Ling Ling. What I want to say is that although I'm not as good looking as her, she's too skinny, and I have a better body than her, and I'm also better at serving people. So if you're looking at me, I can accompany you once now. I just hope that afterwards, you can delete the video. As Yi Hongji said this, Zhang Jianjun was tempted to stop it. Zhang Jianjun himself did not have any psychological burden of playing with his daughter-in-law. Instead, he even said that he would say that the fat water would not flow to outsiders. However, if Wu Zhang Xin also intervened, it would be hard for him to accept this fact. The situation was stronger than the person. In order to achieve his goal, even though he was no longer stifled, Zhang Jianjun had to keep his mouth shut. In fact, in Wu Zhang Xin's opinion, although Yi Hongji was very lewd, his figure was really good and his appearance was also very handsome. However, whether it was the slimmed-down Chang Lingling or the even more devilishly built pretty widow Jiang Jiaying, they were all able to hang and crush Yi Hongji. Chapter 8, Shame on You. Both of them either explicitly or implicitly wanted to be good with themselves, and they didn't even agree. How can you, Yi Hongji, be so virtuous as to enjoy my favor? Under Zhang Jianjun and Yi Hongji's close attention, Wu Zhangxin resolutely shook her head. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your feelings, and it's not that I'm bragging. I'm not a philandering man at all. The one who can be with me to do good can only be my future daughter-in-law. I'm saying this, can you understand? Looking at Wu Zhang Xin's serious look, Yi Hongji's eyes lit up. Wu Zhang Xin, ask one thing, did you really quit school? If that's the case, your future will definitely not be as good as before. But, sister-in-law appreciates your character. How about this? I'll introduce my sister to you. It's not that I'm bragging. My sister's looks are no worse than Chang Lingling's. She works in the township bank and has a formal job. Sister-in-law doesn't ask anything of you. She just wants you to treat my sister well. In fact, right, my relationship with Lao Zhang is not what you think. He is too good to me on weekdays. Very care of me. Your Cohen brother and not at home. We just said, feeling very embarrassed. Yi Hongji hated to directly drill into the ground. Not interested in focusing on whether Yi Hongji was pretending. Not interested in confirming that there were a few points of truth within her words. Wu Zhang Xin directly spoke to the point. Uncle, sister-in-law, my point is this. What about this video? I still have to keep it for a while longer. You guys don't worry. I definitely won't let anyone know about it. After your performance is enough to impress me, at that time, I will delete it in front of you. Alright, I have things to do. So it's settled. Before the words fell, Wu Zhang Xin made a grand gesture and left this place with a pungent odor. In this place, Zhang Jianjun and Yi Hongji had just gotten hot and heavy, and were still planning to make merry. Wu Zhang Xin had undergone many changes after getting the inheritance from his ancestor, such as being able to fight, having the ability to see at night, and knowing the formula of the questioning love scatter. even his nose had become very sensitive. This place was pandemonium. After his eyes had been heavily polluted, Wu Zhangxin naturally did not want his nose to be polluted again. Otherwise, he would really be smoked and vomit. Wu, unwilling to accept this ending, Zhang Jianjun hurriedly chased after Musashi Xin and shouted in a low voice. However, seeing musician's very impatient eyes, lest he be beaten again, he had to keep his mouth shut. Looking at musician's figure with vicious eyes, Zhang Jianjun gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. Wu Zhangxin, this is what you forced me to do. Since you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Offend me, and you will soon die. At this time, Yi Hongji's face was also filled with black lines and a serpentine look. Humph, what kind of decent person are you pretending to be? Not only are you having an affair with Chang Lingling, but you're also constantly browbeating Zhang Jiaying. You may not have ed Chang Lingling, but you certainly haven't played around with Zhang Jiaying. You're a grown-up now. Why be so prudish? Who doesn't know who? I'm introducing you to my sister who's like a flower. That's for your face. Give face, shameless thing. Why don't you go to death? After whispering dark curses for a while, in response to the question of how to kill Wu Zhangxin, the two continued to conspire. What they didn't know was that because their ear power had become very strong, and there wasn't much noise in the surroundings other than some bugs shouting, Musashin had overheard these words of theirs. Ha, I knew you guys wouldn't die. It seems that not deleting the video was a wise decision. Still wanting to stick your faces out and come over for me to beat them up. Just be happy you guys. He is strong, let him be strong. The clear wind brushes the hillock. Let him be cross. The bright moon shines on the big river. After thinking about these two maxims and determining Zhang Jianjun's subsequent obscene plan, Musashi Heart hurriedly walked forward with quick steps. At this time, Wu Zhangxin's face was bizarre. How could he not have expected that what happened just now had actually become a plum fuse for Yi Hongji and Zhang Jianjun? Or rather, just because of this incident, the relationship between them seemed to have taken a step forward. After confirming that they had a foolproof plan to deal with Wu Zhangxin, they actually completely let go of their hearts. It was hard for them all to remain calm when they were in love with each other. After despising this pair of dogs and couples and mourning for Tian Shuekuan, who didn't know how many cuckolds he had worn for a while, Musashi Xin immediately rose up in joy. The first bucket of gold, originally thought that, after borrowing $50,000 from the borrowing side, still need to use the questioning love scatter to fill this loophole, and formally set foot on the golden road of becoming rich. Chapter 9, Wild Chicken. And, one has to start cultivating hard so as to become a great god with great powers like the ancestors. What I didn't realize was that the rise of one bucket of gold was actually in this form. Kind of interesting. The scene just now was disgusting, but the result was perfect. Ha! Suddenly, Wu Zhangxin's eyes widened and revealed ecstasy. This $50,000 is actually related to Chang Lingling. Since Chang Lingling's family is so short of money, her parents haven't done much to help themselves, and she herself has always had such a good relationship with herself. Why don't you help her family out? With this in mind, Wu Zhangxin no longer hesitated. Thinking of Chang Lingling's entire family's relieved appearance after seeing this money, Wu Zhangxin was looking forward to it, smiling. In terms of helping Chang Lingling's family, Musashi Heart also thought of a better idea. In that case, their family won't say that they'll become a great wealth. At the very least, they'll be able to enter the well-off level. After he himself is developed again, then he will continue to help as much as he can is. In time, their whole family will definitely be able to become people. Optimizing the plan to help Chang Lingling's family, Wu Zhangxin also didn't forget to look for wild pheasants and the like. Wu Zhangxin knew that during the daytime, ordinary people, not to mention bare hands, even with a shotgun, could not necessarily catch wild grouse. Although the wild grouse's flying ability was very poor, after being frightened, it was perfectly capable of flying more than 100 meters away on a single breath. In addition, even when not flying, in terms of running speed, the wild grouse could still beat the vast majority of ordinary people. What's more, as a wild animal, the reaction speed of the wild pheasant was not generally fast. Cats can't beat chickens, chickens can't beat weasels, and weasels can't beat cats. Everyone had their own understanding of these statements. In musician's opinion, the reason for this was actually quite simple. When cats and chickens go one-on-one, it tends to happen during the day, whereas when a weasel messes with a chicken, it tends to occur at night. And in the nighttime, chickens can't see clearly at all because they don't have night vision and thus can't see clearly at all. Therefore, facing a weasel whose attack speed was much slower than a cat's, the chicken had to suffer miserably from the weasel's poisonous hands even if it reacted fast during the day. Tonight, let's just do a wave of weasels. Hopefully we can make some gains. Within the next few hours, Musashi Xin began to search carefully with his night vision eyes. The effort was not enough. Soon, under a very inconspicuous small pine tree 200 meters away, Musashi Heart found the target. 1 male and 3 females. Looking at the male grouse that was almost a meter long, as well as the 3 females that were much shorter in stature, Musashi Xin held his breath, chose a good downwind exit, and touched over silently. Halfway there, he picked up a bent branch about half a meter long and about 2 centimeters thick in his hand. After touching 10 meters in front of the target and reconfirming that they were still hugging each other for warmth, Musashi Heart violently smashed the bent branch out. Whoosh! Hearing this ear-piercing cracking sound and realizing that something bad was happening, the 4 wild mountain chickens immediately dispersed in a flurry. To be exact, all spread their wings and flew. Unfortunately, the 2 female pheasants were hit in the head by a branch on the spot and had to fall to the ground. The male mountain chicken crashed into the tree trunk in front of him in a depressed manner, and the result was similar to the 2 female mountain chickens. After flopping around a few times, he fell into a coma. In fact, although the last female mountain chicken was not hit, it also rapidly lost its ability to move. Its head was stuck into the dense bushes while its tail was outside, and it kept desperately burrowing in, but it couldn't advance the slightest bit. Poof! Looking at this female grouse that cared about her head but not her tail, Musashin really couldn't help but cry and laugh. Smiling, he picked up the female mountain chicken and immediately snapped its neck. The harvest was full. Carrying the 2 wild mountain chickens in one hand, Musashi Xin rushed towards the village with a smile on his face, having just obtained his ancestors' inheritance. Wu Zhang Xin was very excited. While excited, he busied himself within the courtyard, using boiling water to scald off the feathers of the wild mountain chicken, rip open the belly and take out the 5 organs. After operating these, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the second half of the night. Walking into the room, Wu Zhang Xin put the 4 wild chickens in the mysterious space, not at all sleepy. According to the introduction of the pill god skill, Wu Zhang Xin sat cross-legged inside the thatched hut of the mysterious space, and began to cultivate. What Wu Zhang Xin didn't know was that when he had just set up his posture, a strand of aura that was invisible to the naked eye, all ran towards him with joy. Because of his limited power, Wu Zhang Xin couldn't do it to absorb all of this aura. However, even if the vast majority of the aura took a turn from him, he gained a great deal. As the aura came into contact with his skin, flesh, sinews, bones and internal organs and bone marrow, it constantly nourished them, making them healthier and more energized. Especially those auras that were absorbed by Wu Zhangxin actually all acted like fish, scattering and running towards his dantian. In a short while, within Wu Zhang Xin's dantian, a strand of spiritual qi had gathered. Regarding these changes, Wu Zhang Xin was naturally very clear. What made him depressed was that because he had just started cultivating, his power was extremely limited and he simply couldn't absorb too much aura. What made his jaw drop the most was that this spring in front of the thatched hut was actually a spiritual spring. As the name suggests, this kind of spring water was a spiritual liquid, a product of the heavens and earth's spiritual qi being concentrated to the extreme. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is actually the gaseous essence of heaven and earth. This gas can nourish everything, such as promoting the growth of plants and animals, turning into formless and colorless weapons, serving as a tonic, and being used to cure diseases and save people. With the exception of a very few regions, all other regions were basically devoid of this good stuff. However, in some rare places, that is, inside some of the heavenly materials and treasures of the last year, such as wild ginseng, after years and years of accumulation, it contains some heaven and earth spiritual qi. As a matter of fact, the reason why wild ginseng can be used as a medicine to bring the dead back to life is because of the heaven and earth spiritual qi contained in it. After digesting this knowledge from the ancestors' inheritance, after looking at this spiritual spring again, Wu Zhang Xin was like looking at a large gold mine. Moreover, it was still the kind that could be reached out for. We're rich. After confirming this fact, Musashi Heart was very excited. The earth chicken turned into a golden phoenix. What's wrong with being in the countryside? One can become a top tycoon just the same. Moreover, he could also become a legendary immortal cultivator. In the midst of ecstasy, realizing that he had only just begun, and that there was still a long way to go before he could become an immortal, Wu Zhang Xin quickly calmed down. Next, he continued to indulge in cultivation. Early in the morning of the second day, the sky was just dawning. Carrying 2 wild mountain chickens, Wu Zhang Xin first came to Chun Ling Ling's house. Seeing Liang Weiying in the courtyard, Wu Zhangxin directly stated the reason for his visit. Auntie, you haven't cooked yet, right? Here, this is the wild mountain chicken I caught last night. It's all killed. You guys improve your lives. Looking at Wu Zhangxin in surprise, Liang Weiying's face sank. Zhang Xin, I heard people say that a wild mountain chicken can be sold for hundreds of dollars. We don't want to eat it. Besides, you still have $50,000 in arrears. Both of our families save some money during this period of time, and strive to pay it back early. In the time between words, Chang Jingxin heard the voice from the hall came out. Hidden Heart. Uncle asked you something. Chapter 10 People are poor. Hidden Heart. Is your way of dispensing medicine okay? If it doesn't work, let's go to the township or the county to find a construction site to work for a while, and you'll have time to make money from dispensing medicine. A debt of 50,000 yuan is not a small amount, although you took over, but a day to pay you. Uncle, I cannot breathe a day. People are poor and short of ambition. Saying this, Chang Xian continuously shook his head inside. Although Liang Weiying didn't interrupt, her face was also filled with sorrow. It was obvious how she too believed that dispensing medicine could make money. Chang Lingling heard the sound and walked out from her boudoir. Dad, Mom, since brother Zhang Xian has said that he can make money, he definitely won't lie to you. After receiving Chang Lingling's strong support, Wu Zhang Xian then smiled and took over the conversation. Uncle, Auntie, Lingling is right. Dispensing medicines, can indeed earn money. This is not it. After I dispensed the medicine in the middle of the night last night, I immediately told a big boss about it, and he then gave me an advance of $50,000. He also said, when I deliver today, it will be based on the effectiveness of the medicine, and then the balance of the payment. This 50,000 yuan. Wu Zhang Xian did not want to tell other people, so he chose to this excuse. However, Wu Zhang Xian's words, but shocked off a ground eyeballs. In a few hours' time, he had earned at least $50,000. In this world, is there really such a big business that earns money like this? If that's the case, can't we operate like that too? Without trying to earn so much money, a 500 a day. No. A 2 or 300 would definitely be acceptable. Although bricklaying can earn a few hundred a day, it's not sustainable. The old project finished, the new project failed to continue. Cloudy days and rain, lack of some kind of material, policy adjustments. If you really want to count up, it's hard to do 20 days a month. On top of that, it's notoriously hard to get paid. It's hard to get your hands on money. And when you really count it, it's not a lot. It's not very meaningful. Meeting the fiery eyes of the family of three, Musashin had a bright idea of a good excuse to explain. Actually, this dispensing medicine isn't that simple. I don't know how many times I've learned it, but I've only barely scratched the surface. And the slightest carelessness will turn it into a murderous poison. I almost boiled it all night yesterday, and after failing many times, I was only able to make a pot by chance. Feeling that Musashin was making sense, the three members of the family all wore a deserving look. Seeing this, Wu Zhang Xian turned his head to look at Chun Lingling. Lingling, remember that you also have Alipay on your cell phone. Aren't you going to start school in 2 months? I heard that your family is still thinking of borrowing money for you, so I, as a brother, considering that your family is very short of money, will lend you 50,000 yuan first. Hidden Heart, not waiting for his daughter to state her position, Liang Weiying hastily snatched the words. You have already helped my family so much. Where do we have the good sense to find you to borrow money again? Nodding his head, Chang Xian also choked back tears. Hidden Heart, if it wasn't for you, Lingling might have had to marry that drunk and dizzy man. You not only helped my family pay off $50,000, but now you actually want to lend me so much more. This, said, is really too excited. Chang Jingxin, this 5 big thick man, very have the rhythm of tears. Embarrassed smile, Musashi Heart said, ahem, we are not outsiders. Besides, since my grandfather's generation, our 2 families are as good as family. A family? Naturally don't say 2 families. Since I said I'll lend you money, you guys don't see eye to eye. Chang Xian and Liang Weiying still wanted to continue to insist, but Chen Lingling nodded her head generously. Brother Zhang Xian, since you said so, then I'll lend you some more money. I can't use that much for school. Just borrow you $10,000. The one who said it had a heart. The one who heard it had an intention. Looking at his daughter's serious appearance, thinking that Wu Zhang Xian was indeed a little too enthusiastic, Chang Xian and Liang Weiying couldn't help but think of something else. Could it be that this pair of young people really got on well because of their frequent contact? Suspicious, Liang Weiying surveyed her daughter's standing posture. It was as if, thinking of identifying whether her daughter was still a girl or not. Although Chang Xian was inconvenient to do so, his face was very complicated. It was inconvenient to ask for confirmation in front of Wu Zhang Xian, and both husband and wife planned to ask their daughter alone. Taking advantage of the 2 couples being suspicious, Wu Zhang Xian transferred $10,000 to Chun Lingling. Uncle, Auntie, Lingling, I still have to go to the city to sell medicine. When I come back, I'll give you a big surprise. I'm leaving. Being about to interrogate his daughter, Chang Jingxin and Liang Weiying did not stay. Although Chang Lingling thought about asking him to stay for dinner, she had to shut her mouth after being pulled hard by her mother. Wu Zhangxin's figure had just turned out of the fence gate when Liang Weiying pulled Chang Lingling inside the hall. Lingling, answer your mother honestly. Are you and Zhang Xin getting it on? At those words, Chang Lingling's face was filled with bitterness. She had taken the initiative to confess her feelings in order to comfort the unhappy hidden heart brother, but he didn't nod his head. Moreover, he had insisted that he had always viewed himself as a younger sister. It was inconvenient to popularize this to her mother. Chang Lingling explained to Liang Weiying with a black line on her face. Mom, what are you babbling about? Outsiders don't know. Don't you guys know? Brother Zhang Xin doesn't have a sister, and has always treated me like a sister. He even said yesterday that he wanted me to study hard and strive for a scholarship. Looking at her daughter's serious look, Liang Weiying nodded heavily, although she was still a bit skeptical. It's also such a reasoning. Ahem. After this, Mom won't talk nonsense. However, if Zhang Xin can really earn money by dispensing medicine and he likes you, you definitely won't lose out by marrying him. Having been eavesdropping outside the door of the hall, and with such a big matter at stake, Chang Jingxi naturally couldn't remain silent any longer. Lingling, your mom is right. This child, hidden heart, is what I've seen since I was a child, and there's absolutely no problem with his character. Even if he can't earn money, he's quite suitable with you. Don't forget, he's an orphan, and if you guys get married, your mom and I will have the equivalent of one more son. You understand? That's true. Looking at her husband with admiring eyes, Liang Weiying came to a realization and looked at her daughter with a wry smile. Being looked at by her mother like this, Chang Lingling immediately glowed with a haze. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Really, it's like people can't get married. Ignore you guys. With that, Chang Lingling covered her face with both hands and ran into the western boudoir as if she was fleeing. Knowing a daughter is like being a mother. Looking at Chang Lingling's flustered appearance, Liang Weiying laughed happily. Immediately afterward, she lowered her voice to Chang Xin. Not long after, this small courtyard that had been shrouded in gloom for quite some time was actually filled with cheerful air. People without far-flung worries must have near worries. The relationship with Wu Zhangxin is further, although it is temporarily inconvenient to implement the marriage between him and his daughter. But the two families thought of the village bully Zhang Jianjun. In response to the question of how to eliminate the threat of Zhang Jianjun, the couple discussed in a low voice. Immediately after Wu Zhangxin left Chang Lingling's house, he carried the other two wild pheasants and arrived at the pretty widow Zhang Jiaying's house. Zhang Xin, sister-in-law thought you weren't coming. Come in quickly. Sister-in-law locked the gate. Chapter 11, a woman chasing a man through a veil. Zhang Jiaying was really restless after not being able to get it on with Wu Zhang Xin last night. Once the floodgates of emotions began to flow, how could it be blocked by human power? In the midst of tossing and turning, she was tempted to knock on Wu Zhang Xin's fence gate, or to follow the ladder up the courtyard wall to burglarize Musician's house, and directly break into Musician's room. A man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Thinking that she looked good, especially with such a good body, Zhang Jiaying didn't believe that when the time came, Wu Zhang Xin would still be able to hold on. In fact, in order to achieve this kind of small goal, Zhang Jiaying was not without action. But, after all, she was still a big yellow flower girl, with a good girl's characteristic reserve and shame. Whenever the action has just begun, she herself retreated. Zhang Jiaying knows that according to her current status, it is difficult to marry a suitable man. In fact, because she was fed up with all kinds of stares, she had long been thinking of living alone for the rest of her life. However, as a physically and mentally healthy woman, she would love to become that kind of good friend with Wu Zhang Xin, not affecting his marriage and life, just being nice to her once in a while. Thinking about this, Zhang Jiaying stayed awake almost the entire night. It wasn't until after 4 in the morning, when she really couldn't carry the sleepiness anymore, that she entered the dreamland. What made Zhang Jiaying cry and laugh was that she actually had one of those dreams where she was with Wu Zhang Xin. When she woke up from the dream, she could no longer sleep. Having no choice, she took several cool showers, thinking that Musa Xin should come early in the morning. In order to achieve that small goal, Zhang Jiaying sat and waited at the front door early. Seeing that Wu Zhang Xin had indeed come, Zhang Jiaying breathed a sigh of relief and pulled him in with extreme enthusiasm. Sister-in-law, there's no need to close the gate, right? Zhang Jiaying's excessive enthusiasm alone was enough to make Wu Zhang Xin very suspicious. Thinking of her flirtatious face last night, Wu Zhang Xin realized something even more. Then looking at Zhang Jiaying closing the fence door as if she was a thief, Wu Zhang Xin was no longer suspicious. Of course, even if there was any doubt, Wu Zhang Xin was too embarrassed to put it on the table. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Jiaying neatly pulled the fence gate closed. Turning her head, Zhang Jiaying looked at Wu Zhangxin with a smiling face. Zhang Xin, go inside first. Didn't you say last night that you would help your sister-in-law repair the television? Looking at Zhang Jiaying's serious appearance, Wu Zhangxin frowned slightly. Could it be that he had misunderstood this pretty widow? Okay, by the way, This is the wild mountain chicken I caught this morning. I happen to have not eaten, so why don't I try your craftsmanship again? Sister-in-law? Hey, this time, I'm sure I'll be able to eat again. Ma, two of them, both of them were caught by you. Jaw-droppingly looking at the two wild pheasants. Thinking of Wu Zhang Xian's strong appearance last night when he quickly did push-ups, Zhang Jiaying's beautiful eyes flashed with a few streaks of color. The wild grouse ran so fast. If you want to catch it, at the very least you should be as fast as a dog. No, as fast as a horse. Meeting Zhang Jiaying's complicated eyes, Wu Zhang Xian was very flattered. Yeah, actually, it's all because I got lucky. As you know, wild pheasants can't see clearly in the night. They were illuminated by me with a flashlight, and although they wanted to run, they couldn't see the road. In the time it took to speak, the two came inside the hall. It was similar to Chun Lingling's house. The room was clean and tidy even though it was very dilapidated and narrow, with quite a lot of handmade furniture. Obviously, this was the result of the mistress' careful tending. Unmotivated to admire the interior layout, Musashi Xian quickly found the remote control and intended to stiffly help her fix the TV. Actually, Musashin didn't know much about repairs. However, as the only college student in the village, the villagers often asked him for help. There was no other way. He had to rush to the duck on the shelf. Using the knowledge from Baidu, got a few successful cases. Let Wu Zhang Xian tears and laughs. Because of this, the villagers but whenever encountered a little problem with the TV, often come to him for help. This kind of situation, until after he went to college and wasn't at home much, it became less and less. It was all at this time. Zhang Jiaying rushed to implement the plan. Hidden heart. Cough. You don't fix the TV first. First help sister-in-law put a plaster on her back. Sister-in-law can't reach there, and the villagers don't want to talk to me. You don't know it yet. Sister-in-law was in pain all night last night. Upon hearing this, Musashi Heart came to a realization. No wonder, last night and just now, this good-looking sister-in-law was so mysterious. So it was because of this. A man and a woman are not related. Thinking of this maxim, Musashi Heart smiled awkwardly. Ahem, sister-in-law, is it really good for me to take advantage of you like this? Put. After blankly glancing at Wu Zhang Xian, Zhang Jiaying skimmed her mouth and said in a double entendre. Why are you thinking so much? Sister-in-law herself doesn't care anymore. What do you care? Besides, if you don't say anything about this matter and I don't say anything, who would know? Feeling that what Zhang Jiaying said made sense, Wu Zhang Xian scratched his scalp. That's true, then I'll be respectful. The fish, finally, had taken the bait. Thinking of her marvelous figure and the envious and jealous looks of those big girls and little daughters-in-law, although she was shy, Zhang Jiaying was full of confidence. Here, the ointment is for you. Sister-in-law has uncovered it all, so you can just stick it on directly later. With that, amidst Wu Zhang Xian's jaw-dropping, Zhang Jiaying slipped him a piece of the ointment. Immediately after, she turned her back to Wu Zhang Xian and took off her white body shirt. What made Musashi Xian incredulous was that Zhang Jiaying's t-shirt actually did not have a corset underneath. Just as Wu Zhang Xian was extremely stunned, Zhang Jiaying violently turned around. Naturally, Wu Zhang Xian saw the part of the body that was not to be seen, although he had seen a lot last night, and hadn't seen less of that money-minded ex-girlfriends, but observing a woman without a romantic relationship from such a close distance, Musashi Heart was still the first time that a big girl went to the sedan chair. Unable to help, Musashi Heart secretly compared. 100 hearings are better than one sight. Musashi Heart's jaw dropped as he realized that the title of She Sure, Zhang Jiaying really deserved it. On the other hand, seeing Wu Zhang Xian's shocked look, especially the fact that his eyes were actually flushed red, and then looking at his body, Zhang Jiaying revealed a deserved look. However, thinking of the big scene to come, Zhang Jiaying was embarrassed. At the same time, feeling that it was definitely not good to go on like this, and that it would even be known by outsiders, she was still a bit hesitant. If it was really known, at that time, facing so many people's criticism, and that kind of mocking eyes, would she still have the courage to live again? However, even though she was embarrassed and hesitant, Zhang Jiaying was still planning to go out. After this village, there would be no more stores. It was so hard to make it this far. How could she just give up? Chapter 12, Does Sister-in-Law Look Good? Zhang Xian, Does Sister-in-Law Look Good? Really unable to control herself, looking at Wu Zhang Xian with charming eyes, Zhang Jiaying spoke out of turn. Put. At this point in time, where could Wu Zhang Xian not understand Zhang Jiaying's intentions? Letting herself help her put on an ointment was fake. Thinking of getting good with herself was real. Under the premise that she was so proactive, doing it with her once, he would definitely not lose out and take a big advantage. The most important thing is, not only will he not say this outside, this pretty widow himself will not reveal half a word to the outside world. What to do? Do or don't do? Looking at Zhang Jiaying's excellent appearance and figure, Wu Zhang Xian was caught in a difficult choice. Suddenly, he looked aghast. When he looked at Zhang Jiaying again, Wu Zhang Xian's eyes changed. To be exact, it was as if he had discovered a new continent. With his initial understanding of the pill god's skill, his jaw dropped as he realized that Zhang Jiaying was actually still a yellow blossom girl. Combined with the sad fact that she had married 5 years ago, Wu Zhang Xian came to a sudden realization. Looking at the situation, this pretty widow was definitely a good girl. Even though she had agreed to marry into the village, she hadn't hurriedly turned into a woman before the wedding. Alpine. There really weren't many conservative girls like her in a society that was becoming more and more open, and even many girls were proud of their openness. The question came up, why did she, who had always been honest, do such an unbelievable thing? The same as on the surface honest, but this pretty widow is true to her name. On the contrary, Tian Shuekuan's wife who stayed behind, but she knows the face of the people do not know the heart. That's not all, she's also very unashamed. Otherwise, in order to gag herself, she couldn't have said something about paying for meat. It was even more unlikely that she would, because her husband was always away from home, do the dogged thing of picking off the ashes with Zhang Jianjun. Jaw-droppingly looking at Zhang Jiaying, Musashi thought of something. Before she invited herself last night, there was a weird sound at the stone courtyard wall separating the 2 yards. Unsurprisingly, she should have heard the sound of herself doing push-ups at the top of her voice. So, suspicious, she climbed up the ladder. After figuring out that she had unintentionally seduced her and made her a girl with a normal mind and body very mad, Musashin really didn't know what to say. Wu Zhang Xian knew that Zhang Jiaying was really going to suffocate her madness in front of the alien atmospheric spectacle of herself as an immortal cultivator. Before, she was still able to be tough, but this time, it was the other time. While gloating, quickly opening her mind, Wu Zhang Xian immediately thought of a good excuse. Sister-in-law, turn around quickly. I can't stand it anymore. Being sitting back and waiting for Wu Zhang Xian to launch an attack. At those words, Zhang Jiaying hurriedly went down the slope. Oh, that's good. Sister-in-law likes you a lot anyway, so I'll just let you off cheaply for once. Come on, sooner or later. Anyway, sister-in-law has closed the courtyard door. No one will see. Saying that, Zhang Jiaying made a gesture to pull Wu Zhang Xian's hand. Sister-in-law, don't joke like this. I really can't control it. To tell you the truth, I'm practicing my child's power. If I really break my power, I will thus die. Unable to bear the thought of screwing her. At this point in time, Wu Zhang Xian hurriedly pulled out this kind of excuse. Child's kung fu? Saying it like it's real. Who are you fooling? Sister-in-law is not a 3-year-old. As she spoke, Zhang Jiaying's face was full of grudges. Even being rejected by Wu Zhang Xian with such a tie excuse, she was shivering with anger. With an awkward smile, Wu Zhang Xian hurriedly explained. Sister-in-law, really not lying to you. I previously worshipped a master teacher. I returned to the village this time. Really quit school and intend to earn money according to those knowledge that the master taught me. Lest Zhang Jiaying did not believe himself. Wu Zhang Xian immediately spoke out shockingly. Truth be told, during last night, I drank a little bit of my own formulated aphrodisiac wine and almost went crazy. After taking several cool showers and doing so many push-ups within the courtyard didn't work. I had to spend most of the night later soaking in the river at the west end of the village. Just like that, my fire still didn't go down. So I went for a run in the mountains for several hours and caught some wild pheasants. Staring deadpan at Wu Zhang Xian, Zhang Jiaying said half-heartedly, is it so metaphysical? It's said as if it's true. Yeah. Taking advantage of Zhang Jiaying's somewhat believing chance, Wu Zhang Xian hurriedly picked up where he left off. Sister-in-law, we are not outsiders. Why would I lie to you? Well, sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. If I look at you for a while longer, I'll really die. You tell me right away where the ointment is attached. In fact, Wu Zhang Xian, with his slight understanding of the pill god technique, had long since seen that Zhang Jiaying had no ailments. However, concerned about her face, Wu Zhang Xian was unwilling to point it out. Wu Zhangxin was certain that once this matter was laid out on the table, Zhang Jiaying would definitely be so ashamed that she would not be able to face herself. After Wu Zhang Xian had said so, although she was still skeptical, Zhang Jiaying was not in a position to continue her examination. Soon, Zhang Jiaying's undershirt was imprinted with a dogskin plaster, confirming that she couldn't do a good deed with Musashi heart this time. Zhang Jiaying put on her t-shirt with a depressed face. Seeing this, Wu Zhang Xian hurriedly took the pace elsewhere. Sister-in-law, haven't eaten your cooking for many days. Hurry up and stew me a wild mountain chicken for dinner. Looking at Wu Zhang Xian with a rather deep feeling, Zhang Jiaying skimmed her lips. You confirm that the kind of whatever aphrodisiac wine you prepared can be sold for money. And you confirm that you won't sell this wild mountain chicken that's worth at least $500? Wild chicken is not only delicious. I heard that it can also be used as a medicinal herb. Some people even call it animal ginseng. Get it? A good thing didn't work out. Zhang Jiaying didn't mind using this topic to express her depression. He. Sister-in-law, where would I have the good sense to lie to you? Would I tell you that when I come back, I'm still thinking of letting you help me earn money? Let me help you earn money. What do you mean? Looking at Wu Zhang Xian's serious look, Zhang Jiaying's eyes lit up. Although she was good looking, she was after all an lonely woman. The light and fast work in the ground, she was able to do, but some of the heavy manual labor, she had a hard time sticking to. Feeling that this little sister-in-law has a good character, Wu Zhang Xian did not help her much. Despite this, Zhang Jiaying didn't have much income. Seeing an opportunity to supplement her family's income, she was naturally very interested. It's simple. It's to first help me collect some herbs on the hillside, and after I've chosen and rented the hill, help me plant some herbs. The efficacy of wild herbs, while hanging on to the vast majority of cultivated ones, did not include those grown with the right amount of spirit liquid. In this regard, Mu Sixin didn't have any doubts. While Wu Zhang Xian was still thinking of explaining his grandiose vision, Zhang Jiaying shook her hand with a solemn expression. Zhang Xian, you're thinking too simply. You offended Zhang Jianjun like that yesterday evening in front of so many people, and he's still the village branch secretary. It's impossible for him to agree to you renting the land. However, it's not a problem to help you collect some herbs on the hillside. Chapter 13 is not afraid. Put. Hearing Zhang Jianjun's name, thinking of the fiery scene of him and his daughter-in-law Yi Hongji picking off the ashes, and then thinking of the way he laid low like a grandson after he was beaten up by himself, Wu Zangxin almost held back a mouthful of old blood. Seeing this, Zhang Jiaying's head was filled with question marks. Zhang Xian, you really offended Zhang Jianjun. If there's nothing unexpected, you definitely won't have a good time in the future. It's all like this. Why are you still smiling? Inconvenient to explain to Zhang Jiaying, Wu Zangxin could only prevaricate. Sister-in-law, it's not right for you to say that. Think about it. If I were to become developed, he wouldn't be able to afford to flatter me. Where would he target me? What's more, I also followed the master to learn a martial arts. Although he Zhang Jianjun is quite capable of fighting, but 3 or 5 of him like that do not want to take advantage of my hands. Also, my aphrodisiacs, which are very expensive, are sold to big shots. If they learn that Zhang Jianjun is doing something to me, even if I don't do it, they'll do it. At that time, those big shots of theirs can crush him with a casual movement of their fingers. Looking at Wu Zhang Xian with concern, feeling that what he said made sense, Zhang Jiaying let out a sigh of relief. That's true. If you mix it up after you've made it big, Zhang Jianjun, definitely wouldn't dare to look for trouble. Saying that, Zhang Jiaying nimbly prepared to make breakfast. Between every move, it was as if she was serving her husband. Although he had brought 2 wild mountain chickens, Wu Zhang Xian was too embarrassed to let Zhang Jiaying cook by herself. Therefore, Wu Zhang Xian repeatedly thanked her for not allowing her to do it herself. When men and women work together, they don't get tired of working, talking and laughing. A burst of meat aroma soon emanated from the open hearth within the courtyard. In fact, while talking, from time to time, Zhang Jiaying also looked suspiciously at Wu Zangxin, appearing to still be very skeptical about the matter of the child's power. While eating breakfast, Zhang Jiaying squirmed for a while and talked about a very real problem. Zhang Xian, I know you asked me to do you a favor by taking care of sister-in-law. What sister-in-law wants to tell you is that your heart sister-in-law understands and appreciates it. You don't have to pay me too high a salary. You're 19 years old this year, right? What about next year and the year after that? You still have to get married. And before you marry your daughter-in-law, you still have to build a house and prepare the bride price and furniture. All these cost a lot of money. Lest Wu Zangxin does not listen, Zhang Jiaying also quoted from the side, saying that the price of the bride price in the next village have risen to 100,000 yuan, but also all the way up. Hey, even if the bride price is higher, I can afford it. As for building a house, I'm planning to build a 3-story villa on the rented land. Just rest assured, sister-in-law, when I return from the city, you'll be able to know my earning power. Thinking of how tough Wu Zhang Xian was last night, unable to help it, Zhang Jiaying believed it. Then how much money are you planning to give sister-in-law a month? Sister-in-law told you, if you give sister-in-law too much salary, sister-in-law will give you anxious said. Zhang Jiaying also smooth hand will be the second chicken leg, also stuffed into the bowl of Wu Zhang Xian. After a while, Zhang Jiaying's repeated insistence, Wu Zhang Xian can only give up. Thinking about the issue of salary, Wu Zhang Xian spread out his right hand with a smile. I'll give you 5,000 a month. If you don't agree, I'll be anxious with you too. You person, why are you like this In fact, if you can offer your sister-in-law $1,000 a month, she will be very happy. You know, those substitute teachers who work in the township, who are almost all college students, can't even get $1,000 a month? Chapter 14. Zhang Jiaying wanted to continue to push back, but seeing that Wu Zhangxin's face was not right, she could only change her words. Since you have said so, then sister-in-law will take it first. Keep it for you first, so that you don't have money to spend lavishly, and then you won't be able to build a house or raise a dowry. Finding out that Zhang Jiaying had agreed, Wu Zhangxian was naturally reluctant to discuss such things as building a house and bride price. Next, the two continued to enjoy the delicious wild pheasant. While eating, the two were still talking and laughing. What Wu Zhangxin didn't know was that at this time, Chang Zhengxin and Liang Weiying's two families, however, carried 2 wild pheasants and came to Zhang Jianjun's house. They were worried that Zhang Jianjun was going to deal with Wu Zhangxin unfavorably, and had been very apprehensive. It so happened that Wu Zhangxian had sent 2 wild chickens to his house, so they planned to give this valuable gift to Zhang Jianjun, in order to make this village bully calm down. The only iron gate in the village was left open, so the two families walked in with awkward smiles. Zhang Jianjun was sitting on a sofa chair in the courtyard, smoking and drinking tea, and from time to time, he looked at his daughter-in-law, who was getting more and more moisturized by himself. Seeing Chang Zhengxin, 2 families came in, hands also carrying 2 killed wild mountain chicken. Zhang Jianjun violently popped up from the sofa chair. Ahem, what is the meaning of your 2 families? You owe me money. People, Wu Zhangxin is not for you to pay back? We are all country folks. We should help each other, right? These 2 wild pheasants are worth at least 500. You take it away right away, or else, I'll turn my face to you. Being in the middle of scratching her head at Zhang Jianjun and still busy cooking breakfast in front of the open-air stove within the courtyard, Yi Hongji twisted her head when she heard the commotion. Under the hint of Zhang Jianjun's eyes, Yi Hongji hurriedly picked up the conversation. Uncle and auntie are here. My old husband is right. He helped your family. It was for the sake of the townspeople. How can he ask for any favors? Unable to figure out the intentions of these 2 people, Chang Zhengxin smiled awkwardly. Cough. Is not because of the hidden heart this child speaks too much. I am worried about him to provoke old brother you angry? This child, go to school on. 4 people do not know low-key. See how I go back to say him again, Emil. Looking at Chang Zhengxian's serious appearance, and then looking at Liang Weiying, who was smiling apologetically, realizing that Wu Zhangxian really didn't bite his tongue, Zhang Jianjun was very happy, as was Yi Hongji. In fact, they had discussed almost the whole night, and had already discussed one thing, leaving aside the matter of retaliating for the beating. At the very least, the video must be deleted in the shortest possible time, and before that, just be a grandson for a while, wait for the video to be deleted, then retaliate against Musashin. At that time, it wouldn't be enough to kill him, but there was nothing wrong with beating him so much that he couldn't take care of himself. In one battle, after crippling him, completely gag him, and make him shiver when he sees himself, like a mouse that sees a cat. If you, Wu Zhangxian, can beat one person, can you still beat several? Thinking about this, Zhang Jianjun smiled calmly. Old Gua, look at what you're saying. Where would I be able to talk to a child? By the way, Musashi Xin said that he doesn't go to school anymore. Really? Where is he? Not knowing what kind of medicine Zhang Jianjun was selling in his gourd, simply thinking that he really wasn't angry anymore, Chang Zhengxin and Liang Weiying both breathed a sigh of relief. After giving a reassuring look to his daughter-in-law Liang Weiying, Chang Zhengxian gave Zhang Jianjun a cigarette. Hidden heart, really not going to school. He said something about worshipping an old godly doctor and learning a recipe for something. No, after he dispensed some medicine last night, he thought of going to the city to sell it. Counting the time, he may have left the village. The speaker had the intention. The listener had the intention. After confirming that Chang Zhengxin, an honest man, would not cheat himself, Zhang Jianjun's heart was happy. Really, the old sky opens the eyes, is planning to find an opportunity to secretly pack you Wu Zhangxin it. The old man will send a good opportunity. Aren't you going to the city? Oh, when you come back in the afternoon, you will certainly get off at the township bus station. Then you'll ride home on that broken bicycle of yours. It's 20 miles from the township to the village, so if you find a remote place, you'll be able to clean up after yourself. As for the person to clean you up, naturally my nephew, who you've turned green, will be the one to do it. He is in the village, and the township, everywhere contracted projects, under the hands of dozens of dry long work. Casually pick a few hardcore believers, clean up your Wu Zhangxin. Is not a handful of pinch? Lest the small 9 was Chen Jingxin and Liang Weiying see out, Zhang Jianjun said in a serious manner. Brothers-in-law, you guys come up to my house. I welcome. However, You guys came with such expensive gifts, but I am angry. You guys go back. Next time remember to come empty-handed. Sensing the words, Yi Hongji also interjected with a smile. Cluck 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 cluck. Uncle and auntie, look at how angry you have made my husband. What have you become? You guys go back first. When it's dark, I'll go to your house to play again. As they sang along, Chang Zhang Xian and Liang Weiying didn't have any doubts. After saying a few words of thanks again, they went back happily. At the gate, looking at the back of the two couples, Zhang Jianjun immediately pulled a face. In Zhang Jianjun's opinion, after cleaning up Wu Zangxin, and then appropriately maneuvering, he would definitely still be able to get Cheng Lingling to marry his nephew. With this relationship, perhaps, one can still play with this Cheng Lingling. Even, he could still play with her before his nephew. Aren't you Cheng Lingling and Wu Zangxin? Even if you're still a girl, I can completely put all the blame on Wu Zhang Xin. Once I've played you Cheng Lingling, I'll follow this college student's routine and make some videos for you. In this way, I'm sure I'll be able to control you completely. Dare not be on call. Dare not serve me like Ji. Haunted where? Feeling certain that he could completely remove the hidden danger, Zhang Jianjun was very excited. While excited, he twisted his head to look at Yi Hongji who was bending over to cook. Busily closing the iron door, he lowered his voice. Ji, hurry up. By this Wu Zhang Xin, my fire is coming back. At these words, Yi Hongji's body shook violently. Turning her head to look at Zhang Jianjun incredulously, Yi Hongji laughed delicately. Older brother, what's wrong with you? You didn't have enough last night. Really convinced you. For these things, Wu Zhang Xin naturally knew nothing. At the moment, Wu Zhang Xin was still enjoying Zhang Jiaying's gratitude. Zhang Xin, why are you so kind to sister-in-law? True thing, sister-in-law has nothing to return. If you still see sister-in-law as good, just take sister-in-law's body. Sister-in-law, this is voluntary. You don't think of anything else. Not willing to always be thanked by Zhang Jiaying 1,000 times, and even less willing to always listen to topics like dedication, Wu Zangxin said with a bitter smile. Chapter 15 Going to the city. The reason is simple. Other than Chang Lingling and her parents' family, you're the person I trust the most in our village. You're one of my own. Besides helping me with the herbs, you also help me with bookkeeping and stuff. Didn't you go to high school for a year? In fact, the 26-year-old Zhang Jiaying, because she was 7 years older than Wu Zangxin, had long seen what he was thinking. In Zhang Jiaying's opinion, Wu Zangxin's lack of interest in her, and what he said about having practiced his boyhood skills, were all absolutely false. This thing, only novels will appear. In real life, never heard of. You don't like it, do you? Sister-in-law and you often use the opportunity to be together. Smashing time, more brain. Still can't melt you, this silly boy? Blushing and smiling, Zhang Jiaying gathered a strand of long hair behind her ear. Okay, when the time comes, sister-in-law will definitely do things properly. After chatting for a while longer, Wu Zhang Xin hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, the sun is about to go up. The temperature will come up soon. I have to get to the township before it gets hot. Then I'll go to the county to transfer to another bus. And then I'll take a long-distance ride to the city in the county. Nodding her head, Zhang Jiaying continued to embody the gentleness of a girl. Well, then be careful on your way. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jiaying and saying hello to Cheng Lingling's family, Wu Zangxin loaded the barrel of medicinal wine and set off on his journey to earn big money. What Wu Zhang Xin didn't know was that at this moment, on a remote hillside, Zhang Jianjun was hugging Yi Hongji, staring dead at his back. Just now, although Zhang Jianjun was in a great mood, but in less than 2 minutes, he was still defeated. According to the daily practice, after scolding Zhang Jianjun for a long time, Yi Hongji suggested to implement the matter of Wu Zangxin going to the city. It was inconvenient to meet Wu Zhang Xin face to face, so they chose such a good place. After confirming that Wu Zhang Xin really went to the city, Zhang Jianjun immediately called his nephew. After confirming that the big thing can be accomplished, in the midst of Yi Hongji's desire to refuse and welcome, Zhang Jianjun was once again in a great mood. On the way up, Wu Zangxin is said to be smooth sailing. However, once again to the city, Wu Zangxin inevitably thought of his ex-girlfriend Xiao Sherman, especially because of robbing Xiao Sherman and used the relationship, expelled him from the Bridge Qing University of the super second-generation Qing Yuanbin, but also constantly floated in Wu Zangxin's mind. How could Wu Zhang Xin not expect that Xiao Sherman, who had been extremely gentle with herself in the past, had actually followed Qin Yuanbin with her ass in front of her face? Qin Yuanbin, even though I'm very capable of fighting now, I'm still a bit of a powerhouse, but sooner or later, one day, I'll beat you up so much that even your mother won't recognize you. Am I going to tell you that I'm no longer that small peasant who was bullied by others but is weak and masterless? The Songsan City bus station arrived, and Musashi Xin hurriedly retrieved his messy thoughts. Not long after, He followed the crowd and walked out of the city bus station. Just 200 or so meters out, suddenly, Musashi Heart's eyes widened. 50 meters ahead, a section without shade, there was an old man actually swaying and crooked on the ground. With his little understanding of the medicine god technique, Wu Zhang Xin knew that the old man had a heat stroke. Wu Zhang Xin even knew that once the old man was not moved to a cool and ventilated place, the consequences would be unimaginable. What made Wu Zhang Xin laugh and cry was that although the surrounding passers-by saw the scene, they all huffed and puffed and ran away, as if, seemingly, they were being extorted and blackmailed for money. People's hearts are not ancient. Wow. Unable to help it, Musashi Heart shook his head with a bitter smile. But what made Musashin laugh and cry was that these passers-by actually stopped and turned back to watch the fun after running away. In this situation, although he had only attended college in the city for a year, after hearing and witnessing some things, Musashin could understand. Can't simply blame people's hearts. The cost of doing good is too big, is actually the biggest reason. One bad thing, just because of doing good deeds, there are not too many examples of being made to lose their fortune. Even though I just started learning the pill god skill, I can tell that this old man is definitely not an extortion blackmail kind of person. He wears average clothes and also has a kind look. He is also around 60 years old. He should be an ordinary citizen. Where can he be a bad person? Since I've seen it, let's be a good person. With this thought, under the gaze of the many passers-by's weird eyes, Wu Zhang Xin quickly ran over. It had to be said that although the spiritual spring within the mysterious space was too small, it had effects such as quenching the heat and quenching the thirst, so Wu Zhang Xin brought some with him, and also mixed the spirit spring into a plastic bottle of cool white water. And this kind of operation of Wu Zhang Xin could obviously make the strange old man encounter a great chance. Spiritual liquid was a concentrate of the essence of heaven and earth, full of extremely pure energy. If it wasn't for a dying patient, anyone else who drank a small sip of it would absolutely explode and die. However, after being diluted with a large amount of cool white water, the spirit liquid was not as powerful. Smiling, amidst the incredulity of dozens of passers-by, Wu Zhang Xin carried the old man to the shade. After placing the old man flat on the ground, Musashi Xin fed him a few sips of the spirit liquid. Soon, the drink, which was described as valuable, exerted its power. Ah, what's wrong with me? Why am I lying on the ground? Who are you? Before Musashin could screw the lid of the plastic bottle, the old man opened his eyes and questioned the trifecta. The man was old as hell. Looking at Musashin with questioning eyes and thinking about what happened before the heat stroke coma, the old man came to a realization. He mourned and looked around at the eating audience with great understanding. Then he stood up and bowed deeply to Musashin. Young man, you are really ancient. Wow. Nothing more to say. Old man, I want to thank you heavily. Before the old man could finish, Musashin quickly shook his hand. Ahem, old man, you are overstating it. I just happened to come across it. I didn't do anything. How can I be so mean as to ask you to thank me heavily? Just at this moment, a staggering voice came from behind Wu Zhang Xin. Old master, what's wrong with you? Kid, you don't run. Give me a good talk. What's going on? We are not difficult for you. Go with us to the hospital. Let the old master have a medical checkup before you leave. Is it okay? Following the sound of the voice, Musashi Xin saw three stout young men. Then looking at the audiences extremely dismayed, and deservedly so, Musician's face was filled with black lines. Damn it! Could it be that he had really done the wrong thing to the good guys? What should I do? Let's respond to the situation with no change. Anyway, he still had some time. Besides, this old man doesn't look like a bad guy, so it's better to trust him. Just as Musashi Heart was dumbfounded, the old man was equally so. What made the old man dismayed was not the performance of the three bodyguards, but mainly the water Musashin fed him. Chapter 16, The Divine Doctor? A member of his own family knows his own business best, combined with his own physical condition. Yushinshan knew that the water was extraordinary. After going through such a mess, he actually became very energetic. Obviously, this young man had a great deal to offer. Could it be that he had a divine doctor master, or his elders were divine doctors? No, not for his own sake, but for the sake of that unproductive young son alone. He must also make good friends with him. Thinking about these, in the midst of Wu Zhang Xin's 10,000 disappointments, Yushinshan sincerely said, Young man, they are right. Trouble you to go to the hospital with me? In fact, although he saw that Wu Zhang Xin was very unhappy already, but considering the need to befriend him, because it was inconvenient to explain in public, Yushinshan had no choice but to explain this way. Before Yushinshan's words fell, the spectators who were watching the crowd coming closer, all gave him a contemptuous look. Then, they either looked at Wu Zhang Xin gloatingly, or looked at him as if he was a fool. There were also some spectators who decided that Wu Zhang Xin would definitely be unlucky, and continuously shook their heads inside. Yushinshan had said so as well, and in the spirit of being open and honest, along with not wanting to storm out and beat someone in public, Musashi Xin could only nod his head. Good then. Just like that, the 5 people rode in a black Mercedes-Benz and arrived at Songsan Hospital. The old man was carried to the ward to receive a medical checkup, and the 3 bodyguards surrounded Musashi Xin in the center in a zigzag pattern. They didn't say a word, and didn't glare at Wu Zhang Xin. Their attitude was not bad. However, it was clear that before the results of the examination came out, they would not let Musashi leave. Unwilling to resort to force, Wu Zhang Xin, even though he was no longer depressed, no matter how much he thought about leaving, he had to calm down. Bored with idleness, he was struck by an idea, and closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The Pill God Secrets said very clearly that cultivation did not have to be confined to what posture to take. Cultivating while eating was fine, and cultivating while sleeping was even more fine. More than an hour later, the door to the wardroom opened, and a head nurse-like with a weird face walked out and spoke out. Aya, what a living hell! Not only does the old man have no after effects, even his cardiovascular disease is gone. Upon hearing this, the 3 loyal bodyguards were shocked. Mindful of the old master's actual condition, they all rushed into the ward, not wishing to get involved anymore. Musashi Heart took advantage of the chaos and left Matsuyama Hospital. Just after Musashin left the hospital, the 3 bodyguards rushed out of the ward in a panic. Behind them, there was also Yujinshan, who had just removed various intubations. After confirming Musashi Xin's departure, Yujinshan stomped his feet in regret, regretting that he did not give the bodyguards a clear explanation. Check. Immediately utilize all of my U family's connections, and with the help of the friendly family's connections, find out about him within one time. I have something big to ask of him. Focus on it. The city's rural college students. Woyua Hotel. Sonsan City is a modernized international metropolis with many 5-star hotels. However, in terms of reputation and influence, it was still this old hotel that was the strongest. Logically speaking, Musashi Heart wouldn't have any interactions with this hotel. However, during his time in college, this was the place where he worked and studied. Revisiting his hometown, thinking that he had just settled his paycheck yesterday and came over today, Musashin was really in tears. He had just walked to the front of the foyer when a security guard asked coldly, Musashi Heart, didn't you leave your job? Why are you still here? People leaving. This security guard was already jealous that Musashi Xin was a college student and was still so favored by the waitresses and greeters. Seeing Musashin go and return, thinking that he used the reason of leaving his job with academic stress as his reason for leaving, he didn't mind suppressing the other party in order to show off the superiority of having a job. Wu Zhang Xin for each other's ridicule is very careless. Attitude bland. This security guard's character, Wu Zhang Xin is aware of. Like this kind of person, or don't have too many words with him is better. Lest with some crazy dog entangled in a piece. To that time, even if he is fine, will be bitten by the crazy dog out of the disease. So at this time, stay away. Bashful is the best choice. Wu Zhang Xin now also do not have the time to talk to the other party so much words. For the other party came up to taunt. He is obviously very upset. Musashin bypassed the security guard intending to pass by him, not intending to have a general understanding with the other party, but the result was that this security guard was extremely without eyesight, specifically stopping Musashin. Why are you coming back after you've left? Can't forget the beautiful women here, or do you not want to study and want to work again? Leaving and still coming back. What kind of face do you have to do so? The security guard is very mocking. For the other person, he has not the slightest bit of attitude towards the guests, completely like treating their own enemies. The opening of a meeting, first mocking the main, and then, they began to say some disgusting words to disgust Musashi Heart. Musashi Heart do not want to pay attention to, but he has no way to get out, so he had to courtesy to treat. Do you need to care? Are you worthy? Wu Zhang Xin was speechless. After mocking a sentence, he stopped talking, because he realized that this person in front of him could not be considered a person at all. It was simply a mad dog. Being entangled in him, don't fight with him too fiercely, or else he would inevitably injure himself. And Wu Zhang Xin now also do not intend to take care of each other. He does not have the time with these worthless and meaningless people. More talk, more waste. So Wu Zhang Xin still want to go, but the other party still won't let Musashin pass. His complexion tugged up even more, obviously angered by Musashin's words. A person who is still in college. Where did you get the courage to say such words? So what if you're a college student? In the end, don't you still have to work for someone else when you come out? Besides, now I have a job and can get money every month. How about you? A poor student. You can only suffer every day. Just like you. How can you have the face to say this kind of words? And I don't deserve it. Do you deserve it? The security guard said, while then raised his hand. Wanted to use his finger to poke Wu Zhang Xin, but was Wu Zhang Xin gave a brisk flash away. The security guard saw this as very disgraceful, but can only be embarrassed to withdraw his hand. The look is getting more and more furious eyes. Eyeballs glaring, eyeballs are still a little congested. Looks a little like green-faced fangs. The security guard did not let Musashin enter inside the hotel, but stopped at the door. Just like this in public, talking about musicians' matter, without the slightest whisper, itching to let the whole world know about this matter. Musashi Heart, this is very bashful. For the other party's mockery, for the other party to be disgusted with his behavior, he is completely ignored. Because Wu Zhang Xin does not want a contact with this kind of people, also do not want to say more. Say more is a waste. He would rather stand, also not willing to spit out a word. He felt that scolding the other party is insulting his own intelligence. Chapter 17, Despise. No wonder the other party can only stay in this position of a small security guard, because some people do not seek advancement at all, and they themselves are not yet in a high position, but still look down on others with dog eyes here. Obviously this kind of person. He was suppressed, so he spread his anger on the crowd that is a little weaker than him, to vent his anger, to show his superiority, as a way to calm his mood. This kind of person Wu Zhangxin did not want to take care of. He still wants to leave, even if there is nothing important now. He does not intend to say one more word to the other party, does not want to waste time with the other party here. He wants to leave, he does not want to stay, but the other party is still unforgiving, stopping to not let go, so Wu Zhangxin is very annoyed. Just as Wu Zhang Xin is about to have a seizure, although previously ignored, very indifferent to ignore, but tolerate for a long time, surely it is necessary to reverse. After all, there is a limit to patience. See the other party like this still does not stop. Let Wu Zhang Xin some cannot help but to do it. The result of Wu Zhang Xin has not yet made a move. The other party cannot help it. See Wu Zhang Xin this kind of stinky temper. Directly let his lungs to explode. He does not want to suffer again. Directly want to drive Wu Zhang Xin out of the hotel. Then you go out. Not here to work. Then you must be here to consume. On your this line still consume it. Don't. We here can't have like the ancient kind of firewood room. Storage room are not. You don't want to think. Is not going to rent to you. How far away to roll, how far away. From where to come to roll, where to go. Don't waste your time here, but also dirty the place. The security guard said while driving Musashin away. When he saw that Musashin didn't move, he tried to use his hands to push and shove Musashin, to drive Musashin out of the place. As a result, he hadn't accomplished his purpose yet. A female employee just happened to pass by the place and saw the scene. He was very indignant. Why did he treat Musashin in such a way? Musashi Heart, even if it is not the staff here, how to say, can also be considered a guest. Right, treat the guest security as this way to greet? Let's not talk about this for the time being. The security guard's attitude towards Musashi Heart made him very upset. How do you do things? What are you doing? Why are you repelling him? Is he causing trouble here? The female employee was a bit displeased with this security guard's behavior. He had seen some small friction over here from the big brother's distance, and at that time, he thought that the two were chatting. As a result, lowered his head to drink a mouthful of tea, then raised his head again. He found that the two people actually have some hands. Wu Zhang Xin didn't move, but that security guard tried to push and shove Wu Zhang Xin, but all were dodged by Wu Zhang Xin. Seeing this scene, he was a bit unable to sit up. Sit up straight. Look to the security side to check the situation, so as to avoid misunderstanding. Look for a long time and a half. When he confirmed that the other party is indeed bullying Wu Zhang Xin, he immediately stood up, walked over, not to say anything else. On this colleague friendship, he can't sit still. How to say Wu Zhang Xin and he is also some colleague relationship. Wu Zhang Xin and the staff, more or less also help him, now see each other in trouble. How can he sit still? So, then rushed to relieve Wu Zhang Xin. Just as soon as he arrived at the side, he saw the security guards repelling Wu Zhang Xin, trying to push Wu Zhang Xin out of the hotel door. Seeing this, the female employee rushed over, stopping the security guard's behavior. I'm not letting some people have a chance to make trouble. Just his outfit doesn't have much money. What's he doing here in the hotel? We are a 5-star hotel. A room costs about $100 a night, and this is still the lowest price. Can he afford it? If he can't afford it, what's he doing here? He's not here to make trouble. Is he looking for a new job? Didn't he say he's got a lot of school work to do? So I saw that he just wanted to come over and make trouble. So I kicked him out so he wouldn't have that opportunity. The security guard gushingly explains this behavior of his own. Said reasonably, kinda convincing. Female employees can't eat this set of things. In exchange for people who don't know each other well, the words of the next person may believe it, because he has already explained that Musashin is very poor. Come here, absolutely can't afford to buy a room. Can't stay here. Then what is it doing here? If you were someone who didn't know Musashi Heart, someone who didn't understand this matter, would definitely have this kind of idea. would definitely listen to the words of the security guard, but the female employee was different. He had contact with Musashi Heart, had understanding. He knew that Musashi Heart was not this kind of person, and Wu Zhang Xin is indeed poor, but also not to do this kind of underhanded means. Moreover, Wu Zhang Xin's usual behavior can be very good, reputation is very good. How could it be possible to do this kind of thing? Anyway, he does not believe Wu Zhang Xin good character he is aware of. The same security guard's character how he is also aware of, precisely because he knows how the other side of the character. So he will come over without asking the reason directly stood in Wu Zhang Xin's side. This security guard's character, he was very clear. This security guard just happened to be his suitor, kept coming after him. To put it nicely, it was constantly pursuing him. To put it bluntly, it was constantly harassing him, trying to use this as a way to let him have a chance to socialize. I think you're just making this up, aren't you? Would he do that? You didn't ask why. You just did it. Is that your job as a security guard? And not to say anything else, he is at least a guest. Guests come in here to buy a room. Live or not live down. Should not be your turn as a security guard to control it. What right do you have to stop the guests here? Do you think you are going to be promoted? Is your rack so big? Female employees directly look down. For this person he also do not want to leave too much emotion. Bluntly so questioned the other party. The security guard rushed to his own defense. No you listen to me. You see him this line? There is not a brand name things. All up and down is estimated to be about $100 it. He came here to do what? What's he doing here? To be fair, what's he doing here? Originally he was working here, but he resigned. The reason is, he has to focus on his studies. A lot of studies, so he has no time. So resigned, and not many days from the resignation. Just resigned and came back. What is he going to do? Surely he can't be looking for a job. He's not looking for a job and he doesn't have the money. What's he doing here? Not here to cause trouble. I can't really think of a third possibility. Also, this kind of person should be in my task list. I have the right to stop or even take away these dangerous people. The security guard not only defended his actions but also tried to discredit Musashin. He pointed his spearhead all the way to Musashin. When talking about Musashin being poor, everyone would subconsciously look over, and he managed to divert the gazes of the crowd to Musashin's body. Chapter 18. His voice is not big and not small, although did not let the guests far away to hear, but near the guests but hear clearly, so all will put the eyes over. Began to measure the Wuzhou Xin. Wuzhou Xin is like a target like the exhibition of the same, can only stand in place, at the mercy of other people's eyes sweeping. Some people are quite civilized, look at a glance hurriedly retracted gaze dare not look more, while others, some people quality is not very good, has been staring at Wuzhou Xin. Wu Zhang Xin did not have any expression on this, nor did he make any move. All these things were indifferent to him, although the female employee also placed her gaze on Wu Zhang Xin, but his gaze was not like these guests. It was a gaze of watching the show. He was instead a kind of anger. Not anger towards Wu Zhang Xin, but anger towards the security guard. I think you are just using chicken feather as an arrow, stirring up trouble. I'm not going to tell you anything else. I'm warning you to stay away from him. People like you have evil intentions. How do you know how people's homes are? How do you know how his family is? You know nothing and you just look at his appearance and decide whether he is rich or not. Your quality is really low. Even if he doesn't have money, he's still qualified to come. But you're not qualified to stop him, and he hasn't come to cause trouble, so why should you stop him? Moreover, you and he are also regarded as colleagues. People have just left the office, and then you are like this with others. You are really good at breaking down bridges, right? You're such a person. You pursue me. Do you think I will say yes? Still say others cannot. Others just poor, but have backbone. You, although you are not poor, but you don't have any backbone at all. How dare you say some nonsense words? And you are justified in reversing right and wrong here. The female employee was directly angry on her head, warning the other party to stay away from Wu Zhang Xin. It was better to roll away. What kind of character was Musashin? What kind of character is he? People naturally choose from the good when interacting with others. How could they possibly choose with the bad? Therefore, he would rather make friends with Wu Zhang Xin than this kind of person. Seeing the other party he felt bad, so angry that he directly pointed at the nose of the security guard. When the security guard saw the other party actually defended Wu Zhang Xin, he was a bit unhappy. The whole person was a bit jealous up. He liked this female employee for a long time, and had been pursuing her, yet the other party was very cold to him. Basically, ask 10 words only 1 or 2 words will return a little, but every time back is extremely perfunctory, obviously do not want to take care of him, now but did not think, for a person like this, even said so much defense words, let him very jealous, why not him? This kind of person, how virtue can be subjected to this kind of luck. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't take the chicken feather as an arrow. I'm just doing my job impartially. If you don't believe me, I can show you the manual of what I have to do as a security guard. I've memorized all of them. Why don't I recite it for you? The security guard knows that this matter is frankly his problem, but he just doesn't want to admit it, especially when he sees the female employee doing this for Wu Zhang Xin. He doesn't want to do it even more, so beat him to death and won't admit it. The female employee sees that the other party still doesn't have any remorse and doesn't stop this behavior of his, directly angry with a feeling of wanting to go up to hit someone. I am also lazy to talk to you. The female employee was so angry that she directly didn't want to talk to the other party anymore, stripping her gaze from the other party and landing on Musashi Xin, who stood on the side without uttering a word. Are you alright? Is there something wrong with you? Come inside with me. Don't pay attention to this kind of person. Just like a mad dog, talking with quite a lot of reasons, skillful tongue, reversing right and wrong. This kind of person, stay away from him. Come with me. I'll help you deal with it. Why are you so close to him? I chase after you every day, trying to take the initiative to find a topic with you, but you perfunctorily talk to me every time, either n-ah-oh, or ah-ah-oh, completely like you don't want to take care of me, but you to him, on such a small thing. You can say this kind of words. A say can say a whole lot. These words add up to enough to top the chat between the two of us for a year and the sum of it. Why? He's a poor boy. What's there to like about him? You don't like him, do you? You don't like him, do you? He's so poor. Can you have a good result with him? Choosing him is better than choosing me. I at least have some savings. Does he? The security guard immediately became a little bit upset. The female employee this kind of favoring Wu Zhang Xin. He felt that the female employee is not like Wu Zhang Xin. Otherwise how would he react like this? He guessed and also said it. This kind of words he also did not intend to hold it in his heart. Directly after asking it out, the female employee is considered to be furious. So furious that her face is red. Your ability to talk nonsense can be really powerful. From which point do you see it? Is this even like? I'm just talking about the matter. It's because I don't like what you're doing. That's all. What are you thinking? I'll tell you. If the whole world died out and I had to choose between you and him, I'd rather choose him than you. What's the point of having money if one's character isn't good? So I might as well follow someone with a better character. Maybe someday he'll make it big. Whereas someone like you, who only deserves to be at the bottom of the heap, still looks like he's on top of the world. I don't know where your confidence comes from. People are college students, but also know to come over to do part-time work, to make money for themselves, less take home. You, what did you do when you were so old? Probably still reaching out to ask parents for money, so you still have to compare with others? Worthy? The female employee angry directly pointing to the nose scolding. The security guard heard the face immediately became bad. He did not know how to dislike the words of this female employee, so angry that he froze in place for a long time. He then put the target of attack on the body of Wu Zhang Xin. He naturally could not move the female employee, and not to mention the matter of liking him. Just the other party is a female, he cannot move his hands. If he moved, he will certainly be fired. A little lighter, but also certainly by many women accused him of not being able to, attracting the common anger. So he put his eyes on Musashi Heart. Musashin was a poor boy and had already left his job, saying that he wasn't. At most there would be some people who would fight. As for the rest it certainly wouldn't be too much. So he set his eyes on Musician's body, trying to vent this anger on Musician's body. He didn't bother to pay attention to the female employee's words, but instead walked directly towards Musashin, making the same action that he had seen when the female employee had rushed in earlier. That is to drive Musashin away. The security guard didn't say anything. He came up and raised his hand to push Musashin, trying to push Musashin out of the door. Musashin twisted his shoulder, and avoided the security guard's incessant pushing and shoving. Chapter 19, Don't be ungrateful. The security guard did not touch Musashi Heart. Very upset. The whole person has also been angry, half dead, eyes staring bigger than before. The degree of bloodshot eyeballs is also more and more serious. The female employees in front of the crowd angrily scolded the security guard. Character is not good. The security guards angry have no way, can only be angry at the body of the Musashi Heart. How could the female employee let it go? This kind of person really is too angry. They do wrong, still do not admit, but also a go to oppress others. Wu Zhang Xin did not say anything, just take him as a soft persimmon pinch. This scene, the female employees really cannot see. Seeing the other party pointing the spearhead at Wu Zhang Xin, he immediately stood out once again. This time, the security guard didn't back down like before, not even tolerating the other party because she was his favorite girl, directly cursing with the female employee. I just don't let him in, so what? I just want to kick him out. What do you care? I'm the security guard and you're the security guard? I just inserted how. He is now a guest. Facing the guest, I think. You're this kind of practice I can stop. I have the right to monitor the company's employees. Monitor your moves whether reasonable. I have the right to monitor the company's employees, to monitor whether your behavior is reasonable or not. You this kind of behavior I saw, I think it's not right to stop. If you are bent on doing this again, I will tell the manager. Let him fire you. Like you this kind of people we do not need. Here will only defile the feng shui of this place. Defile this place. Not before it is too late to get out. Woman, don't be ungrateful. The security guard was pointed at his nose and scolded. Angry. Said these words. The female employee is naturally also very angry, glaring at the other party with wide eyes. Musashin originally wanted to pull the fight. After all, there was no need for this kind of thing to be so noisy, but was glared back by a look from the female employee. When a woman is angry, she hates it when someone comes over to fight, because at times like this, she hasn't finished venting her anger completely. And this kind of person is really too irritating, and he can't forgive himself until he's fully ventilated. And he's very tired of people coming over to fight. See Wu Zhang Xin wanna come over. Immediately with a look to stop Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin see this also had to stop moving. This matter from the previous public affairs changed to a private matter. These two people, here you a mouth and I a mouth quarrel. Non-stop quarrel. Noisy to the back there is a customer. Somehow, toward this side, I do not know is interested in the quarrel this thing or what. Anyway, stride toward this, looks a little not right. The forehead vaguely some cold sweat. The whole person some weak feeling. At that time the quarrel was very intense. No one noticed these. Musashi Heart also did not notice. Musashi Heart stood beside, as far as possible to see to it that this quarrel does not go out of danger. When Musashin saw that the two were getting more and more noisy and were about to get into a fight, he took a big step forward and tried to pull the two apart. And it was at this time that one of the customers who had scurried here from nowhere suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. The people present saw this scene. All froze. What's going on? Completely unaware of what was going on, this customer fainted on the ground as soon as he came over. Froze for what? Hurry up and get the manager. Get the manager here. The female employee was the first to react, seeing the customer fall to the ground, rushed over to check, and then yelled towards the security guard, telling him to go find the manager to come over. This kind of thing, have to let the manager deal with it. It will be a little better. After yelling this sentence, the security guard came back to his senses. Without saying a word, he took a big step and went to look for the manager. This kind of thing, he can't delay. It's likely to be a matter of life and death. After all, a person suddenly fainted. What would be the situation? This is not outside. It cannot be heatstroke. In addition to heatstroke will make people faint. What else can make people faint? It must be some kind of sickness. In their boundaries have guests committed illness, and this guest is also their customers. They must be in charge. If this customer out of any danger, it is likely that their company and even the employees involved are responsible for this matter, who do not want to spread the responsibility. So the first aid is very serious. Rush to find the manager of the speed is also very fast. Not a moment. The security guards will bring the manager over. Fortunately, today the manager is still in the work area. If you do the usual, the manager usually walks around in the morning, and in the afternoon, he will almost do his own thing, because there will be employees here to take care of these things. So he does not need to be here 24 hours a day. The company's treaty does have a provision that allows the manager not to leave during working hours, but there are very few emergencies here, and very few people looking for the manager, so he is more relaxed. So basically it is difficult to see his figure. At least the number of times is very small. In the past to find up is a bit of trouble, but this time is extremely simple. As if by coincidence, the security guards just ran not far to run into the manager, and directly pull the manager here. While running with the manager to explain this matter, is this thing like this? After the manager ran to the place, he asked this sentence. The female employee was very puzzled. What was the manager talking about with this preamble? Had the security guard blown something in his ear? Manager, what are you talking about? He just told me that this customer fainted because Musashin was interfering with what he was doing. So there was a mistake in that area that caused a customer to faint. The manager didn't know exactly what the situation was. In order to make the female employee clear about the pulse of the matter, he then paraphrased what the security guard had said to him earlier in his own words, which was roughly the meaning of this. The female employee heard, immediately stood up, pointing at the security guard's nose want to curse, only to be pulled by the manager. What are you doing? They are all co-workers. Why do you have to make such a mess? What's wrong? What's going on? The manager was obviously not aware of what had just happened, and the security guard hadn't mentioned it either. Hearing what the security guard said to the manager, the female employee directly couldn't hold down the fire in her heart. Things are not like what he said. How could it be that Wu Zhang Xin interfered with him? Wu Zhang Xin originally wanted to come into the hotel to do things, but was blocked by him for no reason. and even wanted to kick him out. So I came out to reprimand him, and as a result, not only was he unrepentant, but he also became worse. And, nonsense, reversing right and wrong, causing the two of us to quarrel. The two of us are too noisy, attracting too many eyes, resulting in this customer appeared abnormal did not notice, so in our quarrel, he suddenly fainted next to him, completely unaware of what the situation. Chapter 20. It has nothing to do with Musashi. You're still slandering him. What's he doing? What's he doing? With so many eyes here. What's the point of slandering Musashi? You said Musashi interfered with you. You've been the one with the problem from the beginning. It's you who has been bullying him. Now you're the evil one. Saying one thing after another. Really good at reversing right and wrong. Telling lies and still being able to justify it. You're also powerful. The female employee was furious. So many pairs of eyes here. He can still say blind words. Really not afraid that things will be exposed. Be kicked out of this position? This kind of character, he can find a job is really a miracle. Like his kind of people. He felt directly back to the furnace to remake it. Do not deserve to live in the world. Living is just a waste of air. A waste of position. And even a waste of other people's energy and time. After the female employee said so, the two once again quarrel, both scrambling to the manager of the situation. The security guard. As always, words are in the denigration of Wu Zhang Xin. However, the female employee is to take the facts to speak. What happened earlier? He said it all out. Even his own fault did not let go. Completely recovered what happened earlier. The two said completely different. Listening to the manager, do not know who to believe. Believe the security guard or believe the female employee? Because both of their words are completely in different directions. One said it is Wu Zhang Xin did. The other said it is Wu Zhang Xin is innocent. What should he say? How should he choose? What should he say and what should he choose? This makes the manager very headache. He does not know these two people very well. Do not know the situation of the female employees. Likewise do not know the situation of the security guards. For their words, he can only remain neutral. And even these two people quarrel is still very annoying. Noisy, his ears are a little itchy. Enough, don't quarrel. This thing will be counted later. Now first this guest will be dealt with. 120 has been called. Now waiting for the ambulance to come over. Wait for this guest to be sent to the ambulance. You two come over to talk to me about this matter again. The manager is very annoyed. I did not expect this kind of thing to happen here. This if out of danger, but have to bear the risk. So for this thing, itself is a little upset. The result of these two people also quarrel very loud. Just in his ear quarrel. Let him very headache. The manager said so. The two people will no longer say anything. But they are each harboring a fire. The side of the Musashi heart looked to come over to comfort. But do not dare to come over the look. He didn't know what to say at this time. Because he was implicated in what the two said. Whether it was him or not. It felt like he was a culprit. This made it very difficult for Musashi's heart, as some of the guests watching from the sidelines were fleeing away because of what was happening, while others were stopping to watch the situation from a distance. The crowd watching from the side tacitly gave up a large blank spot, not knowing if they were giving way to the ambulance, or if it was because something happened here and they isolated themselves so as not to involve themselves. Anyway, a large circle was drawn out like this. You two are really something too, doing things in a mess, and your co-worker relationship is also in a mess. I really don't know what you are doing. Is there anything to quarrel about? A security guard and an employee. Just not in a place. You still have the topic can quarrel. What reason to quarrel? Later with me to the office. All say out. Since there is a contradiction, then we will solve it properly. See what is the situation. And Wu Zhang Xin, the words are involved with you. This I also need to check. The manager was so angry that he had no way out, and stayed where he was waiting for the 120 ambulance to come. Why hasn't the 120 come yet? You guys check. Where are we now? The hospital that received the 120 call is actually not very far away from this hotel. Only need to cross a few roads and it's enough. But up to now it hasn't arrived. The phone call also got through. And the people also immediately did something. But up to now it hasn't come. I've been waiting for more than 10 minutes. Is there a traffic jam on the road? Maybe because too nervous. Think time flies. Anyway, the manager they're pacing back and forth. Feel very anxious. This customer, if there is a danger, then they cannot eat, because it is in their place out of danger. Something must be responsible. They do not know what to do. The security guards and female employees have not uttered a word, because they are also very anxious, hoping that the 120 ambulance quickly come. Hurry to send this customer to the hospital to check. Now people unconscious. They how to be good. Around the watchers, a circle and a circle around, previously sparse, afraid of the responsibility involved in their head. So some timid has left, but look at half a day no movement, and then around. They blocked halfway, said the car in front of them blocked, resulting in some difficulties to come over. and now are letting the traffic police clear the road. Should soon come. The security guard inquired about the situation, and when he found out he immediately informed the manager, who, upon hearing this, slightly suppressed his anxious heart. Musashi Heart has been standing on the side, did not intervene in this matter, for this customer fainted. He also do not know what is the reason. On the surface cannot see a reason. Moreover, now, he is considered to be the spearhead of the whole thing, so he is still a little bit better to be honest. Therefore, did not do other moves, even if you want to check. I guess these people should not let it. Musashi Heart also do not want to make so much trouble, so also did not care. Anyway, 120 ambulance will soon arrive. While waiting, the security guards would look at Musashin from time to time. Their eyes' various emotions were very complicated, but mostly on the negative side. Are you annoyed? It's already this time. What do you still want to do? Why are you looking at him? This matter is not because of him. It's not like you want to intimidate him to make him take the responsibility. I'm telling you, with me here, it's impossible. So many viewers are here. Snowy eyes are staring. Don't make any small moves. The security guard's frequent eyes. Let the female staff to notice. Itself female staff is quite take care of Musashi Heart, so will be slightly close to Musashi Heart. After all, Musashi Heart inexplicably suffered from these. Must be emotionally bad. The female staff is not good to say anything. Stand next to the side to try to comfort each other in this way. As a result, he didn't know whether to comfort or not, but it was the security guard's eyes that she stared at. See each other frequently do so. Some cannot help it, probably because too anxious, so want a vent to vent this tension now, so that they can calm down. The security guard was very upset by what was said, and the manager also put his sight over. What little action I did. Just look at him. What? Still don't let people look. Don't look, just don't look. A poor look. There is nothing to see. How come you have such low quality as a person? How can you be so materialistic? What's wrong with people wearing simple clothes? Open your mouth and say they are poor. You, where are you rich? You're rich, right? Rich people come to work as security guards, but really have money. The female employee couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't stand this security guard more and more. The security guard snorted coldly and intended to have a seizure again, only to be stopped by the manager. Are you two finished? Is it idle? The customer is in danger, now unconscious, with great trouble. You do not take care of it, but here to quarrel. What for? Do you think the seriousness of this matter is very low? Manager is very impatient, waiting for the 120 ambulance. Let him wait for extraordinarily irritable. Are this kind of juncture? Don't fall off the chain halfway. Hope the ambulance hurry to come. Hurry to send the patient into the hospital to check in the end what is going on. Can't make any serious things. Otherwise, not only his manager to bear the responsibility, the whole company may also have to bear the responsibility. To that time, I think the company should be eliminated him. He also do not want to lose this position, so it is very anxious. The delay does not come to let him annoyed very much. As a result, now these two people are still here to make a lot of noise. Let him suddenly burst of anger. After rebuking the two men, the whole place was quiet. The flow of people had stopped flowing, because some people saw a large circle of people around here, poked their heads in, and realized that something had gone wrong and didn't come back in. So for the time being, there was no more flow of people in this hotel. The manager waited, and after a few more minutes, he couldn't wait any longer, and he was going to give this patient temporary measures. You guys come over to help. I'll do a temporary measure for this customer. The ambulance is delayed. I'm a little relieved. It's better to do some measures to avoid problems. The manager can't do anything about it. After such a long time, the ambulance hasn't arrived yet. He can't wait any longer somewhat, fearing that this client will be in some danger, calling over two people intending to move their hands, but was stopped by Wu Zhang Xin. Can't move him. Yuan didn't find out what he actually committed because of. He is not cardiac arrest. You do temporary measures to him. Some not too good. People can still exhale. Then it must be out of something like poisoning or something like that. This kind of situation as I see it, the patient needs to lie down flat. Can't let him move around. Otherwise, the blood flow will increase. It's very likely that things will progress more and more quickly and more seriously. Musashin didn't want to intervene at first, but when he saw that the manager was going to do temporary measures on the client, he rushed forward to stop it. It was still best not to move in this situation, because the wrong medicine can be life-threatening. The wrong method can be just as well. So Musashin put a stop to it. But as soon as he said that, the manager hadn't said anything more, but he ended up being stopped by the security guard. If you say no, you can't? What the hell are you? Hurry up and stand aside. It's already considered good that this matter isn't blamed on you, so don't come and make trouble. The security guard was very upset with Musashi Xin. The manager was a bit surprised at the side. He didn't expect Musashi Xin to say this. He looked at the patient. After hesitating for a few seconds, he raised his head and looked at Musashi Xin and said, "Then what do you think should be done? Or else you come over to take a look at this patient and see how to rescue him a bit? Lest it keeps sitting here. It's a bit cold." When it came to this joint there was nothing the manager could do. And just as he finished speaking, the security guard quit. "He's just talking nonsense." Chapter 21, Don't believe his words. Don't believe his words. They're all lies. If he says the patient is like this, does he? The security guard was very upset, very disdainful of Wu Zhang Xin. He is just a poor college student. Just a college student. Even if he learns medicine, he is like this. He should not have reached the realm of the master. It is estimated that the internship has not yet passed. This kind of person, he said no can't be no. Even if no, can he cure? Can he cure it even if he can't? Does he have the ability? Definitely not. If he has this ability, also not so poor. The security guard finished in this way. The manager hesitated. Earlier still wanted to let Wu Zhang Xin come over to take a look. Heard the security guard say so. He hesitated. Especially heard Wu Zhang Xin is still a college student. He dared not. Not assured. After all, just a college student. Even if his college major has something about medicine. But he is just a college student. Like there is a situation like this. It seems that he can't take care of it. So the manager is also a little uneasy. Not quite daring to let Musashin do so again. And not as direct as before. The manager looked at Wu Zhang Xin. Looked at the security guard and then looked at this patient beside himself. Looked at this patient's face is pale. Even have some blue. He is a little worried. You guys take another look at where the ambulance is already. The manager also didn't know what to do. This thing, if there is a danger, it is definitely him who will take the responsibility. He doesn't feel at ease. He also doesn't understand this piece. So naturally he doesn't dare to do it. Earlier when Wu Zhangxin said that, he thought that Wu Zhangxin might understand a little bit. But in the end, when he heard the security guard say that he was just a college student, he didn't feel at ease. Now also can only rely on the ambulance. Hope the ambulance will appear next second. This way, the patient can quickly get treatment. If still stuck in the halfway, then there may be a problem. Still stuck there. Said there was a car accident there. The roadway is very stuck. Stuck for a long time. Cannot be stuck. In order for the ambulance to pass, the traffic police seem to have taken away the accident scene directly altogether. Usually when something like this occurs, it's to lay out all the physical evidence as it is, as a way for them to probe something. There were times when car accidents happened with very little destruction, but they would all do it that way. That was the rule and the process, and it had always been that way. However, this time, because the ambulance was stuck in the vehicle and couldn't move, it made it difficult for them to do it as well. So they can only use this way to quickly let the ambulance pass. But the road is stuck in too many vehicles. Want to retreat cannot retreat. Want to enter cannot enter. This is very difficult for people in the ambulance. Said to pull the cart over, but the vehicles are so crowded that even the cart cannot be pushed down. Directly stuck. So there is no way. Hearing this from the security guard immediately made the manager panicked. Why would the chain fall off at the critical moment? Why does it have to be stuck at this juncture if something doesn't happen one day? The manager is very helpless. Very headache. What to do? How to deal with it? The manager subconsciously raised his head and looked at Wu Zhang Xin. His heart still has hesitation and struggle. In the end, should let Wu Zhang Xin take a look at this patient? In fact, Wu Zhang Xin originally did not want to intervene. Just that he saw the patient's face gradually become worse and worse. He was a little uneasy. After all, it was a human life, although it had nothing to do with him. But watching a life pass away just like that in front of his eyes, he was more or less a bit unable to bear it. So after looking at it for half a day, he still chose to stand out. You let me check it out. Maybe I'll have a solution. If it's because I appear things, these responsibilities will be borne entirely by me alone. You don't need to be so worried and scared. After all, the patient can only be recruited like this right now. I more or less know about this piece. Maybe I can be of help. Wu Zhang Xin said. The manager gradually some willing to let Wu Zhang Xin come. After all, so dry. After all is not a good way. If someone in this piece of kung fu, let him over to take a look may be a good result. But he is still a little hesitant. What if it goes in a bad direction? The strong contradiction made him hesitate in his heart. How should he choose? To agree or not to agree? He looked at Wu Zhang Xin, stared for a long time, and then looked at the patient for a long time. In the end, how should he choose? In his head, he kept recalling the words that the security guard said earlier, that he was just a college student. The manager hesitated without saying anything. Musashi heart see this, the bottom of the heart more or less a little anxious, because the patient's condition is more and more embarrassing. He felt that if he delayed for a while, maybe this patient will be hiccups. Out of desperation, Musashin took a step forward, crossing over the security guard and standing in front of the manager. Musashin stretched out 3 fingers, joined them together in one piece, and placed them next to his face. I can swear that if something happens, the entire responsibility will be borne by me alone. That's always fine. Hurry up and let me take a look at the patient's condition, and do something appropriate before he hiccups. His current condition is getting more and more ugly, and he's already on the verge of not being able to hold on anymore, Wu Zhang Xin said. The manager looked at the patient. Hearing Wu Zhang Xin swearing, he chose to let Wu Zhang Xin come over to check it out after thinking for a few seconds. None of the people present would be able to do this aspect, and they didn't dare to mess around with it. Now that there was someone who knew a little bit about it, how could they say that they should let the other person come over and take a look? It might be risky, but it was better than not having any chances at all. Then come and take a look. The manager stepped aside and gestured for Musashin to come over and take a look. Musashin lifted his foot to walk over, only for the security guard to be displeased again. Manager, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a poor man. Even if all the responsibility is on him, what can he do? Can he afford to pay for it? Can he afford the law? In the end, we must be involved. The security guard is not happy. Said these words. The manager heard it immediately became upset. How can everywhere have him here to mess things up? You give me shut up. You stay aside. You will this? Will not do not say anything. Now there is a will. Why not let people over to take a look? Why don't you let them come and take a look? Can't you see the patient's condition? I wonder if you did it on purpose. I have a feeling that you must be the one who messed this up. You'll be the first to say it when you explain it to me later. The manager was very upset. He was already quite hesitant inwardly. It was hard to make a decision, but as a result, he still uttered this kind of words in your ear, making him even more hesitant. Now have made a decision, but also say this kind of words, clearly want to make him afraid and worried. Directly angry, he is going to break out in curses. Wu Zhang Xin went forward to check and found that it was poisoning. This guest has been poisoned. There is no physical problem. He may have eaten something that is incompatible with each other. At this time he is in a bad state. He has to be rushed to the hospital. After checking the situation clearly, Musashin informed this matter to the bystanders. The security guard was scolded and was very upset. Musashin suddenly said such a sentence. He immediately picked up on it. Aren't you quite capable? Then what do you say should be resolved? The ambulance can't arrive right now. What should you do about it? The security guard looked at Wu Zhang Xin with a disdainful look. The manager was furious after seeing it. This person has come to this point in time, and still has to make such a big conflict. What the hell is he doing? Are you idle? Everywhere there are you. Can you shut up? You do not speak, no one take you as a mute. You do not understand this piece. You so attentive to do what? Do you understand? You're just an illiterate. Don't pretend to be so cultured here. The female employee couldn't stand it anymore, so she directly said that the security guard was illiterate. The security guard's face was extremely bad. Earlier he liked the female employee. After this matter, he even felt that he might not like it anymore. After all, this female, always targeting him, made him very upset. The security guard now do not want to take care of the female employees. Mainly do not want to quarrel with each other again. Because a quarrel, guaranteed to be scolded is him. After all, people are the official employees here. And he, just a watchman's security guards. The status of the end is not the same. Therefore, he still avoided this kind of conflict as much as possible. Wu Zhou Xin ignored. The manager was holding his fire next to him. Wu Zhou Xin looked down at the patient. After looking at him for a long time he made a move. The people next to him didn't dare to make a sound, and quietly looked at Wu Zhou Xin to do this. For a patient they cannot help. Wu Zhang Xin do up seems to be very easy. Feel the line of clouds and water is very easy. Let them inexplicably think Wu Zhang Xin have this ability, but their hearts still feel that this kind of situation, only the doctor to be more professional. For this person's approach, they are a little frightened. So easy and casual. In case the cure is not good, how to do? What if one misses? They were all a little afraid to think. Quietly looking at Wu Zhang Xin doing all this, time shook nearly 5 or 6 minutes. In such a short period of time, the atmosphere is frozen, silent, tense to the extreme. Wu Zhang Xin did not say a word. Even if some sweat on the forehead, he did not dare to wipe. Not afraid, he just want to be more concentrated to save the patient. The patient was merely poisoned, and did not suffer from cardiac arrest or anything else that would be more troublesome. After what seemed like a long time, Musashin let out a long sigh of relief. Alright, he doesn't have too much of a problem now. Now it's just a matter of waiting for him to wake up. Musashin finished and stood up, stretching his muscles. It's that good. Are you sure? Why? Does he still look like he did earlier? The manager was a bit uneasy. Looking at the patient didn't wake up. He was a bit panicked. The patient's appearance looked as before. He wasn't sure which kind of better Musashin was talking about. Was it really better? Chapter 22 Explanations. But they didn't seem to see any results at all, making the manager very uneasy, looking worriedly, hoping that Musashin would give an explanation. Musashin skimmed his head, and after looking at the patient on the ground, he made an explanation. Indeed, in fact, to solve this matter of his, also not much trouble, because he just ate some things that caused to become like this. Wu Zhang Xin explained in this way, was planning to say in the esoteric, but as a result, this time the ambulance came, said coincidentally had to come at this time, the person has been saved, but as a result, the ambulance came. You say this is angry or not? More coincidentally, the ambulance's voice just reached the ears of the crowd. The patient woke up. When he woke up, a face of blindfolded look at the crowd. At this time he is still pale. After all, poisoned, resulting in the body has a very strong sense of discomfort. Dry lips with white eyes are also godless. Looking around, he is somewhat unclear what the situation. Just when he was going to ask about the situation, he saw the ambulance at the gate, and then rushed in a group of people wearing white coats. Make way, make way, where is the patient? The doctor who walked in the forefront asked loudly. Someone reached out and pointed. The doctor rushed over. Only the doctor originally thought that the patient was lying on the ground, but did not think that the patient had already done set up, making him a little bit surprised, and then took a big step forward to inquire about the situation. What's going on? The patient looks. The doctor intends to say that this patient looks in addition to the pale face, other places, as if there is no problem, due to the fear of saying it is not too professional, not too assured. So he bent down to inspect the patient's condition. After some checking, he found that this patient does not seem to have too much of a problem. I'm really sorry, something happened on the way. I'm just coming now. After checking the patient's condition, he's now safe and sound. There's no more problem. I don't know which powerful and kind person saved him, the doctor said while surveying the people around him. Earlier the security guard was still very disdainful, but as a result, when he heard this doctor say so, he was a bit surprised, but soon he was filled with disdain again, because he felt that Wu Zhang Xin was definitely a mistake this time. With him being like that, there was absolutely no way he could be this powerful. It was just that the fact that it was laid out here left him with somewhat no handle to speak, so he could only stay on the side and not say anything. Musashi Heart originally did not want to risk this wind, but was given a hand by the manager to push forward. The doctor saw it and walked to Musashi Heart, very excited to thank Musashi Heart. The road traffic jam when they are also very anxious, but there is no way. The traffic jam is too dead. Even the small ambulance cannot pull over. In the car waiting, they are anxious, afraid of the patient appeared to be a long and short, and now came, with anxious look, but found that the patient has been cured. Luckily cured. If there was a problem it would probably be very troublesome. Thanks to Musashin. The doctor smiled towards Musashin. Musashin responded politely. The patient who was saved originally wanted to thank the doctor, but when he realized that the one who saved him was not the doctor, but Musashin, he set his eyes on Musashin, intending to get up and say thank you to Musashin. After all, sitting and saying thank you is somewhat less sincere, so he wanted to get up and solemnly thank Musashin for saving his life. As a result, before he could get up, Musashin instead walked up to him and bent down. Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. Let me ask you something. Have you taken any medication? This matter of yours seems to be related to this. You answer me this question first. Hearing Musashin ask this, he was first stunned, then he began to recall. I did take medication. I'd been taking it before, because of my body, so I'm taking medication. What? Did something happen to me because I took too much medicine? The patient was a bit confused. What did this have to do with taking medication? Had he taken the wrong medication? But he had been taking it for a long time, so why didn't he have a problem the first time he took it, but only after so long? Could it be a chronic poison? This doesn't seem to be it. He can't figure out how it is. So for this question of Wu Zhang Xin, besides answering truthfully, he has no other idea at all. He doesn't know how it is. Fortunately, it is Wu Zhang Xin who cured him right away, and he is this relieved of the other party. Without doing too much questioning, eat medicine will not because the medicine eat more, because you eat the medicine inside the collision, so it will cause you to be poisoned. You in addition to what you have been eating. Recently there is no more add any new drugs? Your poisoning this time seems to be due to the side effects from eating the medicine that clashes with each other. That's why it caused you to be poisoned and unconscious. Wu Zhang Xin explained. The doctor on the side heard Wu Zhang Xin's earlier words. He was also a little puzzled. He was pondering why Wu Zhang Xin said that. When he heard the patient ask that, he also felt it very much. He was also puzzled. Could it be that this is related to the medicines he has been taking? The doctor was also puzzled. Very puzzled looked at Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin hurriedly made an explanation. This has nothing to do with taking medicine for a long time. the body because of what reason to get this aspect of the disease? Surely it is necessary to eat this kind of medicine all the time to maintain the body's function. This is something that can't be helped. It didn't matter. Taking this medicine would produce antibodies, but it wouldn't produce this kind of thing. So his poisoning and fainting was not related to this aspect. The main reason for this incident was because he had taken a few other medicines, which caused this medicine to clash with each other, and therefore produced side effects. I did add a few new medicines recently, because I thought that after taking this medicine for a long time, its effects were gradually becoming less obvious, so I wanted to try some other medicines. After the patient finished speaking, he informed Wu Zhang Xin of the names of the medicines he had recently taken as well as the ones he had been using, and even took them out. Wu Zhang Xin was suddenly enlightened once he heard and looked at them, and then he picked out 2 medicines out and placed them in front of the crowd's gaze. The doctor was a bit baffled at first, but when he saw the 2 medicines, he suddenly came to a realization. Who prescribed this medicine for you? These 2 medicines can't be mixed together. There will be problems. Wu Zhang Xin didn't open his mouth, but the doctor was surprised to point out this problem. These 2 medicines can't be mixed together. This is common sense. He knew at a glance that they can't be taken together. But why did this patient mix them together? Did the doctor prescribe the wrong medication? Or was it this patient's indiscriminate use of medication that led to all the consequences? The doctor originally wanted to ask, but thinking that Wu Zhang Xin is inquiring about this matter, he interjected some not too good. On the side did not say anything, but quietly watching the whole scene. Chapter 23, Wrong Medicine. Impossible. I am a professional doctor prescribed medicine. He told me that I used to eat that medicine is not too obvious. Produced antibodies. Let me change a kind of medicine to eat. Said that the effect of this kind of medicine is more obvious, and also more good. Is the recent new out? Many people are buying. Word of mouth is very good. I ate the effect is indeed very good. It is precisely because of this, so I recently took up this kind of medicine. The doctor also did not tell me that these 2 kinds of medicine collide and these 2 kinds of medicine can be they are prescribed. Is it that you are mistaken? To no longer take a closer look. The patient was very shocked. For this thing he was a little unable to believe, because the place where he prescribed the medicine was a medical family. It was very famous and had great achievements in the medical world. This kind of extremely prestigious and highly skilled place. There was no way that this kind of common small problem would occur. It couldn't possibly be wrong. Right. If this matter was once actualized, then he didn't even feel comfortable to continue prescribing medicine there anymore, because of the great trust in this place. So when Musashin as well as the doctor said these kinds of problems, he was hard to believe. It can't be this way. Right. The patient was shocked. He was a little bit unable to believe. The whole person in his mind constantly questioning all this. Could it really be this way? The patient looked at Musashin. He hoped that Musashin could give a reasonable explanation to convince him. Otherwise it would be really hard for him to believe. In order to let Wu Zhang Xin reconfirm, he also specially placed the 2 medicines that Wu Zhang Xin had picked out in front of Wu Zhang Xin's face again, letting Wu Zhang Xin take a closer look. Wu Zhang Xin looked down. He wasn't wrong. It was just like this. You don't need to lay it out for me to see again. I've already looked at these very carefully and surely, as I said so, if I'm the one who's wrong and something goes wrong, it's unlikely that the doctor next to me will be as well. I'm not a professional in this area, but people should be, right? They've said it's a clash, so there must be nothing wrong with what I'm saying. Where did you prescribe this medicine? Who prescribed it to you? Speak up. Musashi's heart has been very sure. As he said so, no need to look at it again. The fact is so, and how to look at it cannot change. The patient is shocked, froze for a long time before this response. I opened the medicine in the medical family side. They told me to eat like this. Is not their side of the problem? No, you go back with me a piece. Take you to find them. The patient was a bit unhappy. He trusted them so much, believed in the medicines they prescribed, ate them on time every day, even spent a high price to buy their medicines, just because he believed in their reputation, believed in their technology, so he would be so bold, undoubtedly eat these medicines, but did not expect, he trusted, in the end is indeed cheating him, and even mislead him almost lost his life. He knew he was poisoned. Poison 2 words make him very difficult to accept. Poisoning, fortunately got timely treatment. If not, he may have to hiccup. For this kind of thing he cannot tolerate. Shock after the calm. Let him start to question this place. He was going to take Musashin with him to question all of this. He was within his rights to sue them if they really did have a problem. No matter what, he was going to get some justice in that regard. You follow me back. I'm going to accuse them. If it's really a problem with them, then I'm going to have a good talk with them about this. There was clearly some anger in the patient's tone. When Musashi Xin heard the other party say that they wanted to file a lawsuit, he immediately felt somewhat that there was no great need for it. This matter, It's better to choose a reasonable way to solve it. Right off the bat, a lawsuit. More or less, some do not give the other party face. Besides, this accident you have this time may be that the new intern of the other person got it wrong, or other reasons come up to do so. More or less not very good. You want to take a look at. After all, so big medical family, it is impossible to appear this kind of mistake. Today this thing should be just an accident. I think you can go with them to talk about this matter. Consultation. As for suing them, this said some serious. Which hospital, even if the technology is good, and then famous, but also cannot avoid problems? Hearing that the other party wants to engage in a lawsuit, Musashi heart some feel not too good. After all, this matter, to put it bluntly, a small matter. No, even if you don't file a lawsuit, you have to go with me piece by piece, to question them. This is not a small matter. I don't want to pass it in a sloppy way. Fortunately you came to the rescue and saved me. If you can't save me, then I won't grow up in vain? The patient is very unhappy. This thing he must go to that medical family, to find a justice. Although Wu Zhang Xin is right, even if the famous technology is good, there will be mistakes. Only he is more unlucky, happened to be personally hit. Everyone will make a mistake, but he just do not want to easily choose to let go, for no other reason, because it really involves his life. Maybe onlookers think nothing is nothing more than the medicine mixed up, but for him a party, this is a very serious impact. In case Wu Zhang Xin didn't make a move and there was an accident with the ambulance, wouldn't he be hiccuped? With his life at stake, he didn't want this to pass sloppily, so he had to take Wu Zhang Xin to ask for clarification, at least get this matter resolved. Otherwise, he didn't want to give up. Wu Zhang Xin wanted to be persuasive, but the other party wasn't listening in the slightest. I understand what you are saying. Even if you don't sue, you have to reason with them, so you just follow me a piece of it. This thing won't involve you either. I just hope that you will give evidence on the side. To come to a saying that is enough. Everyone does appear things. In a place like a hospital this kind of thing appeared. Surely must be taken seriously. If I don't say anything, in case another slip-up occurs, then the one who will be unlucky is not only me. Out of the perspective of thinking for the sake of the bystanders, I feel the need to go and highlight this matter to them, so that they will take it seriously. And if it's really as you said, the other party is a trainee, then that just happens to be able to make the other, older, doctors to take care of it a little bit more. The patient stated his thoughts, and once Musashin heard that, he couldn't push back, because every sentence was reasonable, and Musashin couldn't push back, so he just had to nod his head and agree. That's fine, then how are you going to get it? You come with me, my car just happens to be around here, so I'll go over now. Chapter 24 Travel to. Musashin saw that the other party was very insistent, so he couldn't say anything more. Musashi heart out of helplessness, had to go with the other party. Then, the place where the accident occurred returned to the previous calm. Many of the people who were watching from the sidelines had already dispersed when the matter was almost resolved, and didn't gather around to continue to stop and watch. After all, there was nothing to see. After the people dispersed, the manager placed his gaze on the female employees as well as the security guards. The patient's matter was dealt with, and now it was time to deal with the problem between the two of them. Do you have anything to say? Say it all together now, before you don't get a chance to say it later. The manager finished and looked at the two quietly. The female employee was annoyed by this. It wasn't like he had done anything wrong. Again, no nonsense. What he had said earlier was the truth, so he had nothing to say. There's nothing to say. What I said is the truth. The truth is what it is. I didn't make it up or turn it upside down. There's nothing more to say after I've said it. After the female employee finished speaking, she stood aside and didn't say anything else. Even her eyes no longer paid attention to the security guard. He didn't want to listen to what words the security guard would say right now. For him, but any word that came out of his mouth was nonsense. That's not what happened. He's just siding with Musashin. This thing is Musashin's doing. Don't listen to his nonsense here. The security guard wasn't like the female employee, who was smiling with an attentive face, trying to win the manager's belief with this kind of harpy dog posture. The manager swept a glance at the security guard. You can leave. You can go get your due salary for this month now. No need to say anything more. Just go. The security guard thought that the manager was going to say something doubtful again, but he ended up saying this, making the security guard freeze on the spot, and then rushed to react. No, manager, this matter really isn't what you think it is. I really do have bitter feelings. Listen to me. Can you not listen to his side of the story and do this? The security guard was still trying to struggle for his life. The position of security guard was something he had fought for with great difficulty, although his income here was not particularly high, but at least it was enough to support his family. And with his ability he could only work in this line of work. If he was kicked out of the job, it would be more than climbing up to the sky if he were to look for a job again. He is not willing to give up this career. The job is not easy to find. It is not easy to find. How can he choose to leave easily? In the face of the manager's choice, the security guard is very reluctant to accept. In the manager's ear constantly begged for forgiveness, and constantly begged bitterly, hoping that the manager will not be like this, hoping that he will be able to open the net to one side. You don't have to say so much. People like you who are full of lies, we don't need them here. Hurry up and leave. Considering that you work here and are our colleague, I won't look for someone to kick you out. Better hurry up and leave obediently, or else, don't blame me for looking for someone to kick you out. You won't have any face at that time. The manager also does not say in secret, directly said in person. His voice is not too big or small, but just by the side of a group of customers to hear. From time to time will attract some people turn back. The security guard would have wanted to struggle a little bit more. How to say? He is not willing to give up easily, but he noticed that the people around him from time to measure the gaze. He hesitated a little bit. Then when he heard the manager say so, he immediately became a bit abashed. Why don't you hurry up and get lost? Waiting for old lady to send you, right? Seeing the security guard grumbling for half a day without leaving, the anxious female employee directly cursed. Being scolded, the security guard was very unhappy and left the place with extreme reluctance. And when he walked to the front door of the hotel, he also spat towards a place next to the door. Don't want me. I'm still not working for you. Love it or hate it, I'll go make a living somewhere else. The security guard was very upset, and after the people left, this calmed down a lot. This thing is really troublesome. You do not have things, right? If not, then hurry back. Things have been dealt with to this point. Musashi Heart should be satisfied. After all, this matter, thanks to him, the manager sighed, not realizing that Wu Zhang Xin and this security guard had actually started a conflict. Also don't know how it is, although very curious and puzzled, but he didn't ask. After all, this is musician's privacy, and people are gonna ask these. What's the use? Moreover, this kind of gossip thing he didn't want to know too much yet, so he left after sighing. The female employee patted the corner of the clothes, organized the dress, then stride up, back to his previous workplace. Things have ended, no matter how Musashi Heart now. In short, this thing has been dealt with. The female employee who had previously held a bellyful of fire, seeing the security guard being fired, he was now in a great mood. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't show too much obviousness, he would want to hum a tune and return to his seat with a bounce, as a way of showing his excitement and happiness. This time, he was not only happy because he had helped Musashin, but he was equally honored and accomplished for having driven this kind of scum out. After all, this was considered to be ridding the people of evil. If this kind of person remained here, he really didn't know what would happen. After the hotel matter was dealt with, everything returned to normal, and Musashin, at this time, was sitting in the customer's back seat there. The whole person was very bashful. Later I will call, to give me the prescription of that person called to. You then talk to him, if the other side sincerely admit fault. Also even if, everyone can make mistakes, as long as the change that is not too big problem. But if the other side is not willing to, then we have to be good. Enlightenment. Poisoned this patient, now has recovered almost, although the face still looks a little poor, but the spirit has gradually in the recovery. After all, this is only just poison, not long, and did not delay too long, so after the toxin is removed, the person will begin to recover. So there was nothing too much of a problem, and was driving in the front row at this time. Hearing what the other party said, Musashin was too embarrassed not to respond, so he made a few NAOs to show that he agreed, and then he didn't say anything else. And then the car turned a few more corners, and then it arrived in front of the patient's house. Well, we've arrived. This is my home. You first go to my home to sit for a while. I will call the person who prescribed me the medicine over. You talk. Come here as if it were your own home. There's nothing to be formal about. Let's go. The patient finished speaking, then opened the door of his house, inviting Wu Zhang Xin to go in. Wu Zhang Xin didn't be overly polite, and directly stepped in, then followed this patient who had already turned back, and entered into the living room of the big villa. Chapter 25 Disdain. Once inside he was seated by the other on a soft leather couch, while the patient, on his own, brought Musashin a glass of water over. Looked around. The babysitter isn't here right now, and I don't usually get these, so sorry. The patient was very embarrassed. He originally wanted to get Musashin some high-grade stuff to drink. How to say that Musashin also saved his life. It was not easy to come here. He had to do his best to be the host. As a result, went to the kitchen around a circle. Found that he usually drink these things do not seem to be placed in the kitchen. He circled around the kitchen. Rummaged through the box, did not find out what things. Usually these things are the nanny to do. He is completely uninvolved. It is the people to get ready to send over, so he does not care much about these. Now it's good. The person is not here. He wants to get on with it himself when he realized that he unexpectedly can't find where these things are, which makes him look a little embarrassed, and embarrassed to keep looking here, afraid of half a day does not go over, looks rude, so can only helplessly pour a cup of cool white water over. When he handed it to Musashin, he looked particularly awkward. Musashin didn't mind, and smiled towards the other party, so he picked up the cup and drank a couple of mouthfuls. Wu Zhangxian's behavior, but let the other party to relieve a little bit of embarrassment. After finishing this, the patient took out his cell phone and made a call. Then a woman's voice came out. Musashin didn't overly listen to it. After all, the other party didn't turn on the speakerphone either. It might be a matter of habit or something else. Anyway, Musashin didn't mind, although he heard the woman's voice. However, he could not hear what the content was. He could only hear a timbre. The woman's voice he couldn't hear, but this patient's voice he heard it very clearly. After all, it was right next to him. It's hard not to be able to hear it. You come over here. Something happened on my side. I need you to come over and check. The patient said this, but it turned out to be as if it was rejected by the other side. The patient said some more words. In short, said several sentences, which made this thing done down. Give me a prescription for this woman, called Chen Qianqian. He will come over immediately. When the time comes to talk to him about this matter, see how he responds. The patient is not in a hurry. After the phone call, he sat on the sofa, and Wu Zhangxian nagging Kaodao. The two don't know each other and there is nothing to nag, so they can only thank Wu Zhangxian. Wu Zhangxian has no choice but to say no thank you, and the two were so polite for a while. Soon, knocking on the door interrupted the conversation between the two. The patient quickly got up to open the door. After that, a woman's figure appeared in Musashi Hart's line of sight. Musashi Hart politely greeted the other party, while the other party, but very disdainful of Musashi Hart. It is estimated to see Musashi Hart this dress, as a way to judge people by their appearance. Think that Musashi Hart is a poor person not much use, so for Musashi Hart's attitude is a little not too good. The patient did not care too much about these, but as soon as he came to inform the other party of the things that happened earlier, the whole finished, although the expression is not how to stumble and twist, but at least just here this thing can feel the seriousness. But, this woman named Chen Qianqian, but seems to be very plain. Is that so? Then I'll have to ask him properly. I want to talk to him alone. Is that okay? After all, regarding this matter, I feel the need to have a good talk with him. Chen Qianqian made this request to the patient to talk to Wu Zhangxian alone. The patient was a little reluctant to agree. After all, he also wanted to hear what was going on. The client saw that the other party wanted to talk to Wu Zhangxian alone. He somewhat did not want to agree, because he also wanted to hear what was going on between. But seeing Chen Qianqian so this persistent, he also had no choice but to agree. Subsequently, he brought the two to the study, while he himself stayed in the living room, sitting on the sofa bored and curious waiting for the results of the two. Wu Zhangxin and the other party came to the study. The other party did not politely say some nonsense, but directly to the point. You're the one who saw that those two medicines can't be mixed together? Quite meticulous, quite capable. Where did you learn all this? Looking at your appearance, you should have just stepped into society or university. Chen Qianqian looked up and down Wu Zhangxian. Looking at Wu Zhangxian's condition guest, Wu Zhangxian looks very young and clean. A look is not like the kind of after social beatings residual appearance. Obviously as a pair of just stepped into the society is not yet the world of people or is still in the university has not stepped into the society. Chen Qianqian in this society are mixed for so many years, has long practiced a pair of ruthless eyes, so look, more or less guess the 7 or 8 or 8 college students have not stepped into society. For the other party's words, Musashi Hart is very flat, so it's a university, studying a medical specialty? Chen Qianqian kept sizing up Wu Zhangxian. Wu Zhangxian was a bit disgusted. Coming here isn't it about this sudden thing? Why ask these things? Does it have anything to do with some of his background? Some of his identity? He couldn't be changing the topic, could he? These questions are my personal privacy. I don't really want to talk about it. We came here to talk about this sudden matter, not about how these identities of mine. If you want to know this, go investigate yourself. I don't want to waste time on this. Wu Zhangxian was very flat. As soon as he came in, the other party didn't cut to the chase, but instead ran off to ask off-topic questions, making him very irritated. Chen Qian saw that when the other party was a little impatient, he himself was also a little upset. What kind of person is he, to be able to chat with the other party like this? As a result, the other party is still not appreciated, and does not take pride in this, but instead dislikes it, so that he is extraordinarily unhappy. I can talk to you is your blessing. You are still not happy. I don't dislike you. What qualifications do you have to dislike me? At first, Chen Qianqian was still a good big sister, but now she directly changed to a shrewish woman. didn't dislike you. I'm just disgusted with this topic you're talking about. And also, you're not a dignitary. How come I can't dislike what you say? You have to be clear to come here is to talk about what? And about this thing is who did wrong. Shouldn't you, the wrongdoer, bow your head and admit your mistake? If something goes wrong this time and someone gets killed, will you still be able to have this stance? I really don't know what you're doing by putting on this show, thinking that I'm not going to care about it because you're like this. Even if I don't care about it, won't your guest outside care about it? Chapter 26, Displeasure. But he specially invited me over. Let me talk to you about this matter. I also hope you don't waste my time here. Musashi Heart was very upset. It was already very tiresome. As a result, the other party still had to make such a mess. Chen Xianxian originally wanted to get angry, but on second thought it was better to forget about it. So she took a deep breath and calmed down the dissatisfaction in her heart. Okay, since you want to settle this matter so much, then let's settle it quickly. About this matter you'd better not mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences can be very serious. Chen Xianxian changed the previous high and mighty, a face of ruthless look at Wu Zangxin. Wu Zangxin heard, at first did not understand what the meaning. What do you mean don't meddle in the matter? But on second thought he seemed to understand. Could it be said that this time the accident? He is not a real accident but deliberately make things? Could it be that the other party was deliberately letting the person outside the door be poisoned and die? Musashi Heart is very puzzled. Very bashful, inquired the other party. Chen Xianxian listened to it, gently nodded. That's right, this is the plan, so that you'd better not come over to intervene, make a mess. Don't blame us for doing it to you. You're just a college student. You can't afford to be tossed around, so that you'd better be sensible. Hurry up and roll. Don't get involved in this matter. Chen Xianxian said while very tugging with his hands crossed the waist. The whole person is very arrogant. Chen Xianxian thought that Wu Zhang Xian would agree. However, Wu Zhang Xian directly rejected him face to face. Then I probably won't do as you wish. For this matter I definitely want to intervene. I want to save him, no matter what grudges you have between you guys. It's none of my business. Wu Zhang Xian remained bland. The other party was instantly offended. I'm warning you, hurry up and leave. Go as far away as you can. Don't get in the way here. Just you. People with no money and no power still want to intervene. Hurry up and get out. I don't want to send people to take action against you. At that time you don't cry and come over to beg me. Chen Xianxian threatened Wu Zangxin. Let Wu Zangxin better not intervene. Otherwise he will find someone to teach him a lesson. But Wu Zangxin is still persistent. He does not care about the things between them. In the face of the things that will kill people he still have to intervene in a hand. How to say it is also a human life. Moreover, even if there is a grudge between them, it's not so bad that they have to mess up other people's lives. It's a bit too much. He doesn't care about the other things, but this is something he has to take care of. I don't care about your things. I only do what I want to do. I said I'm going to intervene. Do you care? Wu Zhang Xian also learns the other side of that tugging and pulling appearance. Only, the look is not as arrogant as the other side, but the tone is successful in provoking the other side. Chen Xianxian heard. Fire. Well, have the guts, right? Then you don't regret. In that case, I don't have to worry about these. Still think you a college student is not easy. Without worldly affairs is very fragile. Now it seems, give you the opportunity to go or not go, clearly is in the death. Since so want to die, then I will help you a hand. Also be considered to do a good person by the way. After Chen Xianxian finished speaking, she directly crossed over Wu Zangxin, opened the door and left. And Wu Zangxin did not linger any longer. When Chen Xianxian left, her eyes were tightly narrowed. Obviously a bad mood. He was pissed off by Wu Zhang Xian. He can come here is to hope that there will not be a bystander to get involved. One more person is a little more trouble, although it is not a hardship, but more or less a trouble. He also did not want to cause so much trouble, lest more trouble is easy to expose. For this reason, he came here to talk to Wu Zangxin. Otherwise, directly a piece to do away with it. The result is good. The other party has to die. Chen Xianxian left, then immediately arranged the men. Let these people to squat Wu Zangxin, to give Wu Zangxin a lesson. Wu Zangxin no, the other side said this word certainly have action. After all, the other side all dare to put the human life as not a human life to see. For his life, certainly will also be as playful as contempt. So when the other party said that he would make a move, he might really make a move. Wu Zhang Xian's vigilance was very strong, and his sixth sense was also very sensitive. He could vaguely sense all of this, so as he walked away, not only was he careful himself, he also urged the other party to be careful. Is this leaving? Or else stay for dinner? After all, it's quite troublesome for you too. More or less I have to express my gratitude to you. Besides, I'm really thankful to you for this matter today. That's not necessary. There's something for you. You go back and listen to it tonight. There's something in there that will be valuable to you. don't forget it. After Wu Zhang Xin came out from the study, he had already disappeared Chen Xianxian's figure, because Wu Zhang Xin had to come out a little bit slower. When he came out there was already no one. He then asked the client. The customer said is Chen Xianxian just down directly left. Did not say anything. He asked the other party chat how? The other party, however, said he wanted him to ask him. So the customer had no choice but to run to ask Musashi Heart. As a result, Wu Zhang Xin is not too far from Chen Xianxian. Feel like they are in a hurry to leave, and did not say anything more? The customer wants to understand, but these two people seem to be reluctant to say, and I do not know what happened. The customer would have liked to slowly cut into the topic, but Wu Zhang Xin insisted on leaving. He had to helplessly let Wu Zhangxin leave. Maybe temporarily there is something that cannot be said. After a few days may be good. The customer is helpless. Cannot force each other. Chen Xianxian a woman. Forcing a woman which more or less seems not man. And Wu Zhangxin it. Is his life-saving benefactor? He is so forced to ask. How much there are some not very polite. Out of all kinds of helplessness, he also had to sigh. See Wu Zhangxin leave. But did not think. Before leaving Wu Zhang Xin gave him a similar to the recorder thing. Appearance looks like a pen. The cap has a black lump. Quite wait. He did not dare to look at take. In the hands of Wu Zhang Xin said goodbye. Wu Zhang Xin also did not linger. Finished and left. Wu Zhang Xin disappeared. The customer then closed the door and returned to the room, and then picked up the hands of this pen began to study up. It is very simple to operate. The switch a hit on the emergence of sound. Then Chen Xianxian and Wu Zhang Xin earlier in the study. From beginning to end of the chat all show up in the ears of the customer. The customer understands the whole process. Suddenly burst into a rage. Didn't expect him to trust each other so much. Each other prescribes what medicine he eats. Completely did not go to the suspicion. Also did not go to the concern. The result of the other party is in the use of him. Really want to frame him. How can this not let him angry it? Chapter 27, Premeditated Murder? Angry. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Chen Xianxian's phone. The phone just passed he directly cursed. Chen Xianxian appeared to be very confused. What are you talking about? What do you mean I intentionally murdered? What's wrong with me? I did not just accidentally get the wrong medicine? I've already apologized to him. Why do you say that? Say that? Look at what you did. Don't think I don't know. You didn't tell me. That's because you're weak-minded. The other party indeed didn't tell me personally either, but he gave me a good thing, letting me learn about the whole conversation of your chat. At first, Chen Xianxian was still a little upset when he connected the customer's phone, thinking whether Wu Zhangxin had said something bad in the customer's ear again and made the other party call, and he was thinking about how to deal with it. The result was that the other party scolded him as soon as he got through. He then pretended that he didn't understand and purposely went to ask, only to have the other party say so. At first he didn't react, and after he froze for a few seconds, he immediately understood. He recorded it? That's right, Musashin did record. From the moment he went in with the other, he pulled out a recorder, only it wasn't held in plain sight. It was hidden in his sleeve, and from the moment the two started talking he flipped that switch. He did this at first, just for the chatting process, very well informed to the customer, because he did not want to relay these words, always feel quite troublesome. In order to facilitate him to do so, the result did not expect, actually appeared this kind of thing. If he did not have this kind of recording, then, just by mouth, maybe the customer will be half believe, but this is just right. Using this tool, Chen Xianxian heard this immediately after some big shock. That's right, what else do you have to say? You don't have to say it again. Go, settle the wages and hurry to get out. Just like you don't deserve to be here. The customer is going to drive Chen Xianxian. Chen Xianxian heard, immediately reluctant. How can he be willing to walk away from this position? He is naturally reluctant, unwilling then have to fight, so he began to beg for mercy. This time the matter is really just a misunderstanding. It is he who is slandering me. How could I possibly do such a thing? This position I'm in is so good. The salary is so high. Who wouldn't want it? How could I not cherish it? He's the one who's slandering me, and if you think about it, who in their right mind would go in with something like a recording? It must be done on purpose, so he's harboring evil intentions. You can't trust him, and 9 times out of 10, the things he gives are definitely fake. I think he's just deliberately coming to cause division. You can't believe his words. Chen Xianxian was dying and said everything he could think of. His words were true and false, making it a little difficult for the client to part with them as well. But this time the client could be considered ruthless. At first he trusted each other so much, but was so pitched by the other side. As the saying goes, how deep the love is, how deep the hate is. After being punked once, the customer completely grew a long memory and no longer believed the other party's words. So for what the other party said this time, he didn't believe it at all. No need to say anymore. Hurry up and get lost. The client didn't want to say any more to the other party and directly hung up the phone, ending the constant begging voice coming from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, the client sighed long and hard. His heart was full of mixed feelings. It was really a bad time to meet someone. After sighing, he picked up his cell phone and dialed. This time he didn't call Chun Chanshan, but rather he called Wu Zhangxin. Thanks to Wu Zhangxin stepping in to help, not only lifted his crisis, but also helped him get rid of the scourge. How can I say that I have to be thankful? So the client called over and wanted to invite Musashi Xin to come out for dinner with him. And it wasn't long before Musashi Xin just left. He sincerely wanted to invite the other party this time, because Musashin had helped him so much. There's no need for that. All I did was a favor. For the other party to suddenly call over and invite him for dinner, saying that he was thanking him, Musashin was very reluctant to agree. It wasn't that he looked down on the other party's intentions, but he felt that it was troublesome. Besides, all these things he did were just a show of hands. It wasn't very troublesome for him. Other than wasting some time, the rest didn't matter. Musashi Xin felt that there was no need to be like this. It was just a small favor. There was no need to be hung up on it for so long. But the other party is not happy. For Wu Zhang Xin, may be a small matter, but for the customer, it is simply a life matter. In the beginning, Wu Zhang Xin saved his life. We'll pull him back from the ghost gate there, then, and help him get rid of the side of the trouble, to ensure that he will not appear in the future. At least no longer caused by the one hand. How to say is to help him two big things. These two big things also have a close relationship with him. No matter how to say, he must be thanked. Wu Zhang Xin refused, but the other party did not hang up the phone in a hurry, but desperately invited Wu Zhang Xin. Musashi Heart has refused several times, but the other party still persists. This Musashi Heart is also very helpless, can't keep refusing it. How to say it is also the other party's intention. Moreover, just a meal thing, will not be delayed for too long. How simple it is to eat. Anyway, he went back to eat. Why not just agree to it? Alright then, you said it then. I just left not long ago. It's not very far from your house. I'll circle back right away. Wu Zhang Xin was helpless. The other party was too insistent. He also had to agree to the other party. If he did not agree, he really did not know how long the other party was going to talk to him about this topic. For Musashin, the client was really very grateful. No matter what, he also had to invite Musashin out to thank him face to face, or chat with Musashin about some other things. In short, he felt that people like Musashin were worth handing over. The first time he helped him, he thought that it might be a good person helping out, but the second time he felt that this kind of person's character was very good. It's like a roadside attack. How can you miss this kind of person with a good character? Wu Zhang Xin turned around and turned back. The customer hung up the phone immediately after contacting a certain upscale club, fixed the location. Afterwards, the customer stood in front of his house waiting for Musashi Heart to come back. After about nearly 10 minutes, Musashi Heart on foot appeared in the customer's line of sight. The customer is very happy, excited to go over to greet Musashi Heart. Musashi Heart also had to smile in response to each other. Musashin then got into the car that he had arrived in earlier. Entering the car, the two began to chat, and the content of the chat was mostly about gratitude. After all, the customer really wanted to express the feelings of his heart. Chapter 28, Treats. Musashin was helpless, so he had to cater to it, and the two of them were just so polite, and just chatted dryly until they reached the place. After getting off the car, Musashi Heart stopped in front of the gate of a high-grade institute. This is a restaurant. However, this restaurant looks like a 5-star hotel, especially large, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. As soon as he saw this, Musashi Heart sighed for a while. In his place, this life may not come over. After all, even if he has money, he can't be so generous. Spending money here, Musashi Heart felt that it could top his current salary for a few months. No need to be polite. Let's quickly go in. The place has been booked. It is a private room. The dishes inside are more or less almost ready. Earlier I wanted to ask what you want to eat, but on second thought, I haven't been here much either, so I'll just as soon serve up a plate to try. The customer smiled very honestly. Musashin was helpless and speechless at this. How can he put it? For this approach of the other party, he felt that the other party was really focusing on him, but this was also a bit too wasteful, and this money spent was also too generous. Right, making him all a bit hard to bear. Wu Zhang Xin did not show it, but a calm appearance followed the sight of the customer, a piece of entering into the upscale club, and then came to the box, and then subsequently served the dishes. Here Wu Zhang Xin more or less looked a little uncomfortable. How to say he was not here, and this place is too luxurious, here to eat people. Look at that dress, no, especially rich, suits or women's bags and so on are brand name goods, and he, look at a glance to know is a poor ghost. If he was dressed well, It would not be so bad that he would be talked about like that by the security guards. Wu Zhang Xin did not think that the other party would be so generous to bring him here. He thought, no matter how thankful, it is impossible to find this kind of place to come, more or less better than the previous restaurant, but did not expect to come here, making him very helpless. The whole person was extremely embarrassed, but fortunately, the customer was like thinking of his current situation, and kept on talking to Musashin, trying to wear down Musashin's feeling of discomfort in this way. Musashin was also very cooperative, so the two of them chatted without the awkward chatting that they had earlier. After the food came up, the two of them moved their chopsticks and ate, originally thinking that this dinner should be very peaceful. After all these things are almost resolved. This time it was not easy to date out. Naturally, it is necessary to eat a good meal peacefully. Bought a table of dishes. Do not need to count. A sweep will know absolutely more than 10 dishes. The customer is not at all distressed about this. On the contrary, the heart of Musashi is a little difficult. So many dishes, the two of them can eat it all? More or less a waste. But he was too embarrassed to show it. Can only helplessly sigh. Eat up the meal. The two people are quiet. No longer like the previous muttering non-stop. As they ate, I don't know whose cell phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I'll take a call. The customer hurriedly picked up his own cell phone. After scanning the screen who the caller was, he apologized to Musashin, then left his seat and went elsewhere to pick up the phone. The customer at first didn't want to pick up the phone. It was not easy to eat a meal in peace, but someone had to harass him. Wanted to hang up, but when he picked up the phone screen automatically flashed. He saw who the caller was after he still chose to go to pick up. Maybe there is something urgent. Wu Zhang Xin did not care. Still eating such a table in front of him. I really do not know if I can eat it all. Can I take it away if I cannot eat it all? Anyway, take away this thing he certainly cannot do. This is also too disgraceful. The customer's phone call is extraordinarily long. At first thought it was something trivial, but I did not expect. Is one of his friends appeared things. Supposedly, committed a strange disease. Even the doctors cannot do anything about it, and now is nervous and do not know what to do. His other friend called to inform him of these things. The client was also very helpless to hear this, and looked very nervous. He also did not know what to do. He is not a doctor, and he did not have that kind of medical doctor or something like that beside him. And when he heard that his friend had this strange disease, he was very powerless as well. What do you think it's going to be? Any decision from the doctor's side? The client asked his friend, who responded after a 2-second hesitation. No, but the doctor's side did come over and give advance notice, saying that the disease could be very serious and that he should be prepared in advance for it to be incurable. It also said that he should travel to a bigger city and check out one of those hospitals with better technology, that there might be a way out. In short, it's a mess right now. On the other end of the phone, his friend sighed so much and the client listened with a headache. What to do? The client paced back and forth, and after talking to his friend a few more times, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone he returned to his original position. I don't know what's going on with my friend. Got a strange disease? Now in the hospital. Said the doctors are at their wits' end. There is no way to do anything. I don't know if you have any idea about this piece of work. They are now over there in a great panic. Called to seek my help here. Said that they were very confused. Said that they had no idea what to do. Calling to seek a solution from me here. And to be honest, there's nothing I can do. The client sighed, with a very worried look, coming here to talk to Wu Zhang Xin about this. In fact, he wanted Wu Zhang Xin to go over there and take a look. He hadn't asked what Wu Zhang Xin's specialization was, nor had he asked what Wu Zhang Xin's current situation was. He didn't want to ask, also didn't ask, not because he was too relieved, but because he didn't have the right to know these. Besides, he didn't think that this kind of thing would happen. Now things are so panicked, he couldn't afford to mess with these. According to Wu Zhang Xin's means, there should be a way. After all, their own poisoning, other people are helpless. Wu Zhang Xin has a way. How to say that this person's medical common sense is still good, in case the other side looked at it after there is a way. Now there is no way to catch a way to try. Looking at Wu Zhang Xin, the customer has this idea. Let me go and take a look? This is not too good. I'm not a professional in this area. There is no specialized training. Go may not have any effect. For this, Wu Zhang Xin cannot be so assured boldly on their own body. In this piece he really does not have too much ability, so he is also not too much grasp. This kind of thing, he is still not involved in the better, because can be useful really very little. The hospital are helpless. What can he do? He is not a doctor, and does not have the ability to bring back the dead, so it may not be effective. But the customer is very persistent. Chapter 29, Why are you here? You just go with me a piece to take a look, in case there is a way. Now there is no way over there. My side also has no way, just can only catch a way to try. The bottom you showed earlier, I think it is possible. No matter what, go and take a look first. The client also had no way out. His side really didn't have any certainty and methods. Looking at Musashi Xin, he wasn't sure if Musashi Xin had any methods, but now he could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Wu Zhang Xin heard this, originally also wanted to say something more, but on second thought still chose to give up. How to say that he first went to see it, in case there is a way. If he does not go this time, more or less there is a kind of feeling of missing out on saving people. That's fine. Then hurry up and set off. Wu Zhang Xin also did not want to be in the ink. This thing is better to deal with it quickly. The client saw the other party agreed, then immediately excitedly got up, picked up the clothes and opened the door. Took Wu Zhang Xin to leave this high-class clubhouse. The result is good. Go halfway. The manager does not know what is going on. At that time he was smoking. A turn of the head to see an acquaintance. Why are you here? The manager was puzzled by Musician's appearance here. Logically Musician shouldn't have come to this place. Not to look down on it, but that's just the way Musician's situation is. Consuming a meal here is enough to cover the expenses of a month's salary. Therefore, people like Musician would never choose to come here, while Musician looked like he had already dined here and was leaving. Seeing this, the manager was puzzled, so he subconsciously asked out. Musashi Heart at first did not notice the manager's figure. After all, he also anxious to leave here. This place is too luxurious. He simply can't afford to stay, so it is very uncomfortable. Very want to hurry to leave, so walk faster. For a moment did not pay attention to so much. When he was about to pass by, he was attracted by the other party's sudden sentence. Musashi Heart looked over, then saw the manager. The manager greeted him. Musashi Heart responded, running some errands here. Musician said simply, and then the manager pulled a bit of a conversation. His intentions were clear and obvious. He wanted to have a chat with Musician here. We haven't chatted for a long time. Otherwise we can chat here. It's not easy to bump into each other here. We may not have the chance in the future. By the way, I'm quite thankful to you for that matter last time. If it wasn't for you, maybe I wouldn't be here today. Or maybe this hotel. It's going to be closed. There would be serious consequences. In short, there will be very serious consequences. So for this matter, I'm quite thankful to you. Last time you left so quietly that I didn't have time to say thank you. The manager smiled towards Musician. Musician responded. The client had already exited the high-class clubhouse long ago, and was staying beside his car waiting for Musician. He didn't rush Musician, because he felt that Musician might be getting something done. Anyway, he waited outside without saying much. Musician had a chat with the manager. After a few sentences Musician wanted to leave, but the other person wanted him to stay, which made it difficult for Musician. The manager used to be quite in touch with him. How to say it is also a bit of goodwill. Is also a friend. Has not been a piece of chatting for a long time. Today is a good opportunity to bump into, and the other party also wants to talk to him. If he chooses to leave and choose to give up, it is difficult to have the next opportunity. Wu Zhang Xin also quite want to stay and chat, but think of the customer earlier said that his friend's situation. Let Wu Zhang Xin is very hesitant. Very difficult to do. What to do? He was going to have to make a trade-off today. Either choose to stay here or leave. Every choice came with consequences. Leaving would mean losing this opportunity to catch up and chat and talk. And if he stayed here, he would most likely delay the condition of that patient. Musician fell into hesitation, and for a moment was in a difficult situation. What should be done? Musashi Heart after thinking for a while, a clench of teeth or choose the customer. No matter what, human life is critical law. I'm sorry manager. I have something to leave right now. Next time we have the chance to get together again. I'm sorry, this thing is quite intense. It can't be delayed. Musician looked at the other party apologetically. After saying this, he gave a slight nod to the other party and left, not waiting for the manager to say anything else. Although Musician spoke slowly and looked very calm, in reality, for the time he had already recorded it in his mind. He and the manager had been here for 5 minutes from the beginning to the end. This time was nothing to be nervous about or wasted for him personally, but for a patient in danger. These 5 minutes are enough to change a lot. Musician had chosen a human life, so naturally he had to hurry. So he terminated the chat and turned to leave. When Wu Zhang Xin stepped out of the entrance of the high-class clubhouse, he saw his client standing beside his car waiting for Wu Zhang Xin, and when he saw Wu Zhang Xin finally come out, the tense look on his face finally changed to one of relief. You finally came out. I thought something happened to you inside and was planning to go in to look for you. Are you alright? If it's really inconvenient then forget it. The customer although quite want to let Musician go over to take a look at his friend's condition, but, Musician also said, he is in this aspect, not a professional, maybe really no way. Pulling the past can only be a dead horse to try. If the other party really do not want to, he also no need to force the other party. After all, Wu Zhang Xin compared to the doctor is certainly not professional enough. The doctor so professional people are some judgment not. Wu Zhang Xin will not know it. Earlier just received a phone call. Have to know this sudden thing caused the customer some overexcited ideas. So will be urgent want Musashi Heart to go over to see, because Musashi Heart helped him too big help. He felt that Wu Zhang Xin is very capable. Now calm. After being blown by the cool wind, calm down to think carefully. He felt that his earlier approach is a little not too good, but it has been done. He has no way. So he can only wait for Wu Zhang Xin. But see Wu Zhang Xin lasting not come out. He is a little anxious. He was about to ponder whether or not to go and look for Musashi Xin. As a result, Musashin came out, and seeing musician's figure, he let out a long sigh. No need. You hurry up and drive me to your friend. How can I say that I have promised you? Let's take a look first. If there is a way then it will be treated. If there is no way then we will have to seek higher technology. The world will inevitably appear some strange diseases. These strange diseases that have no examples, so that the doctor is not quite daring to boldly let go of a fight. The same has not seen, naturally do not know how to treat. So it is very tricky. Chapter 30 Treatment. The clients see Musashi Heart like this also can't say more. Bring Musashi Heart into the car and immediately step on the gas, toward that hospital driving over. In the process of rushing, the client originally also wanted to chat with Musashi Heart some words, soothe the atmosphere, but in the end, see Musashi Heart look out the window, don't know what to think, he also can't disturb, so he can only not say anything. Soon, Musashin was brought to that hospital by the client, and then met the client's friend. You let him treat you. Which hospital's doctor is he? Is there a doctor's license? Without one. You're so bold as to bring someone in and let him get on with the treatment. Are you guys kidding? This is a human life, not an experimental white rat that says one death is one death. After Musashin was brought in, the client explained to the doctor where he was coming from, and as a result, the doctor was surprised to hear that, and then became angry. After all, this was a matter related to human life. How could it be so casual? Musashi Heart is not a professional in this area. There is no certificate of what they say. Also did not learn. A person who has not been involved in this area to do things in this area, in exchange for any other person is estimated to be very hard to believe. It is difficult to agree with. So Musashi Heart heard the other side said so. Also did not feel angry. I try. Anyway, you already have no way. Why not dead horse as a living horse? Out of human life I am responsible for is. I come here and not to joke, and did not drink. Moreover, to cure the disease to save people must you say this certificate? Isn't it not even qualified to save people without it? According to your words, on the street encountered a patient with sudden symptoms of illness is not supposed to stand by and do nothing? Wu Zhang Xin questioned the other party. The other party was very angry, but for Wu Zhang Xin's words, he couldn't think of how to dislike him for a while, glaring at Wu Zhang Xin for half a day. In fact, he was unwilling to allow Wu Zhang Xin to go in at will. It was true that he didn't have the means to do so, but he also couldn't allow someone else to come over and mess things up. This in case did not save good. Not only their hospital statement to be damaged, likewise, this thing also have their responsibility. They cannot dare to be so assured bold so do. So blocked Wu Zhang Xin, but Wu Zhang Xin with the client insisted on doing so. Blocked cannot be blocked. Finally, the client's friends after the client's discouragement, also agreed to let Wu Zhang Xin a try. Wu Zhang Xin so on the hand. For this strange disease, they already have a common thought. Is this strange disease is very difficult to cure? No way. However, once Wu Zhang Xin got on it, not even to an hour, he came out of the hospital room. See Wu Zhang Xin come out, many people are wondering, is there no way out? As a result, Musashin had a bashful look on his face. This disease is nothing difficult. It has been saved. You guys can go see his current condition and check to make sure everything is fine. Things are already done, so I'll leave first. When Musashin said that he had been cured, a doctor rushed in, and then after a quick check to find that he was really safe and sound, that doctor changed from his previous anger to surprise, and then broke through the door and called out to Musashin. Musashi Heart just lifted his feet, did not walk a few steps, was called to stop, turned his head to look at that doctor, do not know what happened again, fought the patient again other conditions. Musashi Heart puzzled to look at the other party. The result of the other party to Musashi Heart asked to pay homage to the master. My name is Lu etc. Your medical skills are so brilliant, can I worship you as my master? Lu etc. is the most reputable and prestigious divine doctor in this hospital. He has saved many kinds of difficult cases in his hands, and after his hands basically all of them can be cured healthily, so his reputation is the best, and it is also because of this that this accident specially requested him to come and treat it. As a result, he was helpless, but this person without a doctor's license was saved. Could it be that there is a sky outside the sky? There is a man outside the man, and high people are often in the folk? Dr. Lu and so on did not think much. This thing results out. His first thought is not happy, but to seize this opportunity. After this hand, the crowd felt that Wu Zhang Xin is a powerful character. For the other party's request, Wu Zhang Xin directly refused. This kind of thing he didn't want. Although it was said that having such a good disciple by his side could enhance his fame and prestige, he didn't want to, because it was troublesome. Besides, was that considered a strange disease? It's just that they have shorter insights. In fact, it's not that difficult to cure. Figuring out the principle is enough. For this matter Wu Zhang Xin was refusing. However, Lu Wei did not give up, insisted on worshipping the master, directly stopping Wu Zhang Xin, not letting Wu Zhang Xin go. Had to settle this matter of worshipping the master. He would only be willing to let Wu Zhang Xin leave. Wu Zhang Xin originally wanted to leave compulsorily, but the people around him talked about it, making it very difficult for him. This high person, just accept him, he is the most prestigious divine doctor in this hospital. Through his hands, how many sick people have been treated? His medical skills are already very skillful, but now he has hit a bottleneck. If you are willing to accept him as a disciple, and in teaching him some knowledge that he doesn't know, maybe he will be able to save more people. Look at you, this body dress should be very busy, should have their own to do things, not so much empty to save the patient, not empty to save the patient. Then you have an empty talent. You should teach this talent to like this kind of duty is to save the people, to help the people in danger, so that they go to save more sick people is. This is also regarded as the value of the talent in your body. Several people are talking at the side. All are pleading for this divine Dr. Lu etc. Wu Zhang Xin is very difficult. What they say is very reasonable. If he does not agree to it, always feel that he is a bit stingy, but agree to it and then seem a bit troublesome. After Musashin thought for nearly a minute, he made a reply. Alright then, I'll teach you, but what I know may not be more than you. Musashin sighed. What these people said, he should indeed think about it. For these diseases, why would he? Maybe he has seen more. In that case, why can't he teach these to these people who specialize in saving patients, so that they can learn and then save more people? Hearing someone say this, Musashin thought about it and it made sense, so he was willing to do it. How is that? Lu and so on is very self-familiar. See worship success, immediately began to warmly greet Wu Zhang Xin. How to say Wu Zhang Xin is now also his master. Also have to let his old man happy is. Lu and so on is very eye-catching. Know these human feelings, immediately come up. Make Wu Zhang Xin for a while don't know how to be good. Chapter 31 Narrative. Wu Zhang Xin was helpless. Things he had promised, the trouble behind him he could only bear. Lu Wei really is a god doctor. In all the words he exported, basically related to some disease conditions, probably saw more, so experience is enough. Master, how do you think these diseases should be cured? I have encountered these before, but there is no way to completely eradicate them, so I can only use other medicines to suppress them by phasing them out. Seeing that you can deal with this kind of strange disease, I think there must be more or less some insights or know how to do about these. It doesn't matter if I don't know. After all, it's quite strange, but if I do know, I also ask that the master can teach the apprentice because the apprentice is eager to learn, and is eager to save more patients. In asking the question, Lu waited and showed his determination and ambition. He didn't become a doctor for the sake of prestige. He wanted to save more patients, and although he didn't tell Musashin why he was so determined, the other man's enthusiasm and eagerness to learn made him free of his earlier bitterness. Previously also feel that he agreed to a trouble thing. Some upset, but see each other this kind of enthusiasm and good learning. He immediately no longer have the previous kind of idea. This kind of good learning people, whoever else, I guess all very like it. Good learning is a point. The main thing is that the other good learning, but also extremely modest, can be modest to ask for advice, without any arrogance show in front of the Wu Zhang Xin. Let Wu Zhang Xin feel very comfortable. The other party respectfully stood beside him a little bit back position. According to the ancient words, this is a kind of respect. In modern times is also. This kind of subtle practice made Musashi heart notice, even if the other party did not say it explicitly, but he could feel it, so his heart was in a great good mood. No more negative emotions from earlier. For this behavior of the other party, Wu Zhang Xin happy. For the other party's questions naturally answered one by one. The other party raised these questions. Say coincidentally, Wu Zhang Xin bias all will. So he began to nag the other party how to save the cure, which medicine should be used to suppress, from Chinese medicine to Western medicine, and then from Western medicine to a combination of Chinese and Western medicine. For a while, Wu Zhang Xin said a lot of his experience, music and so on, immediately felt that he this time to worship the teacher is not a loss. Perhaps, some of the method he has heard of. Similarly, in a certain aspect he is very knowledgeable, or, Wu Zhang Xin in a certain aspect is not as good as him, but he did not dislike the intention at all. On the contrary, he was extremely modestly listening, even took out the small notebook contained in the small pocket on his chest, and took out a pen to scribble on the notebook, noting down some things. Musashin didn't bother to look at him, but noticed this with his afterglow, so he tried to slow down as much as possible when he spoke, so that the other party could memorize all of it. After all, this is also notes. It's impossible to run to ask him whenever something comes up. Originally is a very simple thing, the result of a so thing to Musashi heart to engage in a good night. This only slowly out of the hospital door. Outside the sky has darkened a lot. Usually this time, he is estimated to have begun to prepare to sleep it. As a result, he was still outside. Musashin sighed. This day was not easy. Originally it was supposed to be easy, busy in the end, but this troublesome. Musashin was helpless. What could be done about it? Musashin intended to leave, but Lu waited and stopped Musashin. It's getting late. Master, why don't you go home with my disciple? My home is not far from this hospital. Very close. It's already too late in the day. If I go home, it's a bit unsafe. The apprentice is a bit uneasy. Why don't you come home with me? Master, it just so happens that the disciple still has many questions to discuss with the master, as a private tutor to learn. Master, what do you think? This is also more convenient. Lu Wait was really good at learning, along the way, kept asking Wu Zhang Xin questions. For the other party's good learning, Wu Zhang Xin was a little wiping sweat. It was really too violent. Wu Zhang Xin didn't want to casually enter into other people's homes, but Lu etc.'s enthusiasm and good questions directly forced him to have no choice but to agree. There was no way. Couldn't resist this kind of enthusiasm from the other party. He did not agree. The other side will look extremely bitter, extremely sad, very aggrieved look at him. What can he do? The other party was really good at learning about this piece. Master, when you arrive at my house don't be polite. While driving the car, Lu and so on while smiling cheerfully, originally thought that he said not to move Wu Zhang Xin. After all, Wu Zhang Xin refused several times in a row, and the other party also looks very much do not want to go to someone else's home, but unexpectedly, he used his enthusiasm and sincerity to impress Wu Zhang Xin, so that Wu Zhang Xin finally chose to agree. For this result, Lu etc. is very happy. After all, he did not expect to succeed. After Lu waited and brought Musashin into the car, he immediately drove towards his home. Musashin had no choice but to sit in the back seat and look out at the scenery. The sky had already succeeded in darkening, although not to the extent of not being able to see out of the corner of your hand, but it had already darkened to a certain condition. But this darkness didn't affect him at all. After all, there were lights outside, all sorts of flashing lights flashing, completely illuminating the entire darkness, so there was still a lot of light outside, and Musashin wouldn't be scared at all if he went home alone. After all, what's the point? Where he is located can be considered a busy city district. Here even at night, will be bright, basically all night light. Walking is only a certain section will have a dark area. The rest of the place is as bright as day. There was absolutely no need to be afraid. He had already prepared this mental thought when he left earlier, only to be stopped in the end. Musashin looked at the scenery outside the window. It was already dark, but the scenery was extremely beautiful. Although this kind of scenery he visited every day, but he never got tired of seeing it. I don't know if it's because he has a special affection for the city, or it's just that it's a different look every day. Maybe it's the mood of every day that causes him to feel differently. Whichever it is, it's quite beautiful anyway. After the car traveled a few intersections, it turned a corner and stopped. Musashin got out of the car and stopped to look around, noticing that it was a house that approximated a villa. Master, don't be polite. This is my home. Please, I'll show you around my privately constructed laboratory, which contains a lot of medical research items. Many of them in there were invented by me personally. Some of them were not researched thoroughly. I wonder if Master can mention a few things. Lu and so on appeared to be very happy. Wu Zhang Xin looked at the other party, this kind of lively and sunny nature. All don't know what to say good. Although it seems to be young, but the actual age is more or less already very big. But the other party is this kind of enthusiastic and cheerful, like the Sunshine Boy. Chapter 32 Character Infection. To be a medical person, shouldn't he be calm and collected? Look at him. He has a sunny, impulsive look. Musashi Heart looked at, finally sighed. After all, people cannot look like people's character and his talent conflict? No conflict, even in the sunshine, so what? Save the patient as long as calm, not a matter at all. Besides, those passers-by also have commented that he is the hospital's god doctor. Can be crowned as a god doctor is certainly capable, since capable, and why care about people these it. Moreover, this kind of character of sunshine is very easy to infect the patients. Maybe any patient will be infected by his character. after facing the sunshine every day. This is all possible. Musashi Heart followed behind the music and so on, entered the room. The house is very large. There are many blank places, as if not too much like to get too much furniture. A lot of places are rendered blank. Musashi Heart did not say much. After all, this is a personal preference. He cannot say anything more. Standing in the living room did not go too far inside. After all, he is a guest, he is not the master. Although the other side of the mouth said when their own home, but Wu Zhang Xin heart is clear. After all, it is someone else's home, and how to be enthusiastic, but also did not arrive at that kind of intimacy, and did not establish a real relationship, so still have to stop some behavior is better. Wu Zhang Xin stood in the living room after watching the living room for a while, did not go overboard in surveying. The other party went to give Wu Zhang Xin tea and water. Wu Zhang Xin also did not polite, saying thank you. He picked it up and took a few sips. Master, let's go. I'll take you to view my laboratory. Seeing that Wu Zhang Xin had nothing to do after drinking the water, the other party invited Wu Zhang Xin to visit his laboratory. Wu Zhang Xin didn't refuse, and directly followed the other party's back, and walked towards a direction. At first it was dark, but after turning on the light, Wu Zhang Xin could see clearly what was inside. This laboratory also did not set up much hidden. After entering here, turn a few corridors almost to the laboratory. Inside is very large. Things especially a lot, completely unlike his earlier stand in the living room when he saw that kind of blank. At this time the laboratory is piled up with a variety of instruments. There are some used to do experiments on mice and so on. In short, a lot of these instruments plus these things directly piled up the entire laboratory, resulting in here want to land are a little difficult to take the prescribed route. Otherwise it is difficult to insert. The situation here was in stark contrast to the outside. Musashi Heart saw this, sighed again, from which he could see that the other party obviously often stayed here to live. This person in the end how much he likes medicine, eating and sleeping is probably here. Otherwise this place is piled up, while the outside of it, empty white. The living place is so vacant, obviously does not look like a place to live for a long time. Musashi Heart on this piece also did not say much, after entering the laboratory to observe. To be honest, he really has not seen the laboratory, especially this kind of private laboratory. The laboratory is very quiet, except for the sound of those rats and mice running in their cages. There was no other noise, and most of the instruments had something about medicine on them. Lu and so on with Wu Zhang Xin towards the inside. Wu Zhang Xin did not go to touch. After all, these things are worth how much? He does not know. In case of accidentally touch something broken, or make some accidents, he cannot afford to pay, even if he now has a status, but he cannot do so. Wu Zhang Xin looked at the other side, followed the other side of the back, Lu and so on all the way through, then all the way to Wu Zhang Xin introduced the things inside. Wu Zhang Xin listen. For these things he also have a little curiosity, really don't know how Lu and so on how to stay here for so long, and these things feel very difficult to get up. Lu etc. not only introduced the instruments inside the lab to Musashi Heart, also told Musashi Heart about how he created this lab, and why he created this lab, some mental lines and things. I don't know how it happened, maybe it was a feeling. Anyway, he talked a lot, and then somehow involved his childhood friend, the story between him and her. This thing said, Musashi Heart are some empathy. The other party may be feeling it. Musashi Heart also did not interrupt, but at the side of the listening, the result of listening to listen, in turn, to hear themselves into, cause the other party to say almost when, he actually feeling emotion, as if he suffered from these, very touching. Lu wait to see Musashi Heart have emotional reaction. He spoke with more excitement, more into it. Musashi Heart did not refuse, also did not give up listening, but in the side has been listening. He is now like a listening audience, listening to the other party's story, giving the other person a lot of courage to tell stories. The two of them just said many words in this laboratory. I don't know how long it took before the two of them then responded. Ha ha ha, sorry master, after talking to you about these, inexplicably involved in other, a time also cannot stop. Emotional things are too much, may be held in the heart for too long, cannot find people to say, today even so magical to say out. I am sorry to say so much. Some delayed your time. After Lu waited and said what was on his mind, although he got a happy release, he still felt sorry about it. After all, it's not like Musashin was actively trying to listen to these things at first. He was completely forced to accept it. Musashi Heart is a victim, suffered from these, music and so on is naturally to show apology, because he delayed Musashi Heart's time, pulling some off-topic words. For the current situation is indeed off-topic, because to come to the laboratory to talk about should be about experimental items, and not these emotional disputes. As a result, he ended up talking a lot and delaying a lot of time, so he was very apologetic and apologized to Musashin, who in turn waved his hand. looking unconcerned and not blaming the other party. This kind of thing is human nature. When you talk to me about these things, it's inevitable that some memories will be involved. I'm very happy that you can say it and share it with me. For this thing of yours, I also have some empathy, having suffered from it before. So when you said it, I felt it and was successfully brought into it. It's not a waste of time. It's not like I'm experiencing a different life. It's nothing too big. Anyway, I've come here today, so how can I say that I have to spend the night here together? Chapter 33 has a feeling. Musashin laughed. His speech and demeanor was relaxed and casual, which made Lo wait and laugh, originally laughing, but this time the laugh was even happier. Master, listen to my story, have feelings. Then master, what story do you have? I wonder if I can share it, even if it's a mutual feelings exchange. Hearing Musashin say that he also has feelings and has also suffered, this makes Lu and so on have curiosity. What kind of story will happen to a character like Musashin? Maybe Musashin's talent that he had shown today had amazed him, so he had a great interest in this kind of thing. He was obsessed with medicine, but he was more or less interested in the other person's emotional history. Maybe he had already cared about Musashin as a person, so he had curiosity about all aspects of Musashin's affairs. So after noticing this detail, he asked. Musashin first froze, then smiled. You want to hear it? Ah, then I'll tell you. In fact, there aren't many twists and turns. Most of the situation is similar to yours as well. It's the individual details that are different, Musashin said, and then began to talk about his own emotional history in a gushing manner. Said a long string, the story in it does have some similarities. However, the real details are completely different. Listen to the music and so on and so forth. Also feel very moving. Two people are planning to exchange each other's emotional feelings when, but suddenly there is a person to interrupt the exchange of two people. Is a female, music and so on, some impatience. After all, big night, who idle nothing to do to find him. When he opened the door and saw the person behind it, he dispelled his earlier negative feelings. Why did you come over to me in the middle of the night? What? Not welcome? When have I not come to you in the middle of the night? I worked on a new piece this time and was excited to come over to you to try and share it. Why? No? You didn't do something bad in there, did I interrupt you? That's really embarrassing, the other party said in a very irritated manner. And when Lu Wei heard this, he hurriedly went to coax the other party. How could it be? You quickly come in. Outside are dark like that. You are not afraid of the big night. It is really a heroine. Hurry up and come in. It is a bit cool outside. By the way, there is a guest inside. It is the new master that I just worshipped today. You have to be more respectful. Lu and so on in a side urge. The other heard after first a blank, then full of question mark look at Lu and so on. Lu and so on was to be in place to explain, but Wuzhou Xin but walked out. Just happened to meet two people standing there want to say something. Lu etc. had wanted to urge some more things. Seeing Musashi Xin come out, he had no choice but to say no more. He is my master. Can be powerful this person. Today encounter a difficult case. That strange disease I have never seen. That patient whole body check down. I am a little idea is not. Completely dare not use medicine. Also dare not do any measures. The result of my master a hand. I busy a few hours. The result, he even an hour did not come. The patient was cured. A little sequelae are not. The whole body is not. The patient was cured. There is no after effects at all. And the whole body is safe and sound. Do you think it's awesome? Lu and so on to the girl said Wu Zhang Xin's great. Look and demeanor is extremely excited. Colorful. The whole person is happy bad. As if picked up the treasure. Wu Zhang Xin at the side is not good to say anything. For the other side of the look and demeanor, he can only sigh. The girl heard music and so on mouth Wu Zhang Xin this powerful. Immediately sprouted a mood of worship. Music and so on how prestigious. He and music and so on so close. Naturally no music and so on how the strength. Music and so on this kind of strength of the person. Can be on this person bowed down. That must be the other side must be a real skill. And the other side also said, difficult to find this strange disease have not seen. The other side immediately cured. How to say is also a folk master. Let him cannot help but also sprouted admiration. For Musashi heart, the girl did not wait for music and so on to remind. Directly a big step across the past, began to respectfully salute to Musashi heart, and then introduced himself. Musashi heart see this can only helplessly waved his hand. Musashin was about to say something to leave, but was interrupted by the other party who beat him to it. The other party didn't know what Musashin was going to say and didn't notice that he was about to open his mouth to speak, so interrupting Musashin was something they were unaware of. So impressive. How about taking a look at my work? Could there be anything wrong with it? After the girl finished saying this, she left his work just plainly hanging out in front of Musashin. Musashin looked down and realized that there was some work about medicine. The work was very delicate and it was also very innovative. In short, it was very innovative. Musashin looked down twice and thought it was very good. and also saw that the other party was a good seedling. Are you wrong about this thing? I don't know, but it looks quite innovative. After Musashin finished speaking, he picked up the experimental item in the other's hand and looked it up and down as he touched it with his hand, trying to find the subtleties. Musashin watched from the sidelines while the girl didn't interrupt, just looked at Musashin quietly from the sidelines. By the way, my experiments haven't been shown yet. Let's continue to look around the lab. On the side, Lu and So-on felt that it was a bit inappropriate for the three of them to stay here. After all, they couldn't sit and rest either, and it was quite tiring to stand, so they wanted to go somewhere else. He knew that his living room was extremely simple. The furniture was pitifully small. It didn't look like a home, quite cold. Entertaining guests here was a bit not too good for him, especially Wu Zhang Xin, who was now his master. How to say that his status was honorable? He should go to the place that he valued the most, so he proposed to let the few of them continue to go to his laboratory to chat. After all, the chat was also about medical knowledge, and it just so happened that it was appropriate to chat there. Musashin was still pondering over the experiments in his hands, and when he heard this from the other party, he didn't even think about it and nodded his head and followed the others, studying them as he walked around. To be honest, this kind of thing he really hadn't seen much, especially this kind of thing that he could hold in his hand and study personally. In the past, the news and newspapers would always say that a certain one scholar had researched something new. He had never seen it anyway, but now he was kind of seeing it with his own eyes. In a word, he was very curious, so he poked at it for half a day. This experiment is made by this girl. The girl focuses on meticulous, so many details are handled almost perfectly. Musashi Heart surveyed half a day also did not pick out a fault. Chapter 34, The Experiment. In other words, he had no intention of nitpicking at all. He was admiring the item. Although this item was involved with medicine in some way, most of it was not about medicine. After all, it was something that one had researched on their own. Although they stood in the middle to high status of medicine, they might not have the ability to research experimental items. At least not like those scientist-like figures who could research something innovative enough to be used. These experimental items they created were nothing more than just killing boredom and consolidating what they had already learned, for which Musashin didn't bother caring that much. This experimental item of yours? What did you come up with it based on? You must have had something in mind when you made it. Can you tell me about the idea? The success of every experiment comes from the initial inspiration. Surely you have to be inspired to have a mold. If you don't have inspiration, do you know what you're going to make? It was completely unknown, so Musashin raised this query. He also wanted to use this to figure out something, in case he has a talent in this area one day what to do. Maybe curious, just casually asked a sentence. Did not expect that the girl felt quite caring, but also quite serious. For musicians this question, very serious to make a reply. This is with some interesting events and experiences in my childhood triggered out. I have a better memory. For the past things more or less still remember some. It was after I finished working sometime, when I was idle and had nothing to do. I associated it with the past, and then extracted some key points from it, so I slowly came up with innovative ideas. The girl narrated to Musashin from the sidelines, telling a lot of things. There were stories about her childhood and her experiences as a child. In short, gushing out a lot, clearly not treating Musashin as a stranger, just like earlier when Lu and so on. As soon as she came in to talk to Wu Zhang Xin, she rattled off a whole lot of her past experiences, not avoiding them at all, and likewise not treating Wu Zhang Xin as a stranger, and was very affectionate. She talked about these private things about herself. The girls didn't feel bad about it, and Musashin didn't dislike it either. Earlier it was Rakuwawa who was very relieved to boldly say these. Based on Rakuwa's nature, Musashin felt that it was not at all too much for him to say these words, but the girl this was too relieved of him. For the other party's trust, Musashi Heart is very touched. So the other party said the story, Musashi Heart are very carefully listening to. After listening to, Musashi Heart realized that the other party in music and so on childhood stories are a little different. After all, the person is small, the childhood is also like that, and then bizarre is not bizarre where. In any case, the gap is not very big, so after listening to Musashin found a sense of similarity. Maybe the era is different, so Musashi Heart with their feelings is not a lot, but does not matter, he can still feel the fun. Musashi Heart also do not mind to listen to a little more. The girl said a lot, causing Musashin to laugh. He thought the other party was too funny, even though she was very young. The things she did were really delightful. Musashin laughed, and so did Raku waited, and those three stayed right there in the lab, laughing into a frenzy. It was quiet in the lab. There wasn't much fidgeting except for the rats that were in a cage off to the side, and the trio's voices stood out in the place. You're interested in my story, why don't you do this? How about a visit to my lab? I have a lot more treasures in that lab than he has here. He has less here and it doesn't work. Go to my side and take a look. After the girl finished talking about her past experiences, she started pulling Musician's strings, asking him to go to her lab to observe. How can I? I see that you came here this time to dig in. First come first served, understand. After promising me first, how can you temporarily change your route to go to your place? Lu and so on rushed forward to stop it. His words were just a joke. There was no substantial blocking. He said this just to flirt a little. How come it doesn't work? Can't you be overbearing later? I still need to tell you when I do things. The girl finished, spat out her tongue. Musician saw this and sighed. It's true that it's good to be young, although it's also not much younger than himself, but looking at their gang of energetic, more or less also feel very comfortable. To be honest, Musashi Heart would like to figure out what is in the head of these girls. Always feel that their thinking is strange. He was curious about all this, and originally wanted to delve deeper into it, but it didn't occur to him that the other party had invited her to go to the other party's lab, to the other party's more private place, so that he might be able to tell what kind of nature the other party had from it. For example, Raku and so on. The nature is big and bold. The decoration of the place also seems to be casual and relaxed, while the girl's lab is not sure what it is like. Musashi Heart is very curious. For the other party's invitation, he is considering whether to agree or not. Just go. My lab there is definitely better. Seeing Musician's delayed response, the girl thought that Musician didn't intend to go, so she persuaded the other party to follow her in a petulant manner. She didn't know what was going on. The girl liked Musician very much, thinking that Musician looked especially smooth and friendly, and because of that, she wanted to share something that was private to her. She wanted to take Musician to see her lab. I don't know if it was because she wanted to compare it with Raku Waitit's lab, or what. In short, he just had such a strong idea. Musician felt helpless and was about to say something, but Lu etc. beat him to it. Master, go and take a look. There are a lot of things in her lab. There are many styles. The place is also big, and this guy of hers will keep pestering once she says something and doesn't get a satisfactory answer. So agreeing is the best choice. If you don't agree, she may have to rely on this place for a day, or even until tomorrow to not let you go. Lu wait and so on this said. He is also kind of pleading for the girl. Hope Wu Zhang Xin give face to go and take a look. After all, just to go and take a look. It's not like it will be too much trouble, and everyone else wants to come here to take a look. All have no capital. People special invitation. He still do not go. More or less do not give face. Saying that, Wu Zhang Xin sighed. He had intended to promise the other party to go and take a look. How to say it is also a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity, only by the other party to preempt the right to speak, so he did not open his mouth. Musician nodded. The girl was very happy to see this. Jumping up and down, she took her own experiments in her hands, and tugging on Musician's coat, she pulled Musician out of Raku Wawa's lab. Quickly go, it's so dark, go early and come back early to rest. Ha ha, the girl laughed especially happily, while pulling Musashi Heart, while bouncing. Musashi Heart was helpless at this. The sight of Lu Wait to see this is very speechless. Stinky girl, you pull my master so close. It's not possible that you are here to dig the foot of the wall. You do not want to think about it. I worshipped the master first. He is now my master. Even if you pull again, he is also my person. Lu etc. said on the side. The girl did not fight with the other party. Spat out her tongue, completely ignoring the other party. Very helpless. Sighing a breath. Can only lament in the heart. He is not a girl. Naturally cannot do things like pampering. So for the other party's pampering, he is completely unable to do. Just can only be beside the silent sigh. The three of them crossed a road that wasn't really wide and reached a house on the opposite side of the road. This is my house. Go go go. The lights are not turned off. It's not really dark. The girl glanced at the lights upstairs. She realized that she was too excited earlier, thinking of bringing over the experiment she made successfully to show the other party. But she didn't expect to be delayed for so long. After the girl finished speaking, she pulled Musician and went in first, and finally flowed Lu and so on to close the door alone. Lu and so on were helpless. He was like an abandoned child. He could only silently take the initiative to follow the troop's lead, or else it was expected that no one cared about him. The girl's interest and attention is now all on Musician's body. She doesn't know how it happened. She inexplicably liked Musician. Not the kind of like between a boy and a girl, but a kind of affectionate feeling, with a feeling of wanting to be close to each other. Naturally she is willing to get in touch with each other more. Musician followed all the way, and was finally brought to a place where the door was closed. Without waiting for him to say more, the girl flipped the switch and opened the door. Subsequently, a lot of experiments were reflected into Musician's eyes. An exceptional amount of things. Musician stood in the doorway and scanned inward. He realized that the girl's hobbies seemed to be a bit different from Raku etc. Raku's lab was mostly about medicine, while this girl's lab was mostly about technology, and she seemed to be a bit more interested in these high techs. Wu Zhang Xin did not comment, walked in to observe the surrounding. These things he had never observed up close. For these, he was also very curious. Like his poor pussy, really can't afford to buy. It is estimated that can only be seen from the pictures on the internet. Never so face to face. Very real can also touch in the hands of this kind of look. Musashi heart feel very trance. He found his life gradually stepped into a different track. In the past he was not lucky to stumble upon these. However, he has now happened one after another, a lot of things out of his expectation. Instead of feeling much emotion, Musashin observed all these things around him that he had never, if ever, seen before. That's a lot of stuff. Musashin lamented. Before the girls could laugh, there was a sudden accident. Musashin finished his sentence, intending to turn around and walk around a corner. But he didn't expect to be in a place where his shoulder unintentionally touched a switch. He didn't expect the switch to be triggered so easily. In other words, he didn't notice this place at all, so he wasn't overly careful, resulting in an accident. Chapter 35, Accidents. In the process of visiting, Musashi Heart inadvertently touched the button, causing the machine belonging to this button suddenly moved. Seeing this situation, the girls rushed to look for the remote control board that can control the robot. After all, it is high-tech, with the killing and defense is very strong, and now in the laboratory. In case of wandering and messing up, it is estimated that this has to destroy a piece. The girls rushed to find, while Musashi Heart and music and so on is careful to block the robot. Do not let it have too much commotion. But blocking is ineffective. After all, people are robots, hard body, all iron ore, all some metal material, completely cannot use physical combat. So the two have no choice but to wander around, disturbing each other's line of sight, so that the other side of the temporary obedience to distinguish the direction, as a way to delay a bit of time, so that the girls find the remote control of the robot. Only in this way, can stop the robot's behavior. Looking for the remote control is not a simple thing. The girl did not intend to activate the robot. It is placed here, is to be a collection, did not want to open, for the control of the remote control, naturally to be placed elsewhere in the collection. Now a sudden accident. Let her brain are a little blank. Rummage through the box looking for the control of things. After all, here are so many things, she cannot remember where to put, so can only find while thinking. In the process, this robot has begun to large swaths of destruction. There is no way. The space in this lab is not too far from Lu and so on. Still crowded. Nothing too big position. Only cause the robot to move. It will knock down the things around. Chapter 36, Helplessness. Musashin was helpless at this, so he had to rush with his hands and feet to help me set up the things that the robot had knocked over, so that it wouldn't destroy too much. For the robot's agitation, it was very much a headache for these two. What to do? Musashi thought to himself. In the end he was going to go up and subdue the opponent himself. Although it was said to be a robot, but after all, it was only a robot. It was synthesized by all kinds of wiring, all kinds of screws and steel nails. Musashi thought that he wanted to make the other party quiet for a while without destroying it. He did this as also a compulsion. After all, this robot this dry and chaotic. Every step can destroy the surrounding things, as long as it is a few more steps. It is estimated that this place is a piece of smoke. This is the girl's laboratory. The other party very sincerely invited him to participate. He does not want to because of his own mistakes and will be stirred up here. This responsibility he cannot afford. After all, this may be the girl's collection of things. Mess up a piece, probably to break the other party's heart. He did not want to make this way, so he had to take the risk. As a result, just when he was about to go up to assist the robot, the girl suddenly appeared beside him. Musashin was a bit overjoyed to see this. Could it be that he had found the remote control? I'm sorry, I forgot. This robot doesn't have a control substance like a remote control. It's directly verbalizable, even if you find a control mechanism on it. The girl laughed awkwardly and said this, after rushing to calmly activate the system on the robot. As soon as the system was turned on, the robot was instantly honest, and then the girl placed this robot intact in its original position with a few commands. I go. Your memory is too bad. If you were a little later, I guess you won't be able to keep all these things. Lu and so on at one side spat. For this robot's ferocity. He had just seen it. Musashi Heart at one side sighed the breath. Really a false alarm. Thanks to the subdued. Or else, today he will be suffering. May have to pay compensation. Compensation to the kind of point he cannot afford to pay back. Although the things here are not clear what. But Wu Zhang Xin know. Each piece here can be considered a collection. The value is very high. If he broke, that is really cannot afford to pay. He is now poor and not much money. If really damaged, that really cannot afford to pay. So Wu Zhang Xin long sigh of relief, thanks to no accident. After the girl calmly finished with the robot, she walked towards Musashin, who apologized for that. Sorry, just now very sorry. did not notice these, unintentionally touched the mechanism. Make here some mess. Sorry, come here to visit messed up so many things. Quite. Musashi Heart also don't know what to say guilty words. For this thing, he indeed some guilty to the groundless. Here can be all exorbitant items. As a result, he came, but made this place a bit messy. Musashi Heart guilty apologized, while the girl is obviously very unconcerned, smiled and looked at Musashi Heart. It's fine, this matter also has my responsibility. It's me who didn't explain clearly, and there's no special guide, and I made this place particularly close again. It's reasonable to accidentally touch these. Besides, it's not like anything happened here. It's just messed up some little corners. It's not like these places are precious. Just clean them up a little. The girl smiled, looking around the destroyed places very bashfully. In fact, these destroyed places were not of much value at all. They were all some tools to be used when doing experiments. It is because it is some tools so was placed on the ground. The robot forcibly through this narrow road. Broken down are only these tools only. Those precious collectibles have long been collected by the girls to other places. Collectibles are naturally to be placed properly. It is impossible to place them randomly. If there is an accident, then it will not be ruined. The girl's level of care was very high, so she had already done so. So this incident did not have much of an impact at all. Wu Zhang Xian saw this and sighed. He really did not know what to say. The other party's excessive tolerance makes him more or less difficult to bear. In other people's estimation, to make their laboratory like this, are going to be furious, and then the other party is lighthearted, but also cheeky. Master, you don't have to care about this kind of small chaotic scene. It's all common. She herself has messed up. She has long since gotten the heart to deal with this thing, and it's just a little corner destruction. It's totally fine. You don't have to worry about what kind of collection this is. The collection has long been put away somewhere else. Like she's so ghostly and witty, how could she possibly do such a thing? Lu and so on seemed to see Musician's embarrassment, so they rushed to help Musician ease her embarrassment. Musician didn't know what to say to this, so she could only smile helplessly. It's good that he didn't damage the precious things. He only came here for a visit. He doesn't want to pull hatred and build unnecessary conflicts here. It's just stupid to mess with this kind of people with status. No matter what, this matter is also caused by me, making this place a bit messy and making you trouble. How about this? How about I treat you to a night out? Even if it's a will-o'-the-wisp for me. Could you give me face? Wu Zhang Xian had wanted to say whether he needed to compensate for the money. After all, this place he did have messed up. If he were a regular person, he would probably want to compensate for the fee. He originally wanted to ask this, but on second thought, he himself didn't have much money. If he wanted to compensate, he probably couldn't afford it. After all, what kind of person is the other party? The amount he said was probably unacceptable to a normal person. So he was very sensible to keep his mouth shut, and didn't bring up this piece of the story, but instead, he compensated for it by using this simple and easy reason. Going out to play? Going out to play is good. Then I'll be polite. Where are we going to play? Oh, right. Recently it seems that a new dessert store has opened. I haven't gone there yet. Earlier I was planning to go and take a look recently. Since this is the case, then it just so happens that we will go there together. It is said that the things there are particularly innovative. The reputation is particularly good. It just so happens that we will go there. The girl said this, while scratching her head in thought, talking about going out to play. At first there was no thought. Also thought to not count, but suddenly thought that there is a dessert store she wants to go. Just also hope that Wu Zhang Xian accompanied her to go. So she agreed in one mouth. Musician didn't say much when he heard this, nodded his head and expressed his agreement. For these, he didn't have any aversion to them anyway. Just go. Just as a companion. Here is also finished viewing. We will go back first. Go to the dessert store this thing. How about tomorrow? Musician turned to inquire about the girl before he left. Skulking around, he had already seen almost all of the girl's lab. While watching, the girl also told some stories about her inspirations, and in general rattled off a lot of things, much like that earlier behavior of Raku and so on. Musician didn't say much and didn't develop impatience. These stories of theirs were somewhat similar, but most of the details were still different, and it sounded like just another story. For the matter of listening to stories, Musician never minded. To be able to have someone tell him stories, he was naturally willing to listen. This kind of peaceful day of listening to a story was something he was naturally willing to have, so he didn't mind, and instead heard it all the way to the end. For Musician's listening, the girl was very happy because Musician was enjoying every moment of it, and while she was telling the story, she also looked at Musician, secretly checking out Musician's little actions, to see what kind of emotions Musician was carrying for her story. After some checking, she realized that Musician didn't have too many emotions other than appreciation and enjoyment, which made him very happy and motivated. so he told a lot in one breath. For this kind of behavior of Musashin, he was very happy, so her opinion of Musashin, she was getting more and more. For Musashin's good feelings, she was also soaring. Okay, then I'm going to dress up tomorrow. How can I say that I've been invited to go out and play? I have to put on a good show. The girl was cheeky and looked innocent and cute. After saying this, when Musashin was planning to nod her head and leave, it was time for Raku waited on the side as if he couldn't hold his temper. He was like air during the whole process. No one cared about him at all. Musashin at first tried to pull him into the conversation, but every time they talked about something else, Lu etc., was kicked out directly. It's not that he doesn't want to talk, it's that most of the topics that the girls talk about, Lu etc., can't be inserted, so there's no way to do it. It's just like an air person, silent on the side, until the end of the shake, finally to go, music and so on finally to relieve. The result heard the girl said these words, suddenly not happy. Maybe it was because he had been an air person for a long time and was a bit upset, so he wanted to dislike the other party. Performance what he is my master. What are you going to do? Just like you don't have a convex front or a curvy back. Do you still need to dress up? This is enough to ensure that people and animals are harmless. Lo waited and spat, and when the girl heard that, her eyes widened. Want you to care. You this is envy and jealousy hate. You say that my front is not convex and rear is not warped. Make it look like your front is convex and rear is warped. Not as usual a horse? What are you qualified to say about me? And, you say so that would not be jealous, right? But it can't be helped. Who made your master like to hilarious with me? Slightly. The girl spat out her big tongue, and after saying this, she ran back into the house. Musashin and Raku waited in the doorway to watch the other party leave, and then turned to leave as well. Lu etc. wanted to say something more, but the other party didn't give him a chance, so he could only let out a long sigh, and followed Musashin to leave together, and then returned to the place where he was before, that is, Lu etc.'s home. Chapter 37, Sleepover. Tonight, Musashin needed to spend the night in Lu and so on home. Earlier Musashin still thought of going back, but after this incident, already can't go back, because this day has already darkened to a certain extent, although there is light, but still not safe. The street has no one, in case at this time, encounter a sudden danger, there is no way to call for help. Although Musashi Heart is not afraid, also thought that it is not possible to be so coincidental this kind of thing, but in order to be safe, still chose to give up. Moreover, are so late, and then go back to a trip, more or less is too much trouble. Musashi Heart does not like to be troublesome, so gave up. Wu Zhang Xin followed Lu and so on together to the home. Lu and so on to Wu Zhang Xin cleaned up the bed. Wu Zhang Xin also did not do anything more, directly go to bed. Are so late, according to this time period, he has already gone to sleep, but now just lie down. The whole person is quite laborious, from the beginning to meet the people who pick trouble, then, because of the rescue of people, involved in a bunch of things, and then it is not easy to solve the problem to leave, and thought of relief. The result is to meet other things. This day by day, days can be really not calm. Lying on the bed, Musashi Heart sighed. Tomorrow there are still things to be done. Also have to accompany that girl to go shopping dessert store? To say it is really embarrassed. The first time to visit and make such a big thing. How to say it is also quite shameful. It feels like I have not seen anything. Musashi Heart sighed. Didn't care anymore. On the second day, Musashin woke up, and after cleaning himself up, he immediately took the girl and arrived at the dessert store she had mentioned. Standing in front of the door, Musashi Heart observed the overall style of the store. Just look at the exterior is not bad. Inside feel some decorations are quite good. Musashi Heart and the girl looked at 2 seconds, then lifted his feet to go inside. After walking in, it is really pleasing to the eye. Previously stood outside only evoked a little interest, but after going in, the interest can be big, especially the girls, directly screamed repeatedly, happy cannot close their mouths. Dessert store inside the style is ancient style. A lot of decorations are also based on the ancient style to develop. Decorative collocation. Extraordinarily harmonious. There is no any abruptness. Look at the people extremely. The heart comfort. The girls are simply in love with these things. Simply can't stop. Take the cell phone and keep taking pictures and keep collecting. Because these things are really pretty. Even Wu Zhang Xin on the side are praising. This stuff is really exquisite. Do you want to hear stories? I'll tell you some stories. Something about ancient times. The girl hemmed and hawed. Although she had only been in contact with Musashin for less than a day, she was well aware that Musashin seemed to be someone who enjoyed listening to stories. Anyone else hearing such a long string of words would have lost interest. Yet Musashin was different. He was instead patient and attentive enough to listen to the long string of words, savoring the stories within. The story, Musashin did like it, so she was naturally happy to do so, with the girl telling it from the side, and Musashin responding to it from the side. The two of them were considered extremely harmonious. However, I don't know where the two people broke this harmony. A man very inexplicably pulled Musashin, and then asked Musashin if she knew him. Musashin was startled by the man, and when he heard what the man said, he was puzzled. We don't know each other. Why are you saying that? For this boy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Musashin was very puzzled, because he truly didn't know the other person. Yet the other person looked at him as if he had met an old friend, and Musashin felt that he didn't seem to have amnesia either. Since there was no memory loss, how could he not remember his former friends? If he hadn't seen them and didn't know them, then he really didn't know them. It couldn't be possible that he had indirect amnesia. Musashin thought it was very inexplicable. We really know each other. Why don't you recognize me? I see you all very familiar. Did you have some kind of accident? The other party looked at Musashin with a shocked face, as if he guessed that Musashin had been in a car accident. He was very surprised. When Musashin saw this expression of the other party, he was immediately offended, saying that he didn't know him, he didn't recognize him, and didn't do what the other party wished, and still came to curse him? What kind of situation is this? I haven't had any accidents, and I don't have the kind of car accident or something like that you're thinking of. I've had a smooth journey, no major disasters, so there's no amnesia. I haven't seen you, don't know you. Naturally, I really haven't seen you. If I knew you, I wouldn't be acting like this. Even if I lost my memory, if the two of us were really familiar, I would still more or less feel something for you. Right, but I've stood in a piece with you and said a few words, and I don't feel any sense of familiarity, so no matter what kind of a result it is, we don't know each other, and you're looking for the wrong person. Musashin was very helpless. After saying this, he was going to take the girl and leave the place, because he felt that this person was very inexplicable and unsafe. Who would somehow come up and say this kind of words as soon as he struck up a conversation? Make Wu Zhang Xin himself thought. He will not be his former friend, but how to see are not like. He is completely not seen and where the friends say, so, is definitely a misunderstanding, but see each other this kind of look can feel like a trap. Wu Zhang Xin doubts, did not ask positively, he intends to leave, this is a place of wrongdoing. Wu Zhang Xin made a wink to the side, the girl immediately understood, immediately also did not stay here, directly intends to leave with Wu Zhang Xin. Unexpectedly, that boy heard Wu Zhang Xin's words although froze, but see Wu Zhang Xin want to go rushed forward, then to block. This brother, what exactly are you doing? We really don't know you. We really recognized the wrong person. Maybe that friend of yours just looks like me. Since he is your friend, then you should have contact information. Why don't you go make a phone call and ask, why are you pestering us here? We really don't know each other, and we feel like passers-by with you, so it should be a misunderstanding. Wu Zhang Xin said calmly. In his heart he was going to curse the street. What's this all about? Yesterday was not easy to be busy for so long. Today finally came out to be able to relax, and as a result, this kind of thing was stalled again. With yesterday's experience, today Wu Zhang Xin learned smart, but where this kind of trouble, not dip, even if it is a misunderstanding, he does not want to contact. The other side heard, still did not make way to let Wu Zhang Xin and other people leave. We really know each other. I'm not mistaken. I can tell you some stories about what happened between us before. When you listen to it, maybe you'll have a feeling about it. You're like this. It's very much like you've been in a car accident. A silly face. Listening to the boy's words, Musashin wanted to sigh earlier, but the last sentence, he wanted to punch the other guy when he heard it. What do you mean he has a stupid face? Is this face of his stupid? Obviously handsome. How do you look at it? To be able to recognize the wrong person, 80% was due to his bad eyes. But it was also because of his bad eyes that this misunderstanding was made. Said it is a misunderstanding. The result is like the other side is like a sinew. Froze not to let Wu Zhang Xin go. Hard to stay here. And Wu Zhang Xin told a lot of stories. Wu Zhang Xin no. If you do not listen to the words, it is not able to leave this place. He had to take the girls, find an open space, where to listen to the story of the boys. After listening for a long time, Musashin still didn't have any feeling. He felt that the story didn't seem to involve him in any way. How is it? Feel anything yet? The boy insisted not to give up. After finishing the story he couldn't wait to ask Musashin how he felt. Musashin could only sigh at this, because he didn't feel anything. It was extremely strange. Musashin sighed in his mind. He knew that this was definitely going to be troublesome again when it came out. Not a single feeling. You must have recognized the wrong person. Musashin sighed. He could only say this because he was truly not feeling anything at all. It must be a misunderstanding. When the boy saw Musashin like this, he gradually turned from his previous expectation to disappointment. Then the boy lowered his head, sighed, and slowly raised his head. Well, seeing that you can't think of anything for a while like this, then let's take our time. Anyway, there is a lot of time. The days to come are long. Like this, you come to my latest painting exhibition here to visit. Consider it an interaction between us. Maybe you'll remember it after more interaction. Speaking of the exhibition, the look on the boy's face finally improved a lot. Smiling, he said to Musashin. Musashin was helpless when he saw this. He didn't want to say yes. He just wanted to end this troublesome and boring trivia quickly. For example, buying things at this dessert store. This place is packed with people, because the decoration here is very eye-catching, and the desserts made here are very delicious, so it attracts a large number of customers to come over to buy, causing the place to be a bit crowded. Musashin didn't want to be squeezed into a corner here, so he wanted to hurry up and leave to do what he wanted to do. Didn't want to waste any more time on top of these things, but he didn't expect that before one thing was over, another thing crashed in, like this painting exhibition. He didn't want to agree. Musashin opened his mouth intending to say the words of refusal, but it turned out that the girls on the side stirred. Earlier the girls were quiet and didn't bother, but now they grabbed his coat. Musashi Heart looked over. See the girl towards him making eyes. Color is very direct and clear. Very bold. Not at all cover. Musashi Heart see this immediately understand what the other side meaning. The girl is interested in this painting exhibition. Hope that he agreed. And then take him a piece to see. Painting exhibition, this kind of thing. Honestly, like them, these people have never been. Now can be invited to go. Naturally is very happy. Chapter 38, Invitation. Musashi Heart because it is too much trouble, so do not agree. If it is not too much trouble, naturally also willing to go. Want to refuse but see the other side are making eyes to let him agree. Musashi Heart also can only sigh and agree. After all, yesterday's things, but also quite sorry girls. Although the girl explained yesterday that the things damaged by the robot were just tools and didn't have much value, Musashin knew that what could be put into the lab would be something cheap. After destroying a piece of it, he naturally had to pay for it, and the other party didn't ask him to pay for anything, so Musashin felt guilty, and that was precisely why he didn't mind the trouble of bringing the other party here. Now it's hard to be almost over. The things have been gotten and eaten in the mouth, and can leave satisfactorily, but now it's encountered this kind of thing. Wu Zhang Xian didn't want to agree to it, but the other party wanted to. Wu Zhang Xian thought for a moment, and felt that it should be considered as an indemnity for yesterday. Moreover, for the painting exhibition, he was actually curious, earlier because of the trouble, but now that he had to go, he naturally became interested, so he agreed very quickly. The boy saw Musashin agree. The smile on his face became even more open. That's good. Then you guys must come. This is the invitation. You guys take it. You guys must come. Don't let go of the pigeons. The newly opened painting exhibition has a lot of fresh. Come to take a look. Just as a show of support is also okay. The boy finished. Some little shyly stood aside and looked at Musashi Heart. Musashi Heart to this, very helpless. No, this is only one invitation. I also want to go. Can you bring me a piece? The girl asked Musashin to agree just because he was curious about it and wanted to go see it. Once Musashin agreed, the girl looked happy on the sidelines because his idea was successfully implemented. But while the two were chatting, he inadvertently noticed that the boy had given Musashin only one invitation, and he was first stunned, then a little uneasy. He felt that by giving one, did he forget about him? Did he just invite Musashin to go alone? The girl was a little upset. He also wanted to go, but when he saw Musashin chatting with the boy, he was too embarrassed to interrupt. And now when he finally waited until the two had finished chatting and were planning to leave, the girl hurriedly asked this. As soon as he asked this, the boy placed his gaze on the girl's body. Earlier, he had been focusing on Wu Zhang Xian's body, because he and Wu Zhang Xian wanted to recognize each other. But seeing that Wu Zhang Xian didn't recognize him made him very anxious and clueless, so he was a little too busy and flustered to forget about that. Now when he heard the other party ask this, he then reacted. The invitation letter he only gave one, yet the girl wanted to come. Earlier when the girl gave Musashin a wink, he also saw it, so for this matter he also had to thank the girl. Otherwise, whether or not this time can be successful, are still an unknown. See the girl to his painting exhibition is very interested. He also looks very happy. Can someone like this look forward to his paintings? How can he not be happy? Moreover, this girl with a very tasteful body, dressed although not well-known brand name goods, but also considered a brand. This match plus his exquisite makeup, the whole person looks bright and shiny, very attractive. Standing in the crowd, basically sweeping a glance can find out him, because of his temperament and appearance, high over these girls beside him, although the girls beside him also have put on makeup, but it is not as natural as him. Sorry, I forgot. The boy smiled embarrassedly. Even if the girl was not good looking, even if she was very popular, If she was involved with Wu Zhang Xin, he would naturally want to give her preferential treatment. After saying this, he immediately pulled out the invitation letter and respectfully handed it over to the girl. The girl was very happy to get her hands on it. Her mouth was like smeared with honey. Her speech was extraordinarily sweet, and she thanked the boy in a slightly petulant manner. The boy smiled sheepishly, and then set his eyes on Musician's body. The purpose of his coming here was to have a relationship with Musician. Things are done, so I'll leave now. You don't remember now? I can't help it if I'm in a hurry. So come on, there's plenty of time for contact anyway. Be sure to come to the painting exhibition. You guys are special guests that I've specially invited. The boy smiled, and after saying this, he waved his hand at the duo and left, leaving with extra difficulty, as the store was already full of people. Musician had come earlier with the girl, and there weren't a lot of people back then, so it was easy to get in and visit the place as well. But now, has come to the ordinary people should go out time. It leads to the formation of the peak here. Squeeze out or squeeze in are extremely difficult. The boys left, but waited for a long time. This is slow, difficult to squeeze out, extraordinarily difficult. At this time, many people, the room is stuffy, although there is air conditioning, but still some cannot block the heat on the body. After the boys left, Wu Zhang Xian and the girls also some cannot stay. Therefore, after paying the bill, they squeezed out of the crowd, left the dessert store. The dessert store's general they have been sightseeing. Indeed very good, very innovative. Making desserts are also extremely to people's tastes. Musashi Heart is not too much picky about these. Basically roughly in line with the appetite will be enough. Unlike the girls, attention to the finer details. After the too hard to squeeze out, did not leave the dessert store, but in a shady place, standing there began to solve the things in the hands of the girls abide by a whole lot. Anyway, he is not bad this money. Besides these things, some of which he has not seen, nor eaten, is very curious, want to taste fresh, see how the flavor, so all of a sudden bought a whole bunch. Anyway, Wu Zhang Xin in the side, I more let Wu Zhang Xin share, can't lift that by Wu Zhang Xin to lift. 4 girls, this is what boys should do. Wu Zhang Xin also did not resist, also did not refuse. Very good to carry a large bag of things standing next to. Girls eat quickly, eat for a while, then put their hands into the bag, to fish the next thing to eat. Musashi Heart to see this is very helpless. The girls eat 2 before he ate 1. Not that his mouth is small, appetite is small. Just for desserts this kind of thing does not have too much interest, even if it is in line with the appetite, but also do not want to eat excessively sugary things. So eat not so anxious, also not so fast. 2 people just stand here, eat with relish, while eating, the girl also humming, extraordinarily pleasant mood. Who the hell did you say that person was? Do you really not recognize him or are you faking it? If you don't recognize it, then why is the other party holding on to it like that? Chapter 39, Unrecognized. The girl took the invitation in her hand and looked at it for half a day. Looked up and asked Musashin, this thing how do I know? I and he indeed do not know. See even met. For him as a person, even the story he told, I am very unfamiliar. Moreover, if it is really a friend why is there a need to be like this? Although Musashin didn't say it clearly, but the girl on the side was listening to understand. If they really know each other then why do they need to pretend they don't know each other? There's no need to be like this. So to say, when Musashin said they don't know each other, then they really don't know each other. The girl was puzzled, and curious about this. In the end, what is going on? Could it really be a misunderstanding? But this misunderstanding seemed plausible. The girl ate something in her mouth, while looking down at this exquisite invitation. Really is a painter. The design of the invitation are set up exquisite even. An invitation, exquisite. The heroine would like to collect it, because it is very beautiful. No matter him. Anyway, go and take a look to know. This invitation is really beautiful. He can design such. I think the exhibition should be more exciting. I really do not know which big celebrity he is. Your luck is really good. Not to mention whether you recognize him or not. Just this kind of luck. It's too powerful. A random encounter. There is such a big invitation here. The girl hemmed and hawed. For today, he was kind of happy for having gotten a big bargain. I wouldn't want it if I could. It looks like a big deal, but in reality it's definitely another troublesome hassle. Musashi sighed mentally. When will he get a break? How come he always encountered this kind of thing day after day? Think about it. Just go have fun. The girl hemmed and hawed, and then the 2 of them concentrated on their desserts. If they didn't eat them, some of them might not be too tasty, because some of them needed to be eaten instantly, and if they were left out for a long time, they wouldn't taste as good as if they were freshly made. Musashi Heart do not want to eat more, but carry a big pocket of things. Do not eat if thrown away strange waste. Besides the girl at one side eating, he was watching, more or less will give each other the pressure. so Musashi Heart also have no choice but to eat before pulling out. The two stood next to the dessert store. One stop on the stand for nearly an hour. Things are really too much. The two eat while chatting. This speed has been very good. The two finally finished eating. Long breath, too difficult. Musashi Heart in the bottom of his heart kept repeating this. Although delicious, but eat more or less still some acceptance. He usually do not go to eat these things. Although not as much as the girls kind of like. Now eat a lot at once. Suddenly a little hard to eat. Not a physical reaction. This is just a psychological feeling. Feel strange. On the contrary, the girl on the side of the finished eating is very happy. However, for the finished eating this thing, he also long sigh of relief, because finally finished eating, bought too much, he thought it was going to waste it. He adhered to the mood of not wasting it, frantically eating, afraid that he could not finish, but finally finished. Finally, and the finish did not reach his limit. The girl was very satisfied with the pat on the stomach. Eat really full. Go, let's go for a walk. To this time, go to the road to shop. Should be able to meet a lot of wonderful things. Walk a circle down, may be digested. Look at the time. If you walk for a while more, if you stop to rest, can continue to eat. How about it? The girl looked very happy about this plan of his. He felt that he was really too smart. This words made Musashin hear it. Suddenly a head too big. Just finished eating. Turn around and eat again. Musashi Heart up and down to measure the girl. Found that this girl, thin and tall, so thin, obviously like a small appetite, but he ate so much stuff, still not enough. This physique some people admire. Musashi Heart in the heart helpless. Musashin wanted to refuse, wanted to leave, but the girl was very excited. He did not want to interrupt, so he had to comply with the girl. Two people all the way to the south, around the sidewalk, then began to walk. The results did not expect. Digestion has not been digested. The two people in the middle of the road encountered out of the concert. A big star is standing on the stage, holding a microphone. Is to a group of viewers under the stage to say something? Due to the distance is slightly far away, so it is not heard really. For everything on the stage, one could only make out a vague outline as well. You see, there is a concert. Which star is that? Why are they singing outside? The girl's eyes were very sharp, immediately noticing the movement over here. Squinting her eyes for a while, and after roughly determining it, she gleefully raised her hand, pointing in that direction, telling Musashin to look over there. Musashin did as he was told, and when he looked over he realized that he could only make out an outline, so far away. You can tell that one is a concert. How many degrees are your eyes? That good? Musashin was surprised about this. This girl's eyesight was too scary. He had good eyesight, but when he looked over, he could only see an outline, and the other person could tell it was a concert when he looked over from where he stood. How could he say that it was a bit strange? No, I can only see an outline, but I can judge. So big car there. A group of people surrounded there. In addition to the star appeared. What else can be the matter? Auntie hawking? That can't be the case. If she has a little money, she won't set up a stall. Besides, listen, although you can't hear clearly what the content is, but it seems to be a song, right? Who would be exposed to the public to sing? It's either a star or an Edison. Just guess in that direction and be done with it. You're so dumb, so stupid. For musician's reaction, the girl looked down on it, spitting out her tongue. She took a big step and ran in front of Musashin, who froze in place, confused. Why are girls' minds so strange? Musashin didn't say much, rushed to follow behind, and finally approached. They realized that it was indeed a concert. The girl expressed her desire to go and listen to it, and Musashin couldn't refuse, so she had to accompany beside it, and stood in the pile of people one by one, and looked up at the star on that stage. The star looks very handsome. At this time he is holding a microphone, singing while shaking his hand, as if doing some kind of posture. Musashi Heart is not interested in this. For who he is also not interested, the girls in the side of the watch with great interest. Just as he was watching, the star on the stage suddenly said that he wanted to invite two people to come up on stage and sing together. As soon as he said this, the surroundings suddenly screamed and was very excited, which made Musashin frown. What a nuisance. Chapter 40, Singing. He couldn't stand the hustle and bustle. The sound of a girl screaming next to him was almost piercing his eardrums. The fans are crazy, Musashin thought in his mind. Musashi Heart see around the chaos. Intends to pull the girl away from a little, but did not think, just raised his hand to drag away the girl. The star on the stage to Musashi Heart caused trouble. The star on the stage directly chose Musashin and the girl to sing together on the stage. Musashi Heart and girls because by the star's warm invitation to let the two sing together. Musashi Heart actually inner is refused. Face showed some subtle changes, because he did not want to make a fool of himself in front of the girls. He was afraid of his own singing voice will give the girls will leave a bad impression of their own. But looking at the star on the stage and the glossy girl next to him, It was not good to excuse himself, so he compromised. He suppressed his inner refusal. The first time he worked with a girl, he couldn't make a scene. Thank you for the invitation. I'm honored to be here singing with this girl. The girl was also very happy, but she could tell from Musician's facial expression that Musician had a small mind, probably had some hard feelings, so she couldn't help but play a small joke with him to liven up the atmosphere. What? Are you unhappy? Don't you want to sing a song? Or do you not want to be with me? In fact, the girl inwardly knew that he wasn't because of himself, but when she saw his cute expression, she couldn't help but let a person tease him a little bit. Unconsciously the corners of her mouth hooked up into a small smile, cherry-like lips, as if smeared with honey, so that people couldn't help but laugh along with her. Musician immediately denied. No. Before Musician could say her next sentence, the girl followed up with, ha ha ha, no, I just made a joke. Don't panic, haha. I know you're not going to sing because of me. You must have your own reasons. It could be that you don't like to sing, or it could be some other reasons. The girl's hand rested on her head like she was thinking about something. Although I don't know what the reason is, what I want to say is don't belittle yourself. Boys, you must be confident and angry. Confident boys are the most handsome, aren't they? The corner of her mouth unconsciously hooked up a trace of smile again. Her smile like can cure everything. Let people look at can dissect all the troubles. Make people's mood can immediately become happy. Musashi heart just like this straight look at her, carefully listening to write every word she said, some of her tiny details he saw in the eyes, and build some confidence. He began to dissect his heart, with a tone of voice he is not very familiar with to express his inner thoughts. It's not really a big deal. I just don't want to make a fool of myself. I know my own singing voice, and I don't really like to sing under such a grand stage. I don't know if I can get the audience's affirmation, and your affirmation. At this point, the girl's heart had 1,000 replies to the question. You have to believe in yourself. Haven't done anything yet, how can you know it can't be done? You can only have enough confidence to have a chance to get the affirmation of others. Believe in yourself. It can be done. The two had been mingling and talking for a few minutes before they finally got to go on stage and sing. The two walked forward step by step, getting closer and closer to the stage in front of them. A huge stage surfaced in front of them. Chapter 41, The Stage. The background of the stage was painted like a forest, and the stage was filled with people. One by one, unfamiliar faces emerged in front of the two. Noisy voices lingered in their ears, discussing different things. There were students, children, the elderly, people of all ages. With the beautiful music slowly playing, the show began immediately, only to see the stage colorful lights along with the music bright and dim, dazzling. A series of fancy operation makes Musashi Heart extremely uncomfortable. The microphone held in the hand began to gradually shake up. Hands and feet, do not know what to do. He looked at the audience on the stage. The heart began to be extremely fearful. The expression slowly became hideous up. At the same time, the girl's mood is very pleasant, heart not the slightest sense of oppression, but feel very relaxed. The audience under the stage seems to be her relatives and friends. She began to interact with the audience. Active atmosphere. Hello everyone. The two of us were invited up by the stars. Next will be the two of us to bring you a song. After saying that, the girl then noticed Musician standing aside. His whole body was shaking. His appearance made the corner of the girl's mouth rise slightly. She finally couldn't help but laugh out loud when Musician's head turned around, which made the girl embarrassed. So she put away her smile. The girl walked to him in 2 steps, as if coaxing a small child tone to comfort Musician. Relax. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Believe in yourself. Oh, by the way, tell you a secret. Do you know how I overcame this kind of pressure when I was a kid? No idea. Musician chimed in. The girl smiled. When I was a kid like you, I would get nervous and stressed when I saw a lot of people, but I would treat the audience below me like radish greens and red meat or something every time and I wouldn't get nervous. Even though that's not very nice, it's a good way to relieve stress. The girl continued to tickle the corners of her lips. At this point, Musician also smiled, and the shaking of her body became eased up. They chose a modern and more popular song. The music gradually sounded. The spotlight hit their bodies. It looked especially dazzling. The opening part was sung by the girl first. The girl's sweet voice haunted this stage. The noisy voices under the stage slowly began to become calmer. They all began to savor the girl's singing voice, followed by Musashi Heart singing. The boy's voice is low and thick, magnetic. Let a person listen to the deep fall into. From his voice can be heard in his self-confidence and arrogance. Let a person can't stop. All the people under the stage are focused on his body. The girl was already mesmerized by Musician's voice, and when she came to her senses, she saw Musician looking at herself and smiling. The girl looked at Musician's confidence, and smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards, their cooperation is very tacit understanding. When the girl sings, Musashi Heart will give her harmony. Musashi Heart sings when the girl will be on the side of him. In the middle of the pause part, they will interact with the audience. The audience is also very enthusiastic. They finished the song just like that, singing in unison, and they looked at each other with a satisfied smile. Thank you all for listening to this song that we both sang, they both said in unison. When they finished the sentence, the people under the stage instantly got hot. They cheered and shouted, shouting out their names, and some children would give them a flower to show their recognition. Chapter 42, Escape. Now that this song is over, we're going to have to go, so I'll see you later, Musician said. After the song they were surrounded by the audience on stage, asking for the girls and musicians' contact information. Musician and the girls were helpless, so they gave it to them. I'm sorry, I didn't bring my cell phone with me when I left the house. I'm a little lost on what the contact information is. How about next time? The girl smiled, to the side of the man who was asking for his contact information. The man hurriedly turned his head, to think of how to take this sentence, enforcing the girl to give the contact information, but did not think that just as he turned back his head, trying to use his eyes to signify a piece of the people around him, the girl was pulling Musician, and suddenly scurried out of the heap of people. Earlier, the pile of people surrounded the water, but the girl intentionally walked back and forth, so that the circle slightly lacks, taking advantage of the time to talk. The attention will be diverted, which creates an opening. The girl extremely witty, just like this to take Musician to escape from here. The girl pulled Musician and ran while being very excited. Ha 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 ha, just now the singing song was really drenching. It was really cool, but there was some trouble back there. But then, with this cleverness of mine, I've already managed to solve it. The girl laughed out loud, seemingly proud of his ingenuity. Musashi Xin was silent at the side, helpless at this. The girl's self-confidence, very inexplicably came, completely without warning. Up to this point Musician didn't even figure out what was going on in the girl's head. How was the thinking? He could not figure out. Contact for so long also did not understand. Feel very bizarre. Let's talk about the earlier incident. Seeing the star, he was the first person to get excited, but when he got close to the star, he did not come up to ask for contact information or autographs or something like that like those fans next to him, viewing the star as if he was viewing a passerby. Obviously not the same way he was earlier, not understanding what was going on. Did a certain moment upset him? Say, you took the trouble to squeeze to the front of the pile of people. You are not in order to get an autograph or contact information? Now that you have the chance, you don't seem to have the slightest idea of doing so. What the hell were you thinking? Musician was puzzled and inquired about the other person while running. The girl heatedly laughed when she heard that. Love of beauty everyone has. See the beauty. I am naturally very excited but, this beauty, appreciate can be. There is no need to be so close. There is no need to get into this. After all, I just appreciate his beauty, and not really like him as a person. I'm not a fan. Naturally not so crazy. Moreover, handsome is handsome a little, but I do not understand how his character, who says can be accurate. The girl waved her hand. Her expression was very indifferent. For these, he really didn't have that much interest. Looking good is one thing. Becoming a fan to chase the other person is another thing. The two things can't be mixed together. The girl finished. Musashi heart, more or less understand. For the girl's idea, he also do not know what to say good. Two people all the way trotting run I do not know how long. In a gazebo they're stopped. At this time the place is a central park. The park was huge. The two also just ran to the edge. There were pavilions on the edge. The two just happened to stand there. It's really exhausting. I don't even move much on weekdays, and now that I've run so far, I guess this has to lose 2 pounds. The girl was gasping for breath while pinching the flesh on her belly, trying to pinch out some swimming circles for Wu Zhang Xin to take a look. Wu Zhang Xin was helpless and didn't want to take care of it. Running 2 steps and gasping a few times can lose weight. Then there is no fat person in this world probably. Moreover, they only ran how far? A few kilometers or less than it. This is said to be tired. Wu Zhang Xin but a little sweat did not flow, but also slightly up and down exhale breath only. I want to buy a car. You accompany me a piece to see it. The two of them did not communicate for the time being. Just as Musashin was planning to find a direction to take the girl away, but suddenly heard the girl say so. Musashin turned his sight and looked at the girl, finding that his gaze was resting on the shopping street not far from the park. At that moment, in front of one of the stores on the shopping street, there was an extremely exquisite sports car that seemed to be on display. It was unclear, the distance was a bit far, and Musashin couldn't judge it clearly. He could only follow his gaze to get a general idea. Forget it, you're living in the city center area. The distance from the company to work shouldn't be much farther. Big deal, take the subway or something. This also saves money. Besides, look at you this way also does not look like no car people. You'd better save it. Don't see, come interested to buy. Girls live in a large villa, naturally have the money. Wu Zhang Xin said so, not against the other party to buy a car, Just he felt that the girl must be looking at the car store over there. A moment of interest, so want to buy. He felt, this is not too good, right? Not too generous. Moreover, his situation is certainly not bad. Car. Have a car to drive, why buy again? Maybe there is money to be free. But Musashi heart does not want to go. In other words, it wasn't that he didn't want the other party to buy it was just that he was too lazy to go over there because it was troublesome, and he wanted to leave and go back now. Today's this week, although the storm is very light, but he still do not want to go through. He just want to live a peaceful life. Do not have so much trouble. Life is already quite bitter. Life is more peaceful. Is not it good? Musashi heart found girls very crazy. The whole person's behavior also feel exciting, strange. Always like to do those things that Musashin found troublesome, which made Musashin very bitter. Now finally escaped from that place. Just have an excuse to leave. He naturally wanted to leave. After Musashin finished speaking, the girl didn't answer him. Instead she tugged up his sleeve. Musashin looked at him suspiciously, and was about to say something when the girl yanked him away. The girl's strength, don't know how to do it, seems especially big. Earlier in the dessert store, screw a bottle cap can't be screwed. Also have to beg him to help screw a little. Now, this strength, Wu Zhang Xin think, open 10 estimated to be effortless. Hey, what are you doing to go? I do not go. Musashin struggled, but he completely struggled. But the girl's strength is like getting the power of the flood, deadly tugging him, struggling cannot break free. Musashin was helpless, directly pulled by the other party to the four store. What to go or not? You're here, are you going or not? Just this little distance you cannot walk? I want to buy a car. You help me look. I can't recognize the car. What if I'm cheated? The girl has some small aggrieved. Wu Zhang Xin heard immediately helpless. He also do not know on his poor cannot afford to buy a car, naturally will not go to contact these, so he also do not understand Wu Zhang Xin know that the other party is looking for an excuse. Sigh. Wu Zhang Xin can only follow the other party to go in. Chapter 43, Buying a Car. Because what is said is also said in vain. Said he does not recognize the car, each other certainly will not be easily spared. Said he will, that naturally went in, no matter what will and will not, he today are inevitable. Moreover, people are pulled in the door, standing in the door only to see how much not go in, some not very good at. In his two people talking, the store's service personnel, has been very colorful came out. People have this kind of invitation, you turn around and leave, this is a little too awkward it. The two of you please ask to buy what price of the car, or what brand. I can introduce you. Waiter service is very in place. A come up very politely said. These behaviors and manners are also extremely polite. Etiquette dignified to do extremely standard. Wu Zhang Xin look impeccable. The other party has a better face. Dress neatly. With a smile. Wu Zhang Xin this is very helpless. Is he going to turn away in front of this kind of beauty? That he is a little too ruined image, right? Although he is poor, but also cannot show too direct it. And people have half a foot in. Leave. Inevitably some cannot do at least he is now cannot do. Wu Zhang Xin only have no choice but to hard head across the inside. The girl for the waiter, but seems very familiar. You give me an introduction. What styles do you have in the store? What are the prices? As far as possible to be comfortable and spacious, the price is not a problem. The main thing is to be comfortable, and the style of the car should be new. I have to like it. The girl said this very smoothly, and when the other party heard it, he immediately understood, and hurriedly led the girl to a direction, with Musashi Xin helplessly following behind. Does this still need him to help him look at cars? The other party had already sifted it for him, and still used him. He was like a decoration, just posing on the side. Musashi's heart was helpless. What could he do? Come all the way here, leave now? What do you think? This car is only more than $3 million, not bad. The style, also still meet the requirements. What do you think? Just more than $3 million? In a side listening to the Wu Zhang Xin are some frown. He is too little money. The price of this car is too low? Wu Zhang Xin laughed bitterly for a while. Really don't understand the rich people, but thought so, can live in such a big villa? Naturally rich. Wu Zhang Xin sighed and nodded. More than $1 million of car must be good Besides, he does not understand the car. Just listen to the price and feel absolutely bullish. So he nodded. Look for yourself. Just buy it if you like it. Over $1 million car. The quality must be good. After Musashin finished speaking, the girl nodded her head, seemingly agreeing with Musashin's words, and Musashin quietly watched all of this from the sidelines. The girl was taken by the attendant to a few more cars for the girl to pick from. The girl went around and around and around and back to the one he thought was good the first time around. That's the one. I'll buy it now and pay full price. The girl didn't wait for the other person to ask him whether he was paying in full or paying a deposit first or something like that. It was directly answered by the girl. The waiter was immediately happy to hear that, and hurriedly turned around to get some relevant things for the girl to sign. The girl is very quick. Sign the word card a brush. The car is so drive away. Wu Zhang Xin and the side are some dumbfounded. This rich people's life, but also too arbitrary it. This car has not been compared to the three it. Sion like immediately swiped the card to take away. In exchange for him, estimated that still have to think about it. Even if he has money in the future, he has become a tycoon. He does not want to be so wasteful. The sale was very smooth. After it was done, the girl got the car keys, and then in public, drove the luxury car away. Musashi Xin sat on the passenger side. Originally he did not want to sit, but the girl has been pulling him. Let him go to sit on the passenger side. Said to take him for a ride. Wu Zhang Xin helpless he did not want to take a ride. Although this car is quite luxurious, but how to say there are some subtle feelings lingering in the heart. Feel that he is a little embarrassed. After all, the girl bought a luxury car, and he was next to it, but did not do anything at all. Even to the end is the girl's own card to pay for it, which let those people next to it to see. Do not know in the heart to say something, so Wu Zhang Xin very much do not want to. Intends to leave, go home, no money, then he will not come. You quickly get on the car have bought a car, cannot waste it, get on the car. I take you for a ride, take you to see the city's great beauty. Anyway, your idol is also idle with me a piece of it. The girl dragged hard to Wu Zhang Xin into the passenger seat. Wu Zhang Xin helpless. People have come in, what else can he do? Just had to pull up the seatbelt on the side and fasten it for himself. Then the car started. You have to sit firmly. I drive but will drift it. But don't worry. I test driving license also have many years. Absolutely is a good hand old driver. So you feel at ease to sit, to ensure that there will be no danger. By the way, where do you think the scenery looks good? Let's go and take a look. The girl asked Musashi Hart while driving. Musashi Hart at this time already do not want to talk, but see the other side of two minds. He was afraid again. Rumors say that female drivers driving extremely scary. Either hit a person, is on the way to hit a person. Extremely horrible. Some old drivers see as a woman driver have to courtesy 3 points. Do not dare on If this is on, I guess both lose. So the female driver this name. Let them these people scared. Not only is driving the driver, even passers-by are also afraid to avoid. Now Wu Zhang Xin looked at the side of the female driver. Extraordinarily some uneasy. Especially heard the other side said he will also drift. He cannot suddenly come to a sharp braking with a turn on the main road. Then this is not fun. See the other side of two minds to chat with him. Wu Zhang Xin suddenly panicked. This if not accidentally appear an accident. The car is destroyed. His life has not yet accomplished the dream of it. This is going to hang up? Impossible. Wu Zhang Xin thought in his heart. Thought of these, the previous heart on the feeling of displeasure immediately dissipated. At this juncture, it is better to cooperate with each other as much as possible. So Musashi Hart then chatted with the girl about some of the beautiful scenery in the neighborhood, and even slightly farther away. The girl one by one drove the car to take Musashi Hart to sightseeing. Sitting in the car and looking out of the car scenery, to be honest, is also really a kind of enjoyment. Musashin leaned back in the car and enjoyed it. This car is so expensive. There is really a reason. After taking Musashin around, the girl took Musashin to the mountain where he had been as a child. He did this because he wanted to share it for Musashin to see, so that he could also see these that he had seen. Chapter 44, The Middle of Nowhere. Earlier, what Wu Zhang Xin said was all that Wu Zhang Xin had seen. Now he was going to take Wu Zhang Xin to see what he had seen. It was also considered to be a courtesy. The more the car drove further and further out of the way, Wu Zhang Xin more and more realized that the situation wasn't too wonderful. He suspiciously turned his head and asked the other party, I have to say that your car skills are indeed very good, but you have some problems with your sense of direction. This car of yours, it's gradually drifting away from the city. Are you driving to the suburbs? It's not possible that you are going to kidnap me, right? Musashin asked the question very implicitly, but also directly. So that, the girl suddenly laughed when she heard it. You can really humorous. I kidnapped you for what? You can mo money. Kidnap you also no good result. And I am so rich. Still kidnap a what? This if reveal the tale to be caught, then it will be all for nothing. Wu Zhang Xin listened to this. Think is also, he is so poor. The other party is certainly not see him. Even if he kidnapped him, their family is poor as such, will not come up with money, so kidnapping is also useless. Besides, people's families are now so rich, kidnapping him still do what? If you have money to enjoy, why do you need to do this kind of fearful thing again? If you do it, if you are found out, What you got in the past will go down the drain, won't it? A smarter person could think of this. Musashin shook his head. If that's the case, then why did you drive to this place? It's not like you want to enjoy the scenery. You want to enjoy the middle of nowhere, right? Let me tell you, it's not safe in the middle of nowhere anymore, even though it's still early in the day. If you don't remember the way, we won't be able to make it back later. That said, what are you doing here? Have you been here before? Musashin asked the other party suspiciously, and the other party gave another giggle at that. Why are you so stupid? Dumb look can be really cute. You earlier shared the scenery you've seen. I've seen it. I'm now going to take you to see the scenery I've seen before. Why can't I? Don't you understand? Why can you share what I can't? This place must have been here before, otherwise my car skills are so stable, recognizing the direction so accurately. The girl spat out. Musashi Heart, once heard, haha laughed. That's not true. The main thing is that you didn't tell me. I thought you were going to do something bad. Scared me. What bad things can I do? If I wanted to do something bad, I would have already done away with you earlier when I had such a great opportunity. The girl spat out her tongue, and then told Musashin the story about the mountain and the story of his childhood. The two stories were mixed together to form a timeline, and very smoothly told to Musashin. Once talking about the story, Wu Zhang Xin immediately came to interest, always sitting in the car, even if there are countless great scenery outside. But, this is always tired, and for the scenery, see so much at once, certainly cannot stand. Previously, it was difficult for him to see the scenery. Let the girls drive a circle finished. He intends to leave, hurry to leave, and then don't leave. I don't know, the girls will come up with something out of the blue. Earlier saw the car store suddenly had the idea of buying a car. In case this, if you see the real estate, is not to buy another suite? Musashi Heart did not dare to imagine. The life of the rich is too terrible. He has never imagined. In order to avoid the emergence of trouble, he then planned to go first in advance. Hurry to go. The result of the car has not yet been down. The words have not yet been said. Was the girl to be abducted to this place? Musashi Heart want to cry. He felt, he can meet with the girls, is simply pour 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This entanglement, just like a dog skin plaster, steak cannot be peeled off. Musashin sat in the car sigh. The whole person is also very boring. But now, the girl talked about the story. He listened to the story. Anyway, it is also boring. Why not listen to the story? To pass the leisurely time the scenery outside the window is constantly changing. Wu Zhang Xin at this time has been immersed in the story in the girl's mouth. The girl's driving skills are really good, can drive while telling stories. Even if he was infected by some of the emotions in the story, he can drive the car steadily. For this, Musashi Heart had once wondered, those people in the mouth of the female driver, in the end, how is it like? It was probably one who had just finished her driver's license not long ago, or one who hadn't quite finished it yet. Like girls like this, completely veteran drivers even more stable than some male veteran drivers. Maybe it's different for everyone they meet. Musashin couldn't figure it out and didn't intend to do so again. This matter had nothing to do with him anyway. You had a fun childhood when you were a kid. The girl told the story. Musashin responded from the side. He had to give the other party the motivation to tell the story. The girl saw Musashin so cooperative, then said extraordinarily energetic. Said a long string. Musashin also did not mind, listening carefully from the side. Two people just so leisurely enjoy driving for a while. Now has gradually in the mountains. The surrounding has been sparsely populated. The trees began to become more the ravine of this environment, but also gradually exposed in the two people's line of sight. The two people chatting, driving a car, very leisurely. Just when the two people chatting happily, a car does not know how, side by side over. At first the two didn't notice, probably because the road was a bit crowded and the driver was in a hurry, so he squeezed in next to it. Wu Zhang Xin, who was listening to the story, completely ignored. Anyway, with him and do not know, certainly not looking for him. Moreover, this kind of peaceful environment will encounter something else. This place is so deserted, surely won't encounter anything. So Musashi Heart is very bashful. Even if there is a car alongside, he did not bother. He did not say anything and did not react. The girl naturally does not know. He is still immersed in the storytelling and driving. I'll tell you, there used to be an old well here. There are a lot of legends about this old well. Do you want to hear them? I'll tell you. They say it's very bizarre. Words have not finished. A horn sound, in a side sounded. Is a car horn. Is the previous parallel in their car next to the car issued by the horn sound? This sound is very loud. Immediately will two people's eyes attracted over. To say words also for a time stuck in the throat. Did not say out. Musashi Heart some impatience. In this kind of enjoyment when someone to disturb, more or less very troublesome. Moreover, with the other party and do not know. The other party suddenly so engaged. it is difficult not to see the eye to find things? Musashi Heart some small frown looked over, did not wait for him to open his mouth to ask each other to do what, the girl too excitedly shouted up. Musashi Heart first froze, and then understood, found that the girl and this car owner is known, seems to be a friend, the two people are extremely eager to talk. Musashi Heart sandwiched in the middle. Chapter 45, Embarrassment. Musashi Heart some embarrassment, now he is sandwiched between the two conversations, do not know what to do. In order to alleviate their own embarrassment, then had to take out his cell phone, began to play with the phone, although out of the phone he did not know what to do. No one sent him a message the same way no one cared about him, the phone he usually do not use much, and now take it out also do not know what to do, so he had no choice but to casually open a software, flipping through, in this way to ease the embarrassment. After all, he and the girlfriend do not know, the two people talk about the topic, he did not know how to say, besides, he is considered an outsider, naturally, also have no right to plug in, looking at the two people spaced out conversation, chatting hot, Musashi Heart is very bitter, the conversation between them did not intentionally avoid Musashi Heart said, are brightly and openly said, even so, Musashi Heart is still helpless, is still very embarrassing, because he is like an air person, on the sidelines of the silence, the girl sat on musician's left, sitting in the main driving seat, while the girl's friend's position is on musician's right, the two people in this position to talk about the day, the car speed is not fast, the car is quite safe, but this awkward atmosphere makes musician very difficult, early to know should not come, should not indulge in the previous story, should have been out of the trap out of the immediate decision to immediately leave, if at first so do it, but also not to now so embarrassing. Wu Zhang Xin aimlessly browsing through the text message on the screen of the cell phone, he was really too bored and embarrassed. These two people were chatting happily, smiling and laughing, and Wu Zhang Xin was the only one, expressionless, sitting on the passenger side with his head down, not going to look at the two people, not paying attention to the two people, as a way to make himself blocked out of this situation. What are you going to do now? Heading for this ravine, you're not out on a trip, are you? The girl's friend was not a bad person, and wasn't going to be shady like the other kind of people who were intentionally snarky. Likewise, they wouldn't see girls heading for the ravine and think of them as having a hard time. Tourism is not really, is a new car, intends to come out for a drive. I did not expect just come over to run into you. Earlier I was also with him in the story of my childhood and the deeds related to this mountain. Not yet finished. You a horn. It surprised me. The girl hemmed and hawed, and the girl's friend laughed at that, giving an embarrassed and puzzled look. Rather, I'm the one who disturbed you. It's weirdly embarrassing, mainly because I've been side by side with you next to your car, and you just wouldn't look at me, out of necessity, so I had to hit the horn. By the way, who's this little handsome guy next to you? You seem from the beginning to the end have not given me an introduction it, just now the two of us chatting too hot, all the handsome man forgotten in the corner, let people strange embarrassed, two people chatting finally chatting about Wu Zhang Xin heart bitter smile, he thought he estimated to go all the way to the end, did not expect halfway or was found, awkwardly raised his head, towards the two sides of the people smiled to indicate that he is fine, and lowered his head to continue browsing the content on his cell phone, he does not know what to do, can only use this to make a show, his name is Wu Zhang Xin, people are very good, tall and handsome, personality although some small impatient, but generally are quite good, recently met, it is said that, his medical knowledge is particularly good, even music and so on that guy, all worship him as a teacher, the girl said so, immediately attracted the girlfriend's eager eyes, for him, some surprise, music and so on what kind of reputation, he is naturally clear, did not expect, this in front of him, although handsome but not very eye-catching young man is actually music and so on master, this word out to make him a little surprised, I didn't expect young and talented it's my eyes that are clumsy, after saying this, he laughed and the girls responded next to him, that's not true, think at first I also some did not understand, also cannot see what his way, but to the back to hear him say so, with him a contact found that he this person's strength although did not see clearly, but the character thief is good, the girl praised Wu Zhang Xin, which made Wu Zhang Xin even more embarrassed, treat him as an air person, don't blow his rainbow farts here, how many kilograms of him he himself is clear, he doesn't have that ability, now being complimented like this, he is even more embarrassed, even more groundless, don't know what to say, the two people chatting happily, earlier was chatting with each other, now pulling Wu Zhangxin piece of chat, Wu Zhangxin can't refuse it, so he had to join the chatting team, except that, the words said are still very little, handsome guy, where are you working now? Since learning about Musashin, the girl's friend paid extra attention to Musashin, and Musashin couldn't afford to be cold to others, so he had no choice but to ask and answer. And as for where he worked, Musashin had no choice but to say that he worked at home. He said this means, he is not working now, but to other people's ears, that is working at home, really working at home, like the president of that kind of leisurely work, which let the other party heard, immediately came to the interest. However, the other party's interest, but not want to climb Wu Zhang Xin, also not want to throw out the olive branch, he said so also just curious. Musashin had no choice but to cooperate with the trio from the side. After chatting a few words, the girl's friend wanted Musashin's contact information. He submitted his own contact information to Musashin before asking for it. Musashi Heart is not very far away from the other party, directly a reach to reach the business card handed over by the other party, in the hands of a survey. Handsome guy, remember me, right, what about yours? Let's give each other contact information. The girl hemmed and hawed, a happy face look at the two, do not know what he is happy. Wu Zhang Xin noticed this side, is very puzzled. He is like this, should not come out to help him say it? Besides, the two of them are friends, what does it have to do with him? Now all are talking to him, he has a common language with him? Nothing at all. What are we talking about? What's there to talk about? Musashi Heart in his mind constantly spit out. He desperately hoped that the girl hurriedly come out to lead this friend of his away. Stop talking to him, there is nothing to talk about. Asking some boring topics. For these questions, Musashi Heart might as well lower his head and continue to ponder on his cell phone. Just now it was hard to find an article. Was reading it okay, now forced to join the chat. Little handsome, don't be stingy, just a contact information only. Won't this all can't afford to give it? I won't do anything about it. You say yes, you know him, then naturally no with me also no problem. The girlfriend finished, looked at Wu Zhang Xin. Musashi Heart sighed a breath. He directly refused. Like this kind of stranger he did not want to add. And the other side in his mind fantasized that look. Musashi Heart cannot be. He knows how many pounds in 2 pounds he is. He is just lucky. If the luck is not good, revealing the original, it is estimated that these people will be dog-eyed. Wu Zhang Xin in this society to fight for so long, naturally seen all kinds of life, so he didn't want to get into so many things. He just wanted to be calm and quiet. He wouldn't let people climb high or look down. In short, living his own was enough. Like this kind of unwarranted fame, he didn't need it. No need. I don't really want to add strangers, and I'm not as good as he says. I'm just a hobo, so I won't get into so much trouble. Musashin rejected the other party, but the other party didn't give up. It was as if he thought Musashin was joking about what he said, especially when Musashin said that he was a hobo. Speaking of which, the girl's friend laughed outright. It was obvious that he didn't believe what Musashi Xin said. If Musashi Xin was a hobo and a waste of time, then why did Lu etc. worship him as a teacher? Could it be that Lu and so on were blind, looking for an invalid as a master? It must be a joke. No one would believe it if he said it. Even a girl would not believe it if she heard it. Not to mention his friends. Little handsome, you are a little hurt people's heart. We just leave each other a contact information, and will not do anything. Why not give it? It's hard to believe that little handsome boy has a girlfriend? Girlfriend strict control? Girlfriend is not. But this? Let's not talk about it anymore. Musashi Heart replied to the other party. The other party was a bit distressed after hearing that. After brewing in his mind for a few times, he intended to say something else to dissuade Musashi Heart to give him the contact information, but he didn't succeed. Even the girls were unsuccessful in persuading Musashi Heart from the side. Musashin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took the initiative for the first time, because Wu Zhang Xin know, if he does not take the initiative to deviate from this topic, it is estimated that these two people will endlessly pester him. Girls' patience, but a very long and very powerful. They are very obsessive about a very interested thing. Obsessive to the point that even the boys can't compare. Knowing that girls are difficult to deal with. So Musashi Xin then had to take the initiative to change this situation, so that he went from passive to active. Musashi Xin didn't wait for the other party to say something, directly chatting about other topics. Firstly, hooked the girl's interest, and then let the girl's friend was forced to add in. The girl's friend sensed all this, did not say it explicitly, but he understood in his heart. Wu Zhang Xin is really not willing to give. That's why he skimmed off the topic and stopped talking about it. And he didn't want to go too far. People are giving steps down. They are hard not to go down. They have to make a scene. If they have to, in the end, it will only fall down the steps, and humiliate the people. Wu Zhang Xin refused to give. The two had to sigh and give up. Forcing is impossible. The other side is not willing to say. Even if the knife on the neck will not be willing to say that even if the knife on the neck of the estimated. Moreover, to be people's contact information is not to be a voluntary? It is difficult to force people to give? This is some of the cart before the horse. Chapter 46, Going First. let's not go to talk about these. Anyway, the next day is long well. Friends, this kind of thing is to slowly cultivate, not a day and on. So, take your time. The girl laughed. His discouragement did not work. He had to use other ways to comfort his friend. The girl's friend heard, did not say much, should and laughed. Two people while driving and chatting. I do not know how long to chat. We chatted here for most of the day. It's almost afternoon. Or go to the rest, we'll eat something. Focusing on the two of us chatting, but let this little handsome boy aggrieved. Look at him, a person nestled in the passenger seat, but also do not utter a word. Just staring at the cell phone screen. See for a long time, can be bad for the eyes, and so long should be hungry. Eat something, the girlfriend proposed, because he is now a little hungry. Honestly, his this point of hunger, in fact, is not much serious, mainly because he saw Musashin on the sidelines did not say a word. He felt that this is quite make Musashin embarrassed. In order to ease the embarrassment, to save Musashin out of this fire and water, he took the initiative to propose this kind of thing. It just so happens that he can also use this way to get close to Wu Zhang Xin. Maybe a quiet, get Wu Zhang Xin's contact information it. He hard to Wu Zhang Xin contact information, not only because of Wu Zhang Xin's talent, but also because Wu Zhang Xin is quite handsome. If he can, he would like to hand to try, but see the other side of the way. He had to hold down the restlessness in his heart. Then where do you think we are going? We are all in the ravine. What good things can we go eat? Girls for eating, is very sensitive. As early as earlier in the dessert store, he told Wu Zhangxin, eat after sneaking around, and can continue to eat dinner. The results did not expect to see halfway through the store that sells cars. They ran to buy a car out of more than 1 million. Buyout immediately took Wu Zhang Xin ride. Was thinking of driving a circle and then go to dinner. The results halfway and met the thing that blocked his dinner. That is, met his friends. Two people a happy chat. Chatting all afternoon. Thanks to the morning to eat more. Otherwise, now we'll be hungry chest to back. Girls eat more. Digestion is also fast. Unlike boys because too much movement. So, calories are consumed. And the girlet, originally do not like to move around. Eat in more. In order not to pile up. Natural digestion is fast enough. The girl looked out the window. He realized that they are now in the ravine. This kind of place is difficult to have a restaurant and so on. There will also be in the place where there are people. And they seem to be nothing here. The scenery is quite good, but sparsely populated. Half a day didn't see where the people are. Half a day cannot see the place. Then had to ask each other to eat what? The other party also looked. Some distressed frowned. But soon, frowning gradually stretching away. Looking for a restaurant may be no hope. But we are here can camping we have not done so before? It doesn't seem to be anything new now. Besides, this little brother looks physically fit and can definitely be useful. If we go out now, it is estimated to be a little later. We might as well settle it here. As a reminiscence of old times and chatting and doing things in the past. The girl's friend hemmed and hawed. The girl heard this immediately nodded and agreed. The two looked to Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin had no choice but to agree. This thing he said? He didn't have a say at all. So why ask him? Therefore, the three of them stopped the car to start the barbecue. A few people play especially happy. After a day of playing, Musashin only felt that he was already physically and mentally exhausted, especially when interacting with that girl and her friends. Musashin even somewhat regretted having to follow the girl to the mountains. He hadn't expected there to be so many difficult girls after arriving in the mountains. It wasn't that Musashin wasn't interested in girls. He just didn't mean anything to these girls, and he didn't want to delay his business right now because of emotional matters. Since he had already obtained this inheritance, he had to be reborn and let all those who would look down on him take a good look at him. He, Musashi Xin, was not someone they could mess with. Seeing Wu Zhang Xin sitting alone and not joining in their conversation, the girl couldn't help but come forward and ask, Zhang Xin, why don't you come and play with us? Is it too boring or? The girl's attitude towards Musashin was very positive and enthusiastic. Musashi Heart shook her head and gave a light laugh, signaling that she was fine. You guys play, I see that it's getting late outside. I have to go home. Musashi Heart glanced at the already distant sunset, which had already withdrawn the light it emitted, and the sky was gradually darkening. The girl's house was still some distance away from Musashin's house. If those people in the village saw Musashin staying out all night, there would definitely be a lot of gossip again. Musashin also didn't have that much time to deal with those people's mouths and tongues. Plus he hadn't thought about spending the night here. After hearing the news that Musashin was about to leave, the girl's friend also rushed forward with a hint of loss on her face. Ah, you're leaving? This hasn't played anything yet. The girl's friend also had a very favorable impression of Musashin, thinking that Musashin was not an ordinary boy. Musashin not only looks sunny and handsome, but also very polite, is simply the prince charming in their hearts. After failing to ask for contact information earlier, The girl's friend didn't give up and didn't take back the gaze she had lingered on Musashi Xin, and would still keep an eye on him from time to time during the game. The girl and her friend had planned to let Musashi stay here, so that they could play a little game at night, to promote their feelings for each other, and to get to know Musashi better as a person. Musashi Heart was a little helpless in his heart, but he still smiled and faced the two people. It's getting late. I have to go back. This time I have to thank you for entertaining me. Please. Musashi Heart got up from his seat, bowed slightly towards the two people, and made a gesture to leave. Musician's gesture further increased his favor in the girls' hearts as well as the girls' friends, who arched over the girls and gave them a wink as if to say to her that she should leave Utina behind. The girl also understood the meaning of her friend's wink, but she was still a little embarrassed to open her mouth. After all, if Musashin stayed, they would be sharing a room, and it would still not be good for their reputation to be spread out. Musashin didn't wait for the two to speak, and took the lead. I'll leave first then? Chapter 47, Sending It Back. After securing the opinions of the two, Musashin turned and left the girl's home, intending to take a taxi home. It was still some distance from the house, and it would probably take a long time to walk back. Upon seeing the one car the girl had parked outside, Musashin froze for a moment, and the idea of getting a car then popped into his head. Maybe it was time for him to buy a car. It would also be much more convenient. Just as Musashin was thinking, a familiar voice suddenly entered his ears. Hidden Heart. Wait. Musashin stopped himself and turned his head to look at the source of the voice, only to see the girl running towards him. Musashin withdrew his sight and waited until the girl stopped in front of him before speaking. What's wrong? The girl spoke with a bit of a gasp because she was running too fast, and she patted her chest like it would calm her down. The girl slowed down for a while. I forgot all about it just now. Since I'm the one who brought you here, naturally I should send you back. It's still a distance away from your home, and now that it's getting dark soon, it's not too safe inside the mountains. It's better for me to drive you back. The girl thought of this only after Musashin had left. Musashin froze for a moment and didn't reject the girl's words, nodding her head. Okay. The reason Musashin didn't reject the girl was because he didn't want to waste this time on the road, and it was indeed very dangerous inside the mountains at night. When the girl saw Musashi Xin agree to get on, her heart was happy. She hurriedly let Musashi Xin get on the car, and sat herself on the driver's seat. Wait until the two people have fastened the seatbelt. The girl only stepped on the gas pedal of the car. The car will soon be like a stringless arrow. General flew out of the ground, stirred up a lot of dust fluttering. Along the way, the girl chatted with Musashin about herself and asked about Musashin's exploits. Musashin could clearly sense that this girl was testing herself, wanting to get closer to him. However, on the surface, he still acted as if he knew nothing, smiling and talking to the girl. After about 10 minutes, the girl's car pulled up under Musashin's house. After Musashin said goodbye to the girl, he returned home. As soon as he returned home, Musashin sat paralyzed on the sofa, looking at everything familiar in his home. He only felt instantly more comfortable. Even though Musashin hadn't done much this day, he just felt particularly thunderstruck. Musashin rested on the couch for a while. Just as he was about to go take a shower, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lu and So-on calling. Hey, how's your situation today? Did you meet any girls you like? Wu Zhang Xian just connected the phone. The cell phone came from Lu, etc. That gossip voice. There is the situation, must not hide from me. We are iron brother. Musashi Heart smiled bitterly. I also did not intend to hide from you. Musashi Heart to today's occurrence of a number of things to inform the music and so on, including that girl, today can put me to death. I'm telling you, that girl has her eye on you. She's rich, she's good looking, and she has a good body. You're really stepping on some bad luck. Lu and So-on is strong in the phone to say that girl's good. Musashi Heart to listen to some impatient. Well, how so? Think about my things. Musashin smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Lu and So-on before finding an excuse to hang up the phone. Say no more. I have to go take a shower. I'm exhausted from this day. After hanging up the phone, Musashin threw the cell phone to the side of the sofa. Katsushika laid down on the sofa and sighed heavily. Should I be crying or laughing? A hint of complexity appeared on Musashin's face. For some reason, ever since he had carried out his inheritance, the number of girls around him had gradually increased, and each of them had fallen for Musashin, which made Musashin feel a bit caught off guard. Although there was a beast in Musashin's heart, he was still in control of that beast now. This kind of feeling Musashi Heart has never experienced before. In the past he had a favorite person in the school, but that girl saw him like seeing a mouse to avoid. Let Musashi Heart completely broken. Now with so many girls surrounding him, Musashi had an indescribable feeling. It was like excitement mixed with a hint of heartache and helplessness. After lying on the sofa for a while, Musashi took his clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at the familiar face in the bathroom, Musashi Heart for a moment did not recognize himself. Obviously appearance and before there is no change. but why is the feeling where it is different? Musashi Heart stared at the surprise inside himself for a long time. Wait until he regained his senses. He patted his face, hung his clothes aside, turned on the shower and began to take a shower. While taking a shower, Musashin only felt that everything from the past was being projected in his mind like a movie, making his emotions very complicated. It was as if he was once again being swept all over by that feeling of helplessness and inferiority that he used to have, and Musashin's eyes gradually clouded over. Musashin closed his eyes, letting that shower right in front of his face. The water droplets gradually fell down his face on his body, and finally to the floor making a dripping sound. Time was also gradually passing along with the sound of this water droplets, and Musashin inexplicably remembered his old college life again. What kind of life did he live in the past? It could be called a life that was worse than a dog. The last time he was expelled from the university could be considered the shadow of Musashin's life. If he didn't have that inheritance, his whole life might have to be so decrepit, but since the heavens had already given him this chance, he absolutely couldn't let himself be decrepit. Thinking like this, Wu Zhangxian immediately felt his body filled with strength, and those bad memories were gradually thrown to the back of his mind. Wu Zhangxian violently opened his eyes. A strange light erupted from his eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly rose. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. This is the real Musashin, Musashin muttered under his breath. After taking a shower in the bathroom, he just felt so much more refreshed, and only after everything was ready did Musashin lie down on his large bed and reflect on the events of the day. Even though Musashin had already turned off all the lights in the room, he was still able to vaguely see all the furnishings in the room. This was precisely the ability that Musashin possessed after carrying out his inheritance. Night Vision. Chapter 48. At first, Musashin also felt very surprised, but as time passed, he slowly got used to those strange things that happened to him, and slowly accepted them and digested them, because Wu Zhangxian knew that all of these things are essential on the way to become stronger. Musashi Heart in bed after lying for a long time before gradually entered the dreamland. This sleep Musashi Heart sleep very heavy, also very comfortable, so that the second day early in the morning Musashi Heart did not hear the alarm clock, or by the successive ringing of the phone woke up. Musashin woke up from his sleep after hearing that continuous ringing of the phone, reached out and touched his cell phone, climbed up from the bed, as well as confusedly slid the phone. Hello? He didn't look at who the caller was. He only felt a little annoyed in his heart, so his tone of voice was a little icy as well. Hello, Mr. Wu. Hello. I'm sorry to give you this call this morning. The phone came from a burst of voice that made Wu Zhangxian feel familiar. This voice was also mixed with a trace of attentiveness. Mr. Wu. It's like this. I'd like to ask if you're free to come back to the hotel again today. Only after hearing this voice did Wu Zhangxian gradually come to his senses, and he also knew that the person who gave him this call was none other than the hotel's manager. After hesitating for a while, Musashi Heart finally agreed to the hotel manager's offer. Okay, I will come to your hotel later. Musashin also happened to want to take a look around the hotel today. Plus he didn't have anything to do at home, so a trip to the hotel might lead to some new discoveries? That's great. Once the hotel manager heard that, his tone immediately became excited. Then I'll be waiting for you in the hotel, Mr. Wu. The hotel manager exchanged pleasantries with Musashin before hanging up the phone. Musashin glanced at the time on his cell phone and realized that it was already almost noon. No wonder this hotel manager would give himself this call. Musashin rubbed his disheveled hair and got up from the bed, quickly performing some washing and changing into a more casual set of clothes. When everything was ready, Musashin simply ate a breakfast before taking a taxi to that hotel. After the hotel manager saw Musashi Heart's figure, he hurriedly went forward to greet Musashi Heart. Mr. Wu, you're finally here. You've had breakfast, right? The hotel manager could be said to be extraordinarily attentive to Musashi Xin. At first Musashi Xin was still a bit uncomfortable, but in the end he didn't care much about the hotel manager's attitude towards himself. Musashin nodded. Eat? Calling me to the hotel this time? Is there something new in the hotel? The hotel manager slammed his palm. You see this brain of mine? Yes. This time it so happens that new buildings have been built in the hotel. Thought of bringing you, Mr. Wu, to visit, just to introduce you to these buildings. Musashi Heart heard the words of the hotel manager, looked around the hotel, lightly nodded his head. Good, take me to it. The hotel manager quickly took Musashi Heart to those new buildings, one by one, introduced to Yukon, completely like a salesman. Musashin also had to admit that this hotel manager really did have that kind of salesmanship, and could speak in an endless stream of words. Along the way, the hotel manager was chatting with Wu Zhangxian in one way or another. Mr. Wu, I see that you are still so young. You should be attending university, right? No. Upon hearing the word university, Wu Zhangxian's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a cold aura emanated from his body. After the hotel manager noticed the change in Wu Zhang Xian's aura, he also knew that he had said the wrong thing and didn't continue the topic. That, Mr. Wu, you see that? This is our hotel's elevator specially prepared for those disabled people. It's completely automated, especially convenient. The hotel manager pointed to the elevator on one side of the hotel, and started to explain it to Wu Zhang Xian. This elevator can be said to be completely attached to those disabled people's worlds. This elevator can be said to be completely in line with the needs of the disabled. After staring at that elevator for a while, Musashin nodded in satisfaction. This time, the new buildings in the hotel were indeed very humanized, and all of a sudden, the hotel's grade was upgraded, and it was also very much in line with Musashi Xian's preconceived notions and plans at the beginning. The hotel manager saw Musashi Heart did not angry at himself. Heart only then breathed a sigh of relief. He and Musashi Heart when talking in fact is a little careful, because the hotel manager felt that Musashin this person was unfathomable, obviously only 19 years old, but in his heart he was as mature as a 40 or 50-year-old, and not only the mental age, but also Wu Zhang Xian's style of doing things, completely unlike a just adult boys have. These points let the hotel manager very much admire Wu Zhang Xian, and think that behind Wu Zhang Xian there must be a very powerful background. This person they can't mess with, also can't afford to mess with. Alas! You said that the competition between this hotel is also too big. The hotel manager, as if he thought of something, his face showed a trace of sadness. In recent years, this industry of the hotel is getting worse and worse. The competitors are also getting more and more. It's difficult too. The hotel manager doing experience has also been so many years. Also know some of the quotations in this. Earlier years when doing this line is very popular, and can earn a lot of money, but with the passage of time, this line has become no longer so popular. Very common. In the past, the hotel's earnings are far more than this, and pay less effort than this, but now it is not the same. Over the years the hotel manager for the hotel can also be said to be dedicated. The whole person is haggard a lot. You are young may have some things do not know, but I am clear The hotel manager will go and talk to Wu Zhang Xian about some things in the shopping mall. There are also some human feelings, including his own experience. Mr. Wu, you are so young to have some so big, the future can be said to be unmeasurable said the hotel manager. Also did not forget to pat Wu Zhang Xian's ass. Whenever this time, Wu Zhang Xian is just a slight smile, will not say anything, and it was this that made the hotel manager feel even more that Wu Zhang Xian was an uncomplicated person, to be able to remain humble in such a situation. This person's heart must be very strong. As the saying goes, a low-profile person is exactly the most capable person. The hotel manager thought that Wu Zhang Xian was such a person, so he was extraordinarily enthusiastic towards him. After circling around the hotel manager almost told Musashi Xian all about the buildings, and his mouth never stopped. Chapter 49 Trivia. Musashi Heart very much admired the eloquence of this hotel manager. Not to be a manager is also really very pity. For some reason, the hotel manager suddenly brought the topic to the hotel's employees. You say that hotel is also exactly. They can't recruit their own employees but also poach people from our hotel, doing this kind of unseemly thing. The hotel manager couldn't help but spit out. But fortunately we have more old employees in the hotel. Most of them are loyal to our hotel, never have second thoughts, and their ability to do things is also very strong. The hotel manager said this as if he was praising those employees, and also as if he was praising himself. The two of them chatted and walked to the outside of the toilet. The hotel manager suddenly stopped his pace, turned his head and awkwardly smiled towards Wu Zhang Xian. That Mr. Wu, I'm a little bit here. The hotel manager looked at the toilet. I'll have to trouble you to wait outside for a while. Just as the hotel manager finished saying this, a man walked up to Musashin and the hotel manager. Manager, Mr. Takashi, he bowed towards the two of them, and seeing the hotel manager's face looking anxious, he inquired suspiciously, Manager, what's wrong with you? In fact, the hotel manager had long had some urgency to urinate, only that because Wu Zhang Xian was still beside himself, he couldn't suddenly talk about going to the toilet, so he had to unintentionally go around to the door of this toilet. After seeing the old employee, the bottom of the hotel manager's eyes erupted a bright light, pulling the old employee to explain, it's just as well that you're here. Accompany Mr. Wu outside to talk. I'll go in first. After saying that, the hotel manager turned around and rushed into the toilet. His back could be described as very wretched. That employee couldn't help but laugh out loud after seeing this. Manager, slow down. Don't rush. After the hotel manager left, the old employee stood beside Wu Zhang Xian and greeted him. Mr. Wu, why did you come today without telling us? We haven't properly entertained you yet. The old employee was also aware of Wu Zhang Xian's identity, so naturally he didn't dare to slow down Wu Zhang Xian. Wu Zhang Xian smiled. It's alright, your manager has entertained me, hasn't he? When the old employee heard Wu Zhang Xian's words, a strange expression flashed across his face. He glanced towards the toilet. After seeing that the hotel manager hadn't come out yet, he came over to Yu Chen's side and whispered, Mr. Wu, you don't know, our manager, that person, stingy as hell, a mouth that talks non-stop every day, but the hands do not move anything. Don't you think he can entertain you properly? He, that person, can be stingy, the old employee said. Began, and Wu Zhang Xian spit out that hotel manager, still recounting some of their own heartbreaking things. When Musashi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but on the surface, he still comforted the old employee. Don't take it to heart. Working well in the hotel is naturally the best. When the old employee was about to continue to spit with Musashi Xian, the hotel manager walked out. Mr. Wu, I'm really sorry. The hotel manager's face showed a trace of apology. This person has 3 urgencies. He smiled awkwardly, then rested his gaze on that old employee. How is it? Just now this employee of mine had a good chat with you, right? Let me tell you, he's one of the oldest employees in our hotel with the strongest business skills, and he's also a very nice person. I think very highly of him. The hotel manager patted that old employee's shoulder. When the old employee heard these praising words from the hotel manager, a trace of consternation appeared on his face, and his eyes towards Musashi Xian were somewhat complicated. The old employee coughed dryly, only feeling very guilty in his heart. He turned his head towards the hotel manager and smiled. Thank you for the manager's compliments. There are still some things over there that I need to take care of, so I'll leave first. The old employee was a bit weak and didn't dare to look into the hotel manager's eyes. After the old employee finished speaking, he intended to leave. The hotel manager saw the old employee leaving in such a hurry. He only felt very odd in his heart. That's fine. You go over there and get busy. Remember to work well. Before the old employee left, the hotel manager once again patted his shoulder. The old employee awkwardly smiled at the hotel manager and said nothing, then left. Musashin looked at the employee's back as he left and raised an eyebrow. A hint of a playful smile appeared on his face. He could feel the old employee's weakness from a distance away. In fact, Wu Zhang Xian was thinking that the hotel manager was still a good person. At least he wouldn't play some cautionary tactics. But what the old employee said was really his shortcomings as well. Everyone has their own shortcomings. There is no perfect person in the world, including Musashin himself. Musashi heart smiled, didn't say anything more, also didn't tell the hotel manager what the old employee just said. If this hotel manager didn't have a little bit of ability, how could he possibly be in the position of hotel manager? Wu Zhang Xian could also feel that the hotel manager was deliberately pretending to please himself in front of him, but he didn't break it down because Wu Zhang Xian didn't feel the need to break it down. The reason why the hotel manager is like this is also all for survival, and the old employee is also just trying to show off his mouth for a while. Tell me about him. Leaving in such a hurry, the hotel manager was a bit embarrassed. Sorry Mr. Wu, I'm still making you wait for me outside. It's because of my poor service. The hotel manager bowed towards Musashin. I'll tell you what, I'll treat you to a lunch later. As an apology, the hotel manager smiled and spoke. I've almost finished taking you around the buildings in this hotel, and I'm sorry for delaying you for such a long time, said the hotel manager, calling out to a passing waiter. Is there any extra private room in the hotel? After hearing the words of the hotel manager, the waiter hurriedly greeted the hotel manager. Manager, recently there are a lot of people booking rooms. I'm not too sure. You'll have to ask the front desk clerk about this. As she said this, the waitress glanced at Musashi Xian, who was on the sidelines, with a very wary look, and a hint of curiosity in her eyes. However, she held back her curiosity and quickly averted her gaze from Musashin's body. After working here for so long, the waitress also knew how to read other people's eyes. Some of the people here were usually people from the higher-ups, not at all something that a small waitress like her could mess with, let alone someone who could make the hotel manager actively curry favor with them. Wu Zhang Xian didn't know what was in this waiter's mind. After hearing the hotel manager ask if there were any rooms in the hotel, he also roughly understood what the hotel manager wanted to do. Wu Zhang Xian opened his mouth. Manager, don't bother. I can eat this meal, but I won't spend the night here at night. Chapter 50, Bad Legs? The hotel manager froze for a moment, then waved his hand towards the waitress to signal for her to leave. The waitress also immediately reacted and bowed towards the two of them before leaving. After the waitress left, the hotel manager smiled towards Wu Zhang Xian. In that case, I had wanted to let you, Mr. Wu, have a good experience here, and also let our people here serve you well, right? Since Mr. Wu is also a busy man, then I also might not force it. The hotel manager glanced at the watch in his hand. Nowadays it's not too early, or else Mr. Wu, let's go have a lunch now. The hotel manager's tone was mixed with a hint of temptation. In fact, to invite Musashi Heart to go out for lunch, the hotel manager was also a little bit out of selfishness, wanting to more in Musashi Heart to set a little bit of close relationship. Maybe in this way can also be favored by Musashi Heart. Also said by Musashi Heart behind the force of the favor. Musashi Heart nodded, followed the hotel manager intends to leave the hotel. After Wu Zhang Xin agreed, the hotel manager was very happy in his heart. Mr. Wu, I'm telling you, the restaurant outside the hotel is very good. This time I have to let you have a good taste. You mustn't be polite with me. The food should be eaten. The drink should be drunk. When the hotel manager spoke in general, he felt a black shadow around him, and then heard a miserable scream. Musashin and the hotel manager both stopped their pace, lowered their heads down to the female customer who had just mounted to Musashin. Neither of them had expected to encounter such a situation. When the female customer mounted Musashin, Musashin froze for a moment, and then the female customer fell to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that the female client's face was rather charitable, Musashi Heart would have thought that the female client had deliberately approached himself just to touch the porcelain. Mr. Wu, are you alright? The hotel manager's first reaction was to Musashin's safety. Ugh, this is too careless. How did you even bump into it? After saying this, the hotel manager looked towards the female customer who was on the ground. You too, what's going on? How did you hit someone when you were fine? The female customer wanted to get up from the ground, but she didn't know why her legs were particularly weak. The female customer looked up at the hotel manager and shook her head. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I was in too much of a hurry just now and bumped into. Musashi Heart also didn't care about this small matter. He bent down and stretched out a hand towards that female customer. Get up. The ground is cool. It's not good to stay for a long time. Musashi Heart's voice was very gentle. He also believed that this female customer didn't intentionally want to bump into him. After all, this female customer didn't look like she was pretending, especially her pair of eyes. When the female customer saw Wu Zhang Xin's action, a warm current surged in her heart, and her eyes looking at Wu Zhang Xin also had a few more points of different emotions. The female client hesitated for a while, but still held Musashin's hand. When Musashin was just about to pull the female client up, that female client suddenly had weak legs, and all of a sudden, she fell to the ground with a bang. Musashin's entire body froze, almost being brought down by the female client as well. Seeing this, the hotel manager looked at Musashin with a confused expression. Mr. Wu, what's the situation? This female customer did this twice in a row, causing the hotel manager to really mistake her for intentionally coming to touch the car. Musashin scratched the back of his head and looked somewhat suspiciously at the female customer who fell to the ground. That lady, what's wrong with you? Bad leg? Musashin's line of sight landed on that female customer's white thighs, and a complex emotion flashed under her eyes. Under Musashin's and also the hotel manager's inquiries, the female customer nodded and explained her situation. I've had a bit of a problem with this leg since I was a child. I often get weak legs. Right now I guess it's just an old problem. You guys don't need to care about me. Just go. Chapter 51. The female customer also did not want to rely on the hotel manager and Wu Zhang Xin. Heart for this also feel a little guilty. This time bumped into you really is sorry. You have something if you go first to busy. This leg after a while it will recover by itself. Do not hinder. The female customer seemed to have long been used to the situation of her leg, and did not pay much attention to it. This kind of situation she has also encountered very many times. Every time this kind of time those people still think that she is touching the porcelain. This makes the female customer feel very helpless. Hearing this from the female client, Musashin furrowed her brows, a hint of deep thought appearing on her face. How long have you had this leg like this? Musashin refocused his eyes on the female client's leg, as if he was scrutinizing something. For some reason, Musashin always felt as if this illness of the female client wasn't that simple, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Every time he saw this kind of situation, he wanted to take out his silver needle. Silver needles were the most effective and fastest in treating this kind of leg disease. The female client froze for a moment, then sighed softly, the bottom of her eyes full of helplessness. This disease has been following me since I was 3 years old, and I've run to a very large number of hospitals over the years, but there's no way to treat it, so I'm just going to have to do it. The doctor said that this leg weakness isn't really a disease, but there's just no way to cure it. It's mainly up to me. Musashi Heart nodded, did not say anything more, turned his head to look at the hotel manager. Call a few waitresses over. Help this female customer to the sofa over there. Musashi Heart glanced at the empty sofa over there in the hotel lobby. Don't let her sit here all the time. This hotel was full of people coming and going. The crowd would naturally find it strange to see a female client sitting on the floor, and it would also be very bad for the hotel's reputation. Musician's heart already vaguely had a little control over this condition of the female client, but it still needed to be carefully observed before he could determine if his guess was correct. When the hotel manager heard this, he quickly agreed to Musashi Heart's words, and called the several waitresses next to him over. You guys hurry up and help this customer up, and help her to the sofa over there. Remember, you must help her slowly, and don't let her fall, okay? The hotel manager carefully instructed. Those female waitresses quickly helped the female customer up from the ground, and several people assisted the female customer to slowly walk to the sofa. The female client hadn't reacted to what was going on, and there was a hint of curiosity in her heart about this Musashin person. Musashin and the hotel manager followed behind the female customer and walked to the sofa together. The hotel manager glanced at Musashi Xin and then to the female customer. A meaningful smile appeared on his face as he came closer to Musashi Xin and whispered, Mr. Wu, do you have your eyes on this girl? If so, I can go and ask for the contact information for you. This is a customer of our hotel. The hotel manager thought that Wu Zhang Xin was so attached to this female client because he fell in love with this female client at first sight. He had already created a series of idle drama plots in his mind, and was ready to be the moon god between the two. Musashin blankly glanced at the hotel manager and said without any good humor, What are you thinking in your head? After saying that, Musashin ignored this hotel manager and walked over to the female customer sitting on the sofa. Can I take a look at your legs? Although Musashi knew that it was very strange for him to ask this question, but if he needed to determine the female client's condition, he had to take a closer look at the female client's legs before he could prescribe the right medicine. The female client froze for a moment after hearing Musashin's question, and then nodded. After securing the female client's consent, Musashin squatted down and moved over to the female client's leg, putting his hand on the female client's leg, but observing the female client's condition. Musashin's expression was very serious, immersed in his own thoughts, while the female client's heart was surging with a strange emotion. Musashi Xin observed for a long time, and finally had almost determined the female client's condition, before he removed his hand from the female client's leg, got up and lowered his head to look at the female client, and faintly opened his mouth. This leg of yours, I have a way to help you with the healing, do you want to try it? Wu Zhang Xin has already had a foolproof put. I can cure the female customer's legs, and only need just a few silver needles. The female customer heard Wu Zhang Xin this, some suspicion to look at Wu Zhang Xin, eyes full of probing and doubt. The female client didn't know what Wu Zhang Xin really meant, treating her so nicely for a good reason, and then saying that he wanted to cure her legs, no matter where it was. The female client felt strange. The female client shook her head. No need. I'm already used to this leg problem of mine. It's better not to bother you. Between the lines of the female client's words was a distrust of Musashin. Not only did she distrust Musashin as a person, she also distrusted Musashin's medical skills. Just like this, after taking a look at her leg with the naked eye and touching it with her hand, she said that she was able to cure her many years of illness. How could she tell the female client to believe it? After the hotel manager saw this, he also reacted, and hurriedly ran to the front of the female customer, and began to explain with the female customer. Ma'am, don't worry, our gentleman is not malicious. His medical skills are also very skillful, and this person is also very warm-hearted. Just now you also saw it, right? He is only looking at your leg some problems. Do not want you to endure this kind of pain all year round. This leg weakness is a problem, not cure. How can it work? This action is also very inconvenient, The hotel manager began to tell the female customers and some of the previous examples. He can be said to be a cure for all diseases, by those who called the reincarnation of Hua Tuaet. It was only after the hotel manager's persuasion that the female client gradually dispelled her suspicions of Musashi Shinkin and agreed to his request. After the female client agreed, Musashi Heart took out the silver needle he had with him, squatted in front of the female client, and began to use the needle on the female client's feet. In a short while, the female client's legs were filled with densely packed needles. Musashin, after a period of time, removed those silver needles from the female client's legs in order, and retracted those silver needles back into the bag. This series of actions hadn't exceeded half an hour. When the treatment was finished, Wu Zhang Xin clapped his hands and stood up from the ground. Okay, you get up and walk to try. The female client's face was full of surprise. She listened to Wu Zhang Xin's words and got up from the sofa and walked around, and found that she had completely lost that feeling of weak legs, and she also felt very comfortable when she walked up and down the road. Chapter 52, Acupuncture. Wu Zhou Xin moved with silver needle healing female customers. This trick really worked. Immediately the female customer's old disease was cured. The female client was pleasantly surprised that her old illness that had been bothering her for years was gone, and she had 10,000 unbelievable thoughts in her heart. In front of this young boy, medical skills are so superb. Before this I saw a lot of doctors, They cannot help, can only alleviate the old disease and cannot cure. She was embarrassed. Not long ago also suspected Wu Zhangxian's medical skills do not want to be cured by him. Now think about it is indeed not right. The female customer at this time has mixed feelings. She looked at Wu Zhangxian with a serious face. Not bad. Young age can cure my 1,000-years-old disease. Medical skill is quite superior. Ah? Wu Zhangxian heard her sarcasm. With a serious face, she answered her words no. No, no, it's just some skin. It's not worth mentioning. Wu Zhangxian smiled coyly, attempting to ease the atmosphere. The current atmosphere is too serious. Let a person have a kind of suffocating feeling. The female client couldn't help but laugh at this sight and his serious look. Ha ha ha, don't be so serious. It's not like I'm going to eat you. This means a lot. Musashin wanted to say something, but when he saw that the female client wanted to say something, he didn't know what to say, so he had to gloss over it. The female customer can see that Wu Zhangxian very uncomfortable from the heart that you are really very good. I have looked for a lot of clever doctor. They are unable to do anything. Every day are constantly taking medication, but there is not much effect. Would have wanted to give up. Fortunately today I met you. Really very grateful. I was just joking. Don't mind. The female client gave Musashin a grateful smile. The atmosphere gradually eased. At this moment, Musashin had an embarrassed face. Being praised by others would have been a delightful thing, but Musashin was humble. He didn't feel that he was anything great and felt that he still had a lot of deficiencies to learn. Musashin looked at the female customer with a bewildered face. How come? Thank you for your recognition. I will work harder. Wu Zhangxian himself do not know what he is talking about. He has imagined his own stupid look, awkwardly laughed. The female client looked at Musashin's naive appearance, causing her to stifle her laughter, and she couldn't bear to continue teasing him anymore. By the way, I don't know the name of the benefactor. My name is Musashin. Oh, the name is quite nice. Well, why don't I treat you to dinner as a token of my appreciation? Don't refuse me. Oh, no, I still have some things to take care of later. I don't have time to go to dinner with you. I'm really sorry. It's really not that I don't want to go to dinner with you. I have very important things to take care of. It's not good if I'm delayed. Musashi Xian politely excused herself, but the female client didn't give up at all. Seeing that the invitation to dinner didn't work, she had other ideas. She suddenly remembered her sister, who was still single. The sister had asked the female client to help introduce her many times, and if she saw a suitable one she would hurry to introduce her to her sister. Now that the female client saw that Wu Zhangxian was not bad, with high medical skills at a young age, the posture is also good. This is not the ideal type of sisters. At this time you female clients excited. He can finally find a match for his sisters. Finally can get rid of the sister's entanglement. She believes that Wu Zhangxian will be able to collect this sister of hers. Inside a burst of joy, can finally send the sister out. At this time she has lost the ability to manage her expression. She giggled in the eyes of Musashi Heart. Musashi Heart looked at the female client with a confused expression. His heart was complicated, and his mental activities were extremely complex. He didn't understand what the female client was giggling about. Was it because of himself? He himself had grown on the female client's laughing point? He just watched the female client giggle for some time after that. The female client finally realized that something was wrong. She immediately put away her naive smile and quickly returned to her original appearance. And she felt very embarrassed about the indecent behavior she just had. She especially wanted to find a hole to drill through. Being relatively thick-skinned, she quickly dismissed the thought and got back to the point. Hidden Heart, do you have a date? The female client asked with an excited face. Musashi Heart replied thoughtfully, not yet. At this moment, the suppressed happiness showed on the female client's face, almost as if she had written her happiness on her face. Musashin was still confused, not knowing what to say at this moment. Immediately following was the female client's gushing burst of compliments. You said that you're so handsome and have a medical skill that can cure all diseases. There must be a lot of girls who adore you. Right, so why don't you have a date yet? After saying that, the female client revealed an unprecedented smile. This smile caused a cold air to permeate the surroundings. It made Musashin's back gradually chill and shiver. He felt a hint of uneasiness. Something bad was sure to happen in a moment. No. I'm not a big star. How could I attract so many girls to like me? I have a bad personality. It's already pretty good if I didn't attract girls to hate me. Musashin hurriedly replied, smiling coyly. Then do you want to find one now? I have a suitable candidate here that you specified that you like. Not waiting for the female client to finish, Musashin interrupted her. He didn't want to continue listening as he wasn't interested in falling in love. Although interrupting someone is an extremely bad behavior, he still interrupted uncontrollably. I'm sorry. Thank you for your kind words. I don't have any plans for that right now. I'm really sorry. The female client was very generous. She didn't mind Musashin interrupting her. She just wanted to get this opportunity for her sister as much as possible. The one I introduced to you is very excellent. You will definitely like it. She also likes medical arts. It's quite a match for you. Are you sure you won't consider it anymore? I've already considered it. Forget it. I appreciate your good intentions. It's just that there's a series of reasons that don't allow me to find an object. Sorry. At this time the manager saw Musashin in such a difficult situation, then he also helped Musashin to push back this matter. Miss, please don't give him a hard time. He has a career. It's indeed inappropriate to fall in love. Please sympathize with him as well. This time the female client then didn't insist anymore. Harm. Too bad. Such a good boy is not destined to be with my sister. Then I won't be so persistent anymore. I'm really sorry for disturbing you for so long. It's fine. What I did was not right either. Musashi Heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time the big stone in the manager's heart was also finally put down. Since we didn't make this red thread, it's always okay to add a contact information, right? I'll be angry if you refuse me this time. Adding contact information had no effect, so Musashi Heart gave it to her. Chapter 53, Reincarnation of Li Shizhen. Only after the female client left in a state of dismay did Musashin leave. Musashin fell asleep when he got home. After the day's tossing and turning had left him weak and paralyzed in bed. In bed he recalled all the events of the day. The more he thought about it the more tired he became. At the thought of that female client introducing him to his girlfriend, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. To think that someone would introduce me to someone. It's unbelievable. Never thought there would be such a day. Gradually lost consciousness and gradually went into the dreamland. There were too many tedious things in his head to think about. The second morning, Musashi Heart woke up at 6 o'clock. After a good night's sleep, energized, all the troubles were put to the back of the mind. Yesterday's blind date incident unknowingly ran into his mind again, so one can't help but think and laugh. He gradually adjusted his mental state, controlling himself not to think about that incident. He picked up his toothbrush and walked towards the bathroom to start a new day. A new day, a new beginning. Cheers, Musashin. Musashin shouted to himself in the mirror. He suddenly felt so naive and was gradually amused by himself in the mirror. After washing up, he took his apron and went into the kitchen. No doubt he was cooking. He began to wash and prepare the vegetables, with style, like a chef, frying the vegetables and at the same time, his mouth did not forget to chant start a pot of oil, put onion, ginger and garlic. After a series of operations, 3 small dishes have been out of the pot, high-end ingredients with the simplest way of cooking. Although the appearance is not very good, but the flavor is excellent. Nice confidently gave himself a thumbs up. Just at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. At this moment Musashin became fidgety, thinking that his voice was too loud, that he had disturbed the neighbors and they came to scold me. He gradually adjusted his facial expression and state. He took 2 steps forward to open the door, only to see that what appeared in front of him was a tall and strong man wearing a suit. There were also some gifts in his hands. Musashin was a bit incredulous, thinking, this man is so neatly dressed and has brought such expensive gifts. He must be a rich man. He must not be here to find me. He probably knocked on the wrong door. Musashin and the president stared at each other for 2 seconds. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Musashin was a bit at a loss for words. Who was this person in front of her? Where did he come from? Why did he come? There were 100,000 reasons in his mind. It was while Musashin was messing around with his thoughts that the president spoke up. Hello, I'm a president. Your name is Musashin, right? Yes, I am called Musashin. Before Musashin could inquire about his origin, the president interrupted him. I heard that you are the reincarnated Li Shizhen. Highly skilled in medicine. You can cure any disease, and once saved many diseases that other doctors couldn't cure. Is this true? The president's eyes appeared to be glowing, as if he was cured of a serious illness. That I want to ask. Who did you hear that from? And why did you come to me? From where? Oh, I'm sorry, I just didn't introduce myself fully. I was too excited. It was a female client who introduced you to me. She said that you are the reincarnation of Li Shizhen, and there is no disease that you can't cure, so I want to meet you. Is it really like the female customers say so, God? Because in fact I also have some old diseases. See, a lot of doctors are useless, cannot be cured, take medicine does not work, so there is a ray of hope. I will not give up. Just thought to come to try, in case the cure. Oh, so that's how it is. I've actually thought of the female client who recommended me to you. Musashin had actually expected that the female client would definitely find something for me to do, but what I did not expect was that the female client would say that I was the reincarnation of Li Shizhen, which kinda surprised me. After all, I'm still far away from Li Shizhen, so it's more or less wrong to say that. Then said, I do not know if I can cure your disease. I have to understand your condition before making a judgment. I cannot guarantee that I can cure your disease. It depends on the cause of the disease. Also, the female client made me sound too godly and exaggerated. I'm not the reincarnated Li Shizhen. I only know a little bit of skin. How dare I elevate myself so much? You don't have to belittle yourself like this. I have also done some research on you. It is indeed very powerful, the president said seriously. Thank you for your praise, Musashin replied coyly. I really especially hope to be able to get your help. My disease has been plaguing me for many years. Every day is very painful. This disease is really torturous. You are a healer. It is your responsibility to cure and save people. You are a healer. It is your responsibility to cure the disease and save people. At present, according to this situation, you may be the only one who can cure my disease, because before this I looked for a lot of people, but they cannot cure, because I heard that you cured your female client's old illness, so I want you to try to cure me. My situation is very similar to his and I sincerely ask you to help me. I really want to get rid of this disease. He has been pestering me for a long time. Please. The president prayed to Musashi Heart. It wasn't that Wang Xiaofan actually didn't want to treat him. It wasn't because of his own laziness, which was time-consuming and laborious. He was afraid that this matter would be tricky when he cured him of his disease. The first time he saw the president, he knew that he was not an ordinary person. From his attire and demeanor, he knew that he was a person with a great status, definitely not an ordinary person. If he was cured, after he was cured, he would be known by millions of people, and then he would have no peace in the future. And Wu Zhangxin is not the kind of person who likes to show off. He just wants to live here peacefully and steadily. To be a plain and ordinary person, he has a lot of concerns, but this person in front of him was so sincere, and his illness was indeed causing a lot of harm to his body. It was really unreasonable not to treat him. Alright then, I can heal you. I have to understand your condition first. How far has this current illness progressed? Since when did it start? What medicines have been taken? You have to answer truthfully. You must not hide anything. If you hide it will have an effect on your illness. Musashi Xin asked a series of questions about medicine in order to prescribe the right medicine. I will answer truthfully. The president answered musician's questions one by one without the slightest concealment. He had a lot of trust in Musashin. He didn't know where this trust came from, but just inexplicably trusted this person. Musashin already had a general understanding of his condition. In fact, before he even answered all the questions, Musashin already had an answer in his heart. He had seen such a condition before. Actually, it's not hard to cure this disease of yours if you want it to be eradicated. With that said, Musashin took out a silver needle and in no time at all he was cured. And you need to find several kinds of medicinal herbs. Take them on time and you'll be cured soon. Wu Zhangxian wrote the prescription for several medicines on a piece of paper for him. Chapter 54, Spreading the Word. Well, you're pretty much done with the disease in your body. You can now move around and see if there are any other problems. If not, I can leave. Wu Zhangxian very much didn't want to stay longer. The last time he kindly saved that female client, the result was spread out, causing so many individuals to come over to seek his salvation now. Wu Zhangxian didn't want to get into this kind of trouble. Besides, if he did this, wasn't he robbing resources from the doctor? This will inevitably be grudged by the doctor, if exposed, and he also does not want to engage in this area. Although the other party have said that after treating him will have a large amount of honorarium to give him, but Wu Zhangxian does not want to, because it is very troublesome. And likewise there are also risks. He does not have a doctor's license in this area. In case it is really by witch spray, or witch strong people out of words, then Wu Zhangxian can be difficult to say. Moreover, although now is not particularly rich, but the days of easy and casual, he likes this kind of day. Do not want to see a bunch of strangers every day, although for him a little far away, but this is not the reason he came to face these strangers. Musashi Heartbitter finally will be on hand to resolve this matter. Once resolved, intends to shoot the butt to go. The man had begged and pleaded for half a day, and had finally been saved, and was now moving his muscles there with anticipation, wiggling his elbows and twisting his waist, and finding nothing out of the ordinary. In the past, when he did these movements, it would always be tinged with pain, because it hurt, as if the bones were protruding out, extremely uncomfortable and painful to the flesh, but now there was none at all. Alright, it's really alright, you really are a divine doctor. No wonder your reputation is so good. With this talent of yours, I will definitely help you to publicize it, so that more people can be saved by you. This way, you will also become more famous, and you will also earn more money. How about it? That person looked extraordinarily excited after noticing that his body had recovered, and as soon as he was excited, he spoke so much in a torrent, completely unlike earlier. Although he was pleading earlier, his words were more or less haughty. After all, he was a certain famous person in the president's circle. Being in such a high position, being able to lower his voice and beg was already once in 100 years. This is not necessary. I am not engaged in this line of work. Moreover, there is no license in this area. Let me inaugurate. More or less, there is a great risk. even if, do not need to make so much trouble. Wu Zhang Xin hurriedly refused. This kind of thing he didn't want. He'd better hurry up and end this trouble. Hurry up and flee away. A kindly help, but led to these. For those of them, it was that they felt that they had helped Musashin, because Musashin was this talented and didn't work in the hospital. Empty talent with no place to use it. This would more or less make people a bit stifled. They think, for Wu Zhang Xin sales promotion, is to Wu Zhang Xin have help. However, for Wu Zhang Xin, this is a trouble. He does not want it. If he wants to engage in this aspect of the words, naturally will take the initiative to get, rather than passive let them to get. Maybe Wu Zhang Xin's idea they did not think of. Similarly, they also do not think a talented person actually do not want to show their talent. So for these they are completely did not think of. How can it be? Such a good talent should be displayed only. Don't worry. I'm a certain person with a fairly good status in the president's circle. I have a way. You trust me. I can try my best to find those very valuable people to come over to see you. This way, you can also earn some more money. The other party thought that Wu Zhang Xin is worried about fear that he is looking for some of the people who have no money, then swore that this said, Wu Zhang Xin headache. He is not this meaning, looking for rich people to come, this in case of an accident, then they do not lose their own, and not to mention this, they have prestige people. As long as the publicity of him once, it is estimated that there will be a large number of people over to look for him. To that time, the threshold is estimated to be stepped on the broken it. Wu Zhang heart does not want to, hurriedly refused. But the other party obviously did not care Wu Zhang Xin's these. Then Wu Zhang Xin rushed to leave. He did not want to stay here more. Still do not know the other party to say some new tricks. After leaving, this big brother, then immediately spread the news of his disease was cured. Subsequently the Wu Zhang Xin some information is also attached. Spread out the information that his old disease, even doctors or some of the strange disease cannot be cured. Was Wu Zhang Xin successfully cured, and now feel completely unaffected by the body. I do not know how to do in the future. Anyway, now he is this kind of feeling. As soon as this news was spread, it exploded. There are a lot of people are extremely curious about what kind of person Wu Zhang Xin is. And even some people went to search for Wu Zhang Xin, and found that there is no news at all. There is no way to start. There is no news means that he is not working in a certain hospital. For this kind of person, they are a little skeptical, but more people firmly believe that it should be a high person from the people. Many people had their own opinions. Some thought positively, and likewise some went negatively, like Lu Koren, who felt disdain for Wu Zhang Xin, even more famous, even more powerful, probably just by chance, if really famous, really talented, must be working in some hospital. The status is definitely very high. When he saw this message, he was very disdainful, and did not even finish reading it. He felt that it was only a momentary recovery. But what about in the future? This kind of old disease will recur again and again. He thought it was just a momentary cure. But what about the future? Old illnesses will come back again and again. Moreover, the president of the Big Brother who announced this news, and he is not very familiar with. What is the specific situation he does not know? Maybe Wu Zhang Xin especially dragged this person over to promote his reputation for him. Said that it is an old disease. This is what kind of disease do not know. Thinking of these, Lu Koren is very unbelievable. This kind of thing is related to him what matter? It's not like he needed it. And he wasn't sure how this person's reputation was. That person wasn't going to pay attention to it. But when he chose to block it out, he couldn't get down. He wasn't curious about Musashin. He was just starting to think twice about it out of pressure from his family. This person was very powerful, and was written by that big man to be extremely bullish. In the president's circle, it seemed that only that big brother had contacted Wu Zhang Xin, and he couldn't say exactly how. But in the face of this possible opportunity, he somewhat didn't want to give up. An old man in his family is suffering from a strange disease, has been poorly treated, can only rely on drugs to hang on to life? Lu Koren thought of the pain of the old man on weekdays. He for a moment, do not know how to choose, should believe it. Anyway, the hospital is out of the question. After a thought struggle, Lu Koren still choose to go to find Wu Zhang Xin. Let Wu Zhang Xin to save his grandfather. Chapter 55. I'm not a doctor. I'm sorry, I'm not a doctor. I don't care about that. Someone in your family is sick. It's better to hurry and register at the hospital. It's better to look for those authoritative doctors to make sure a little bit more than looking for me. Thanks. At first, Lu Koren didn't call over by herself, but let her assistant call over, to get Musashi Xin to come over. As a result, Musashi Xin hung up the phone after saying such a sentence, making that female assistant a bit baffled. Rich business can still not do. He would have been. Why still choose not to answer it? Lu Koren for this treatment, out of the cost is very high. Even the sight of the female assistant are a little red-eyed. he felt that in his place, absolutely immediately agreed. Anyway, he also has the skills in this area, why not try it? But the risk is also big. In case the cure is not good, or even lead to a more serious condition, may be their own to go to the bottom. But this is at least a certain chance, in case of success. In any case, still have to try. After all, the hospital there is no way, can only rely on here. In his place, absolutely to try. But Wu Zhang Xin, and not to say try. Light heard such a big price, even hesitation did not hesitate, directly said so on the phone, apparently very disdainful, which let Lu Corin frown. This person is how it is. Is it also a rich second generation, not bad money? He didn't understand, so he went to contact the big brother who sent out this message, to ask about the situation of Wu Zhang Xin. After a bit of understanding, he felt very puzzled. According to the mouth of that big brother, when he met Wu Zhang Xin didn't wear a famous brand. The clothes on his body seemed to be similar to the ground floor stall goods, although it was a little bit better than the floor stall goods, but in the eyes of these rich people, it was not much worse than the floor stall goods. After all, Wu Zhang Xin is his life-saving benefactor. It is not good to say so he can only say that the clothes he is wearing are relatively low-priced, and did not say some bad words to describe it. Lu Corin immediately understood when she heard it. Musashi Hart is not a rich man, also do not have so much money, but refused. This is how it is? Inquiring the other party, upon hearing this, did not answer immediately, but thought about it and finally gave a reply. Although this reply did not explain the answer to this question, but it gave Lu Corin a bit of a template to learn from. What should I tell you guys about this matter? When I was looking for him to cure my old illness, I begged and pleaded for a long time before he agreed to do so, and then after I was cured, he was too troublesome to do so. In fact, this publicity was my own initiative because the other party didn't want me to publicize his reputation. The other party does not seem to have too much financial pressure, and is unusually uninterested in this area. Anyway, for your this problem, I can only help here. Specific how, depends on whether you can grind him. If you can do it, he will certainly save. As long as he promised, absolutely can do it. But if has been not promised, then really cannot be done. The other party said this. Lu Corin understood the moment she heard it. It seems, what to find Wu Zhang Xin rescue is not an easy thing. Earlier still disdained. Now it seems, it is really troublesome, but it is really a slap in the face. I'm really not a professional in this area. You should look for a professional to save the disease. Even if it's a strange disease, I think, like a hospital that has high technology, surely it can be saved. Just don't believe in me as a person who approximates a partial prescription, okay? This time, the one who called over was not Le Corin's assistant, but the man himself, who had called nearly 10 times in a row in order to be able to make this call. The first 9 times were all rejected by Musashin. He never gave up and kept calling, and finally got through on the 10th time. Musashi heart tone with a little bit of annoyance, because today has been a lot of people call over. To be precise, since last night, after that big brother left, he received calls one after another. Let him be annoyed to no end. Originally, Wu Zhang Xin turned off his cell phone, but he thought that he still had some things to do and needed to contact other people, so he had to turn on his cell phone. As a result, once he turned on his cell phone rang non-stop. With a long list of missed calls, Wu Zhang Xin was speechless and helpless, really annoying him, now by a woman to pester. What should he do? Musashin could only refuse, and could only indicate that he would let them go to the hospital. Most of these callers were willing to pay exorbitant medical bills to have him saved. Although Musashin's family was not particularly well off, he was not so poor that he would do it if someone gave him money. Although it was said that the ideal of most people was that they could earn lots and lots of money and live the life they wanted, Musashin did not have any ambition in this regard. He felt that the days were a little more uneventful. As long as he got by, everything else was a non-issue. And anyway, the money he had on him was enough to feed himself, and it was not too much of a problem at all, so he wasn't so motivated. The hospital has been there, the country, and even foreign highly sophisticated doctors have seen. There is no way. Sick is not me, is my family's old man. He has always been in poor health, and recently do not know how it is. It feels very strange. This disease a drag for a long time, can only be hanged with medication. You also know that the elderly body is weak, recently do not know how things. It feels very strange. This disease a drag for a long time, can only use medicine. You also know that the old man's body is weak, to eat for a long time, the body will produce antibodies. Itself can eat a small variety, produce antibodies, basically nothing to eat, no medicine to resist. Then you think about what will happen to him in the future. I have been seeking a more powerful doctor to save the cure, but have not been able to find. Yesterday I was lucky to hear a certain circle big brother recommended you, so I want to come to try. The price is not a problem. As long as the person to save a good cure, everything is good. You do not want to ask for money. We can talk about something else. As long as I can do it, I can promise. Lukurin said these words, moving with emotion and reasoning. Wu Zhang Xian heard. Immediately some moved. Then Lukurin said a few more sentences after. Wu Zhang Xian agreed. Then Wu Zhang Xian was about to the other side of the designated location. Went, followed the other side back to the home. Will be that old man pushed out. After coming to check, after some detailed examination, Wu Zhang Xian found that the old man on the body of the disease is not an old disease, is not young or childhood left some disease, but was poisoned. Wu Zhang Xian was very surprised when he found this thing. Then he told this thing to Lukurin. The result is good. Lukurin thought Wu Zhang Xian is alarmist, directly warned Wu Zhang Xian to let him be honest. Don't say this nonsense. Who will harm the old man? Who would harm an old man? Anyway, he wouldn't. So who would it be? Lukurin doesn't believe it and argues with Musashin, who gets angry. Chapter 56, Who's behind the scenes? After all, he did not take the initiative to come over to save others. Is Lukurin invited several times? He agreed. How to say should not be like this to him and he has also kindly told Lukurin about this matter. This is also a risk factor He so love his grandfather. Was he talking about these? Shouldn't it be dealt with severely? Instead, he was arguing with himself here. And the other party not only argued but also threatened Musashin, saying that if Musashin continued to talk nonsense here, he was going to sue him. Obviously do not have the ability in this area. Hear nonsense. Wu Zhang Xian heard immediately understood. The other party does not believe his words. Even if he how to explain the other party still do not believe. This old man's disease he can indeed cure. This poison he can also be detoxified. But as long as not uncovered behind the scenes, then this virus will always exist. He then how to get? How should he explain? Musashi heart is very angry. Hope that the other party can go to deal with this matter. This way, saving the old man will be more convenient and can be completely solved. But the other party does not believe in it. This made Musashin very angry. What I said is true or false, you see it yourself. And, that old man of your family's disease cure or not, you also weigh it yourself. Anyway, to put it bluntly, this thing, with me also not too much to do with me. What should be said and what should be done I've already done it. As for the rest, you see it yourself. You see it yourself. I don't force you. Anyway, it's your family matter. Believe it or not is also up to you. I can't interfere with you. Farewell. Wu Zhang Xian was furious, but it didn't make him so furious that he broke into a rage. Wu Zhang Xian left after saying this. Obviously, did not intend to continue to stay in people's homes. He was here, had already stayed for a few days, following the old man to get along quite well. After these few days of getting along, in fact, Wu Zhang Xian wanted to save this old man, and it was because of this that he found out this kind of thing, and then informed the other party. But the other party was this kind of way to deal with it, making him very angry. He didn't mind the trouble of coming over to do them a favor, but it turned out to be like this. Musashi's heart was angry, and as soon as he was angry, he didn't intend to care anymore. Directly opened the door to leave. The old man at this time is sleeping in the room. Their house is a large villa, several floors. The old man in the more inward bedroom to rest. Outside the words, cannot be transmitted into, because the soundproof door material is very good, directly blocked Musashi heart and Lukuren's conversation. So the old man at this time have not even been stirred to wake up, is sleeping soundly, with Wu Zhang Xian get along with the past few days. He looks very relaxed and happy. Wu Zhang Xian came here, not only for the other party to see the doctor, but also can regulate the mood of the other party. In short, the old man was very fond of it. After Musashin left, Lukuren stood in place looking at musicians departing back. How is it possible? Who would harm my grandfather? It's absolutely nonsense. Lukuren was a bit unconvinced. After all, who would lay hands on an old man? Now all the things in the company are managed by him. If he wants to harm, he should also be harmed. Harming people is not just for the sake of money, is not it? He is in charge of the company, so he should come to harm him. Harm his grandfather to do what? What use is the old man now? He's completely useless in this area. So where's the reason to harm him? Lukuren couldn't think of this piece, so she felt that Wu Zhang Xian was talking nonsense. The old man was at this age. The strange disease must be caused by the problem of age, as well as the disease left over from his youth. How could it be that he was poisoned by someone? Poisoning this kind of thing. If it is really like this, why can't the doctors in the hospital check it out? And for him to be able to tell after just a few days of caring for her and looking at her condition. This was too strange. And besides, the other doctors were all certified doctors, qualified to be here and have the authority to say these words. But what about him? In these few days, Lukoren also learned about Wu Zhang Xian's situation. Wu Zhang Xian's family is not very rich, but also live quite harmoniously. In this aspect of medicine, there is no achievement. At least the network cannot search any information. But where he is a famous doctor, how to say can also search a little material and so on. But no, a search, and even sent people to secretly investigate. Only investigated Wu Zhang Xian had worked in the hotel. The other, no information at all. For this kind of person, how can he easily believe it? So for Wu Zhang Xian's words, he basically does not believe. So only with the other party this quarrel. After Mu Sishin left, Lukoren was more or less relaxed. Maybe because he didn't trust Wu Zhang Xian. Every time Wu Zhang Xian stayed here, he was a little bit worried. Now that Wu Zhang Xian left, he had a feeling of relief. After Wu Zhang Xian left, he set out to look for other prestigious doctors to save his family. Right? Having authority and prestige sounded reassuring. Lukoren set out to do. The result is good. His grandfather found Wu Zhang Xian is gone. Immediately began to temper. Hard will Lukoren from the company to shout back. After shouting back, the old man was crying. Said Wu Zhang Xian this good. Weekdays to him can be good. Care also considerate. Also can consider his emotions and so on. Anyway, he is especially like Wu Zhang Xian. His favorite feelings told. Lukoren heard. Immediately a head too big. How to be good? He just drove the person away. And as a result, in a turn of events, his grandfather was unwilling. Now it was not a matter of whether he was willing or not. Lukoren had no choice. Even if he didn't believe in the other party's medical skills now, he still had to get the person back, who let this old man in front of him. This noisy want Wu Zhang Xian to go back to it. Lukoren let his own assistant to call that previous phone again. Once the phone call, Lukoren asked Wu Zhang Xian to come back. The result is that Wu Zhang Xian intend to hang up the phone. The result was stopped by the other party. Lukoren said he is willing to pay a high price, out of the bigger pay to ask him to come back, even if he cannot be cured. As a nanny to temporarily stay in the sight of his family loved ones is also possible. Rakuto said a lot of things, and as a result, Musashin ignored it. I'm not in the babysitting business. I'm not very good at it. And with your family's wealth, it doesn't seem to be a problem to find a bunch of babysitters, so why do you need me? I'll forget about it. After all, no qualifications in this area. I'd better go and do my own thing. You guys are too troublesome with these things. Wu Zhang Xian this said very clear. That is, I do not come. You guys look after yourselves. For the other party said the benefits, completely ignored. This makes Lukoren very difficult. Lukoren because of chased away Wu Zhang Xian, some embarrassment, in order to ease, he then can only disguise a lonely look. Said a string of conditions, all kinds of conditions, not only money problems, said a lot. The result is that Wu Zhang Xian are not moved. Chapter 57. Lukoren saw this, only had to put down his body, go to ask Wu Zhang Xian's forgiveness, because the old man is really making a very fierce noise around him. Originally his body is not good. He needs to recuperate on weekdays. He needs to recuperate not to make violent movements. But now, the old man sees Wu Zhang Xian delayed not to go, agitated, can't even sit down, stiffly stood up, surrounded the whole living room there to keep on walking. Usually do not see him move up, now, but like a good health of people walking there, although he also hoped to see the old man can get up and walk. Exercise, good for the body, but he knew, this old man in front of him how the condition. The doctor had said, lie down as much as possible if you can, because the old man's body is too fragile, and exercise is a dangerous thing for them. These words, Lukoren had kept in mind, so when he saw the old man like this, he became even more anxious. The body is not good but also this kind of movement, let him simply can't feel at ease, so out of helplessness, out of the pressure next to him, he can only put down his body to ask for Wu Zhang Xian's forgiveness, and hope that Wu Zhang Xian will hurry to come back, even if he can't save the old man to accompany the old man. At least the old man can also be quieter. The front is my fault, I apologize to you, this time to invite you back, even if you can't save the old man. I also hope that you can temporarily accompany my grandfather's side. He is now extraordinarily rowdy. I hope that you appear at his side to accompany him. His body can't do any strenuous exercise at all. He is now walking back and forth continuously in the living room, and he is not willing to stop no matter how he is persuaded. I have no choice, so I call to ask you to go back. I can agree to any conditions. I just hope you can come back, and quarrel with you. You have to understand me a little. After all, you don't have any reputation or credibility, and I simply can't believe that you have the means to do so. I previously thought that you spoke these words to avoid this matter that you couldn't save. That's why I quarreled with you. Now no matter what, even if there's no way, I still hope that you can stay with my grandfather. You can open whatever conditions you want, and I won't treat you poorly. Lu Kuren informed all the causes and consequences to Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin heard, although extraordinarily upset, but heard him say that the old man is at this time is constantly walking around. The old man's body these days he has already mastered. He also told the other party, so that as far as possible, do not get excited. Exercise is something that can be done slowly and leisurely. Never be nervous or in a hurry. Like taking a walk, take as many steps as you can. Don't try to be brave. Because his body now suffered from toxins, his body was already not working, and when it was attacked by all these germs in the outside world, it was very fragile. Now as soon as he heard the other person walking continuously in the living room, he could not be persuaded in any way. It was obvious that the old man was using excessive behavior to tell him to go back. He was also using this method to force Lu Kuren. He also heard the helplessness in Lu Kuren's words. Musashin was a little moved, and was about to hesitate when Lu Kuren left the microphone by his ear as if he had a mind to do so, and instead placed it by the old man's side. And Musashin heard from this side of the phone the old man gasping for breath there, clearly coming up for air from the over-exercise. Musashi Heart heard, immediately cannot stand. These days the old man is also considered to be obedient to him. He instructed what? The other side will honestly do what? And also feel very sticky him. Maybe the old body is not good. It is a little childish temper, but also presumably no one in the weekdays like him to take care of the other side. Right. He did not know what the reason. Anyway, the other party treated Musashi Heart is really good. The old man's character is also good. He also hoped to save the other party. Also because of this, will be that extra attention? Wu Zhang Xian thought for a minute. After making a decision, he had better forgive the other party. Follow the other party back to Lu Kuren's home. In fact, he can also understand. In his place, let a person without any fame or credibility to do this kind of dangerous things. He is also not assured. This thing itself is very risky. Not everyone can completely trust him, even the last one of the president, also with half of the suspicion, out of helplessness to try. His own loved ones entrusted to the hands of a completely insecure person. Who will be worried? This is also understandable. So Wu Zhang Xian also did not care about this matter, and after saying goodbye to Lu Kuren, and then returned to Lu Kuren's home. As soon as Wu Zhang Xian appeared, the old man immediately settled down and looked at Wu Zhang Xian with a smile. Wu Zhang Xian had no choice but to coax the old man like a child. In the few days of residence, the two got along extremely well. The old man also because of the good mood, recently ate more meals. The body also gradually showed signs of improvement, which made Lu Kuren much more pleased. Even if the disease cannot be completely cured, can live for a few more years, more than 10 years, is also a good result. Musashi Heart stayed here, not only to take care of the old man. Likewise, he wants to find out the murderer who wants to harm the old man. He can only have the opportunity to do this if he accompanies the old man in close proximity. Musashi Heart promised to do so also out of this kind of idea. He in order to prove himself, how to say, by others so do not believe is also a little difficult. In fact, he wanted to save the old man, but want to save him, now there is a prerequisite. That is to find out the mastermind of the old man. This way then he can get the other party's belief, and then do it. Wu Zhang Xian thought that the person who plotted this thing could not be so fast will appear. After all, the old man beside him, more or less should be vigilant. The result did not expect. The other party good is very bold, completely not afraid of Wu Zhang Xian. Once again the offense, directly by Wu Zhang Xian was caught on the spot. Wu Zhang Xian pretended to go out that day. In fact did not leave the villa, but hide in the dark. As a result, just as the front foot left, the back foot, someone appeared, and then stealthily touched in the old man's rice bowl put something, and then left. Every time this time, Wu Zhang Xian will return to the villa, and then heat up the meal. In the morning to do more sumptuous, and at noon, as far as possible, eat a little bit of leftovers in the morning. The habit is so. The old man also has no problem. So it is done. After all, it cannot be wasted. As a result, the other party took advantage of this opportunity to drug. Was Wu Zhang Xian directly caught? The other party to see Wu Zhang Xian this poor like, the slightest is not afraid of Wu Zhang Xian. What are you? You give me honest point. Shut your mouth tightly. This matter, you an outsider better not participate. Otherwise, since there will be your bitter head to eat. Anyway, words of warning I'll leave it here. How about you look after yourself? Wu Zhang Xian argued with the other party for half a day. In the end, the other party left after putting down these words, and glared at Wu Zhang Xian when he left. Chapter 58 Recordings. The mastermind was very bold and left this place with peace of mind. As far as he was concerned, he felt that there was no way for Musashin to solve this matter. And even if Musashin wasn't afraid of his threat and informed this matter to the person of Lu, it was probably of no use. After all, there is no evidence. Just rely on a mouth to say anyone will say, so there is no credibility at all. So he is very relieved, because Musashin found that he should belong to the sudden bump into, for this thing was caught off guard, certainly too late to do some measures. Moreover, Musashin was obviously surprised when she saw him. The mastermind for these details, observation is more subtle. Also because of this, he felt that the other party is not able to do something, therefore very relieved. The result is that he thought wrong. Wu Zhang Xin was premeditated, only that he handled it a little better. In fact, Wu Zhang Xin did not want to make so much trouble, but felt that the other party must have other means. The deceitfulness between the rich and powerful families, the means will be even more. If you are not a little careful, there is a high probability that you will fall into the handles. By that time, maybe this thing, he has not sued each other out, but instead was smeared by others as the mastermind. Then this is not a good solution. He is an ordinary person, how can he compare with these rich people? Compare is not compare. So in order to reduce some risk, Wu Zhang Xin then attentive, found the other party to show a little surprise. As if I did not expect that there are people here like appearance. Appeared in the other side of the line of sight, to the other side to produce the role of confusion. And not surprisingly, the other side is really based on this. So assured up, when the other side is assured and happy to leave, Musashi Heart immediately this time to inform the results of the Liqua people. He knows, just rely on his mouth to say is certainly no way. So he carries a tape recorder. See, the mastermind appeared. He immediately pressed the tape recorder switch, even if there is no progress. But this is also a kind of preparation. Did not expect the first face to meet on, to get out of such explosive things. Good, wow, there really is a mole. This time things thanks to you. Just leave it to me. I'll handle it. After receiving these messages, Lucaren's entire body was so angry that he climbed up from his desk. Today he was a little uncomfortable. Was planning to take a vacation to rest for a period of time. Slow down to come. Do not want to move, because it is difficult to tight. As a result, because of this matter of anger of the whole person, just sat up, completely ignoring the physical pain. After all, the current anger directly paralyzed his nerves, angrily glaring at the cell phone screen, terminating the recording playback of that interface. Hearing the content inside, Lucoren is really angry with the fire, ignoring the pain, stride towards the door over, and then swept a glance, shouted his assistant over, may be too angry, directly as his own action to shout the assistant to come. Weekdays or a phone call, shouting each other up, now angry directly to find him by himself. Lucoren will rarely take the initiative to go to his assistant, this time suddenly do so, to let the other party startled. In the past do so because a certain work link has gone wrong, to criticize him face to face. President, is there a problem at work? Lucoren seldom did this, and now suddenly did this, startling the other party into thinking that it was some kind of mistake in his work, and was humbly bowing his head, waiting to be criticized. After all, the anger on Lucoren's face at this time could not be hidden. The angry look scared the other person, did not dare to look up at him. It's not your problem, it's that there's a situation on my side of the family. I'll arrange a task for you. You now first stop the work at hand, and get this done. Lucoren was having a hard time saying one more word. He said a few words beside the assistant's ear before he turned to leave, leaving the assistant frozen in place for a few seconds. The task that Lucoren told him was for him to find someone to teach a lesson to a certain person. And as for it being a certain person, that was naturally very understandable. The assistant did not hesitate, and immediately went to do the task after accepting it. There was no time to lose. Subsequently, in the same time period on the other side, there was a gang of people, with a sack over, and then pulled to the corner of the alley, was severely beaten. As for what kind of beatings do not know. Anyway, the sack a blindfold. No one cannot see the specific situation inside. Those people also just punch and kick, completely ignoring the situation inside. Anyway, after a beating, the person is still flowing gas is enough. Just so hard to teach the other side. Not only looking for people to teach. Lucoren also informed this thing to his grandfather. Told the old man at home. Good, there is still this kind of traitor at home. Who found out? The old man that called a gas. Angry or staring up. The family appeared a traitor. How to say is an intolerable thing. Their family is a big villa. Come to work in their home. Give honorarium is generally very high. The result did not think. This kind of thick treatment each other. The other side even have to bite back. Actually do not feel enough. But also want to hang on him to search for some things. How can this let him endure? Weekday things he has not much to manage. Usually handed over to the housekeeper to clean up. Because he felt that these people how to say will also make a thorough. Will not let him worry too much. The result is good. He does not care. But gave these people so big openings. Lucoren also did not hide. Directly told the other party. Is Wu Zhang Xin accidentally found. And then deliberately designed to find out. Lukoren told the cause and effect to the other party. The other party heard even more like Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin not only good people, even the brain is smart. For this matter, Lukoren also some false heart up. Earlier still do not believe. Also think that the other side is to find an excuse. Now good. People are really found. And also with the help of accompanied by the old man to find out the mastermind. Come to change is he has the ability to do so? I guess even found do not exist it. Lukoren sighed. To the old man after recounting things, he hung up the phone, and then dialed up another phone. This phone belongs to Musashi Heart. After ringing a few times, the phone is connected. Rakugo expressed his gratitude to Musashin, who appeared unconcerned. Subsequently, the old man made an immediate decision, and without any softness or hesitation, he directly sent people to drive this mastermind out of his house. Their family did not raise this kind of white-eyed wolves who would return the favor, and when they found out about this kind of thing, they directly rolled out. Although he was old, his heart was not old, and his character was likewise not smoothed out. He basically has zero tolerance for things like this. After driving away the people, the old man also thanked Musashi Xin, who also said it was nothing, and then Musashi Xin devoted himself to saving the old man's life. End of chapter 59. The old man's disease is not so powerful, just because this toxin constantly builds up. Today to get rid of the toxin a little, tomorrow someone to reinfuse the toxin, so that will give people a kind of illusion. A kind of this is a kind of strange disease, can't be rooted out, that's why the delay is so long. No one is too assured to treat it boldly, and in case the cure kills someone, not only do they have to lose money, they probably lose their reputation. And this is the dilemma that doctors are facing nowadays. Neither the hospitals nor the doctors dare to try it with confidence and boldness, because they are all afraid of carrying a bad reputation. If this is the case, wherever they go, they probably won't be able to survive. So now the doctor's treatment methods are all conservative, and it is precisely because of this that Lukoren's grandfather has been taking medication to suppress it. Unlike Wu Zhang Xin, who directly and boldly attempted it, Wu Zhang Xin could succeed. In fact, thanks to the old man's belief and cooperation, if he didn't believe and cooperate, this disease was likewise not curable. In itself it was a big risky attempt. Your disease has been extracted. In the future, you only need to eat and sleep well. Exercise is almost enough. Anyway, the mood of the weekdays is better. The recovery of your condition will be faster. You have no more problems here. I should also leave. If you feel lonely, you can find more nannies to accompany you, or let the nannies take you outside for a walk. Although you have a big place here and a back garden, but walking outside more will definitely be more comfortable. Wu Zhang Xin before leaving, give the other party a suggestion. The old man listened to the tears, not only because of Wu Zhang Xin's life-saving grace, the same can't let go of Wu Zhang Xin, the care of the past few days. He is really like Wu Zhang Xin's. On weekdays, the subordinate dares to feed him leftovers. He is absolutely going to smash the table, smashing chairs. Temper can be grumpy, but to Wu Zhang Xin this, but extraordinarily different. He eats, very willing to eat. He also do not know why. For Wu Zhang Xin he has a kind of inexplicable affection. Wu Zhang Xin say what he will do. This kind of cooperation makes him have this good result. Let him also some surprise and excitement. Wu Zhang Xin in the side. In fact, he also thought about his disease. Cure is not good even if, after all, people old, leaving the root of the trouble what is not strange. Cure is not even if. Can live a few years as a few years. Want to let Wu Zhang Xin to stay by the side because of the Wu Zhang Xin will be joking will tease him. Will take care of his mood. In short, he likes this kind of people care. So he would rather not cure. Also want Wu Zhang Xin with him. The result did not expect Wu Zhang Xin indeed have this ability. Also in such a short time to cure him. Not only so also pull out the scourge of his side. So for all this, he was very grateful. Not only the old man so, Lukoren was also very grateful. Because he didn't think that the other party was really strong and didn't brag about it. Earlier, he didn't believe it because he thought that the other party was looking for excuses. But now that the other party had successfully caught the person and cured the disease, he felt that the other party had this strength. Therefore, talk to Wu Zhang Xin has not a previous arrogant posture, but instead is full of admiration. This kind of disease hospitals have no way. The result to Wu Zhang Xin here, a few days to solve the problem. This speed, this ability, is really too strong, so that he can not help but admire up. After the matter is resolved, see Musashi Heart insist on leaving. The old man also can't stay, can only send off Musashi Heart with a helpless sigh. Lukoren also knows that he goes to persuade, probably not much of a play, so, can only be in the time when Musashi Heart leaves, at the end of the invitation to come out to eat a meal, in order to show appreciation. Out to eat a meal, should not be too big a problem, so Wu Zhang Xin agreed. Wanu will be a one-time grace clear away. Less later trouble very much. For such purposes, this kind of idea, Wu Zhang Xin agreed. Lukurin took Wu Zhang Xin to eat Japanese food, but high-grade goods. The two of them, a table down, are thousands of dollars. Lukurin did not skimp at all. For these Wu Zhang Xin also looked in the eyes. This table meal is very delicious and delicious. But for Wu Zhang Xin, in fact, the roadside stalls are also good. But the other party's status position is so. Definitely can't eat that kind of. So Wu Zhang Xin can only come with the other party's taste. This time things thanks to you. I didn't expect. You are really great. Blame me for having eyes without pearl. Earlier also contradicted you. Still think you are a person with no ability. Only find excuses. Speaking to the back, Lukurin are a bit weak to say. He used to really think so. In fact, Wu Zhang Xin also had a feeling long ago, because in the previous words, Lukurin several times and 3 times also mentioned, although not explicitly said, but also involved. Musashin also knew the other party's thoughts, so for the other party to say these words, he didn't look surprised, nor did he look angry, because if he were to do it differently, he would probably be like this too. After all, who would be assured to let a person without any information, any credibility to do a very risky thing? Human life is only one, which if it fails, then it is gone. So who will be worried? Who will be skeptical? This is a reasonable thing. Wu Zhang Xin is not the kind of unreasonable person. It's okay, this thing, reasonably well, if I may also do so, now has been cured. Weekdays more care point. Basically no problem. Your family is good. Have a nanny in. Other problems for you. It is not a problem, so do not have to care about those. Wu Zhang Xin said. Then with Lukurin nagged a few sentences. Now for Wu Zhang Xin's attitude is completely peaks and valleys. Change extremely obvious. Earlier also extremely disdain. Now respectfully, even when eating also show the other side of the meaning of respect. Musashi heart helpless. Eat a meal well. Casual point. But he was embarrassed to say it. Always feel strange. 2 people eat. Soon into the end. Wu Zhang Xin intends to eat a few minutes. Can get up and say goodbye to each other. The result is that at this time there is some trouble. This makes Musashi heart don't know what to do. This thing very coincidentally happened in his side. This led him what to do. Musashin simply had 2 big heads. What happened? What's going on over there? As soon as Musashin saw the panic, he immediately guessed what was going on. What else could it be if it wasn't a fight? Could it be that the guest had a sudden illness? This is also too coincidental. Musashi heart in guessing, did not ask more. On the contrary, Lukurin, see the situation is a bit puzzled. Then pull up the side of the person to ask a question. The other party immediately informed Lukurin of the original story. He happened to come from over there and witnessed what happened just now, so he more or less had a rough idea of what happened. Someone was killed. The other party said somewhat nervously. Chapter 60 Help. Waiter, call out the person in charge of you. This Japanese food of yours, did you put something unqualified? Why would someone eat your family's food fall to the ground and fall down? You have to give a statement. A person suddenly shouted out. This person is in the restaurant out of the matter. That must be related to the meal. So that person then immediately thought of this. So immediately shouted out to let the other side of the management of the people come out. To solve this matter. A person so shouting. Some other people also followed a piece of shouting. Waiters see the situation. But also some panic. Because their family's rice, day in and day out have been done for so long. It is unlikely that there will be a problem with the quality. But now appeared. They are also a bit at a loss. Being so many people shouting to see the steward, they immediately also panicked. Do not know whether it is their own problem. In short, very puzzled. For the guests collapse to the ground, they are also afraid. Is it difficult to make a human life? A large number of people shouting there, next to a bunch of people with cell phones to call the police, informed the police of these things, hoping that the police quickly come to deal with. The patient fell to the ground, how to scream, cannot get up. The whole person into a coma. Wu Zhang Xin sat in place. Some headache, good to eat a meal, but also made so much trouble. He is now should get up or should sit. Musashi heart helpless, intends to sit up. The result was Lukurin anxious panic pat. Aren't you going to take a look? There seems to be a death over there. Musashin raised his head and found that Lukurin was looking at himself with an anxious face. There was a sense of urgency in his eyes, very much hoping that he would hurry to go and take a look. After all, lives were at stake, and there was a person who would be able to do this. So hurry up or go and take a look. Musashi heart slight sigh, stood up and went over there. Although the past, but was blocked in the layer after layer of people outside the pile, simply cannot squeeze in. Even if Lukurin said he has a way to make a way or no one to give way. I don't know if it's because it's too noisy and they didn't hear it or what. Lukurin was very anxious. What should we do? There are too many people in the pile. Just like the kind of pile of people like a fair. It is difficult to deal with. Lokorin in the side of the anxious straight spinning. But it is Musashi heart calm. This thing, in fact, do not need to rush. Things have to pay attention to a cause and effect. To solve these things, then deal with it is simple. The patient is certainly nothing life-threatening. If there is life-threatening words, these people should not be here to scream. But urgent panic shouting 120 is. How is the patient? A man dressed in a waiter's clothing belonging to this store, striding towards the side. The man was very concerned about the patient's condition. As soon as he came out, he immediately inquired about what was wrong with the guest who had collapsed to the ground. The result was that he didn't get any answer. Instead, he was verbally attacked by a group of people here. What's wrong with this store of yours? Why is it possible to eat a meal and still have this kind of thing happen? You guys have to give an explanation today? It can't be that the materials used in your family's Japanese food are not up to par, right? How could it not be? The food supervision certificate is there. You can go and take a look. The date is still new, and we've only recently had people from the Food Supervision Bureau over to look at it. It can't be a problem with our ingredients. Is there a mistake somewhere? You guys take a look to see if the patient didn't take his medication or something else. The man who came out was very calm, not like those people next to him, who had all become agitated and red-faced with anger. He calmly inquired, and as a result, the answer he received was still a gunpowder-laden reply. Let's say those have no. Who knows, you have not stuffed money, what? Anyway, this thing you must give a solution. In the end, what is going on? The patient is now not much of a problem. The heartbeat is normal. The respiratory rate is not a problem. You do not have to worry about his safety. We are now talking about the problem of the ingredients. If you have no problem with the ingredients, then the problem of the food. If you have no problem with this ingredient, why did the patient fall to the ground? You have to give an explanation. Otherwise, none of us will go over easily. This matter is not just this one time. If this matter can't be solved, then in the future, who dares to eat in your place? So you have to give us an explanation. The man was aggressive, making this calm man a little unsettled. What to do? What explanation could he give? The ingredients here were indeed fresh. They had all been checked. There was no problem. But the other party was pushing him so hard, and he didn't have any evidence that he could show. Just when the other side can do nothing, Wu Zhang Xin finally squeezed in from the pile of people. After coming in, did not wait for the crowd's strange eyes, directly began to test the patient had eaten the ingredients. All still hot. Musashin sighed. Really don't know what's going on. Wu Zhang Xin didn't care about the gazes of the people on the sidelines, also didn't care about what they said. Directly as self-centered inspection. Some people are a little unhappy. They think that Wu Zhang Xin is just here to make trouble. But by Lu Korin to stop, Lu Korin flashed his name tag, letting them know his identity, and then later used his such identity to tell them about Musashi Xin's talent. And as soon as those of them heard that, they were instantly quiet. All of them placed their eyes on Musashin, who was very calm, and after some medical confirmation, he expressed the results to the crowd. There is nothing wrong with this hibachi material, and this dish does not have any connection to the toxins involved. Therefore, the patient's condition is entirely his own. You can take him to the hospital for examination. His disease may really be as the waiter said. No matter what, it has nothing to do with this Japanese restaurant. If you don't believe me, we can wait and see what happens. If you don't believe it, we can wait for the police to come over and check again. If you believe it, then hurry up and take the patient to take care of it. Musashi Heart directly stood out to speak. The crowd heard. Suddenly do not know what to do. With Lu Koren's guarantee, these people are half believing. Musashin suddenly popped up to help the other party out when the waiter was at a loss for words and didn't know what to do, making the other party extraordinarily grateful. Musashin finished his speech and then planned to leave. The other party followed his ass as if he was taking care of a guest that way. His demeanor was thrilled beyond measure. Thank you very much for being able to testify for our store. Thank you. We are willing to treat you as a guest. And this time, you too consumption will be exempted. As a kind of gratitude to you, thank you. The waitress finished and did a 90-degree bow. Musashin waved his hand and didn't say much. Lukurin followed at this time. You can. Quite capable. I was right. He. Rakuto smiled and complimented Musashin's ability. Chapter 61 Visits. I really have some thought not to understand. You are so powerful. Why not go to a certain hospital to be a doctor? On your kind of talent, the status is certainly not bad. The money you can earn every month is also much. Why do you have no idea in this regard? Empty a talent not to use. You this strange waste. Lukorin looked at Wu Zhang Xin with a puzzled face. In these few days he was investigating Wu Zhang Xin. Naturally he also knew some of Wu Zhang Xin's situation. Wu Zhang Xin was not serving in a hospital, not a doctor, but an unemployed hobo. On the internet, his relevant information was pitifully small. if Wu Zhou Xian is a certain hospital's doctor. On this talent, even if there is no show, but in the online search is also able to search out some information. But only Wu Zhang Xian has no relevant information. This is very let Lu Corin puzzled. Some curiosity, no tenure. Similarly, the university's major is also not, but there is talent in this area. This person manifests also has a genius flavor. Really do not know what is going on. Out of these, he was curious, so he inquired. Musashin scratched his head. This kind of thing, it's mainly too troublesome. I still prefer the days to be plainer. Musashin smiled and said, he was speaking the big truth. If he did not mind the trouble, he definitely would have chosen to be a doctor as well. After all, he also had a foundation in this area. And later on, he would learn a bit more, and maybe he would be able to become a greater talent. Very much an achievement in this area. A base in this area. So taking this path is definitely very smooth. However, since Musashi Xian preferred a plain life and didn't like trouble, so he directly ruled out this path. Being a doctor was very troublesome. Every day, you have to face different personalities, different kinds of people. Some people have good tempers, some have bad tempers. In short, you have to meet people from all walks of life. The forest is big and there are all sorts of birds, and it's inevitable that you'll meet a lot of them if you're a doctor. It would be troublesome, so he didn't choose to be a doctor. Even serving dishes, he felt that doctors were troublesome. I really don't know what you think. Anyway, these days I don't understand. Say you're stupid. You're as smart as you can be. Say you're smart, but also feel that you're weird. I can't tell. Anyway, you're especially good. This is something I kind of admire you for. At first, I was skeptical, but now I don't have to be skeptical at all. Your adaptability and psychological quality are very strong. At first glance, you have a lot of experience. As for where the experience comes from, I won't ask too much. Anyway, you're quite powerful. Appreciate you. Lu Corin gave a thumbs up. Show off in front of Wu Zhang Xian. Wu Zhang Xian saw this, some embarrassed, was praised so directly, more or less some not too good. Earlier the two people are still that stiff. After all, one does not believe, one because of this fire. Now it's good. It's happy to eat together, and deal with this kind of thing, also stick to each other when they leave. Look Corin eyes, Wu Zhang Xian is now a big high person. For this kind of person, he admired, with Wu Zhang Xian also cordial, without the previous kind of condescending posture, because the Wu Zhang Xian put on an equal, or even higher than their own position, which led to a change in his attitude. Being treated like this by the other party, Wu Zhang Xian was a little embarrassed, and he didn't want the other party to be like this. His initial purpose was to settle this matter and then leave in a hurry, but now it was like this, making him also a little overwhelmed. Being praised, he was a little embarrassed. If not for his thick skin, I guess his cheeks were all red, right? Wu Zhang Xian laughs at himself in this way. It's still early. Do you have something else to do? If not, let's go to my company to take a look. Although the main route in the company doesn't match with this but still quite want to invite you to take a look. For a talented person like Musashin, he actually cared and wanted to reuse him. But unfortunately, the route that the company he was in charge of was not compatible with Musashin's talent. So even if he wanted to keep Musashin, he probably couldn't do so. This is very let Lu Corin some regret. Precisely because of this, so he hoped that Wu Zhang Xian can agree to go with him to the company. Let him see how his company is. People always like to show off their excellence in front of people they admire, as a way to attract each other's attention. And that was what Lu Corin was doing right now. In the past, he looked down on Musashin, so he didn't have any thoughts in this regard. But now it was different. Now his attitude towards Musashin had changed drastically, and his perception had also changed drastically, which led him to this act. Hearing the other party's invitation to view the company, Musashin was first stunned, then somewhat hesitantly agreed. Right now he was also very idle and didn't have much to do. Going to visit the company was just a visit. It wasn't like there would be anything else. Besides, he was indeed quite bored right now. Lu Corin is considered a strong woman. This point is quite attractive to Musashi Heart. He is also very curious how a strong woman manages the company. Although there is no entrepreneurial ideas, but he also want to see the knowledge. So agreed to the other party. Anyway, now also in the outside, walk along the road will not be too much trouble. Lu Corin see the other party to agree. The whole person is happy. My home company is also not very far from here. After a few roads will arrive. Let's go. Take you to visit. If interested, we can also talk about cooperation and so on. Don't worry, you this person, I can trust. Lu Corin hemmed and hawed. Musashi Heart was helpless. All the way by Lu Corin praised. He was a little embarrassed. You can stop praising. The rainbow farts are almost finished by you. Save it, I'm not that powerful. Wu Zhang Xian had no choice but to tell the other party to stop praising. but the result was that the other party hemmed and hawed, and had to say that Wu Zhang Xin did have the ability in this area. Musician stopped talking and followed the other party all the way to arrive in the other party's company. The process of entering the company was rather slow. After all, it was a visit. It was definitely necessary to observe from all angles. First, from the appearance of the company. Musashi Hart stood on the floor of Lu Koren's company, looking up and looking at the height of the entire company as well as the row. It was very big and luxurious. Then entering inside, each floor had relevant management personnel. The arrangement of the staff's working area was also unique. In short, it looked pleasing to the eye. Each floor had a relevant rest area. There were also some places to receive water and so on. The equipment was very complete. The environment was very beautiful. As soon as Musashi Hart came here, Lu Koren immediately said in front of all the staff that Musashi Hart is a special guest and must be treated specially. The president gave the word. The staff naturally did as they were told. So Musashi Hart was given special treatment. Extremely enjoyable. Chapter 62 Sacking the Secretary. As soon as Wu Zhang Xin arrived at Lu Koren's company, Lu Koren gave Wu Zhang Xin a lot of hospitality, and even let Wu Zhang Xin do that president exclusive elevator with herself. Many of the company's employees, after seeing this scene, looked at Lu Koren and Musashi Xin's eyes are a little subtle. Musashi Hart also sensed that something was wrong with those employees. He turned his head to look at those employees who were looking at them. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. After those employees saw Musashin observing them, they hurriedly shifted their eyes elsewhere and did not stare at Lu Koren and Musashin anymore. Seeing that Musashin still kept standing in place, Lu Koren retreated a few steps and came to Musashin's front. Why don't you go up? The elevator is already here. Just as Lu Koren said this, the elevator doors opened just in time to make a dripping sound. Musashin glanced at a large sign hanging next to the elevator. On it were written 4 big words, President Exclusive. It was then that Musashin reacted to why those employees were looking at him with that strange look. Could it be that they thought there was something fishy between him and Lu Koren? Wu Zhang Xin dryly coughed. I'd better not take this elevator to go up. This is your elevator. Wu Zhang Xin also didn't want to cause any trouble for himself. Moreover, he didn't want to cause any trouble for Lu Koren. He had initially failed to notice this before agreeing to come to the company with Lu Koren, but hadn't considered what these people in the company thought of him and Lu Koren. What Musashin didn't know was that normally Lu Koren didn't have any men around her at all, let alone a man who could ride this exclusive elevator with her. When Lu Koren heard Wu Zhang Xin's words, she didn't know what to mutter in a low voice. Then she raised her eyes to look at Wu Zhang Xin and impatiently urged, "Why are you so abrasive? Are you still not a man? Isn't it just an elevator?" Saying that, Lu Koren pushed Wu Zhang Xin into the elevator. Under the watchful eyes of those employees, she pressed the door closing button of the elevator, and the door quickly closed. The elevator was immediately plunged into an awkward atmosphere. Of course it was only Musashin who felt awkward. Lu Koren didn't feel anything. She was the one who offered to show Musashin around the company, so naturally she had to treat Musashin well. "I'll take you to my office later." And those office areas, Lu Koren introduced with Musashin with interest. "Our company is not very big, but it has all the essentials. There may be something that is not well done. If you have any suggestions you can mention them to me." Lu Koren is very valued Musashin. Not because Musashin's age is small, actually Musashin. From all the things Musashin had done before, there must be something in Musashin that was too much, and that was one of the reasons that made Lu Koren look at Musashin. Musashin froze for a moment. "I don't have any comments to make." Musashin also knew that Lu Koren was very modest. If this company of hers wasn't considered to be big, then those companies out there might not be considered to be much of a company anymore. He was just a mediocre person. How could he go and give advice to the female president? Wu Zhang Xin was not that arrogant. In his opinion, Lu Koren was already very strong. Her ability had far exceeded that of some women or men of the same age as her. Lu Koren thought that Wu Zhang Xin was not interested in her company, and was a bit unhappy. "What do you mean by that? You think my company is small and won't give me advice, right? I'm very much looking at you." After all, she was a female president. Lu Koren still spoke with a bit of aggressiveness. Wu Zhang Xin had also gotten used to this mode of getting along with Lu Koren and did not take her words to heart. And Lu Koren get along with this short period of time. Wu Zhang Xin also know that this Lu Koren is actually a knife-mouth tofu heart. Although on the surface Lu Koren was very strong, but in her heart she was actually a very weak girl. She was only used to disguising herself as strong, so that she could survive in this chaotic world. In fact, Musashi Xin had always admired Lu Koren very much. A female was able to run the company so well, and Lu Koren's business ability was also very strong. Musashin let out a bitter smile, somewhat helpless. "Where do I dare? I do think that this company of yours is very good, and I don't have any more opinions to mention." Just as Wu Zhang Xin's words fell, the elevator door was opened. Lukoren had wanted to engage in conversation with Wu Zhang Xin again, but seeing that she had already arrived at the floor where her office was located, she also dispelled this idea of hers. After exiting the elevator, Lukoren led Musashin into her office. What neither of them noticed was that there was someone watching their every move from an inconspicuous corner, with a very dark and angry look in their eyes. This person was none other than Lukoren's male secretary, who had seen the interaction between the two from the very beginning. After seeing Lukoren bring Musashi Xin into her own exclusive elevator, he was already very angry in his heart. And now that Lukoren had brought Musashi Xin into the office, what did this mean? For some reason, the secretary only felt as if he had fallen out of favor, and there was a sense of bitterness in his heart that he could not tell. Once the two of them entered the office, Lukoren called the secretary and had the secretary pour 2 cups of coffee for the two of them. The secretary's face was very dark when he saw Musashi Xin, but because it was in front of Lukoren, he still showed a very good attitude. When the secretary brought the coffee, just as he was about to hand it to Musashin, a cunning intent flashed under his eyes. This secretary deliberately pretended to have a shaky hand, and the coffee immediately spilled out of the cup, splashing onto Musashin's body all of a sudden. I'm sorry. The secretary looked flustered and put the quilt aside, wanting to take paper and wipe Musashin's body, but she was stopped by Lukoren. You stop. Lukoren's face was very gloomy and her brows were furrowed. Don't you know that this is my guest? Is this the attitude you have towards a guest? What did I normally teach you? Lukoren's heart was also very angry. From today onwards, you are no longer my secretary. Take that coffee and get the hell out of here. The moment Lukoren said this, the eyes of the secretary as well as Musashi Xin were filled with surprise. The secretary hurriedly ran to Lukoren's front and begged bitterly, President, I'm sorry. I was only careless just now. I can wash this clothes for this honored guest. I still hope that the president will forgive me this time. The secretary's plea doesn't work here in Lukoren. Lukoren still has a very cold look, and made a call to the company's security. Hey, you guys come to my office. Drive the people out for me. Chapter 63 Auction. The secretary saw that Lukoren was so resolute. His heart could be said to be very regretful. He originally just wanted to play a trick on Wu Zhang Xin to solve the hatred in his heart. He didn't expect that Lukoren would directly fire himself because of this matter. The secretary was full of despair, directly destroyed in front of Lukoren. President, just for the sake of my usual loyalty to you and to the company, just let me off this time. I really didn't mean to splash coffee on him this time. I just didn't mean to. I still hope that the president can give me another chance. The secretary didn't want to lose this job. In this place, he can be said to be under one person and above 10,000 people. If this job is gone, he does not know how he will live in the future. Musashin sat on the sidelines and watched the scene. Musashi Heart actually did not care much about this secretary's behavior, although from the beginning he had already felt that this secretary had deep hostility towards himself. But Musashi Heart did not expect that Liqua people would directly do so absolutely. Wu Zhang Xin just wanted to open his mouth to persuade Lukoren. Then he heard that secretary crying, please explain to the president. I really didn't mean to splash coffee on you. The secretary saw that begging Lukoren was useless, so he could only shift the target to Wu Zhang Xin's body. As long as Wu Zhang Xin and Lukoren begged a little bit, she would probably be able to keep this job. The secretary's heart was looking down on Musashi Xin, but in front of money and status, he would still choose to bow down in front of Musashi Xin. Lukoren snorted coldly, interrupting the secretary's words. Don't think I don't know what's in your heart. I've tolerated you for a long time, and I've also given you a lot of chances, only that you didn't treasure them yourself. This time it's the last chance, and I'm not going to give it to you. Musashin looked at the interaction between the two with a confused face. This feeling of being caught in the middle made Musashin feel unusually confused. He didn't even know what was going on right now, and he wasn't in the mood to deal with that coffee on him. Hearing Lukoren's words, a strange emotion flashed across the bottom of the secretary's eyes, and the sad look on his face had a hint of loosening. He was silent for a while, and then spoke again. President, I'm really wrong. Please, I really can't live without this job. Lukoren only felt very annoyed, thinking in her heart how this security guard hasn't come up yet. Just when she wanted to call and urge those security guards again, she heard a knocking sound from outside the door. Lukoren turned her head to look at the door. Please come in. In a short while, those security guards opened the door to Lukoren's office, and 3 or 4 people walked up to Lukoren and bowed towards her. Good day, President. Those security guards glanced at Musashi Xin who was sitting beside Lukoren, and then glanced at the secretary who was kneeling on the floor, and felt very odd in their hearts. The atmosphere of the office was suddenly plunged into a honeyed meaning. Lukoren glanced at the secretary who was kneeling on the ground in a sorry state, and ordered, drag him out of here, and in the future if you see him come to the company, kick him out, and all those things of his, throw them out for me as well. This time, Lukorin really did a very extreme job. In fact, she had already had the idea of dismissing this secretary for a long time, only that she had not been able to find any suitable timing. This time, the secretary himself came to the door to die. Lukorin also satisfied his request. When the security guards heard Lukorin's words, they froze for a moment. Then a few people dragged up the secretary who was kneeling on the ground, and dragged the secretary out stiffly. While being dragged out, the secretary was still arguing non-stop, hoping to fight for a little bit of a chance. President, listen to me, I really am. Before the secretary's words reached the general, those security guards were dragged out of the office by him, and the secretary's voice disappeared into Lukorin's ears all of a sudden. After the secretary left, Lukorin only felt that her ears were cleared a lot. She picked up the coffee that was placed on the table, lightly sipped it, and tilted her head to look at Musashi Xin. Was everything alright just now? Do you want to go to the bathroom to clean up? Looking at those coffees on Musashi Xin, Lukorin's eyes were full of apologies. I didn't know that this secretary would be so careless, and splashed this coffee on you in a good cause. I'm really sorry. Musashin shook his head and smiled at Lukorin, signaling that he didn't take this to heart. It was Lukorin's reaction that surprised Musashin. Musashin inquired, why did you dismiss this secretary? Just because of this one thing isn't too much, right? Musashin vaguely guessed a little bit, but was still unsure. Musashin wasn't narcissistic to that extent, and Rokugo had dismissed that secretary solely because he had insulted her. Lukorin sighed softly and put down the coffee in her hand. Alas, I still make you laugh. After saying that, Lukorin was silent for a while and started to explain the reason to Musashin. Actually, I have long wanted to dismiss that secretary. That secretary usually isn't too upright, and often falls out with some people in the company. I didn't know about this until later. This person's jealousy is really too strong to stay. Letting him stay in the company for so long was also because of his ability, but this time he was exposed once again, and there was no way I could stand it anymore. This kind of person staying in the company will only feed the tiger. Not much use. It's better to get rid of him before it's too late. Lukorin's frowning brows slightly loosened. I also want to thank you for letting me find this one opportunity. Only after hearing this explanation from Lukorin did Musashi Xin react. He had a look of sudden realization. So that's how it is. Musashi Xin and Lukorin hadn't been chatting in the office for a while when the door of the office was knocked once again. Lukorin said in a cold voice, please come in. In front of those subordinates, Lukorin was a very cold person, but in front of Musashin it was a bit playful and cute. After Lukorin said this, the department manager walked in front of Lukorin and bowed towards her. Seeing Musashin sitting on the side, the department manager's reaction was the same as those security guards, but then he returned to normal. President, it's time for this auction. Auction? Being reminded by the department manager, Lukorin then reacted. Today was the time when the auction was going on. She was still thinking of going to find some goodies. Lukorin turned her head to look at Wuzang Xin beside her. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. Want to come with me? Lukorin opened her mouth. Musashin was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Chapter 64, Auctioning the Necklace. Wu Zangxin also happened to want to go to the auction to see if there were any things that were dear to his heart, and if he came across something that would be beneficial to his inheritance, he could try to auction it off. Ever since obtaining his inheritance, Wu Zangxin had done his best to improve himself and become even more powerful. This time, Lukorin took the initiative to invite Wu Zangxin, and naturally, Wu Zangxin would not refuse. After seeing Wu Zangxin agree, a trace of joy appeared on Lukorin's face, and she hurriedly turned her head to look at the department manager. Turn around and arrange a driver for me, and wait until the time to send me to the auction site. If it wasn't for this reminder from the department manager, it was very likely that Lukorin would have to forget about this auction. Every time there was an auction, Lukorin would go and auction off some of her favorite items, and this time, Wu Zangxin was still by her side, so she naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Lukorin also wanted to use this opportunity to test Wu Zangxin's ability. Although she was interested in Musashi Xin's ability, she didn't know how Musashi Xin was as a person, and didn't dare to trust Musashi Xin easily. If Musashin were to learn of this news, he would definitely feel very helpless in his heart. Wu Zangxin didn't want to have too much contact with Lukorin. The reason why he agreed to visit this company with Lukorin was to see the construction of Lukorin's company in some of the management mode, which would help to learn from the experience, and would be helpful for him to set up a company in the future. When the department manager saw the interaction between Lukorin and Musashi Xin, an odd look appeared on his face. The employees in the company all knew that Lukorin hardly had any men around her, and except for those business partners, the employees rarely saw Lukorin bring anyone to the office. Moreover, Lukoren also took the initiative to invite this Wu Zhang Xin to attend the auction, which further made the department manager feel that the relationship between the two was a bit curious, and at the same time, he was also curious about Wu Zhang Xin's identity. Wu Zhang Xin looked like just a college student. How could he have such a deep friendship with the president? The department manager pondered for a while before shaking these years of his life to the back of his mind, knowing that he was being extremely rude. The matter of the secretary's dismissal earlier was quickly spread around the company, and most of the public opinion was that it was because of musician's secretary that she was dismissed. The department manager was even more afraid to mess with Musashin. He turned around and left the office after listening to Lukoren's orders. On his way out, he even purposely glanced at Musashin one more time. Musician's eyes happened to meet with this department manager, and the department manager quickly shifted his line of sight due to his weakness. Musician's face showed a trace of strange emotion. He always felt that he might have made a wrong choice in coming to Lukoren's company. Looking at the way those people were looking at him, they were already suspecting that there was something fishy between him and Lukoren. Thinking of this, Musashin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. When Lukoren heard this laughter from Wu Zhang Xin, she inquired suspiciously, "What's to laugh about?" She looked at Musashi Xin with a skeptical expression. Musashin shook her head. "Nothing, I just thought of something a little funny." After the two of them talked in the office for a while, Lukoren took Musashin out of the company and got into the car that was going to the auction. Along the way, the car was very silent except for the sound of Musashin and Lukoren talking, only the sound of the wind whistling through. This driver is a person who understands the color of the eyes very well. Did not pay more attention to Wu Zhang Xin and Lukoren, just focus on driving. Did not say a word. It wasn't until after the car stopped at the entrance of the auction that Wu Zhang Xin heard this driver open his mouth and speak. "General Manager Lu, it's already here." When Lukoren heard this from the driver, she looked out the window for a moment, then nodded. "You go and get busy first, and come back to pick me up when the auction is over." After instructing this, Lukoren and Wu Zhang Xin got out of the car one after another. When they walked to the entrance of the auction, Musashin stared at the building for a while before withdrawing her own line of sight. This auction was also held in a very high-end venue, and without an entry ticket one could not set foot in this auction venue. Musashin wasn't worried about that. Since Lukoren had brought him here, she would definitely have a way to bring him in. Lukoren walked to the auction venue and pulled out 2 entry tickets from her pocket and handed them to the security guard at the entrance. The security guard took the tickets and glanced at them, bowing respectfully towards Lukoren before letting the two of them in. Walking into this auction venue, Musashi Xin realized that this auction venue could be described as extraordinarily large and very empty. After Lukoren and Musashi Xin were briefly introduced, the two of them sat down on the seats in the auction hall and waited for the host to say that the auction would officially begin. "I believe everyone has come here this time already for the treasures we have in this auction." The host stood on the stage, looked at the crowd underneath and said with a smile, "Then I announce that this time, our auction will officially begin." As soon as the words fell, a loud cheer rang out from the scene, as the crowd was excited for the upcoming auction. After the auction began, it wasn't long before some treasures were set up. The first few treasures Lukoren were not interested in, just watched the crowd's auction. By the time the host brought up a necklace, Lukoren's eyes were drawn to that necklace. She was thinking of auctioning that necklace herself when she suddenly saw Musashi Xin sitting beside her, and another thought popped into Lukoren's mind. Lukoren smiled at Musashin. "I've got my eye on that necklace. Can I trouble you to take a picture of it for me?" Lukoren did this because she wanted to test Musashin's level of auctioning. Musashin froze for a moment, tilted her head to look at Lukoren, and nodded after a moment of deep thought. Okay. Although Wu Zhang Xin hadn't conducted auctions before, he still had some knowledge of this business. Soon the host gave the reserve price of that one necklace, and in no time it was directly fired up to several times the reserve price. Seeing that Wu Zhang Xin still didn't make a bid, Lukoren's heart couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Just as she wanted to urge Wu Zhang Xin suddenly raised the sign in his hand. "I'll bid $10 million. At this time, the woman who had been competing for this necklace looked angrily at Wu Zhang Xin. Her eyes filled with anger. "What's wrong with you? People are all raising their prices. Just you, why are you still lowering your price to auction?" The crowd's eyes all gathered on Wu Zhang Xin's body at once. Wu Zhang Xin didn't say anything, got up and walked to the woman's side to her ear and didn't know what to say. Not a moment later, let the crowd surprise things happened. That woman suddenly said to give up the necklace. The host was also a little puzzled, but finally said Musashi heart shot the necklace. 10 million last time. Chapter 65, Another Auction. As soon as the host's words fell, the eyes of the people in the room focused on Wu Zhang Xin's body. Wu Zhang Xin didn't care about the eyes of these people and turned her head to look at Lukoren. $10 million is still okay. Wu Zhang Xin had actually been waiting for that woman to name a maximum price. At that time, he would then whisper something bad about the necklace in that woman's ear, and the woman would naturally give up her right to fight for the necklace. Lukorin didn't know about this opportunity of Musashi Xian's. She just sighed in her heart about Musashi Xian's skillful tactics. Then this necklace belongs to this gentleman. The host smiled and looked at Wu Zhang Xian. Please make your own transactions after the auction. After saying this, a person came up and took the necklace down, while bringing up a new auction item to be auctioned. Lukorin nodded, her face filled with joy. She was already prepared to use the highest price to auction this necklace, but she didn't expect that Wu Zhang Xian would just directly whisper a few words in that woman's ear, and was able to directly make that woman give up the necklace and give it to them at a low price. Because of this, Lukorin's heart was also more appreciative of Musashi Xian. Thank you. Although Lukorin didn't want to say this thank you, but this time, Musashi Xian really did herself a big favor. Lukorin's heart's curiosity towards Musashi Xian was also aggravated by a few points. Musashin laughed softly and turned his head away, his eyes resting on that auction stage, not saying anything more to Lukorin. On the other hand, Lukorin stared at Wu Zhang Xian for a long time, and a strange emotion flashed under her eyes. After a long time, Lukorin realized that it was not good for her to be like this, and she coughed dryly, averting her eyes from Wu Zhang Xian's body, and then she looked towards the auction stage. However, Lukorin's mind was still thinking about Musashin's previous actions. What exactly did Musashin say to that middle-aged woman? By this time, although Lukorin couldn't figure it out, she also had to sigh in admiration of Musashi Xian's auctioning skills, which could be described as very good. Not only was Musashin able to capture the hearts of his competitors, but he was also able to pay attention to the movements of these people on the scene, and accurately grasp the right moment. The more she thought like this, the more curious Lukorin became about Musashi Xian. She wanted to see just how much more was behind this Musashi Xian that she didn't know. Just 19 years old. Why would there be so many secrets in his body? Wu Zhang Xian didn't know what Lukorin was thinking in his mind. He had been focusing on looking at those auction items, wanting to find his own favorite thing. Wu Zhang Xian had wanted to auction off one of the jade stones, but considering the current financial reasons, he dismissed his idea. The texture of that piece of jade was very good, and the material was also of top quality, very translucent. A piece of top quality jade. The reason why Wu Zhang Xian had taken a fancy to that piece of jade was because it would most likely be able to facilitate him to carry out his inheritance, thus gaining more abilities. Wu Zhang Xian's only goal was to make himself stronger, so he had to keep drawing knowledge and keep learning from to make himself strong. Seeing that Musashi Xian kept staring at that auction item on the stage, Lukorin thought that Musashi Xian was eyeing that auction item and asked softly, "What? Do you have your eye on that one? If you have your eye on it, then go for it. If you're a man, then don't be so indecisive." Lukorin was not interested in that auction item, except for the necklace just now. She had not seen any auction item that could interest her, so she also felt very bored. Musashi Xian heard Lukorin's words and let out a bitter smile. "No, it's just that I feel a little curious about it." Musashin didn't say anything to Lukorin and simply explained, "Don't you think it has any special symbolism?" Speaking of this, a strange emotion flashed under Musashin's eyes. Lukorin's gaze followed Wu Zhang Xian's gaze and froze when she saw that auction item on the stage. That auction item was nothing more than a stone, and it was a very gloomy stone that didn't have any color at all, but it was still a bit better looking than an ordinary stone. Lukorin was a bit puzzled. What's the significance? Could it be a crystal stone? Lukorin didn't realize the meaning of Wu Zhang Xian's words. Musashin sighed softly. This stone, despite its ugly appearance, if it goes through a period of wind and rain, it will turn into a colorful stone. Do you know what this is called? Wu Zhang Xian's voice was a bit low. It's called rebirth? Wu Zhang Xian's bottom of his eyes seemed to well up with two fiery fires that kept burning in his eyes. Lukorin's heart was shaken. For a moment she didn't know what to say, and Wu Zhang Xian didn't explain any more about it. The two of them then sat in their seats without saying a word, probably waiting until the auction was almost over. Lukorin once again took a fancy to an item, so he wanted Wu Zhang Xian to auction it for him. Can I try it? Lukorin looked at that auction item with a bright light bursting out from her eyes. Wu Zhang Xian nodded and did not refuse. I'll try my best. By the time the auction started, a lot of people started to raise the price of that auction item, and it was directly fired up to more than 10 times of the reserve price all of a sudden. At the end of the day, after a lot of competition, only Yu Chen and a middle-aged man were left. When the middle-aged man saw that it was Wu Zhang Xian who ran out to compete again, he was very angry in his heart. Are you a kid who just wants to take away someone's favor? Wu Zhang Xian shrugged his shoulders, ignored the middle-aged man's words and continued to raise the price. The scene was suddenly filled with a smell of smoke. In the end, the host was at a loss for words, but also asked the owner of this auction item, and finally the owner asked a question. What is the meaning of this auction item? If the answer is in line with the owner's intention, this auction item can be handed over to that person. When hearing this news, Wu Zhang Xian's heart was happy. There is no moral. To say there is, that is to break the cocoon reborn. Compared to Wu Zhang Xian's simple answer, that middle-aged man said a whole lot of his own understanding of that auction item, and also disdainfully glanced at Wu Zhang Xian, thinking that this time, he must be able to win. However, the next words that came out of the host's mouth made that middle-aged man's eyes widen. Congratulations to this gentleman for answering correctly. It is indeed the cocoon-breaking rebirth. The host looked at Wu Zhang Xian's eyes were also full of appreciation. Wu Zhang Xian's words and that master's original words can be said to be similar. Sometimes the simplest may be the most effective, but unfortunately that middle-aged man did not think so. In the end, that auction item still went to Musashin. Then let's all applaud this gentleman and congratulate him on this item. Chapter 66 Theory. When the host's words landed, there was a roaring applause. Those people looked at Wu Zhang Xian's eyes with a trace of inquiry. Although Wu Zhang Xian was only afraid of 2 items, but he left a very deep impression on the crowd. Moreover, in the eyes of those people, Wu Zhang Xian is only a teenage college student, and how can he have so much money to be able to auction these things? In fact, what Wu Zhang Xian didn't know was that there were already quite a few people on the scene who had their eyes on him and wanted to talk to him. Seeing this, Le Coran, who was sitting on the side, a strange look appeared on her face. Looking at Wu Zhang Xian's eyes full of joy, "You gave me a really big surprise." When Wu Zhang Xian uttered that sentence, Le Coran only felt that she was completely out of luck with this auction item. That middle-aged man seemed to know this auction item in particular. Not to mention the meaning of this auction item, he was talking a lot, so that the balance in the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but fall towards the middle-aged man's side. But what they didn't know was that what the owner was looking at wasn't this. Le Coran opened her mouth with some curiosity and asked, "How do you know that moral is to break the cocoon and be reborn?" Le Coran pondered for half a day without pondering a name, so she had to open her mouth and ask Musashi Xian. Wu Zhang Xian did not answer Le Coran's words, but only smiled faintly. The mountain man has his own plan. Wu Zhang Xian actually didn't know what the moral was. It was just a casual remark, but he was very confident. Sometimes confidence is the pinnacle. Wu Zhang Xian once again confirmed this fact. Le Coran glanced at Wu Zhang Xian. "Don't say anything if you don't want to." Le Coran didn't look like the bossy female president in the company at all. Instead, she looked like a child playing with a small temper. Le Coran cast her eyes aside, as if she was sulking. Seeing this, Wu Zhang Xian let out a bitter smile. He knew that Le Coran's temper was very bad, but there was really nothing to say about this matter. In order to prevent Le Coran from getting angry again, Wu Zhang Xian had to open his mouth to explain. "This is just like that piece of stone I talked about before. Rebirth. Sometimes that means breaking the cocoon and being reborn." Although that middle-aged man said a whole bunch of words that seemed very reasonable, but since the one behind it was able to sell this piece of stone at such a low price, it also proves that he wanted to find a fated person, and that what he focused on wasn't money, but rather, fate. It can also be said that what he focuses on is not the exterior, but the interior. All of this was also Wu Zhang Xian's own speculation about the person behind it, but this speculation was also confirmed the moment the results came out. The price of this auction item was far more than just this cheap, and the fact that this person was willing to sell it at such a low price must also be what Musashin had guessed in general. Hearing Musashi Xian's words, Le Coran had a look of sudden realization. "So that's how it is." She nodded with seeming understanding, and in her heart, her admiration and appreciation for Musashi Xian increased by a few points. To be able to observe these details at such a juncture, naturally one would not be a simple person, because she had auctioned off 2 items that were dear to her heart. Le Coran's heart could be said to be very happy, and the smile on her face had grown quite a bit. Compared to Le Coran's happiness, that woman and the middle-aged man were furious. The thing that they had managed to compete for with great difficulty had just been snatched away by this brat Wu Zhang Xian. The woman thought carefully after Wu Zhang Xian finished those words, and always felt that what Wu Zhang Xian said was deceiving herself, just wanting her to give up the competition for that necklace. But after she thought about it, there was no way for her to compete with Wu Zhang Xian for that necklace anymore. The auction soon came to an end, and once again, a roaring applause resounded in the arena. The crowd in the host's farewell words have to get up and intend to leave this auction. Some people were happy and some were sad at the auction site. Some people got their favorite items, while others returned empty-handed. After the auction ended, the middle-aged man quickly found the woman who had previously competed with Wu Zhang Xian. "Hey, why did you suddenly give up on that necklace?" The middle-aged man was still unwilling to let Wu Zhang Xian take that auction item and had to find another way to get that auction item. The woman froze for a moment after seeing this middle-aged man, and then told the middle-aged man what Musashi Xian had said to her earlier. "He told me that the necklace was actually a fake, and that it would be a waste for me to buy it with so much money. Here, A trace of chagrin appeared on the woman's face. I was confused in my head at that time too. How could I have believed this nonsense of his? If this necklace was fake, the auction would naturally not have put it up for auction. The woman's tone of voice could also be heard from her inner anger. Like the middle-aged man, she was not willing to give up that necklace. From the first sight of that necklace, the woman was deeply attracted by it. Once the middle-aged man heard this, he had already made a small plan in his mind. Since this is the case, let's cooperate. The thing I want is in his hands. The thing you want is also in his hands. While he is still in the auction house, we can go up to him right here and have a good theory with him. As the middle-aged man spoke, the bottom of his eyes were also filled with hatred. Itching to drag Wu Zhang Xin over right now to give him a hard beating. The woman pondered for a long time, and in the end, under the middle-aged man's persuasion, she still chose to agree to the middle-aged man's proposal. The two of them quickly found Musashin and Rakugo, who were planning to go and carry out a transaction, and blocked in front of the two individuals. Musashin and Rakugo stopped themselves when they saw the two men. Lukorin frowned tightly as she clearly sensed that these two were not good people. You guys walk without looking at the road, don't you? The woman hummed softly. We have something to say to him. The woman glanced at Wu Zhang Xin. This time I came because I want you to let me have the necklace that you won at the auction. After the woman spoke, the middle-aged man continued to speak. Right. We are the ones who asked you to give us the auction item. The duck that was already in our hands flew away like this. The middle-aged man and the woman's attitude towards Wu Zhang Xin could be described as very harsh, not giving Wu Zhang Xin a good look. Lukorin heard the words of the two men and also understood this current situation. She originally wanted to open her mouth to refute these two people's words and relieve Wu Zhang Xin, but then as if she suddenly thought of something, Lukorin restrained her voice and glanced at Wu Zhang Xin. You settle your own matters. After saying that, Lukorin took a step backward, making an appearance of being unconcerned, wanting to see how Musashi Xin would resolve this matter. Once Wu Zhang Xin heard this, he was very helpless in his heart, so he could only let out a bitter smile. Chapter 67 Cooperation. And not to mention, this is something I auctioned off for real money. Plus I don't have any relationship with you guys, right? Why should I let you guys have this thing? Wu Zhang Xin disdainfully looked at the several people in front of him. The middle-aged man also probably expected him to have such an attitude, and although he was angry but didn't show it, after all, they were the ones who wanted that thing in his hand, and tearing their faces apart would not do each other any good. The middle-aged man smiled and said, That, Mr. Wu, we really want that thing you're auctioning off. If it's possible, you can raise the conditions as much as you want, and we'll try to satisfy them if we can, as long as you're willing to sell that thing to us. The woman next to the middle-aged man also started to say, Yeah, there's no use in taking this thing. It would be better to sell it to us, so that both sides of each other can benefit. The two of them thought very simply. As long as they could buy it with money, they would try to use money. The woman said, Name your price. We'll take what you have. They used to use money if they wanted to achieve a goal. So in their eyes, Wu Zhang Xin was also such a person. Anyway, there was no harm to each other. And if the other party was right about enough money, there might be a possibility that they would actually agree to their conditions. Only that they hadn't given them enough money, which was why they hadn't agreed to it. Musashin smiled. Since that's the case, then I'll sell it to you at double the price. What do you think? Wu Zhang Xin only felt that the matter in front of him two people are not a little bit retarded. He has said that he is not willing to, but still pushing here, and also want to use $10 million to solve this matter. If he is really so short of money, then how could he appear here, using money to auction those things? The middleman and the woman heard him say so. Their faces changed. How could they not know that this is being tricked? And double the price to buy those things is not row. They just want to buy things to hand. The middle-aged man showed a ferocious color. You this kid don't want to refuse to eat a penalty wine. Today has been refused to sell those things to us. Don't blame us for being impolite to you. By the time he went back to inquire this kid's background clearly, as long as he gently pushed a hand behind his back, this kid would have to run over and beg them to let him go by then. Wu Zhang Xin said, If you two are really idle, to the extent that you can donate you these than before to the needy. After a pause, he added, Also, this rich man's face of yours is really disgusting. Not everything can be solved with money, and not everything can be bought with money. I hope you can know this. The reason why Musashin said that wasn't for the good of the couple. He just didn't want to be the two people dangling around in front of him. It was a bit sickening. Rocco was beside him and saw his 1-2 operation, also didn't know what to say. But it didn't seem wrong to say it like that. But those two people were eating their words this time. The woman saw that he spoke so harshly and was also so insistent. Her previous good face could no longer hold on, and she directly walked over to Musician's face carrying her own bag. Then said, You give me remember what you say now. Boy, I will make you pay the due price. I'm not something you can mess with. Wu Zhang Xin said. To the end, The middle-aged man also knew that he was very insistent on this matter. No matter how much more he said, there was no effect, so he just directly pulled the woman to leave this place. Originally the woman did not want to leave. Do not know what the middle-aged man said in her ear. The woman only then give up. Leke saw the two men leave before saying, "Your mouth is quite eloquent. It seems that people like you are really not easy to let you suffer." Wu Zhang xin lazy to say anything to him. Just now he watched the scene on the side of the appearance, but he remembered clearly. Since the matter has been resolved, naturally do not want to say anything else. Leke knew that he was a little uncomfortable in his heart because he had just watched the play. However, he still walked up with a deadpan face and talked to Musashi xin. The middle-aged man stopped directly after pulling the woman to a place. The woman was indignant. "What are you pulling me away for? This matter has not yet come to an end. Don't you like those things very much? Are you willing to leave just like that?" The middle-aged man in his heart cursed the woman too much stupidity, but he did not say it. After all, they still have to cooperate. Because I said it to tear the face, that would not be good. He could only say, "We haven't figured out that kid's doorway yet. Although he looks poor, but his handouts are very generous. It's possible that he's the son of one of the big families." The woman was puzzled. "So you just said what you want to do. Is it hard to just let him go?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Naturally, it's impossible to just let him off lightly. There are still a few auctions to come. I believe that brat must still be there. The way he looks gives me the feeling that he hasn't yet captured what he wants to capture. I guess the next few auctions will have what he wants." The middle-aged man felt that he would definitely not be wrong. He must have something he wanted to auction, but it wasn't that time yet. But even if that was the case, he still didn't want to sell them the things he got from the previous auctions within his own hands, which made him very upset. The woman sighed. "So do you have any good plans?" Since the middle-aged man pulled him out of that place. In fact, his heart had already thought of an absolutely beautiful plan. That kid didn't want to auction things. Since it was like this, then they let him not auction. "I have found a few people. By then, as long as that kid dares to make a move, then my morning people won't let you have your way. At least they won't let him auction the things he wants to auction." The middle-aged man has always done things cautiously. Not to mention this matter he from the beginning under the basis of no intention to so easily let go. So when the out of the time directly define and play with their own better a few friends, and now they are also estimated to have arrived at the auction house. The woman did not think that this middle-aged man even so quickly appeared to be waiting. Could not help but hit a shiver. Fortunately it is their own and his cooperation. If they are dead rivals, that is not bad. When this kind of person stabbed himself twice he didn't know. After the end of this cooperation, it is better to break the connection between and this person. Chapter 68 Conspiracy. Lukoren had wanted to go to the restroom, but unexpectedly, she saw the two people who had just grabbed the auction item with Wu Zhang Xian at the auction, and these two people were designated to be no good together. After the fight between Musa Shin and these two people, it should have been a relief to be happy about it. However, the strange behavior of these two people made Lukoman have to be wary of them. These two seemed to be chatting about something not too far away, but due to the distance, it was impossible to hear what was being said. In fact, it wasn't hard to guess that they were plotting how to snatch the auction item from Musa Shin. While Lu Koren was holding her arms and panicking, those two had already disappeared. Wu Zhang Xian waved her hand in front of Lu Koren. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Is there some handsome guy in front of you?" Musician's eyes gradually narrowed into a line. "Ha!" At this moment, Rakugo hadn't slowed down. "How could that be? Am I that kind of person?" The scene at this point was awkward for a while, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Musician's smile gradually let loose. "If you say another word, believe it or not, I'll beat you up." Rakugo started to threaten him, hoping to end this topic quickly. "It's your fault. I almost forgot about business." Luqua Ren gradually became serious. "What business? So serious?" Musician still couldn't help but laugh, but he stifled it in order to give Lekarin some face. "Be serious. You know what I just saw?" Lekarin looked at Musician with an expression that seemed like the sky was falling. "What is it? Say it, don't beat around the bush." It was obvious Musician was getting extremely impatient. "I just went to the restroom just now, and I saw the middle-aged man and woman who grabbed the auction item from you a few minutes ago discussing something not far ahead. Where is it? Why don't I see anyone?" Musician looked perplexed. "Idiot, they've long gone. How can I see them now?" Rakugo answered him in a dismissive tone. He had just said that Musician's auctioning skills were great. Why had he become so stupid now? "I think it's necessary for you to be careful out there. They must be discussing something bad. Maybe they'll do something. It's better to be careful with more than one thing." Luqua Ren was very serious in telling him about this matter. How could Musician not know it? He had already guessed it. It was just a matter of trying to give Lu Koren some sense of superiority. How could the middle-aged man and woman let Wu Zhang Xian get the auction item so easily? Judging by the fact that they had just asked Wu Zhang Xian to give up the auction item, this item must be very important to them. and they would definitely use every means to get the auction item. But what Wu Zhang Xin didn't expect was that they had already begun to discuss joining forces, and what was even more unexpected was that they had even hired someone. It was truly heartless. I know, I saw it a long time ago, I just wanted to give you a sense of superiority, Musashin said to Rakugo with a grin, a punchable expression that made it hard to resist hitting him. You. Lecarin controlled herself with what was left of her sanity and didn't make a move. Not only do they want to grab the auction items, they seem to have hired some people. I'm afraid it's going to be a vicious battle, Musashin said calmly, very Lecarin, with no ripples in her heart. But at this moment, Lecarin was different, trembling as if her heart had been shot with an arrow. They even hired someone. What do they want? It's heartless. They can do anything. Lecarin trembled as she said. The words sounded tough, but in fact her heart was terrified. Her two eyes were confused and she didn't know what to do. She didn't want anything to happen to Wu Zhang Xin. You don't have to worry about me. I have my own way to deal with the two of them. It's only two small characters. They can't defeat me. I won't let them succeed. Don't worry. Musashi Xin noticed that Lecarin's complexion was becoming progressively worse, so she hurriedly said something that could make Lecarin feel at ease. How can I not worry? You can't let anything happen to you. You're just a person who heals people to save them. How can you know anything about fighting with people? Moreover, there are so many of them and you are just one person. How can you possibly beat them? Where did you get the confidence? You absolutely can't have an accident. Lecarin herself didn't even know what she was saying. For some reason she absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Musashi Xin. Oh, why absolutely can't something happen to you? Musashin asked suspiciously. Because you have to cure my grandfather. Right. Heal grandpa. Rakugo stammered. If you have an accident, who will treat grandpa? In case grandpa's disease recurs, who will I look for to cure? Grandpa's disease all depends on you. So you absolutely can't have an accident. Or else it may be a loss of. Lecarin said slowly. What are you saying? Don't say this kind of demoralizing words. You say this again, believe it or not, I won't give your grandpa medical treatment again in the future. Musashin immediately interrupted her words, so much so that she didn't say that kind of unlucky words. In case Lecarin's crow's mouth really hit the nail on the head, then it would be, okay, then I won't say anything. You and grandpa will be fine, Lecarin said with a smile. Don't worry, I will definitely cure your grandfather. In fact, what he got is not a big disease. The key is the problem in your family. I will definitely solve your grandfather's poison. Wu Zhang Xin had a serious face. Okay, you can definitely cure it. I believe in you. The stone in Lecarin's heart was finally put down. With such assurance from Wu Zhang Xin, she was already satisfied. Alright, it's alright now. Can we go then? Musashin asked with some impatience. After this day of helping Rakugo take pictures of things, he had become extremely tired and no longer wanted to do anything else. All he needed now was to rest and sleep to nourish his spirit. Go where? Where else can I go? To take me home, of course, idiot. Musashin answered her words helplessly. At this point, he didn't want to say another word because he was really too tired. Why do you want me to give you a ride? Won't you take a cab yourself? Lequa couldn't help but tease a tomato at him, suddenly realizing that Musashin didn't look too good. Was he too tired? Musashin didn't say anything and only gave her a look, letting her experience it herself. Lequa immediately read the meaning in his eyes, immediately said, ha ha ha, just kidding. How could I let you take a taxi by yourself? Although Lecarin promised Musashin on her lips that she would send him home, but going out to worry about him, she decided to think of a way. She had to make sure that Musashin was safe. So instead of sending Musashin home, Lecarin took him to the place where bodyguards were hired and let Musashin pick his bodyguard. Chapter 69 Bodyguard. Musashin only felt that he was so indisposed that he actually fell asleep while sitting in Lecarin's car because he was too tired. When he slowly opened his eyes, he only saw Lecarin looking at himself from the side. This made Musashin's face instantly turn red. In this so embarrassing atmosphere, Musashin finally got up. Excuse me, I'm going to wash my face. Musashin's words finally broke this embarrassment. At this time Rakugo also finally slowed down. She didn't know what she was just doing, muttering in a low voice, "What's going on? What am I doing? Why am I lost in thought?" And still looking at Musashin. Why am I looking at him? Her mind seemed to be exploding with a million voices in her head. At some point Rakugo's face grew red as well. She felt her cheeks start to burn and thought she was running a fever. Taking out a thermometer and measuring it, there was no fever. Then she took out a mirror and looked at herself, and realized that her cheeks were red. Muttering, "Something's wrong. Something's so wrong." Lequa was particularly puzzled by her behavior. It was too abnormal. She tried her hardest to suppress her emotions. Slowly Lecarin's reddened face lightened and she adjusted herself. Just as she finally regained her composure, Musashin returned from washing her face. Her face at that moment turned back to the reddened state it had just been in. All she could feel was her face burning hot. not even noticing that Musashin had walked up to her. Where are we? At this moment, Musashin didn't pay much attention to Lequoren, much less notice that her face had burned red. His mind was buzzing right now, and at this point he just wanted to know what he was doing, where he was, and why he was here. We're at the place where they hire bodyguards. I want to help you choose some bodyguards to protect you. After all, you're in danger right now. Lequa had quickly adjusted herself to answer his question in a normal tone. Oh, his words were soft and sticky, looking extremely cute. At this point, Musashin was still in a state of confusion. He hadn't reacted yet. As he began to clear his thoughts and adjust his mental state, he was about to open his mouth to say something when he was interrupted by Rakugo at the side. See how much I care about you. I specifically brought you to the place where bodyguards are hired to find you a few personal guards to save those two from coming to find you in trouble. I'm thoughtful, right? Are you touched? Lukorin spoke to him in an extremely confident tone. Ha! At this moment, Musashin finally reacted. He began to recall the events of a few hours ago, because the Musashin from a few hours ago was too tired. He was still talking to Lekorin in a conversation when he first got in her car, and he fell asleep himself as he chatted. Harm, I only blame myself for being so indisposed. My self-control is too poor. I fell asleep so easily. Embarrassing. Musashin mumbled in a small voice as she rested one hand on the other and made a pose of being in thought. What? What are you talking about? Is there something wrong? Is it a physical discomfort? Does your head hurt and you keep covering it? Lukorin was puzzled by his behavior, so she couldn't help but ask. He was afraid that she had upset him. No, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. Why would you think of hiring me a bodyguard? What Lekoren had said before this Wu Zhang Xian hadn't listened in the slightest, and the sparse confusion only made him more awake now. Didn't I just tell you? I'm going to get you some bodyguards to protect you. How can a little boy with no hands beat the people those two hired? I'm also doing this for your own good. Lequa realized she said the wrong thing and coughed twice. That you. Don't get me wrong. I don't just want to ensure your safety. I have a selfish motive. After all, you still have to leave your life behind to cure my grandfather's illness. If anything happens to you, then my grandfather's life becomes dying, so you have to be good for me. Lequa finally rounded off her words and let out a long sigh. I think it's better if you don't hire bodyguards for me. I don't think I need them, and I'll be uncomfortable having them following you around, and it's not convenient to do things, so forget it. Musashin was going to say something else, but was interrupted by Lekorian, so he had to rot his words in his stomach. That won't do. I must hire a few for you or I won't be able to feel solid in my heart. I have to make sure that your safety is guaranteed so that I can leave you and work in peace. Don't refuse me. Lukoren's attitude was very firm. Musashin couldn't say anything else when he saw how determined she was, so he had to compromise. Alright then, let's go and take a look. If there's a suitable one we'll have to, if not, we won't look for it. Okay, it's a deal. You don't want to back out. Lukoren said very happily. Even if there were no suitable ones, Lekoren would make the unsuitable one suitable. He had to hire a few for him anyway. The two of them, Musashin and Rakkanen, then went inside. There was a large place in the building, and there were a lot of people in there, mostly young guys, wearing all black uniforms and a pair of black sunglasses. They looked extraordinarily solemn and serious. From their faces could not see a trace of expression. One by one, all of them had a stern face. There is no feeling of kindness. Looking at them one by one, cold face makes people feel the winter, freezing people shivering. They are not only serious and sturdy muscles, each is tall and strong, so that people cannot help but see the tremor, but each of them had a skill. Some of them are little fighting masters, a bit very good at making the boss happy, and some can do housework. Not bad, not bad. How about you look at these? Find one that will all the boss happy, you won't be bored. Lukoren was very satisfied with these bodyguards of theirs. Then she found a random one and asked him to do a few push-ups to see if he was really strong. Only an exceptionally strong person would be able to protect Musashin better. He's it then. One is enough. Musashin actually didn't care too much about this. He just wanted to hurry up and pick someone, then hurry up and leave. It didn't matter if he had strength or not. He didn't need it at all. Alright, I also think this one is quite good. So it's him. After Lukoren's careful selection finally chose 4 out. At this time Musashi Xian had already been stunned by Lukoren's wave of operations. He also looked at Musashin with a smug expression. See, how about these 4 that I chose? Hand-picked. They not only have power, the key is that they are also handsome. Lukoren smoothly took off the black sunglasses of these bodyguards. Quick look. Isn't it handsome? It is quite handsome, but there's no need to find so many. Musashin asked her doubtfully. Of course it's necessary. I have to put you in the best possible defense for me to feel at ease. Rakugo answered his words seriously. Alright then, 4 is 4. Now can you take me home? Musashin said helplessly. Lekorin then actually sent Musashin home this time. Chapter 70, Not in the Mood. Wu Zhang Xin people have not yet arrived home, began to think about what he should eat meal. Originally was planning to go out to eat, but he was sent out this time. If you want to go out to eat, this seems a bit troublesome. Can't drag each other to eat it again? Although it can be like this, but the two people's tastes may not be the same. After all, identity status is not the same. The degree of acceptance on weekdays is not the same. If Wu Zhang Xin go out to eat, street stalls or roadside kind of breakfast store, that kind of small store to eat a meal will be about the same. It's not like Le Corin. If it's him, he will definitely pick that kind of upscale place. Musashi Heart to go out. If Lu Corin follow, Musashi Heart cannot be embarrassed to let the other party to pay the bill, so at that time must be he to pay the bill. According to Le Corin's standards, a meal at least a few hundred close to the thousands of dollars. This money for him, can eat a lot of meals, completely unaffordable. Recently he did not go to work, on hand to spend the money is recently earned, as well as the previous earned left savings. He hadn't thought about where to work lately, so he had to save this money. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would starve to death before he could find a job. Besides, looking at Le Corin's appearance, it looked like he didn't want to linger, so he should have other things to do. Musashi Heart also not good to say so again, because he knew how the other party's attitude? If he said that, the other party would most likely push off the matter at hand and go out with him instead, because the other party was now trying to get close to him by all means. There was no purpose, it was just to get closer. Musashin could feel it, and because of that, he didn't intentionally avoid Rakugo. Musashin sat in the back seat. His whole person was a bit bored, looking out the window. Musashin thought for a while, and finally decided that he would do it himself at home. Doing it himself cost less, and the expenses were lower, so he could more or less stand it, and the other person had sent him home, and he went out from the house. It more or less seemed like a hassle. He didn't like the hassle, so he chose to make do with what he had, and he wasn't very hungry. He just wanted to get something to eat and pad his stomach. Musashin was bored and went to think about what he was going to eat. The 4 bodyguards that Le Corin chose for him didn't sit beside him, but in another car. Originally, Musashi Xin was planning to let Le Corin settle them down for a while, without having to be so eager. However, Le Corin was not happy about it. He felt that those two people would definitely be looking for a gap to strike, and he was afraid that Musashi Xin would be in danger. So he let these 4 bodyguards serve Musashi Xin closely. In other words, as much as possible, don't leave Musashin by half a step. To protect Musashin well, the purpose of looking for bodyguards was for this. You can be careful. When I'm done with things, I'll find you to go out together. Le Corin was a little reluctant. He wanted to be with Wu Zhang Xin very much. In the past he looked down on Wu Zhang Xin and didn't want to be close to him. Naturally he didn't know how Wu Zhang Xin was as a person, and he also couldn't understand why his grandpa was so fond of Wu Zhang Xin. Now a contact he found. Not only their old man he also very want to stick to each other, because the other side to speak, or behavior, although not counted as dignified and elegant, but very polite, very educated, character quality are not bad, coupled with a lot of talent, very dazzling. Ask him what, the other party is not in a hurry, at least not like the kind, talk to him can quarrel with you kind, the whole person is very gentle, which makes Le Corin is very like. Le Corin at this time has sent Wu Zhang Xin to Wu Zhang Xin's door. Wu Zhang Xin get off the car. A car 4 bodyguards have stood beside him, originally intended to give him a car door. The result of Wu Zhang Xin hand fast directly open, so the other side can only stand beside, waiting for Wu Zhang Xin. Musashin nodded. Honestly, go out to play or something, or forget about it, as little as possible, because as soon as you go out there will be a lot of troublesome things. It would be better to play with the cell phone and watch TV at home. How enjoyable it is. He did not say this idea out loud. The other person signaled Musashin and then drove away. Then Musashin brought the person to his home. The bodyguard's fee is very high, but it is not Musashin who pays for it, but Rakugo Run. Musashin had wanted to pay the bill himself, but Le Corin swiped his card directly and paid the money, and Musashin transferred the money to the other party. Although Musashin wasn't very rich, but this bodyguard fee should just be able to pay for it. He originally just wanted to hire one, because he was forced by the other party to make an exception, but he did not expect the other party to choose 4 at once, making it difficult for him. But in the end the money was paid by the other party. This favor he also counted on remembering. The other party did care about his well-being. After arriving home, Musashin set out to cook. But what to cook? Now that there are 4 more people in the house, shouldn't he ask everyone's opinion? Musashi Heart did not rush, but asked the 4 bodyguards what to eat. As a result, these 4 people spoke in a cold tone, extremely high-strung, speaking word count, simply not more than 10 words, which let Wu Zhang Xin heard. Immediately some blindfolded, Is the bodyguard or so talk? A 2 this way even if. The result is this way. Wu Zhang xin good temper and asked a few more sentences. The result, the other party is still cold tone answer. This makes Wu Zhang xin some interception. Some strange. Always feel that the other party is very do not like themselves close to the same. Maybe it is their training time. The instructor is this way to teach it. Wu Zhang xin is not clear about this piece, because he also did not want to go to be a bodyguard, so he can only go to guess. Although it is possible that this is the case, but the other side of this kind of cold tone of voice attitude to make Wu Zhang xin a little bit difficult to feel, which led to him even cooking mood is not there. Although it can't be blamed on the other party, but he still can't talk to himself. Maybe the reason is not enough. Let Musashi Heart is very helpless. Chose to go out to eat it. Although the trouble is a little bit, but it is much better than this kind of dilemma that is facing right now. Wu Zhang xin wanna go out. These 4 bodyguards naturally want to follow behind. Wu Zhang xin helpless. Also cannot refuse. Can only take them a piece of out. The result is 4 tall, wearing black clothes of men surrounded by Wu Zhang xin a person. Let the people on the side of the road to look at, and immediately discuss. Do not know also thought Wu Zhang xin is what a big shot it. Hey, look, what's going on there? Is that person in the center some big shot? Why is he so arrogant? Going out of a door and still have to find 4 bodyguards. Does he think that someone will plot against him? Too funny. It's almost like he's here to be funny, right? Chapter 71 Boiling. Some people thought that Wu Zhang xin was some kind of big shot, but soon, this belief was overturned, and more people felt that Wu Zhang xin was putting on an act and deliberately making a row. In other words, it was intentionally attracting attention and deliberately pretending to be a big shot. A person walking on the street is fine. Why do you need to find bodyguards? Once you look for 4, so tall people surrounded him alone. How to look at it is particularly obvious to stand out. If not Wu Zhang xin sandwiched in the middle, it is estimated that these 4 people walking on the street, they will think it is the head of some organization. The crowd was talking. Many people didn't pay attention to it, but a very few people were like they were idle, constantly talking on the side. Musashin walked all the way through. The sound of talking was constant. It was not known if they were discussing or talking about some other gossip. In short, all the way through, it will be particularly noisy. Wu Zhang xin this is very speechless and helpless. These things he cannot care. He also do not want to care. Anyway, he does not care. Cannot affect themselves. They want to do what it. Musashi Heart now just want to eat a mouthful of food. All the way to go. Finally found a place. This is not a small street store. Selling things are not very expensive, but not so cheap that cannot be put on the stage. For Wu Zhang xin, these are no matter. But, after all, the side now with the people. Cannot let them follow their own piece of eating these things that are looked down upon by many people. How to say also have to make a face out, lest there be some embarrassment. After going in, Wu Zhang xin looked for a place to sit down. Looking for a big table. Can sit nearly 5 or 6 people of the kind of round table? So sit, is to let these several bodyguards also a piece of sit down. The results did not expect to sit down. These people in turn is standing in his side. It is like an ancient servant girl who serves the master's meal, bringing all the rice to the table, but the person does not sit on the table, but stands behind the master to wait for people to eat. And now it is this scene. The bodyguard didn't sit down, but instead stood behind Wu Zhang xin. One person got the waiter. The other few people just stood there, with absolutely no intention to sit down, which made Wu Zhang xin very depressed. The 4 of you sit down piece by piece. What is this? There is no need for this in my place. You standing here more or less makes these people eat uneasily. Moreover, you see, you several stand here. I sit here to eat. Very much a kind of organization head feeling? Better sit down and have a nice meal. I am hungry. I think you should also be a little hungry. No matter whether you are hungry or not. Sit down and sit down. Calm down. Don't be so grim. Nothing dangerous has happened yet. Originally, I didn't intend to find a bodyguard, but someone was uneasy, so I found you guys. No matter what, relax, don't make a face or be cold. It's quite scary, Musashin said. While saying that, he asked these 4 people to take their seats. The 4 people didn't move at first, but as a result, after Musashin persuaded them several times, then they froze and walked over, then sat down, because they feel that Wu Zhang xin said does have reason. They like this board of face erect here. Indeed quite scary. Next to the table was originally someone. That person also just came. Is going to sit there to eat? The result of the Wu Zhang xin a walkover. That person directly do not even sit. Pat buttocks ran away. Make it look like he was looking for him to settle a score. Anyway, quite scared. This scene although Wu Zhang xin did not say, but they all see in the eyes, and then now so say it out. The other side also understand. So also all very good behavior sit down. No matter what, also cannot affect the life of the people around. After the four of them did so, this silenced the chatter around them for a moment. There was nothing more to be said about the matter. The waiter soon came. Wu Zhang Xin ordered a few meals for himself, asked the other side to eat. The result asked a few times. No one said anything. Wu Zhang Xin had to give them the exact same meal with himself. This is also considered equal treatment. After the waiter received it, he rushed away, because he was also quite afraid of this group of tall men dressed in black. What era is it now? The kind of bodyguards, or suspects shown in TV dramas are all tall and especially scary, as well as the kind of organization heads. Drama plays always bring up that kind of feeling and atmosphere, and let people retain the impression. So when they see there is this kind of person appear, they will subconsciously think of a certain clip from a certain drama, causing them to be a bit scared, which is why there is a lot of talk. Wu Zhang Xin didn't bother, didn't pay attention to it. This kind of thing can be said casually. Anyway, he knows exactly how it is. He is a good citizen. He doesn't break the law and doesn't commit any crime, so he is not afraid at all. The waiter just left in the front foot. In the back foot, there is a person wearing a loser suit appeared in musician's line of sight. Thought it was a passerby, but the result was that the person sat directly across from him, because it was a round table. Musician sat on this side, and the other person sat directly across from Musician on that same table. Musician was a bit frozen. Who is this person? Other people are scared to death. All hurry to leave. On the contrary, he also find a place to sit over. Very have a kind of feeling in picking a fight. Musashi Heart measured the other party. The other party dyed a head of non-mainstream color. The body hangs a big gold chain. Don't know whether it's true or not. The clothes are also strange. The whole person looks. There is a kind of one-night outbreak of that kind of thug's image. Do you still remember me? The man came up and asked Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin faced blindfolded. Who is it? He hadn't seen him before. Maybe he hadn't thought about it. Anyway, he saw that this person was very strange. Musician didn't want to deal with this type of person, but he couldn't afford to be rude, so he politely asked who the other person was, hoping to give an informative reminder. The other party was not sad to see that Musician didn't remember him, but on the contrary, he became more excited. You don't remember me? Ah, we used to be classmates. I even remember you. You're going a bit overboard. That person said so. To Wu Zhang Xin is very polite, and then with Wu Zhang Xin a few exchanges, words in a variety of attentive. Wu Zhang Xin some confused about who this person is. Ah, how inexplicably up to offer attentiveness it. What's wrong with him? He did not bring 4 bodyguards? Can't it be that the other party thinks he's the boss of the organization? No. Does he look like this? He doesn't look like that at all. Why would he think that? Musician could see that the other party was indeed courting him and kissing his ass, but couldn't figure out why he was doing that. In fact, this man who claimed to be Musician's former classmate had just passed by thinking that Musician had gotten rich, so he came to offer his courtesy and try to get some favors. Chapter 72, Reporting to the Police. Dare I ask if you are looking for me for something? Wu Zhang Xin didn't intend to keep on gabbing with the other party like this. He still had to eat, and the other party's words were very greasy, constantly courting the other party there. It was very disgusting to Wu Zhang Xin, so Wu Zhang Xin wanted to hurry up and get rid of this person. After all, it was affecting him, so he asked the other party if he had anything to do. When the other party heard this, he immediately began to squeeze his eyebrows and smile again. The thing is to see you. Want to come over and you contact feelings? After all, a classmate, so many years have not seen on, now happen to be able to run into. Naturally, is to have a good contact feelings is, I don't know. Where are you working now? You have these people around you, quite formidable. Will not be promoted to wealth, right? Can't really see. Before you also quite obscure. Did not expect now. Direct high-speed development. Ah, the other party is full of rainbow farts, constantly praising Wu Zhang Xin powerful. Wu Zhang Xin listening to this is very speechless. I am now unemployed hobo. Not as good as you say. These several bodyguards. I look for just protect my momentary safety. Is the recent sudden some things? Have no choice. After a few days, they can return to the original place. Get rich and promoted and so on. Completely is not. Wu Zhang Xin also did not intend to be polite with the other party. Directly informed the other party of his situation. When the other party heard this, at first, he was still a little embarrassed and smiled, thinking that Wu Zhang Xin was joking. Then he sized up Wu Zhang Xin, and realized that the clothes Wu Zhang Xin was wearing were not even brand name goods. It looked similar to the ground floor goods sold on the street, and only after discovering this did he gradually solidify his smile. No promotion? Then what are you looking for a bodyguard for? You wouldn't have done any backstabbing and be afraid that someone would retaliate against you, right? I thought you had it made. Wasting my time. After noticing these, the other party immediately changed his face. It felt like he had to be more professional than other people's professionals with this face-changing technique. 1 second he was still smiling happily, the next second his face was a little dark. The whole person felt like a few bars were barred on his face. I didn't tell you. It's your own misunderstanding. How this thing also blame me? If you don't have anything then please leave. Don't disturb me to eat here. Moreover, what classmate you said? Sorry, don't have any impression at all. Musashin responded calmly. The other party's face was getting worse and worse. The whole person frowned. Also classmate it, hate now don't recognize. On your body wear this line, even I this one clothes can't compare it. Original is poor one. At first in the class obscure, now the same also. Loss I waste time here still thought you promoted and got rich it. I thought you were going to be rich and famous, but it's not true, just like you. Forget it, you'd better come to carry my shoes. The other party began to spit profanity. Cursing, Wu Zhang Xin sat in the seat did not move. On the contrary, the side of the 4 bodyguards, intends to get up to drive this person away, but was Wu Zhang Xin to stop? Don't pay attention to it, the mad dog is biting people here. If you guys hit him with your hands, you guys are liable. Don't pay attention to it, he can do whatever he likes. If he moves us, we will have a handle to sue him. Wu Zhang Xin calmly said. The tone is also very calm. The voice is not too big and not too small. Obviously, it is intentional to let the other party to hear. The other party constantly shouting, after hearing this, even more rampant. You guys act really like but also bodyguard. 80% is which street to find a mass actor. Right, on this poor look you still can afford to find a bodyguard. I can't afford to find. Can you afford to find? Or come to me to carry my shoes? I can still pay you a salary. Unemployed hobo. It's really hilarious. In the past no good. Now the same no good. Boring. The other party is very looked down on Wu Zhou Xin. Wu Zhou Xin is indifferent to this. Still calmly look at each other. Not at all to be angry look. He this kind of appearance to see the side of the bodyguard are a little bit anxious. Several times 3 times want to do it. How to say that Wu Zhou Xin is also their current protection object? How can they stand it when the person they want to protect is being humiliated like this? So they want to make a move, but have been stopped by Wu Zhang Xin. They are not good to give Wu Zhang Xin trouble, so they can only be on the sidelines cold eyes watching this out of nowhere mob. Though the mobster's mouth curses unpleasantly, but the hand does not dare to move Wu Zhang Xin's. How to say Wu Zhang Xin here a total of 5 people. Move then. He can't beat, even if there is only one person. He can't beat. He understands all this, so he just clamor, and didn't do other moves, while cursing while walking, as if Wu Zhang Xin delayed his precious time. Wu Zhang Xin quietly looked not to pay attention to this kind of people. Let him do it, just like a mad dog, not to take care of it. Take care of it will make themselves a mess. It is better to not care about it. Besides, he is also too lazy to take care of it. Come to eat, but not to pick a fight. After the people left, the waiter will serve the meal on the table. A meal to eat is not much longer. After all, did not put this meal to death to eat, just pad the stomach. After a meal, a few people will get up and leave. Wu Zhang Xin intends to return all the way to his home. After all, his appearance is too conspicuous. Followed by 4 tall men dressed in black. How to walk will stand out. He does not want to attract so much turnover on the street. These gazes, although he could care less, but more than enough to make him annoyed, so Musashin intended to go home. This situation is better to stay at home. So he planned to leave, but he ended up halfway there when he remembered that he needed to buy something. So he turned back and circled around to a convenience store that was closer to his current location. Musashin intended to have these bodyguards wait for him where he was, but these guys were not happy about it. They deeply remembered Rakugo's instructions for them not to move an inch away from Musashin, because Musashin could have big trouble lurking around right now, and he didn't feel comfortable with that, so he had these bodyguards keep a dead eye on him. If Wu Zhang Xin has any problems, Lukurin can have to sue them. In short, to use the most cruel means to them. Lukurin but warned, this warning is very threatening to them, so they are very attentive. Do not dare to let Musashi Heart go out alone, even if it is to go to the convenience store. They have to follow behind. As a result of this situation has made some small twists and turns. Musashi Heart with 4 people tall and big, walked into the convenience store. The convenience store owner thought that these 5 people are going to come to rob. He panicked and called the police. A group of people, except for Musashin, were all dressed in black, very much that kind of faction. Chapter 73 Misunderstandings. The other party thought that it was a gangster who rushed over from somewhere, intending to rob, and was so scared that he directly called the police. For these, Musashi Heart still do not know, because the store manager is in the Musashi Heart and other people into the store to pick something. This is only sneakily touched the police. This if in front of the face of the Musashi Heart alarm. In case the Musashi Heart and their line of people really is to rob words, Then this store manager is not the inevitable death? Although panicked, but the store manager is still some calm, but also know to be in the back of the police, in the face of the police that is not ready to report the funeral. The phone call through, whispered the matter to the police, hung up the phone, pretending to look like nothing happened. Looking at Musashi Heart Musashi Heart at this time does not know that there is this thing. He is picking up things between the shelves. He wanted to buy things found, but he also wanted to buy some other things, such as to buy some drinks, to buy some snacks and so on. The family came to 4 people. How to say also have to set up some things is, cannot sit there dry. Musashi Heart feel not good, so it is intended to store some dry food to put at home. Although they are hired bodyguards, get paid to do things, but Musashin still want to be treated equally. Musashin picked so many things between the shelves that the cart was a bit too big to fit. Musashin looked at the baskets of things and thought about it, pondering if she wanted to buy anything else. Thought for a while, think there is nothing to buy. This is pulling the cart toward the place to pay. As a result, the cart has not been pulled to the front, but outside the siren sounded. Musashi Heart a puzzled face. This is what happened. Could it be that something has happened outside again? This time the matter is so noisy. Even the police have come. This is a crime of what things? And this siren, why is it sounding in front of this store? Musashi Heart some doubt. He looked at the situation inside the store, found that the store is relatively few people. Could there be a suspect here? Musashin looked around for a few times, and was wondering who it could be, when the police came towards him in diameter. This made Musashin even more puzzled. What's going on here? Can't it be that someone looked at his outfit and thought he was a street gangster, calling the police and letting them deal with them? Musashi Xin was puzzled. The police came up but was also very polite, did not rush up and cuffed Musashi Xin with handcuffs, but a few police officers surrounded Musashi Xin. 5 people. What's going on here? Why are you rushing at me? The police and the others briefly introduced the place they belonged to as well as simple information. Just after that, Musashin complained, after all, this matter was really a bit difficult to handle. What was going on? We came here because we received a call to the police. You've been reported for a robbery. The policeman was also very direct. I guess he was looking at Musashin's stupid face and didn't think that Musashin was capable of this. You say so, I understand. This can really misunderstanding, eh? Mr. Police is this way. These are the bodyguards I hired. Recently the world is a little unstable. I intend to ask them to protect me around. Originally wanted to hire A to come, but, please bodyguard this place said is buy 2 get 2 free. Preferential treatment. I also hired a few days, thinking that the bodyguard is not a good idea. I also want to buy 2 get 2 free. I also invited a few days, thinking of a few more people is not a problem. Directly invited 4 people over, just to make up a table of mahjong, not only to protect their own safety, but also leisure time with me to chat, play mahjong and so on. It's very convenient. We just came over to buy the bodyguard here, but also to buy the bodyguard. We just came over to buy things here. Things are all here. We didn't rob or steal. If you don't believe me you can search yourselves. We are all casual. Musashi Heart calmly said. Heard the police reply he immediately understood. 80% is this store manager reported. But Musashi Heart can also understand. The police heard Musashi Heart this response. He looked up and down at Musashi Heart and the others, checked the surveillance and found that after Musashi Heart and the others entered the store, there was no abnormal behavior at all, just like a normal customer. With a cart, they started to walk between the various shelves picking out things. Even the small action of stealing does not exist, not to mention forcibly rushing in to rob the store. It was completely normal, and after some checking and investigating, it was discovered that it was a complete misunderstanding, and the police explained the reason to the store manager. I'm sorry, you guys, this faction, I have not seen much, suddenly came. I'm quite panicked, thought you guys are going to come to the robbery. You also know that the means of the robbers are particularly ruthless, so I don't rest assured that I reported to the police, to give you guys caused this kind of trouble, but rather embarrassed. So in order to make up for my faults, I'm sorry. In this way, in order to make up for my faults, this basket of things you purchased this time, it will be free of charge, as a compensation for the misunderstanding. What do you think? The store manager said these words respectfully to Wu Zhang Xin. He misunderstood Wu Zhang Xin, led to this kind of trouble. Naturally he should apologize properly. Wu Zhang Xin heard, waved his hand. This matter although troublesome, but for him, it is very unconcerned. After all, a misunderstanding, there is no need to weigh. And the attitude of the other side is also very good. No is a misunderstanding, then immediately come over to apologize. A little bit did not shirk not to come. The other parties seriously apologized. Musashi Heart chose to forgive. The store manager will Musashi Heart a basket of things all packaged, handed to the bodyguard around Musashi Heart. Musashi Heart at this time in a good mood to come here, although the trouble of the game, but did not spend money, took these things for nothing. Before leaving, in fact, Musashin had the intention to pay, but by the other party forcefully refused. He had no choice, so he had to take the things and leave. When leaving, Musashin's mood is extraordinarily good, although the white to be a little embarrassed, but after all, this thing to let themselves also count a happy one. Eliminate the cold eyes received earlier when planning to cook. Musashi Heart happily with 4 bodyguards all the way back. Just arrived at home. Musashi Heart just intends to sit and take a breather. The result is that the cell phone ringing suddenly rang, which makes Musashi Heart a little helpless up. Every time the phone ringing, guaranteed to have something to do. Hey, what's wrong? The phone was called by Lu Korin. Musashin picked up and asked what was wrong, but it turned out that the other party was talking to Musashin in a very urgent tone. You quickly come to my house to come. My grandfather is sick again. This thing is very sudden. Just somehow something happened. In short, the thing is very urgent. You hurry over to see. My side can only try to stabilize as much as possible. Exactly how it is still depends on you. Lu Koren was very anxious. Her speech was a little unclear, but this did not prevent Wu Zhang Xin from listening. Wu Zhang Xin was very puzzled after listening. The traitor was eliminated. The toxin was also removed. How did she have an attack again? Musashi Heart too late to ask more questions. Lu Koren also hurriedly cannot say much. Musashi Heart have no choice but to hurry forward to personally check. In this way, they can also understand the specific situation. Chapter 74 is him. After receiving Lu Koren's call, Wu Zhang Xin quickly took a car to Lu Koren's residence. Along the way, those 4 bodyguards were sitting in the car. After the driver saw this, he thought that Musashi Xin's crowd were triad members. He didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief, afraid that he would be beaten up by those bodyguards. Wu Zhang Xin turned his head to look at those few bodyguards, somewhat crying and laughing. How long are you guys going to follow me? Wu Zhang Xin had thought that this time when he went to Lu Koren's home, these few bodyguards would not follow him. After all, this going on the road with 30 burly men following behind, it would be easy for people to misunderstand. The driver from time to time in the rearview mirror to spy on the movements of Wu Zhang Xin and those few bodyguards. This Wu Zhang Xin also all noticed. He also knew what was in the driver's mind, but he had no way to let these 4 bodyguards leave. They were like Musashin's followers. The 4 bodyguards had very cold faces and shook their heads in unison to Musashin. No, this is our mission. Every time Musashin questioned them, he would get the same answer. Musashin also knew that it was useless for him to say anymore. They still only listened to Lu Koren. Musashin sighed softly and moved her gaze away from those bodyguards and moved to the window. This time, the old master was suddenly poisoned again. Something must have happened on Lu Koren's side, so it was just right to take advantage of this time to go to Lu Koren and discuss the matter of those few bodyguards with her. Wu Zhang Xin also knows that the Lu family is so huge a family. Naturally, there is no shortage of internal and external entanglements and struggles. Lu Koren, a woman, alone up against the company, but also to bear the family's heavy responsibility. Sometimes Musashi Heart even very heartbroken Lu Koren. The driver accelerated his speed a little bit. Originally needed 20 minutes of travel. Hard by him to shorten twice. When the car stopped at the entrance of the Lu family mansion, the driver carefully spoke. That sir? It's already here. The driver's words pulled Musashin's thoughts back from the distance. He nodded at the driver, then took out a bill from his pocket and handed it to the driver and got out of the car. After Musashin got out of the car, those few bodyguards also got out of the car, and the driver only felt that the atmosphere in the car suddenly relaxed. After arriving at the entrance of the Lu family's mansion, Musashi Xin led those bodyguards to the Lu family's entrance and rang the doorbell. Just after the doorbell was rung, Wu Zhang Xin heard a sound of hesitant footsteps coming from inside, and soon the door was opened. The one who opened the door was one of the Lu family's servants. He froze for a moment when he saw Musashi Xin and the bodyguards. I don't know who you are. The servant looked at Musashi Xin with a hint of probing and suspicion in his eyes. Wu Zhang Xin explained. Lu Koren's friend. She asked me to come here. Wu Zhang Xin didn't explain too much to him and directly moved out Lu Koren. Just as the servant was about to speak, he heard Lu Koren's voice. He's my friend. Bring him up. Lu Koren stood upstairs looking at the scene at the door. When the servant heard Lu Koren's words, she turned her head to look at Lu Koren. Yes, miss. After saying that, the servant made a please motion, signaling for Musashi Xin to come upstairs. Musashi Xin also looked up at Lu Koren. The two of them collided in the air. Like a green flame had been stirred up. Lu Koren quickly averted her eyes and turned to walk into the room. The servant brought Musashin to the door of the room that Lu Koren was in. Sir, you can go in. Miss is inside. As he said this, the servant looked at Musashin with a hint of eccentricity in his eyes. Musashin nodded. Thank you. After speaking with the servant, Musashin walked into the room and closed the door. The entire room's decoration was very simple, completely old cadre style, so Musashin was sure that this must not be Le Coren's room. After Musashin walked into the room, he saw Le Coren sitting on the edge of the bed, while the old man was lying on the bed. His face was very pale and his lips were bloodless. Musashin frowned tightly and approached the bed. Did you find out who poisoned him? Musashin was certain that the poison was not that simple. Le Coren shook her head when she heard Musashi Xian's words. No, I called you first, wanting you to help with the medical treatment. As for who gave the poison, this I am trying to find out how to investigate. Le Coren called Musashi Xian as she was afraid that if she delayed for too long, the old man's poison would penetrate deep into his bone marrow. Without realizing it, Le Coren had become very trusting of Musashi Xian, and thought that Musashi Xian would definitely be able to cure this poison of the old master. Wu Zhang Xian nodded, came to the old man's side, bent down and reached out to the old man, took the pulse, which did not take not no. Wu Zhang Xian's face suddenly changed. Wu Zhang Xian found that this poison is highly toxic. If it is a little later, the old master may be really not saved. Then why the person who poisoned this person to be so ruthless, want to cause the old master to die? Could it be that it was some kind of enemy? Wu Zhang Xian pondered for a long time, let go of the old master's hand under Le Coren's questioning, and sighed softly. Luckily you called me. I'll give him a needle to detoxify him right now. If it's a little bit later then it might really be too late, said Wu Zhang Xian, pulling out the silver needle he was carrying from his pocket. Hearing Wu Zhang Xian's words, Le Coren's heart trembled, and at the same time, she was also a bit thankful. She watched Musashin apply the needles from the side, when a way to find the murderer suddenly popped into her mind. It was very likely that this murderer was still in the mansion and was someone who usually had frequent contact with the old master. A strange emotion flashed under Le Coren's eyes, and she left the room while Wu Zhang Xian was applying the needle. She had the butler gather all the servants and informed them. Just now, the old master's life is in danger because he was poisoned. I've already found the person who poisoned him. Le Coren hooked the corner of her mouth. Her eyes swept around the servants' faces. I hope that person can come forward when he hears this, otherwise I will let the police investigate this matter. And when it comes to human life, it's a matter of life for life. Those servants heard Le Coren's words. They all talked at once. Only one servant standing at the side hung ahead, looking very uneasy. His hands also broke out a little cold sweat. Le Coren clearly spotted this person. She walked over to that person and whispered, don't need to come to work in the future. You can leave. Le Coren didn't want to do anything to that murderer. After all, he was still working as a servant in the house for so many years. Maybe driving him away was the best way to forgive him. Just as Le Coren was finding out the real murderer, Wu Zhang Xian, who was in the room applying needles, also successfully detoxified the old master. Chapter 75. That servant's face suddenly changed when she heard Le Coren's words. Miss, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly kicking me out? This servant had been working in the Lu family for a long time and was considered an old employee. He acted very shocked. Could it be that Miss suspects me to be the mole? Those servants around saw this situation. They were all a bit confused, not knowing what Le Coren's intentions were. Le Coren sneered. The corner of her mouth hooked up slightly. When did I say you were the mole? Le Coren's smile made that mole feel even more flustered. Then why did Mississippi drive me away? The maid no longer had that original bottom, and the eyes she looked at Le Coren were somewhat evasive. However, she didn't want to lose this job, so she still wanted to fight for the opportunity to let Le Coren continue to keep her working in the Lu family. Being a maid in the Lu family, the salary is also very substantial, and usually very comfortable. Food, clothing, housing and transportation is also very good. Then those who work outside is much more comfortable. Le Coren has always treated these maids very well, and will not put on any lady's demeanor. Le Coren let out a light laugh and turned her head to look at those servants. My Le family usually treats you well, right? As the words landed, a trace of deep thought appeared on the faces of those servants before they nodded. Miss and Master both treat us very well, like their own family. That's right, the Lu family treats us well. Although those servants didn't know why Le Coren suddenly asked this question, they still answered Le Coren's words according to their hearts. Hearing the answers from the crowd, Le Coren nodded in satisfaction and reset her gaze on that mole. So what do you think? Does our Le family normally treat you well? How is the old master treating you? Le Coren's words made that mole instantly not know what to say. She could only harden her skin and forcefully pretend to be calm. She nodded her head and spoke in a small voice. Good. This voice was simply inaudible if it was in a noisy environment. Le Coren coldly laughed. An ungrateful person our Le family is not likely to use again. Since you still have a bit of self-knowledge, then follow the security guards to leave this place now, and take all of your things with you. I also don't want to make a big deal out of this matter. For the sake of knowing each other for a while and you've followed me for so many years, I can let you off the hook. After saying that, Lukoren had her housekeeper call in a few security guards and had the security guards drive that inner ghost out. After seeing that Lukoren had already understood the truth of everything, the inner ghost didn't say anything more, except that there was still some unwillingness in his heart. Miss, why did you conclude that I was that person? Lukoren was just about to go upstairs when she heard this from the mole. She stopped her steps and turned her head to look at the mole. Only a mole would ask such a question. After dropping this sentence, Lukoren didn't say anything more, and went upstairs under the gaze of the crowd. After Lukoren and the mole left, the servants quickly discussed the matter in the living room, talking about the mole and the old master's condition. It was only at this time that they realized that the reason why the old master was suddenly poisoned was also because of that servant's intentional act just now. The moment they thought of this, the other servants were all a bit shivering and creeped out. We usually actually stay with such vicious people. Luckily, Miss was smart enough to discover her and drive her away in time. Otherwise, she might have poisoned us in the future. Yes, in my opinion, Miss is still too soft-hearted and too nice to that person. People like her should be sent to the police station to be properly controlled. Lukoren didn't hear the voices of these servants talking, and answered back into the room after chasing away that mole. Seeing that Musashin had already withdrawn all the needles inserted in the old man's body, the old man's face had turned a lot better, not as pale as before. Seeing Lukoren come in, Wu Zhang Xian recounted the situation with Lukoren. It's nothing serious, he should wake up after a while. Wu Zhang Xian was organizing his silver needles. Although this poison of the old master is more difficult to solve, but Wu Zhang Xian has already obtained the inheritance. The treatment is also very smooth, only need more time. After hearing the news that the old master was fine, a trace of joy appeared on Lukoren's face. Really, thank you so much. If it wasn't for Wu Zhang Xian, the old master's poison would most likely have penetrated deep into his bone marrow. Now Lukoren was very glad that she had met Wu Zhang Xian in the first place. Wu Zhang Xian shook his head and put the collected silver needles back into his pocket. Just a casual labor. Just as Wu Zhang Xian's words fell, the old master awoke. He slowly opened his eyes and called Lukoren's name. After Lukoren heard the old master's call, she hurriedly sat beside the old master. Grandpa, you're awake. Lukoren's tone was also full of joy. To be able to hear the old master talking to her again, Lukoren felt very happy in her heart. She also realized one thing at this moment. Sometimes only when you lose something will you understand how precious the original thing is. The old master nodded and sat up from the bed, glancing at Wu Zhang Xian who was at the side. It was this little brother who saved me, right? The old master looked at Wu Zhang Xian with a hint of admiration in his eyes. I wonder what is your relationship with Kurun? When Lukoren heard this, she immediately interrupted the old master's words. Grandpa, why are you asking this at a time like this? The two of us are just friends. It was me who saw that you were poisoned before I called for him to come over. His skills are very powerful. Lukoren coughed dryly, and directly diverted the topic. Now that the person who gave the person who poisoned you has been driven out by me. But I'm afraid. Lukoren's face was a bit heavy. Those people will definitely still lay their hands on you next. Wu Zhang Xian's eyes flashed with a strange emotion when she heard Lukoren's words. I have an idea. Perhaps you can listen to it. You can declare to the public that the old master is hopeless. In this way those who have harmed the old master will reveal themselves. When the time comes, you can eliminate them all in one go, saving you time and effort. Musashi Xian spoke out her plan. I can temporarily put the old master in a comatose state again, so that he won't be revealed. The old master's face darkened a bit when he heard this plan of Musashi Xian's. Hey kid, you're saying I'm hopeless right in front of me? Are you cursing me or? Musashi Xian let out a bitter smile. Just when he wanted to apologize to the old man he heard Lukoren's voice. Grandpa, don't be snarky. I think this method of his is fine. I intend to adopt it. You see, as long as those people reveal themselves, we won't have to worry about it next time in the future. Chapter 76 Implementation Plan. Lukoren had actually thought of some other methods, but just hadn't thought of this one proposed by Wu Zhang Xian. If those people in the outside world knew about the news of the old master's death, they would definitely take action, and at that time, the Lu family would be able to take action again, and would be able to eliminate those people in one fell swoop. Wu Zhang Xian's method could be described as a mantis catching a cicada with a yellow bird at its back, making Lukoren very much admire it. Lukoren sat next to the old man's bed. Grandpa, what do you think of this method? When the time comes, I'll say that you've passed away. Lukoren's words were interrupted by the old master before she could finish. Blah blah blah, what I passed away. The old master frowned one eyebrow at Lukoren. How come that kid said I'm like this even though you're my own granddaughter? Do you want me to pass away so much? Although the old master's words were ostensibly with a hint of accusation, he nevertheless spoke to Lukoren in a joking tone. After Lukoren reacted, she patted her head. Oops, Grandpa, didn't I just say the wrong thing in a hurry? Pretend that you passed away. Then I'll declare it to the public and prepare for the funeral. At that time those people who have the intention to come to your funeral will definitely reveal themselves. Ren had already roughly planned out her next plan in her mind, and would probably just follow musician's method. However, she would have to pretend to be particularly careless when this news got out, and she would also have to deal with her emotions on her side and act like she was having a really hard time. Good, even arranging the funeral for me? The old master snorted coldly, casting his eyes aside. I see that you're elbowing your way out. Whatever that kid says is what he wants. The old master was at the moment like a small child in a Wu Zhang Xin jealousy, suddenly being named. Wu Zhang Xin froze for a moment, then let out a bitter smile. Grandpa, I didn't mean that. Now haven't I already detoxified you? I can guarantee that with me here you still won't be able to hold a funeral in these few years though. Wu Zhang Xin still has that ability to be able to cure most of the illnesses. However, life and death have their own destiny. With age comes death. Wu Zhang Xin cannot be able to go against the heaven, from the hands of heaven to snatch people. However, he was still able to snatch people from inside the ghost gate and snatch people from Meng. Since he had already obtained this inheritance, it meant that his life was bound to be extraordinary, and that he was destined to experience many things in this life that ordinary people would not experience, and to bear many burdens that ordinary people would not bear. Wu Zhang Xian thought that he was also collecting blessings for himself by saving people with silver needles. Hearing Wu Zhang Xian's words, a strange emotion flashed under the old master's eyes. Can't see, you're a small kid, but you're quite confident. The old master's eyes were full of probing and a hint of testing when he looked at Wu Zhang Xian. Can you introduce yourself? Let me also understand a bit. The old master's appearance was like meeting a parent, making Ren feel a little embarrassed. Usually, the old master was this character, so Ren was already not surprised, but she was afraid that Wu Zhang Xian would be frightened by the old master's condition. Grandpa, be quiet, we are discussing important matters here. Seeing that the old master did not put the matter of her poisoning just now in the slightest, Ren's heart was also very helpless. The old master was a person who could be said to be very open-minded, and he had also long thought about his death, so he wasn't afraid of all this, but he still couldn't let go of Ren. The old master sighed lightly and did not answer Ren's words, continuing to wait for Musashi Xian's reply. Musashi Xian made a wink towards Ren, signaling that he was fine. Then he opened his mouth and answered the old master's words. Hello Grandpa, I'm Musashi Xian. I'm 19 years old this year, and I'm an unemployed hobo. Musashi Xian's face revealed a smirk. It's an honor to meet you today. Musashi Xian complimented the old master with every word, and also made the old master's heart very flattered. But when the old master heard that Musashin was 19 years old, his heart could be said to be very surprised. How could a 19-year-old hobo be able to deal with the Rakugo people? And how could he so easily solve his own poison? The old master immediately felt that the Wu Zhang Xian standing in front of him was not a simple person. He coughed. Only 19 years old. Kid, I'm optimistic about you. The old master was on his way to talk to Wu Zhang Xian and Ren. His body also gradually recovered. There was no difference from usual. His body was also very refreshing, as if he hadn't been poisoned at all. Feeling this change in his body, the old master's heart is also very happy. At the same time, Wu Zhang Xian's curiosity is also a few more points. When he was poisoned, the old master could clearly feel that this toxicity was very strong, and Wu Zhang Xian used only a few silver needles to solve this poison. It was really not simple. Ren stood by the side and saw this appearance of the two individuals. She only felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. She dryly coughed, wanting to divert this topic. Okay Grandpa, now that the questioning is over, is it okay for us to talk about business? Ren was now very worried that the one behind her would make a move on the old master again. After all, usually the old master didn't have many people around him. Moreover, the old master was also very old, and it was a bit inconvenient to move around. After this incident, Ren was even more worried about the old master. The old master nodded. Okay, you tell me. What plan? Ren saw the old master quieted down, walked to Musashi Xian's side, suddenly made a very sad expression. Her face also became pale, her eyes were still a bit moist, a look like she was about to cry out. Do you think I look sad with this look? Look sad? Ren said in a very soft voice. I have to put on a good show so that I won't reveal anything at the funeral. Ren said. Her face had returned to normal, as if that look just now wasn't her at all. Musashi Heart and the old man saw Ren this appearance a little stunned. Musashi Heart couldn't help but let out a light laugh. It seems that you really have the talent of an actor, said Musashi Heart, opened his mouth and asked, are you planning to declare to the public that you are preparing for the funeral, and then give all those people a bunch of all the end of the line? Ren nodded, a bright light erupting from her eyes. What do you think of this method? The old man was lying on the bed seeing the two discussing his funeral. Somewhat unable to watch, his heart was very chilled. he got up from the bed. Alright, you two talk, Kagome. I'll leave this matter to you, and don't come and ask for my opinion. I'm going to go out on my own for a while to fill the bitterness in my heart. Chapter 77, Confessions. For these betrayers, Lekwa Ren dealt with them in a very ruthless manner. There was no color of hesitation at all. All of them encircled the people, and they were directly kicked out on their own territory. Due to the other party's behavior is very abominable. Let Lekwa Ren gnashing teeth. He then used some cruel means to deal with them. As for the final result is what kind of. Lekwa Ren did not talk to Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin is also do not know. For these Wu Zhang Xin is also do not care. After all, traitors are caught out. How to deal with the back. All Lekwa Ren's own family problems. Other people's family things. Wu Zhang Xin think it is better to less interfere. So did not go to take care of one person in the outside world. Lekwa Ren after dealing with things, originally intended to go back to the company to work, but do not know how. In dealing with the problem, he constantly can think of Wu Zhang Xin. It is very inexplicable. It had only been a short time since Musashin had left him, and he was missing Musashin a little? At first he thought it was strange. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Did he have a fever? Or was he just too lonely lately and wanted company? It did feel like that, but he felt that what he was going through should be a little deeper than that. Which was it again? Lekwa didn't figure it out. How's it going over there? It's being handled okay, right? You haven't encountered any difficult things, right? Musashin was a bit uneasy about Lekwa Ren. He felt that, with so many internal traitors, piling up there was tricky to deal with, and asked if the other party needed any help. Lekwa Ren refused. He said that he had already finished dealing with it. Musashi Heart after receiving this message did not ask more questions. After casually chatting for a few sentences, hung up. At this time the phone on the other end of the phone Lekwa Ren did not like to answer the phone that come. He at this time, the heart inexplicably have a hint of heartbeat. Being Wu Zhang Xin this kind of attention, this kind of care, he actually have a kind of warm feeling. He also cannot say what this feeling. In short, a warm current lingering in the heart. He would like to touch, but also afraid of touching after. This thing does not belong to him. At first he did not understand. To the back of the more he thought about it, the more he realized that he seemed to have different feelings for Wu Zhang Xin. And what kind of feelings are these? Needless to say he more or less understands some in his heart. No wonder these days, he likes to pester Wu Zhang Xin. In the past, he is also considered a high cold model. But when it comes to Wu Zhang Xin, it is either a compliment, or a smile. There is no previous style at all. Once also because of Musashi Heart dismissed his own side of the secretary. Although this thing does seem to be the secretary did wrong. But, after the root of it, it is estimated that because of this emotional behavior, women are emotional creatures. Women are emotional beings, and most of their actions are influenced by their emotions. So it's very likely that it's really because of Musashin. Lekwa Ren didn't dare to think about it carefully because he was afraid. He was a little unsure, even if he knew that it was like this, but he was still a little afraid that Musashin would not like him. After analyzing and understanding his feelings, Lekwa Ren did not return to the company to work in a hurry, but instead sat in his own home. The whole person fell into contemplation. He was thinking, in his current situation, the other party will not agree? The chances of agreeing to a few %? He is good-looking, rich and powerful, have a car and a house are not lacking. Now lack of a man. If Wu Zhangxin to come, there is no need for each other to work. What do you want to have what? And not to mention these first, just his good looks. This is a lot of men like to pursue. He did not know Wu Zhang Xin like it or not. The contact of these days, he found that Wu Zhang Xin did not make some hints or other such small moves. This made it a little difficult for him to make up his mind. And to be honest, Lekwa Ren was also considered to be a killjoy. And after noticing his feelings, he planned to make it clear to the other party. He had the determination in this regard, but the courage was more or less lacking, because Musashin was really different from other men. He was good-looking, rich and powerful. Walking on the street was the kind of object of attention. Even if he was just walking for a while, the other party would probably be constantly courting him. But Wu Zhang Xin is not the same. Wu Zhang Xin even ride home together. Did not make any excessive behavior. The same did not excessive intimacy. This makes him very difficult to get. What Lekwa Ren could have solved in 5 minutes had dragged on for almost an afternoon all of a sudden. Lekwa Ren had already made a decision. He was going to confess to the other party anyway. This kind of thing is nothing to hide. Hide it and what can be done? What should be confronted still has to be confronted. Now perceiving his feelings, don't hold it in, because holding it in is very difficult. He also doesn't like this feeling. Besides, he has always been the queen's paradigm. How can he be aggravated? This is not acceptable. So he ran to confess to Musashi Xin, who was startled when she received this message. Those who didn't know thought that the other party was not drunk and was talking nonsense here. Musashin called over and repeatedly confirmed to the other party if something was wrong, but Rakugo's voice sounded, well, normal, not at all the drunken kind of talking nonsense, and the whole thing felt very clear as well. You didn't hear me wrong. I'm not drunk or anything either. Just the one I just said. Think about it. Hearing this, Musashi Heart was directly surprised to the point that he didn't know what to do. This kind of thing still needs to be considered? He had no feelings for him at all. What was there to consider? Completely do not need to consider. Wu Zhang Xin this person casual, do things as they wish, so, he does not like or do not feel something he will not force. Hard to accept. This point, Wu Zhang Xin to with a lot of people are not quite the same. Even with the use of money or beauty temptation are no way. This matter I don't think there's a need to talk about this, because I don't have any plans in this regard right now. Wu Zhang Xin didn't want to put words too far. After all, quite hurt the other party's feelings, but the meaning in his words was politely conveyed. The other party was not happy at once when he heard it, and sharply roared for Wu Zhang Xin to report his current position. He wanted to talk to Wu Zhang Xin face to face about this matter. Wu Zhang Xin did not want to say, but the other party repeatedly forced. He had no choice. This matter is better to deal with it face to face, so as not to make so much trouble. Therefore, he informed the other party of his location. The other party soon drove a car to come. Then, as soon as he came, he talked about this kind of topic that bordered on sensitive. Just be my boyfriend. Liquorin spoke loudly to Musashin, afraid that the people around him wouldn't hear him. Musashin was really a bit helpless at this. He didn't want to agree. Women were troublesome, especially women who were involved in this kind of relationship. Chapter 78. He didn't want his life to become chaotic yet, so he was going to refuse. Liquorin kept pestering Musashin. Musashin somewhat regretted informing the other party of the address, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Why don't you say yes? Do you have someone you like? I don't. I just simply don't want to talk about such things. Such things are too troublesome. I don't want to think about it yet, Musashin helplessly told the other party, but it turned out that the other party didn't believe her at all. Musashin looked like she was in her 20s, and it was about time for her to reach the age where she could talk about marriage. Most of this age group, like that kind of talented and quite handsome people, should have long had a girlfriend, or long had a wife, but Musashi Heart this person, looks alone. This makes Liquorin a little puzzled. Good looks and talent. There must be a lot of girls chasing. Why no one around? Now heard the Wu Zhang Xin this word. Liquorin is understood. 80% are given to reject away. At this time he also used the same way to reject their own. Their own is not one of those vulgar women. He is to be pursued all the time. The heart of the desire. The heart like what must be obtained. So he does not want to give up easily. Liquorin has been pestering. Musashi Heart intends to find a reason to leave, but the result is that at this time, his own cell phone ringing up. Musashin took this to hurriedly pull out his cell phone to check who this was calling, and found out that it was the girl from the lab. Musashin didn't shy away from it, and pulled out his cell phone in front of his face, and connected it. Hey, you're going a little overboard. Didn't we agree to go to the painting exhibition together? Where are you? Do you still want to go in the end? You're not standing me up, are you? The girl's words had a lot of complaining in them. This painting exhibition he had been waiting for a long time. He had been curious to go see it. He couldn't wait. He had already prepared himself. As a result, there was no sound at all from Musashin's side. He was a bit puzzled, so he called over to inquire about it. But it turned out that Musashin had simply forgotten about it, which made him immediately lose his good mood, and the whole person began to complain about Musashin on the other end of the phone, saying that Musashin was not going to let go of the pigeons, and that he was not going to do that kind of unorthodox thing. Musashi Heart helpless. He did not want to do so. He just because of the recent things busy too much, temporarily to forget. Itself to this painting exhibition is not much to pay attention to, so did not remember so deep, happened a few small things, has sucked his attention away, so do not quite remember. This can blame him? Can only blame this thing came too much? Musashi Heart had no choice but to explain, but the other party did not listen. Musashi Heart once again shed tears. Fine, I won't be sophomoric. Then tell me, what's the time? I will definitely be there on time. Absolutely won't happen like this again. Don't worry. Musashin said this. The other party then quieted down, as if this answer satisfied him a lot. Musashin was helpless, sighed, and after talking to the other party for a few more sentences, he intended to hang up the phone, but as a result, at this time, the one side of the Liquorin couldn't stand still. Is the girl on this phone your sister? Musashi Heart some doubt. Why the other party will ask so. He also did not think much, directly informed to the other party. In the end is not. The other party heard suddenly some jealous up. He's not your sister. Why are you getting so close to him? Also about to go to see the painting exhibition together. why don't you go with me? And I didn't even know you had this thing going on. And how could you contact another girl in front of me? We're still talking about this between the two of us. And you're talking to someone else on the phone. And when you do, it turns out to be a girl. Lukwoo Ren instantly couldn't take the aggravation. And her whole body was aggrieved. Musashin saw this and hurriedly went to explain. So he said that this painting exhibition was not intentionally invited. It was only because of an accidental thing. Lukwoo Ren asked him what accidental thing after hearing this. Musashin was helpless and annoyed. This kind of thing, a small matter, but also let him repeat again. Too troublesome, although the other party usually contact with him is not bad, but today always feel very strange. In the past the two do not ask each other about each other's privacy, but this time it is very inexplicable. Musashin didn't really want to bring up those trifles in the past, so he casually perfunctory a few times. As a result, the other party was jealous because of it. You weren't even like this before. You used to be calmly talking to me even if you found it troublesome, but you're impatient now. Is it because of this girl? Didn't you say you weren't? Are you into him? Tell me. If you are into him then I won't give an inch. If not then please give an explanation. The other party aggressively took a few steps towards Musashin's side. Musashin took a few steps backward. This scenario is a bit strange how it looks. Musashin's head is big at this moment. This side is pestered by a girl. The other end of the phone is pestered by another girl. Say he is Peach Blossom Luck. It's indeed pretty much like that. But if he really talks about whether it's Peach Blossom Luck or not, he thinks it's fake. It doesn't look like that at all. Musashin explained to the other party. But the other party knocked off the cell phone held in Musashin's hand. Obviously, as if he was losing his temper. At the girl, Musashin was very angry at this. To talk properly, why do you have to move your hands? And why did the original good friend relationship have to become like this? Musashin was also annoyed about this. He felt that the girl is really too emotional. A little good feelings have to say into like it. With him what is the relationship? Have to change the nature of the chat with him here. He felt very strange. Do not want to talk to the other side. But the other side has been sticking to him, so he can do nothing about it. It was not easy to suppress his temper and say so much to the other party. But as a result, the other party even dumped his cell phone. You know, this cell phone is something he saved for a long time to buy, and it's relatively precious to him, but as a result, it was just dropped on the ground like this. Musashin was very angry, and picked up the cell phone and wanted to leave, but it turned out to be good, but he was stopped by Lukwoo Ren. That's good. Then since you said that you have no relationship with him, just a friend relationship, then you promise to be my boyfriend today. Otherwise, I don't believe your bull asterisk. You said that you don't have any excessive relationship with him, but the situation between the two of you is very misleading. So, you promise, or else this matter is definitely a fake. The other party said this in such a way that made Musashin laugh when he heard it. Even if he had a relationship with that girl, what kind of connection was involved with him? Did it have anything to do with him? It didn't seem to have any, so why did he agree to be his boyfriend just to prove it? He felt that this thing was ridiculous. Chapter 79. Sorry, to be honest, Musashin was indeed a bit exasperated and laughed. I think you're a bit unbelievable. Is there any connection between this matter? This is clearly two things. Me and him is one thing, me and you is another thing. Please don't mix and confuse the two things for me to solve, because it's very illogical. Wu Zhang Xin had no choice but to talk to the other party like this. The two of them had gotten along quite well before, and the other party had taken care of him quite well, so Wu Zhang Xin didn't want to tear his face too ugly. He just wanted to settle this matter with the other party peacefully. Hopefully don't be so impulsive. Talk things out, still can be friends. As a result of these words, the other party even more anxious. I guess it's also known as the care is messy. Lukwoo Ren immediately can't stand it. He felt that Wu Zhang Xin this is evading. This is covering up. Let him upset up. How is it two things? I don't care. You have to give me an explanation and a reason today. You either agree or you don't. If you don't promise, then that means you admit yourself that you are having an affair with that girl. Otherwise then you promise to be my boyfriend. Lukwoo Ren stood in front of Wu Zhang Xin with glaring eyes, looking at Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin didn't know what to do about it. He felt, today this thing is a little bit too dramatic. A high and mighty female president suddenly one day told himself that he likes him. This thing, if you do it for any other man, it must be a dream, and can't wait to say yes right away. But for Wu Zhang Xin, really strange and troublesome things. A high position, want money, how can look up to him this kind of hobo? It was very strange. Moreover, at the beginning of the Lukwoo Ren is indeed looked down on him, but now the attitude 180 degrees big rotation. Let him simply cannot stand. In addition, talk about love, really troublesome, but also take into account the feelings of the other party. The girl is troublesome to tight. What things do not go well will quarrel with you. Musashi Heart does not want to get so much trouble, so he does not want to agree. This thing is actually also good to solve. On a sentence of yes or no can be dealt with. The result did not think. The other party was so paranoid. This all let Musashi Heart some helpless. You can be really unbelievable. To be honest, he felt that today's Lukurun was very strange, completely unlike the usual feeling of being wise and intelligent. Today's, however, was like a madman, and Wu Zhang Xian was too scared to approach. The other party still want to say more. The result was Wu Zhang Xian deliberately make a small trick, then diverted his attention, took the opportunity to slip away. He did not want to say one more word with the other party. He felt that more words are not able to solve the problem. The other party pressures simply do not listen. Pressing root has been indulging in their own things. Wu Zhang Xian speechless and helpless. This thing, or dispersed is better to solve some. Finding an opportunity, Musashi Heart immediately skipped. Do not stay. Lukurun saw this very reluctant. See Musashi Heart flee away. He did not go to chase, but picked up the cell phone, dialed the phone, sent people to secretly track Musashi Heart. No matter what, Musashi Heart he must get. Tracking Musashi Heart is one of the important tasks. There is another, is to go to investigate that girl who talked to Musashi Heart on the phone. He wants to know who the other party is. After detaching himself from Rakugo, Musashin found a corner, pulled out his cell phone and dialed back again. While Rakugo was messing with him, he secretly hung up. Although there was nothing to hide about this matter, it didn't feel good, so he hung up and didn't let the other party hear the exchange between him and Lukurun. Calling back now, Musashin was planning to apologize to the other party. After all, it was more or less embarrassing to have stood someone up. You still know to call back suddenly hang up the phone. What? Is it that you don't want to chat with me anymore? Or is it that you're doing something important and big and think that going to the painting exhibition is a small thing? The other party has some complaints. Wu Zhang Xian heard out. This is also very helpless. He also do not want to The problem is, he was a woman to pester. This woman is also quite savage, difficult to pester. He can't get the other party. What can he do? No, just now as someone is quarreling, I was implicated into it, in order not to affect you, so I hung up first. Now just from that bitter battle out. This is not to call you to apologize to you. Just now the thing is quite embarrassed. And the painting exhibition, that thing, recently things a little too much. I gave a moment to forget. Now you mention it, I also counted to remember. You tell me the time, to the time I will go. Absolutely will not let you pigeon again. You don't worry, you this time said. I definitely remembered. Wu Zhang Xian then had to explain to the other party, said a good big pile of words, which only then the other party to no longer so angry. The other party see Wu Zhang Xian apologized with a very proper attitude. The tone is also very positive. He then chose to forgive Wu Zhang Xian. After all, this matter hasn't reached the point where it has to be a fight like that. He is also just some small emotions. Being coaxed by Wu Zhang Xian in this way will almost dissipate. He is not the kind of person who is calculating. So after hearing a few good words, he doesn't care anymore. I'll let you off this time. If you have a next time, let's see how I'll clean you up. Humph, the girl hummed arrogantly. Musashin heard this and hurriedly smiled. Then on the other side of the phone, came the voice of the girl informing Musashin of the time and place of these relevant information, although it had been said earlier, but it was interrupted by Lukurun, resulting in him not remembering it too clearly, so he asked again. Fortunately, the other party was coaxed to be happy, otherwise, it might be another temper tantrum. The other party patiently repeated again. Musashin listened and then responded to the other party in a hurry. This matter between the two people finally came to an end. The conflict between the two people was not very big. Basically simply deal with it and it was gone. This is also quite let Musashi Heart pleased. After all, previously encountered that kind of thing. How can he say are a little slow, troublesome to death. Thanks to this thing is not troublesome. All of a sudden resolved. This if in trouble, two things stacked on top of each other. He estimated to go crazy. Well, apologize for the words you also said. The question also asked are finished. There is nothing if you hang up first. The girl said this. Musashin him a few times and then hung up the phone with the other party. After that, Musashin arrived at the designated place within the designated time. This time he wasn't late. If he was late again this time, he guessed that the other party wouldn't be able to spare him. Musashin didn't have anything to do right now, so he arrived at the place on time, without delaying and without making the other party angry. Chapter 80, Caught. People are coming. Let's go then. There's still some time before the painting exhibition starts. Let's go to the milk tea store and buy a few cups of milk tea first. It's a visit anyway, so there shouldn't be any harm in taking something to eat and drink. As soon as the other party saw Musashi Xin, he said this to him. Musashi Xin was indifferent to this. If he wanted to buy it, he could buy it. If he wanted to eat it, he could eat it. Anyway, eat or not eat for him is not a big impact. The other party wants to eat then accompanied by a piece of it. Do not want to eat then also do not eat a piece of it. Anyway, he is not hungry. The girl saw Musashi Heart did not object, then immediately pulled Musashi Heart to a nearby milk tea store, ready to queue up to buy milk tea. Say, where have you been lately? You're so busy. You're not busy looking for a girl, are you? When the girl was on the phone with Musashin earlier, he had heard the girl's voice coming through, and although he hadn't heard what was being said or seen the woman on the other end of the phone, he could more or less think about it and make a wild guess. Due to curiosity and uncertainty, he then could only ask the other party in this joking form, trying to set some useful information out. You're overthinking this. How could I possibly go looking for a girl, even if you go to find? People also have to look at me. I have no car, no house, no job. Who want to live with me? This kind of person. You can think too much. And also, looking for a woman, how troublesome it might as well be at home alone to eat, drink and sleep. For me, being alone is much better and even easier than having a woman. Women are too much trouble. Musashin had feelings about that. If it wasn't for that matter of Le Quarren, Musashin wouldn't have been able to emit this kind of emotion. What's wrong with women? You're secretly saying I'm troublesome, aren't you? The girl muttered with a very unhappy look. Musashin hurriedly waved his hand when he saw that the girl in front of him now was a grandpa. He was not to be messed with. How come? Just have a feeling. Just who let you bring up this topic? That's your problem, and not my problem. And if I think you are troublesome, naturally I won't come out with you. After all, it's all a troublesome matter. How can I knowingly do it? Musashi Heart blandly said. The other party heard, immediately a little angry subside, because the other party also do not know how to answer. The topic is he brought up. Musashi Heart also just have a feeling, and did not do anything. The girl threw a long ponytail, the whole person idle and reckless. Musashin walking basically eyes ahead or look down at the bottom of their feet. A piece of the place always is not like to look left and right, because he felt that it was very troublesome, and the things around him he had seen many times. There was nothing new, so walking had developed this habit. Unlike girls, walking a few steps and looking around, walking a few steps and looking around, as if there was something new and interesting around. It was very puzzling to Musashin. Musashin wanted to ask the other party, what was there to see? But look at the other side of this kind of interest. He is not good to export to disturb the other side, so he had to hold in his heart not to ask. Anyway, this thing is not a big problem. Maybe the other side is simply curious. Maybe in the passing of time girls look around. Along the way should be calm. Should be nothing. However, he found a different thing. The girl's sixth sense is very sharp, especially his. He was looking left and right. He has noticed that behind him seems to be followed. At first was not sure. After all, who would think of such a thing? And he did not do anything. Why would someone follow him? It was because there was no condition in this regard, so he didn't think it was someone following him at first. Maybe he was following the same road. But the further back he went, the more he felt that behind him it seemed like someone was just following him. He didn't know if it was following him or Musashin. The girl looked at Musashin and looked him up and down. He thought, a person like Musashin shouldn't cause any enemies, right? Because Musashin hated troubles. Basically choose how simple how to come. Look at him like this. Surely will not go to great lengths to fight with others to cause conflict. So what's going on here? The girl was a bit puzzled. He was a little unsure if the person behind him was following them, so he kept his mouth shut and instead kept a secret eye out, pretending to be the kind of person who looked around in a way that had a very fresh connotation to the things around him. Are you too bored? Why is your head like a rattle drum? Looking this way and that way? You can't stop for a moment. What? Looking at something new and interesting that you intend to buy? Musashi Heart thought of the last time the other party saw For's store, immediately ran to buy a car. His kind of boldness Musashi Heart but cannot learn. This time to see the other party this kind of looking. Think the other party is not looking for what store or in search of something that can attract him, right? No, just curious. Curious? What do you have to be curious about? Why can't I be curious? Aren't you curious? Aren't you curious as to why someone is following you? Musashin thought the girl was going to come up with another long string of boring rhetorical questions. In the end, he was a bit surprised when he heard the last sentence said by the other party. The girl's voice was very low when she said the last sentence as he kept moving closer to Musashin as he pretended to look like he was forcing him to ask questions. He brought his mouth close to Musashin's ear. Musashin originally wanted to avoid. After all, he didn't want to have excessively intimate behavior with the girl, but the other party did so too suddenly, making him not react for a moment. By the time he reacted to dodge, the other party had already said half of the words. He sensed that the words were not right, so he did not easily shrink back, but listened to the other party to say. Musashin was very surprised to hear it. He wanted to look around and turn back to see who it was, but the girl signaled him not to do so, because the girl felt that doing so would scare the snakes, and even if he turned back, with so many people behind him, Musashin might not be able to tell who it was. At that time did he have to point at the other person and tell Musashin? Wu Zhang Xin clear after these, immediately with the girls to discuss how to catch each other. The two very tacit understanding, after a fine exchange, immediately acted, the two with a small trick, successfully that tracking the person to be caught. That person was bewildered. He felt that what he was following was very stealthy, but did not think that he would be caught just like that. After Musashin caught the person, he immediately pressed the other person to ask him who had asked him to follow them, and which one he was following. Was it a girl or was it him? This was important information he had to know. Musashin pressed. Chapter 81, The Truth of the Matter. Wu Zhang Xin lifted the chin of the person in front of him, then said viciously, I advise you to better tell the truth now. The person behind you can't protect you now. Do you think it's really worth it for you to spell out this life and work for him? Whether it's worth it or not is up to me. Who are you, an outsider, to say anything here? Furthermore, I will not betray my master. The stalker was professionally trained, so how could he easily give up the person behind him? If he revealed the identity of his employer, this would not only have a great impact on him, as the Sasuke behind it would also be greatly affected, and the organization would naturally not let him go if they were implicated. The person in front of him would definitely not hurt him. After all, he wanted to get some information out of his mouth. As long as he bit the bullet, he would never be threatened. Wu Zhang Xin sighed. I didn't expect you to be quite hard-boned, but aren't you afraid that I'll use my line on you? If I can't get any information out of you, there's no way I'll let you go back so easily. The tracker shook his head. No matter what, he was not willing to open his mouth to say another word more. This man in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. If he talked to him any further, it was inevitable that he wouldn't be able to get some information out of him. Wu Zhang Xin you did not get angry, but pulled out the silver needle from the surface of his own bosom. Don't worry, this silver needle will only make your life worse than death. Definitely won't think that you just swallowed your breath. At that time, your whole body is as painful as 10,000 ants tearing. Soon your whole body will be itching. Stalker swallowed his saliva. He knew that the man in front of him was not joking, because he also had such strength to make himself not die, but suffered a lot of torture, but immediately suppressed the look of fear. The stalker laughed coldly. Do you think I will send your threats? If you have any tricks, just go ahead and use them. Come on, I will never be afraid, and I will definitely not say anything. Wu Zhang Xin didn't talk nonsense with him and directly took out the thickest silver needle inside, then directly stabbed it at the stalker's acupoints. The stalker didn't think that he would really dare to do it to himself. At first he didn't have the kind of feeling on him that he said he had. He thought that it was just said to scare him, but gradually he realized that something was wrong. Ah! Stalker shrieked out. That tearing sensation had a little itch at first, but gradually it started to hurt. But he now had both his hands tied up in the previous pressure and there was no way to scratch. Wu Zhang Xin is not in a hurry, pulling a stool directly in front of him to sit down and watch him all over the body because of the itching and suffocated red. Prohibited wine does not eat the punishment. I just advised you. You do not grasp the opportunity, then do not blame me for being ruthless. Wu Zhang Xin said while also picking out another thicker one from within a few silver needles. Then he gestured in front of the stalker and finally stopped at one of his acupoints. You, what else do you want? I'll tell you, if I die, you won't know anything, and the people behind me will definitely help me take revenge when the time comes. The stalker saw that Musashi's heart movements didn't listen. As soon as he thought of something he could do was to be able to open his mouth and threaten him, hoping that he would stop after hearing his threatening words. But he thought wrong. The thing Wu Zhang Xin was least afraid of was being threatened, let alone an ant that would be pinched to death by him at any time. Wu Zhang Xin didn't even take his words to heart. Not only that, he also drew out 2 needles, ready to go down to his body points, but did stop at the last moment. Then he said, you know better than me what kind of punishment a loser will receive when he goes back, just the way you are now. Do you think the people behind you will still believe in you when you go back? Will they still entrust you with important tasks? Stalker was shocked, because Musashin you say your people he can't go back now, if he can't will be suspected. And in the organization inside the estimation also can't stay. Wu Zhang Xin pulled down the silver needle in his hand and said, how is it? Think clearly or not? Is it a gamble? Tell all and then arrange a way for you to live. Or do you return to the organization yourself to be tortured? The tracker how did not think that he would have fallen to this point. Otherwise he has now gone back to the police, and he also understood in his heart, the people behind him will not come out to protect him. Now in front of him there is only one way. That is in all the truth to say out. But he somewhat did not believe the person in front of him. The stalker said, why should I believe you? If I believe you first, all set out. You unloaded how to kill the donkey? Wu Zhang Xin waved his hand. Right now only I can save you. Do you think you still have a choice? If you don't want to talk, I can stick the needle back in now. The stalker leaked out a scared expression. The feeling he just had, he didn't want to do it again. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death. Not to mention that even though he had been professionally trained, he was still quite fearful of this aspect. The stalker nodded cautiously. Okay, I'm willing to tell all the truth. But you must guarantee that I'm safe after I tell these things. That was really all he was asking for. As long as he was able to stay alive, nothing else mattered. Not to mention that he had a small savings, enough to live somewhere else. Musashin nodded. Since I promised you, then I won't go back on my word. If you haven't cheated me, then I'll help you arrange a way out. Next, Musashin took out something to record and laid it on the table, signaling that the stalker could tell all he knew. The stalker began to narrate the whole thing. He didn't give out his identity, but rather detailed how the man had instructed him. No matter what, he still maintained his professional ethics, knowing that there were some things he could say and some things he couldn't, especially the identity of his employer. Wu Zhang also didn't force him to tell the identity of those people. Those people he didn't need to guess. He knew who they were, so he didn't have to go this far. After the stalker told him what happened, he put the recording away. At the same time, he gave him a sum of money and told him to leave this place quickly. The stalker was never bothered after that, and Musashin sent the recording directly to Rakuto, which was somewhat puzzled to listen to the content of the recording. But the more he listened to it, the more he was scared. Immediately, he called Musashin. Hidden Heart, explain to me that this matter is not what you think it is. I can make it clear to you. Chapter 82. That's it. You don't need to explain too much. That's it. Let's contact less in the future. I have already done what I promised you. We are also considered to be clear, so don't go overboard in the future. I don't have that kind of feeling towards you. Please don't dwell on it. It's better for us to draw a clear line. This way, we won't bother each other. Wu Zhang is now a bit annoyed. In the past, he also felt that Le Corinne is a strong woman, intelligent and wise, also very admirable, but now, because of the emotional matters and become more and more face to face, so that he is a bit unable to recognize that this is still the same as the original him. Le Corinne's huge change let Wu Zhang can't stand for a while, especially this kind of stalking situation. Wu Zhang can't bear it at all. Originally quite hate troublesome things, but the other party is constantly bringing troublesome things to stimulate him. Let him, how can he feel good about it? Musashi Heart already several times patiently talked to the other party, but the other party is very radical. Really do not know what kind of tendon is stimulated. Musashin would think this breathlessly at times. Don't be like this. You have to listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to. Le Corinne on the other side of the phone is still sophistry. Musashi Heart to this press simply do not want to listen. Engage in so many reasons. In the final analysis is just to cover up. All find people to follow them. People have been caught. This can still explain what it is. Moreover, Wu Zhang used is close to hypnosis. With this method, the other side said most of the truth. So what is still arguing? The facts are here. Do not do it in his heart. Do not know? Not clear? Still need him to tear this face? If not to see in the past he was very much appreciated by him. Probably now have to tear face. No need to explain. That's it. If there's nothing else I'll hang up first. I still have things to do right now. Let's talk again when we have time later. Wu Zhang finished speaking. Without waiting for the other party to speak again, he directly hung up the phone. He didn't want to say more. The last few days pressed to contact the other party, but the other party kept calling. More times than not, it turned into a harassing call, making Musashi upset. He recently needed contacts, so his cell phone couldn't be turned off. In the past, it would have been turned off long ago. It's because he couldn't be turned off, so he looked very annoyed. Even if the phone is turned to silent, every time he lowers his head he always receives more than 10 text messages or missed calls, making him very annoyed. After Musashin hung up the phone, Rakugo's voice just disappeared from his ears, and only then did Musashin let out a long sigh, and then turned to face the girls. Let's not worry about that for now. The painting exhibition should be starting soon, right? Hurry up and go. Forget about buying milk tea. It's too late. If you don't want to be late, if you don't mind, it's fine. The other party was originally planning to buy milk tea, but it turned out that this kind of thing happened halfway, and was delayed for quite a long time at once, and now seeing that the time is approaching, if the other party doesn't mind being late, then go and buy it. Musashin doesn't care anyway, but if the other party is in the way, don't want to give a bad first impression, don't want to be like this, then it's better to hurry up and go to the painting exhibition. The girl thought about it, and finally chose to go to the painting exhibition first. Milk tea or something else. It's not too late to buy it after the visit. Still don't leave a bad impression on others is. Moreover, Wu Zhang is now a bit grumpy. The girl can see, although his relationship with Wu Zhang is quite close, but also do not dare to deliberately provoke each other at this time. How to say also just met friends only. The relationship is not so solid, so he didn't dare to try it easily, so he could only obediently not make a scene like he did in the past. Let's go to the painting exhibition first. It's not too late to buy after visiting the exhibition first. To be honest, if you buy milk tea, you need to queue up. The girls saw musician's temper now. If he was made to wait again, it was expected that this temper would blow up. He was afraid of making any unpleasantness, so he had to give up drinking milk tea, and instead went to see the painting exhibition first. He hoped that Musashin would be able to relax and get rid of this bad mood while watching the painting exhibition. He hoped so. Hearing the other party say so, Musashin didn't say much, and directly led the other party towards the location of the painting exhibition. The two of them quickly arrived at the designated place, and at the same time they arrived, the painting exhibition had just started. Not being late, now the flow of people is also increasing. Musashi Heart did not think much, directly lead the other party to go in. Musashin was annoyed along the way, and didn't even talk to the girl, but after arriving at the painting exhibition, he actually had some pleasing to his eyes, because the paintings here were really nice, beautifully decorated and placed with a lot of character. In short, it made Musashin's mood a little better. Plus after the girls came in, they didn't talk to Musashi Xin about Lukoren's things, they didn't talk about those messy things, they only talked to Musashi Xin about how these paintings were. For example, which great writer does this painting look like, or how well the color palette matches. Just talk about the topic of the paintings. The other party this kind of do let Wuzang Xin is very good mood. Earlier mood extremely bad, now fell easing a lot. Face also gradually reveal the previous color. Words also gradually become more. Unlike earlier, closed mouth not say anything. What do you think of this painting? How much is it worth? I think his arrangement is quite exquisite, and the details of each painting are spot on. What do you think? The girl pointed to a painting and turned her head to ask Musashin. Musashin looked up. He also felt that the painting was not bad, but it was still a bit lacking. Not bad is good, but a little defect. This color tone is a little abrupt, may not be good at this piece of it. The rest of the pour as much as possible to show the professional nature of this piece of a little problem. Change the color tone to change a word. Maybe this painting will be more perfect some. Musashi Heart after observing for a while, to the girl made this summary. The girl heard and then take a closer look, found that there are indeed some because some small details of the color tone some conflict. If change a little bit, maybe it will look more smooth, more pleasing to the eye. The girl nodded her head, agreeing with musician's statement, and then he set his eyes on the next painting, and then in this same manner, inquired about Musashin, who then made this comment, and the two of them talked happily. As a result, at this beautiful moment, someone still came over to interrupt. This made Musashin upset to the core, and after hanging up the phone, Rakugo was a bit upset. How could the person he wanted not catch up? And he seemed to be somewhat disliked by the other party. That kind of self-esteem. He was a little angry and a little reluctant. He was rich and powerful, and he was also beautiful. How could he be rejected? He didn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it, so he came to the door unwillingly. Chapter 83, Unwillingness. He wants to say clearly in person, and he wants to go to see the girl on the phone earlier. He wants to face with that girl, see whether he is excellent or the other side is excellent. Why is he so distant from Wuzang Xin, while the other party is gradually close to it? In fact, to be honest, the painting exhibition this thing is a very small thing. To come here is completely can come with friends, does not necessarily have to be a couple, but in the eyes of Lukoren, it is like a lover to the rendezvous in general. Let him how to look a little not good eye. Even if Wuzang Xin how to explain, told him is just a friend, but he just can not believe. Why Wuzang Xin's side will have so many female friends? He was a bit displeased, and likewise more jealous. He felt that it shouldn't be like this. If the ones who came were male friends, maybe he wouldn't be so calculating, but as soon as he saw that they were females, he was immediately unhappy. Maybe it was because his beloved was mixing with other girls, and there was some jealousy over it. Although Wuzang Xin was clear about this, he hated it, because he had already told the other party. He didn't have this idea, and didn't want to have this idea, but the other party was pestering him, making him annoyed. How to drive away can't drive away, like craft sugar, constantly sticking. How to pull out can't be pulled down. Now look Koren directly to the door. He knows where the exhibition. He drove a car to come over by himself. After coming in, he looked around for Wuzang Xin's figure. Wuzang Xin is now a person he pays extra attention to. Put in a sea of people can definitely sweep out. So looking for Wuzang Xin, it does not seem to be so troublesome. After searching for some time, he found Musashin, saw Musashin over there, then stride towards that side. Musashin just happened to be chatting with the girls, when chatting to the more exciting topic, was Lu Koran gave directly inserted. Words were interrupted. What a coincidence, to meet here. I wonder what this sister's name is. As soon as Lu Koran came up, she was condescending and started attacking the girl. The girl was first stunned, then listening to this tone as well as this timbre, she immediately recognized that this should be the woman who had talked to Musashin on the phone earlier. Who's your sister? Do I know you? Don't know each other, but I'm curious as to why you're with him. What? Are you two a couple? Staying so close together? Don't you want to introduce me? Lu Koran pressed not to answer the other party's words, and directly stated her thoughts. As soon as the girls heard this, they immediately understood that this person was here to pick a fight. Musashi Xin was beside her and wanted to block the two people's conversation, but she was blocked out by this aggressive aura of Lu Koran, and pressed not to have a chance to intervene. So it's you. I really can't understand why you're so persistent. Also, you can really lose the face of girls. People have said that they don't like it. Why are you still chasing after it? I don't have any relationship with him. Just a friend. Besides, he's not your guy yet. Why do you care so much? The girl was a little upset with the other party. He felt that the other party's behavior of this person was really spiteful. How can a person be like this? Constantly pestering others. Pestering even if. To Wu Zhang Xin side people also this kind of condescending. He and Wu Zhang Xin have a relationship. Not at all. Just friends. Is this relationship weird? He didn't do anything too much or act too close. So why is there a problem? Moreover, if you can't get it yourself, you start to transfer your anger to other people. This is a bit too much. It makes the girl very annoying. So when he treats Lu Koran, he doesn't have to be gentle like he treats other people, and he directly starts to dislike the other person with a sword, and the two of them gradually became awkward. Musashi heart at the side, really do not know what to do. The two people talk like eating gunpowder. The previous sentence did not finish, the next sentence to catch up. The two were simply quarreling seamlessly, which left Musashi Xin at the side unable to do anything. Enough, can you stop arguing? This is a painting exhibition, and there are so many people here. Isn't it embarrassing to quarrel under a public place? Also, he and I are just friends. This has been said many times. Furthermore, even if I have a relationship with him, does it have anything to do with you? I've said that I'm not interested in this matter. I'm not your person now. You don't have the right to control me yet, so I can do whatever I like. Don't need you to worry about it. Don't need you to care about it. Go after whoever you like. But does it have anything to do with me? Wu Zhang Xin was very speechless at this. The good mood he had earlier was gone in an instant. Thinking about that trouble earlier, he directly frowned, and now he was quarreling in public, making him a direct target in plain sight. He was very upset. Therefore, he uttered these words, but he didn't know that just after he finished speaking, the girl on the side picked up. That's right, a girl has no self-awareness. People have said they don't like it, but still stick like a dog skin plaster. Useful? It's just annoying. You. Lukachi was so angry that he directly wanted to raise his hand to hit the girl. He was infuriated by these words. To be more accurate, he was infuriated by Musashi Xin's words to the point of heart attack, and then stabbed by the girl's words. What self-esteem he had. No one had ever dared to talk about him like that. All the same, he was very good. No matter if he went to school when he was young or grew up and made a career, he was very successful. His talent made him superior, so he was admired by people. A lot of people flatter him cannot flatter, let alone someone so say him. A lot of people are valued him, no matter at home or outside. The result is good. Put in front of their favorite people, have become worthless. Not only that, but also by these less than their own people this mockery. How can he stand this kind of gas? So he wanted to raise his hand to hit the other party, probably because of habit. In short, he was so angry that he exploded. As a result, before this hand went down, it was immediately taken hostage by Wu Zhang Xin's strong hand. I advise you not to go too far. This is a public place. Furthermore, you somehow hit someone, it's a bit too unqualified. Musashin educated the other party, trying to get the other party to restrain. The result was good. The other party instead did not restrain. After breaking free from Musashin's hands, he once again raised his hand to hit the girl. His hand was once again grabbed. Musashin was particularly angry this time, and was about to teach the other party a lesson, so that the other party knew what he was doing when the girl stood out from the side. The girl didn't intend to hit the opponent with her hands like he was planning to do. He was planning a verbal attack. Angry and irritated. That's all you've got. Who do you think you are? Chapter 84 Quarrels. Just you also paired to me to move my hands and feet. A crazy woman. Don't know where to release the mad dog. Suggest you go to the mental hospital to look at the brain. Don't epileptic madness here? Quite scary it. The girl said blandly. Look Koran after listening to this. Eyes wide open. Eyes or some blood appear. The whole person some green fangs. At this time he has been angry to a certain extreme. He is now looking at each other as if looking at the father's murderer. Extraordinarily angry. The girl is not afraid of this. Instead, in front of him flaunted, maybe Musashi heart next to a sense of security. In short, he completely not only do not restrain, but also more rampant. Obviously, this is provoking the other party. Musashi heart want to stop him this behavior. Because he did so, will only provoke Le Coren's anger, provoke Le Coren's overexcited behavior. This kind of words is not conducive to peace of mind. Musashi heart block is to let the two people don't quarrel again. Hurry to this kind of conflict, temporarily avoid. After all, this is a large public. Here is the painting exhibition. A steady stream of guests here to view the paintings. Here although not as quiet as the library, but the people here, even if the exchange is also whispered discussion, which is like Le Coren and the girls two quarrel, simply roar out. The voice is loud to the extreme. Every word said there are a lot of people will put the eyes over. A group of people just quarreled in full view of the public, which made it very difficult for Musashi Xin. So Musashi Xin planned to hurry up to settle the matter and leave. But as a result, these two people quarreled more and more fiercely, and the matter got out of hand. I really don't know where you get your self-confidence to think that Wu Zhang Xin will agree to you. And don't you think that it's annoying that you're sticking to the other party like a dog's skin plaster? Don't you realize that he's already starting to hate you? He's already drawn the line with you. Don't you know where you're going wrong? To be honest, at first, I heard about your information. I was quite surprised, quite emotional. After all, strong women it set out also quite admirable. The result is good. Now seems to be so scary. These practices of yours are, to put it bluntly, being insanely shameless, brazenly doing something that is hard to be ashamed of. The girl said these words very calmly. Le Coren was already so angry at this point that he couldn't speak. He could only glare at the other party. His hand was tightly grasped by Wu Zhang Xin, not letting him have any chance of hitting someone with his hands, and he couldn't break free, which made Le Coren very helpless. Now being taunted like this, his head went blank for a while. He could only stare at the other party with angry eyes. For a while he didn't know what to say. The girl didn't stop at this, but continued to attack. Although the status is very high, rich and powerful, right? But I tell you, feelings this kind of thing, if you want to be sincere, these things can't be exchanged. And have you politely come to let Musashi heart accept? You start with a strong area straight into, very confident that Wu Zhang Xin will agree with you. Although your intention is not this way, but your approach is very give a person a feeling of this way. You say, you this way, can get the favor of others? 80% of it is only disgust. The girl said. Then a smile on her face, very mocking. The other party at this time has not spoken again. Around has surrounded a large number of spectators. They are like melon eaters, surrounded not to go. Come to the painting exhibition is in order to see the paintings. The result is good. They all ran to see the drama. Some people even feel that just watching is not exciting, but also pull those thousands of netizens on the internet to watch it. Some people on the side with a cell phone recorded the scene, and then posted it on the internet, trying to let the crowd have a look at these things that happened in the painting exhibition. A lot of people watched and commented and clicked on it, because this is something that also resonates with most people, something like feelings that everyone goes through. Maybe the process is not the same, but a lot of the details are roughly similar, so as soon as they see this kind of video, they will more or less resonate with it, so it can attract a lot of traffic. And some people who watched carefully, they recognized Musashi Xin. People who recognized Musashi heart, crazy in the comments below. Tell to those who did not see or even do not know Musashi heart, to them about the things about Musashi heart. In short, after this video uploaded, immediately a small fire, constantly reproduced, constantly being watched. Many people mostly know this thing. Musashin wasn't aware of all this at this time. He was still caught in the middle of the quarrel between the two, and after a good deal of effort, it was only then that he was able to separate the two from each other, and then left with the girls. The atmosphere was quite awkward. They left in full view of everyone. Musashin was itching to find a crack in the ground. He didn't think that he would one day be noticed so much because of his feelings. Wu Zhang Xin was speechless and helpless as he rushed away from the exhibition with the people and went elsewhere. Only after leaving did Wu Zhang Xin realize that his video had been posted on the internet. Originally just a very small thing, but did not expect in the network actually set off a small storm. Many people have recognized him. To him, also produced a lot of questions. In short, Wu Zhang Xin see these, very helpless. He also do not want this, but there is no way. Originally, he did not want to pay attention to these. Was found. Fire on fire. Anyway, it does not matter. But the result is that he received a call from the live broadcasting company. The other party invited him to do a live broadcast, because this video of him is unintentional. but it does make him red hot. He hoped that the other party can agree, and then use this traffic to make money together. Wu Zhang Xin at first did not want to agree, quite troublesome, but after the other party said how much the compensation is, he suddenly had an idea. Who do not want to make money? Live does not seem to be particularly troublesome, and moreover, recently he is a little tight, but also really need money. Now there is such a great opportunity, he intends to try, so agreed to the other side. Anyway, now he has some small fire. There is still traffic. A hand can certainly get some money. So Wu Zhang Xin borrowed the live broadcast to earn money from the traffic. For the live broadcast this thing, Musashi Heart at first is still relatively hand, but 1 to 2, also familiar with, and then began to let the fans watching brush gifts and so on, because the only way to earn money, but Musashi Heart is a principle, are voluntary. He also does not force, just from time to time will casually mention that this is the live broadcast company requirements. He cannot help, so he can only do it. During the live broadcast there is a list of 1, constantly brushing rockets there, brushing a number of times, adding up to a lot of money. The other party did this because they wanted to meet Musashi Xin. Chapter 85 Promises. For this Wu Zhang Xin, how could he agree? This kind of trouble or don't, and brush gifts are voluntary, and it is not he forced the other party or trade with the other party, so that this kind of thing he is completely can refuse. He just wanted to be a simple anchor, sharing some life things on weekdays. As for the rest, forget about it. Wu Zhang Xin is not like the other kind of anchor. In order to be red hot, in order to be able to earn more money, even if he crosses over to do some non-professional things he is willing. But Wu Zhang Xin is not. He only do what he has the idea interested in. As for the other, even if the fans force to ask, he just consider and do, thinking it's not too much trouble. He'll do it. If it's too much trouble, he'll just stonewall it and not respond to it. And a lot of fans have used forcing methods to get Musashin to do something they want to see, but all of them have been ignored by Musashin, because Wu Zhang Xin on these completely is not any fear, completely no pressure, because he did this live do this anchor, just on the spur of the moment, just take this traffic to earn a little money, did not want to think about long-term development. Moreover, Wu Zhang Xin originally hated the trouble thing. In the money under the coercion and lure he agreed. Anchor, can't you start broadcasting at night? Other anchors at night, even overnight are willing, but you, how do you feel particularly lazy? Show a few faces during the day. The night simply disappeared. This is what to go off? At first we thought you were preparing for our second day of broadcasting, but it turned out not to be. So Anchor, what are you doing? So what are you doing? Anchor, you don't want to earn this money, do you? Quite a few people trolled under Musician's live video, and some even complained about it. We are all night owls. We all want to watch the live broadcast. Can you show your nightlife? It doesn't have to be during the day. A lot of us are white-collar workers. We are all office workers. Yeah, we don't have that time. Can't you start the broadcast at night? Some fans are dissatisfied, because there is time and money to be able to come to see the live broadcast. Brush gifts. Are some office workers? Daytime is very busy. Simply cannot look at the cell phone. Cannot watch the live broadcast. It can only be watched at night. The result is good. Wu Zhang Xin favor is open during the day. The night do not know where. Completely staggered this kind of time. Let a lot of fans incomparable complaint. Want to see and cannot see. It is really annoyed to the top. So a lot of people. In the video below the comments, even private messages have been done. Musashi Heart is very helpless. Shooting at night? What can you shoot at night? And he has to go to bed early. Early to bed and early to rise in good health. Although he started this business, but is not a professional. The same, also does not intend to do this way for a long time. So the body is important. Musashi Heart so continued. Live broadcast company 3 times also hope Musashi Heart change time. But were Musashi Heart to refuse, the other side also cannot help. Cannot open Musashi Heart? Although Wu Zhang Xin start broadcasting time is not right, but there are still a lot of people will be willing to go to see. This traffic is also a lot. They are not willing to let go, so they can only let Wu Zhang Xin no matter. Wu Zhang Xin continue to last for a long time. Originally thought that the days will be so calm past, but did not expect. Suddenly one day, there is a person crazy their brush gift. All of a sudden from the bottom rushed to the list of 1. Wu Zhang Xin did not pay attention at first, when he checked the data only to find this person. So fierce in his body smashed a lot of money. See all let Wu Zhang Xin some heartache. See these data Wu Zhang Xin thinking, have this money is not as good as their own to take to spend it. Why waste it on this aspect? Before he did not understand. Now he likewise does not understand. But this time the situation is a little different, because the one who received this money is him. He did not know what to do in his heart. He can only silently watch. As for the rest, it can only be handed over to the live broadcast company to manage. Wu Zhang Xin ignored it, thinking that in a few days this list one should dissipate. It turned out to be good. This person swiped gifts every day. Every day is located in the list one. Wu Zhang Xin noticed him, so he ran to ask him what is this about, but the result is that the other party said that they want to see him, which made Wu Zhang Xin a little surprised, but soon he balked and refused. You also dare to refuse? Let me tell you, I'm a list one, constantly brushing gifts for you. If you don't come to see me, do you believe me or not, I'll immediately withdraw from your live broadcast not to watch you, so that you have no economic source. Do you believe me? If you don't come to see me, do you believe that I will immediately withdraw from your live broadcast and not watch you, so that you have no financial resources? Do you believe me? The other side said. Wu Zhang Xin is very speechless. Do not brush on not brush it. He did not force the other side brush. Moreover, he can still rely on other fans to make money, but not only rely on him alone. Why put words so full? Musashi heart speechless, want to refuse, because he is not afraid of this kind of threat. The result is good. The conversation between them just by the live broadcast company executives heard. See Musashi heart want to refuse. Hastily blocked. Don't be in a hurry to reject. Promise him that you'll go and see what's going on. This kind of thing is too troublesome. I don't really want to do it. Musashin had no interest at all in this. You can't be like this. Don't forget that you're an anchor. Even if you don't have any long-term plans in this regard, you still have to do your job. He swiped so many gifts just to see you. Why don't you say yes? It won't do any harm to go and have a look. Moreover, he is indeed a big leg. You should hold on to it. This way you will have a high income. You came in to do this line of work. It should not be because of interest. Surely it is also to run to the money. So want to earn more money, you have to take these thighs, one by one to hold good. Understand? Executives this way signaling Musashi heart. Musashi heart here understand. This live company and the people is disguised to force themselves to agree. Musashi heart do not want to agree, but forced by the other side of the oppression. He can only silently bowed, so agreed to the other side. The list is C. Wu Zhang Xin agreed. Immediately on the high and mighty up. This thing feel very excited and pleased. Directly began to talk to the other people in the comments. Like this. Very proud. Wu Zhang Xin is very helpless. The trouble is one more thing. Soon, he was off the live broadcast, because he did not have the mood to continue. This kind of trouble is spread to his head. Want to refuse the results of the reverse was threatened. This led him how to do, and then difficult can only be subjected to. After all, he has been in front of so many people promised the other side. This time to break the words. It is estimated that when he next broadcast, the live room is absolutely full of curses. He did not want to get himself into such a mess, so promised. This thing immediately let the people watching know. Instantaneous, the comment area and fried pot. Many people are chatting about this thing. Chapter 86, Arrival at the Appointed Place. Wu Zhang Xin looked at those fan comments in his cell phone, and for a moment he felt a little crying and laughing. He also did not expect his live broadcast can also meet a list one to smash the scene. Although on the surface of the invitation Wu Zhang Xin, but Wu Zhang Xin know that this is completely a hongmen banquet. Wu Zhang Xin had only thought of relying on this live broadcast to broaden their own network a little, but also from the inside to earn a little money, to help their future development. But how do you know that this is not yet on the road will be Big Brother to stare at? Wu Zhang Xin turned off the phone, threw the phone on the side of the sofa. Now that all those fans had learned that he was going to meet with rank 1's Dao Ming, it wasn't an option not to go. But who was that Dao Ming? He had already been at a steady number 1 on this platform for a few years now, so how could this sudden appointment with himself be a mere meal? Many of Dao Ming's fans were slagging off Musashi Xin, saying that Musashi Xin didn't put Dao Ming in her eyes because she had a little bit of popularity. And of course, Musashi Xin's fans were also slagging off Dao Ming's fans, and the fans on both sides could be said to be in a heated argument. Musashi heart also no. This time the hongmen banquet he do not go also have to go. This Dao Ming completely is already give him a war post. Wu Zhang Xin sighed lightly. His eyebrows revealed a trace of fatigue. I don't know what kind of person this Dao Ming is. In fact, Wu Zhang Xin was still quite looking forward to meeting with this Dao Ming, wanting to see what kind of ability this list one actually had. Dao Ming never showed his face in the video, but he still had tens of millions of fans. Those fans were also very excited to know that Dao Ming was going to meet with Wu Zhang Xin, and there were even quite a few fans who requested that a live stream be opened when the two of them met, so that they could see this Dao Ming's appearance. The time for the meal was set for 2 o'clock this afternoon, and Musashin was still lying on the sofa at home, not in a hurry. He thought for a long time and got up from the couch and turned his head to look at that clock hanging in the living room. It was already 12 o'clock, so he still had 2 hours left. Musashin went to the bathroom and took a shower, changed into a more casual set of clothes, and by the way also cleaned up the house. After all of this was ready, Musashin dialed a phone number to that Dao Ming, but the phone rang for a long time but no one dialed it. It kept repeating a voice. The phone number you have dialed is still in a call for the time being. A trace of doubt appeared on musician's face, and after this went on for a long time, he hung up the phone. Just after hanging up the phone, musician saw a new message coming from his cell phone. It was sent from Dao Ming's number. I have something that's not convenient to answer the phone. I'll see you at the appointed place. I'm looking forward to you. Looking at this short few words, Wu Zhang Xin let out a bitter smile. He is now even more looking forward to meeting with this Dao Ming. But Wu Zhang Xin didn't know why. He always felt that this Dao Ming might be teasing himself, in order to embarrass himself. Despite this, he couldn't help but agree to this invitation. So many pairs of eyes on the internet were watching him. If he didn't agree to meet with Dao Ming, those fans would say that he was arrogant and didn't put Dao Ming in his eyes. Thinking of this, Wu Zhang Xin can't help but feel a little depressed. Doing this business is indeed very troublesome. To face the network so a large group. These days Musashi Heart live broadcast also harvested a lot of fans. Not only because of Musashi Heart's looks, but also because of some special instances of Musashi Heart. Those fans all particularly wanted to understand Musashi Heart, thinking that Musashi Heart was a person with a story. But every time this was mentioned, Musashi Heart just slightly skimmed over it. Musashi Heart's looks were of a very sunny and handsome kind, especially when he smiled. He was exactly what teenage girls think of as a middle-aged man, and for that reason, most of Musashi Heart's fans were little girls who were still in college, or there were also some boys who played games. After Musashin had gotten everything ready, she left the house and took a cab to the restaurant she had agreed to go to. The promised restaurant was in one of the more famous restaurants in the city, and it was usually very crowded. But since it was working people, it was nowhere near as crowded as it was on the weekends. After getting into the car, Musician's eyes stayed on the scenery that was receding behind her, taking out her cell phone from time to time to read the comments of those fans. Musician couldn't help but be amused as she looked at the peculiar thoughts of those fans. You guys have really big brains. Some fans had already started to associate what happened when Dao Ming and Musician met. What could two big men do? Could it be a fight and then become a pair of good brothers? Most of Dao Ming's fans thought that Dao Ming was a very handsome little brother. Of course there were some who thought that Dao Ming was a beautiful woman. Sir, we're here. The driver's words brought Musician's thoughts back to reality. Musician turned off his cell phone and pulled a bill out of his pocket and handed it to the driver. Thank you. With that, Musician got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. Musician found a seat more by the window and sat down, waiting for Dao Ming to arrive. The time Musician had just taken her seat was 1:50, 10 minutes short of the time they had agreed upon, and it didn't surprise Musician that she hadn't seen Dao Ming's figure. When he had an appointment with someone else, Musician was usually used to arriving early. Soon after arriving at the place where he and Dao Ming had agreed, Musician realized that Dao Ming still hadn't arrived, and he looked out the window from time to time to try to spot Dao Ming's silhouette. In this way, Musician waited in his seat for half an hour without seeing Dao Ming's figure, which could not help but make Musician feel a little annoyed. Musician also confirmed the thought in his heart that this Dao Ming was completely fooling himself. Just as Musician got up with the intention of leaving, he suddenly saw a very cute girl standing in front of him, carefully sizing himself up and blocking his way. Musician froze for a moment. Little sister, get out of the way. Musician didn't think much about it. After saying this, he wanted to go around this girl and leave, but the next words of that girl made Musician freeze directly in place. What little sister? Is that how you talk to Pengwan? The tone of that girl's voice and her looks were completely at odds. She said in a cold voice, I'm Pengwan Daimyo. I guess you're that Musician. The girl's eyes still rested on Musician's body and raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it's a little bit more handsome than what you see on the internet. Musician turned his head to look at the cute girl who was a head shorter than himself, a look of dismay on his face. You're dawning? Dao Ming nodded, looking at Musician with disdain in her eyes. What? Don't I look like one? Dao Ming snorted coldly. Now just sit there and talk to me. With that, Dao Ming pointed to the seat. Chapter 87. Dao Ming spoke in a very arrogant tone, and also did not place Wu Zhang Xin in her eyes in the slightest. In her view, Musashi Xin was merely a tiny competitor of her own, with no way to fight against her. However, seeing Musashi Xion's heat gradually soar, Dao Ming's heart still felt particularly irritated, and it was only this time that she took this opportunity to make an appointment to see Musashi Xion, wanting to see what kind of person he really was. When Wu Zhang Xion saw Dao Ming's appearance, his heart was a little puzzled. How could he not have thought that this list one was actually a little lowly? Looking at Dao Ming's short stature, Musashi Xion only felt like he was talking to a minor. Musician gave a dry cough. Are you sure you're Dao Ming? It wasn't that Musician didn't believe Dao Ming's words, it was that this Dao Ming's looks were just too confusing. If Musician didn't know it, he would probably have to think that the one in front of him was an underage high school student. Being asked this by Musician, Dao Ming's face instantly revealed a touch of anger. What do you mean by that? Don't believe what I said? It's not your turn to ask questions, is it? Dao Ming was originally a pampered young lady and was usually very temperamental outside. Musashi Xin shook his head, a little helpless in his heart. He waved his hand. It's not like that. I just think you're too cute looking. Musashi Xin spoke the truth in his heart, but as soon as those words fell from his lips, that Dao Ming was once again angered. Musashi Xin, you don't think you can be so arrogant in front of me just because you have a few fans now? Dao Ming's face puffed up when he was angry. The whole person looked even more adorable, which made Musashi Xin a little bit unable to bear to fight with Dao Ming. I'm telling you to sit there right now. Didn't you hear? Musashin let out a bitter smile. For the sake of his future development, he still chose to obey Dao Ming's proposal. Although Musashin didn't want to talk to this Dao Ming, in his imagination, this Dao Ming might be a pugilistic man or a considerate girl, but he didn't think of a grumpy little loli. Musashi Heart now really very want to know. If those online fans see Dao Ming as this appearance will have what kind of reaction? How many girls' dream lover was actually such a cute little loli? All of this made Musashin feel a little bit metaphysical, and it was only after Musashin sat down in her seat as Dawning had instructed her that Dawning felt a little bit better in her heart. She turned her head to look around, and only after making sure that no one was staring at her did she sit across from Musashin with confidence. Where's the menu? Musashin handed Dawning the menu that was in front of him. Consider this time as my treat. The food is just for you to order. Musashin didn't have anything in particular that he wanted to eat, and he didn't really know much about the food, and even more so, he didn't know what Dawning's tastes were. If he chose a dish that Dao Ming didn't like, there was a good chance that he would be told off again. In order to save himself from further embarrassment, Musashin still decided to tolerate Dao Ming at every turn. After all, in front of people like Dao Ming, one just couldn't go and make them angry. Otherwise there would only be one consequence, and that would be accepting their unreasonable behavior. Musashi Xin didn't want to make it impossible for him to get on in the live broadcast industry, so he was only able to use a very good attitude towards Dao Ming. Dao Ming took the menu from Musashin's hand and stared at that menu for a long time. His hand picked up the pen that was placed aside and then he hooked around on that menu. When Musashin saw this action of Dao Ming, he sighed in his heart. This Dao Ming is really nonchalant. However, Musashi Heart didn't care much about this. He still had the money to treat someone to a meal. Furthermore, those rockets that Dao Ming had swiped for him in the live broadcast room earlier were enough for him to treat Dao Ming to many meals. After Dao Ming finished ordering, he handed the menu to the waiter. When they finished ordering, the two of them sat in their seats wide-eyed, and the atmosphere fell into an inexplicable state. Tomei was the first to speak. How old are you? Dao Ming had already sized up Musashin for a very long time, always feeling that Musashin was not quite the same as normal people, but what was different she could not say. Musashin answered truthfully, I think it's about the same as you. 19. Hearing Musashin's answer, Dao Ming froze for a moment. So that's how it is. Let me ask you, last time you burst into flames, that video of that president and the other girl were all into you? How come they suddenly fought? Speaking of this, a strange light erupted from Dao Ming's eyes. Musashi Heart saw Dao Ming this question. Heart a little helpless, but still one by one answered Dao Ming, you got it wrong. We are just friends, which made a little misunderstanding the two people to fight. I was at that time to persuade the fight. Musashi Heart also did not expect that video will be recorded online, and he was also able to take this fire. After Dao Ming heard, the bottom of his eyes flashed a loss. So I thought there was some kind of domineering female president fell in love with me story. Really boring. Then why do you want to do this industry? Shouldn't you be in college at your age? I don't think you're attending school. Dao Ming was like 100,000 reasons, one question after another popping into his mouth. And what's the meaning of those words you usually say on air? How come I can't understand a bit of it? Musashi Heart stroked his forehead. I have long since dropped out of school. Said here, Musashi Heart's eyes flashed a strange color, and then returned to normal. Live broadcasting is to talk to those fans about family life. There is nothing to talk about. Besides, I have so few fans. It's rare that you favored my live broadcast and also asked to meet me? Wu Zhang Xian's bragging made Dao Ming very flattered. The expression on her face was also a lot better. That's not true. I have more fans than you. You still have to call me a senior. Dao Ming wanted to say something else. Just then, the waiter served the food Dao Ming ordered. The empty table was suddenly filled with food, and those on the table were very appetizing to look at. Musashin clearly noticed that Dawning's eyes lit up at the sight of the food, just as they did when she listened to the gossip. Dao Ming also did not have time to understand the gossip with Wu Zhang Xian again. In the dish came up then began to introduce these dishes with Wu Zhang Xian. This is their store's specialties. The flavor is very good. And this duck blood, they are still authentic. The texture is very tender. Better than those outside of the home are much better. And this one it's also a very high grade ingredient. Dao Ming quickly finished introducing all those delicacies to Musashin. After listening to Dao Ming, Musashin suddenly became a bit more interested in Dao Ming, and had some changes in her previous opinion. Chapter 88, Conversations. Musashin had thought that Dao Ming was just a condescending little girl. Now after hearing Dao Ming introduce those dishes to him in such detail, Musashin only felt that Dao Ming didn't seem to be like what she had imagined. On the contrary, she was quite interesting, so maybe she could try getting along. After Dao Ming had finished introducing those dishes, she picked up the pair of chopsticks placed in front of her, and pinched a bit of food into her mouth. After carefully savoring it, she let out a sigh of satisfaction. Well, the taste is still pretty much the same as it was before, but this time, maybe the chef was changed a little bit, and it's a little bit short of the fire, and it doesn't have the same flavor as it did before. Saying that, Dao Ming felt a bit lost again. Then she put down the chopsticks in her hand again, and dropped her eyes on Musashin. Why don't you eat it? Taste it. Seeing Musashin keep looking at himself stupidly, Dao Ming was a bit puzzled. In front of Dao Ming, there was nothing more tantalizing than food. She was already a food critic and had eaten very many cuisines in this world, and had a certain ability to judge the deliciousness of food. Seeing that Musashin didn't have the slightest emotion towards these foods she had ordered, Dao Ming couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Musashin shook her head and spoke with a smile. I was thinking about what you just said. It seems that you know a lot about these cuisines. Musashin also knew that it would be impossible to comment on what she just said if she was not a specialized gourmet. Dao Ming almost said that no dish cooking process and those ingredients, as well as the chef's fire. Although Musashin didn't know whether what Dao Ming said was true or not, he still very much believed what Dao Ming said. After Dao Ming heard Musashin's words, he hummed, "What's there to think? Do you still doubt that what I said is false? I'm a professional foodie." Dao Ming's tone was full of confidence when she said this. She had been eating these delicacies since she was very young, and was obsessed with food. She became a food critic later on after studying in college, and would usually post some of her opinions on food on some websites when she was not doing anything, and she had gained quite a few fans as well. This live broadcast is also just one of her hobbies. Before, Dao Ming also did not think that she could gain so many fans through live broadcast. However, she felt that this was also very good. With more fans, she could also get them to recommend delicious cuisines for her to try. Musashin quickly waved her hand. No, I know you're a professional and I don't dare to doubt you. I just think you don't look quite the same as you appear to be. Musashin spoke the truth from her heart. Dao Ming froze for a moment and didn't say anything else. There were already many people who had said this to Dawning, so she didn't think it was so strange when Musashin said it. Dao Ming also wished that she looked a bit more mature so that she would be able to be more dominant, but it was just that she had such a cute face, and every time she went out, she would be called a little sister by people, which made Dao Ming feel very uncomfortable. On the live streaming platform, Dao Ming had also taken a very masculine name, wanting those fans to think that he was a very mature person. Musashin didn't say anything else and picked up her chopsticks to start tasting those delicacies that Dao Ming had just mentioned. While trying the food, she recalled what Dao Ming had just said. Musashi Xin realized that what Dao Ming said just now was indeed correct. There seemed to be a different feeling after not eating a dish, and Dao Ming's comment just now was also very accurate. Musashi heart can eat its flavor, but cannot use some professional language to describe it like Dao Ming. Seeing Wu Zhang Xin eating with his head down without saying a word, Boon Yen felt a bit bored and took the lead in starting the conversation. Hey, you're a boy, okay? Why do you let girls find the topic of conversation every time you come out to eat with them? Is it because you haven't gotten a girlfriend before? Dao Ming's heart was a bit unhappy. She had thought that Musashin would take the initiative to talk to herself because she was a top one, but she had never thought that Musashin would be so indifferent to herself, which made the pride in Dao Ming's heart a bit damaged. Musashin paused his movements, raised his eyes to look at Dao Ming, and explained, "No, I just don't know what to say. These dishes are quite delicious, and you also commented on them very well just now." Musashin really didn't know what he should say, and he didn't have any desire to understand. This time, when he came to this meal with Dao Ming, it was supposed to be for an appointment, to satisfy those fans on the internet, so as not to bring trouble to himself. As for Dao Ming, Wu Zhang Xin didn't care much about it. After all, Dao Ming was a rank 1, he was just a small anchor, and it was unlikely that the two of them would cross paths. Dao Ming looked at Wu Zhang Xin with a contemptuous face. No wonder, how can you find a girlfriend with this look? Dao Ming put down the chopsticks he was holding. It's no fun just eating. Let me tell you my story, just so you can get to know me a little bit as well. Aren't you curious as to why I'm so interested in all this food? Musashin froze for a moment. In his heart at the moment he very much wanted to say that he indeed didn't know, but in order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, Musashin still nodded behind his conscience. Curious? Ah, you can tell me if you want to, and would also be happy to hear your story. A hint of joy appeared on Dao Ming's face as he began to introduce some of his hobbies to Musashin. Live streaming isn't really my only hobby or profession. In fact, my real profession should be a food critic, and I also create a very large number of dishes, so if you have the chance you can try them out. As soon as he said this, Dao Ming could be said to be very excited. Don't you usually have any hobbies or interests? I love traveling, discovering some new cuisines on the way to make some interesting friends and feel like letting myself go. Oh yeah, don't look at me as a food critic, but I'm not fat at all. Dao Ming patted his chest. Do you think it's strange? I don't gain weight even if I eat every day. Dao Ming heatedly laughed. In fact, sometimes I feel that doing live broadcasts is quite meaningless, or those dishes are interesting, but nowadays the dishes are too single. Single? Wu Zhang Xin interrupted. I think it's okay. After all, there are so many dishes in this society nowadays. If this can still be described as single, I'm afraid there's no such thing as rich cuisine in this world. Musashin said this just to give his opinion, but he didn't expect that after he said this, Dao Ming's reaction would be so strong. What did you mean by that? That's not what I meant. Do you know what abundance stands for? Chapter 89, The Annoying Spirit. Musashi heart very dissatisfied to look at this girl in front of him. He have no grudges. He presses no need to be like this. Moreover, he also only said his thoughts out, and also does not involve his interests. He presses no need to be like this. It was only that he couldn't be clear about the girl's origin for a while, so he didn't say anything, but he couldn't just let others talk about himself. Everyone has everyone's thoughts, and we look at things differently in the first place. I naturally have my own unique insights. Your thoughts are definitely different from mine. There's no need for you to be like this at all. Thinking of this, Musashi heart looked towards that girl. That girl was also looking towards him. Inside her eyes was full of provocation towards him. In the girl's eyes, he was just a small anchor, and couldn't afford to make any big waves. The girl said, your opinion is too one-sided, and you're just a small anchor. I haven't gone out much over the years. My vision is naturally better than yours. Now what I say you'd better remember. Otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you. These insights of mine are much better than those suggestions of yours. The arrogant tone of whoever heard it would not be comfortable in their heart, let alone Wu Zhang Xin listening to it. If it was someone else would have already slapped or splashed a cup of water over. In fact, there was no blame for him to be so proud. After all, he was a gourmet, and he was still relatively good at food. That's why Musashin was nothing more than a layman in his eyes. Just because you're a gourmet and I'm not, you think I'm not as good as you. I advise you to take a longer view, because there are people who are hurt and injured. Even if I can't compare to you, I can't use this arrogant tone to everyone. The girl's temper also came up. Just you? To tell you the truth, today's appointment was just to see how much weight you have, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. Musashin always felt that this girl was here to give him a hard time. He took advantage of his status as a rank 1 from the beginning, and after giving himself a date and then judging himself, it seemed to have really given him a face. I don't know why he swiped so much money for his own live broadcast in the first place. Can't it be that he is a rich second generation with too much money and no place to put it? So he came to torture him as a small anchor? It looked very likely. The girl in front of him wasn't cheaply dressed, and it was obvious that her family was not bad, only that she wasn't at the level of a rich second generation. So where did the money he gave himself as a reward come from? Wu Zhang Xin just thought of here. Want to give himself a big mouth? Other people's things and what has he got to do with? And not their own forced him to brush the gift. Couldn't help but Wu Zhang Xin opened his mouth again. If you just want to find someone to come out and listen to you say these words here, then you may not need to ask me out in this way. That is, it is a waste of your time as well as my time. The girl looked at him and knew that he was angry. But what did it matter? Knowing that she hadn't swiped a lot of gifts for him. So what was wrong with listening to him say a few words now? Don't forget that I'm your list one today. No matter what, you have to be here with me or I'll go and report you so you can't hang out on the internet. It was also the first time Musashin had met someone so disruptive. Moreover, after he asked his questions and told him everything himself and helped him answer them, he still felt that what he said wasn't good enough. This kind of person really doesn't let people get along well. But after thinking about it, he still stayed. As far as the girl didn't know for what purpose, swiping so many gifts for him, and now asking him out. But no matter what, who would have trouble with money? Not to mention Musashin used to be this time listening to him here to say this is naturally no problem, as long as it is not excessive. Musashin said, yes, you can say whatever you want today, but you'd better know what to say and what not to say. The girl didn't care what he said. She caught the same food and started chattering away. Musashin had never met a girl who talked so much before, especially since he was also a bit of an eye candy. Looking down on the little anchor, the girl really didn't put him in her eyes either. She took one thing for herself and started tasting it. Musashi Xin also didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he just ate his own food, as if in front of him was a frog screaming. Besides, in front of him put so many food. Listen to him say those nonsense for what? Until Wu Zhang Xin felt that his stomach could not eat anything anymore. He only stopped, elegantly wiping his mouth, saw the girl still there with a plate of something, chattering to the waiter next to him, mostly about how the fire wasn't working on this thing, whether it should be on high or low heat, and how to go about simmering it. The waiter wiped his sweat while nodding his head, not daring to show any dissatisfaction, because most of the people who come to their restaurant to eat are rich people. He, a part-time worker, cannot say the boss? Suddenly he looked towards Musashin, casting a pleading look. Musashin, of course, received it and then said, "Go down, I'll call you if something happens." After saying that, he took out another tip and gave it to the waiter. The waiter fled as if also hurried to leave. This is a place of wrongdoing. He is also the first time to meet such a nagging customer. He is a small waiter on all the knowledge that he said. How could it be possible to appear here? The girl said with some dissatisfaction, "I haven't finished yet. Why do you let him go down? You don't listen doesn't mean others don't listen. He is not finished yet. In the future they restaurant get rich, but also thanks to him to say these suggestions." It. Musashin skimmed his mouth and said, "Other people also have their own things to be busy with. If you don't eat then I don't mind helping you with all of them." "What do you mean? Make it clearer." Musashin pointed to the table. "I'm asking if you still want to eat." The girl looked down when she heard him say that, and realized that there was very little food left on the table without even realizing it, except for what was in front of him, which was pretty much already on disk. "When did you eat all the stuff? Take care of it without even calling." The girl was a bit irritated. Before it was the others who waited for his share of the food. How could you possibly let him be the last one to eat? Wu Zhang Xin helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "You say so excited, and how can I have the meaning to disturb you? Besides, I just seem to have called you to eat. You yourself do not listen. Who to blame?" The girl then remembered. It seems like someone had called him to eat, but he didn't pay attention at all. For a moment he also reacted, and only then did he start eating. Wu Zhang Xin was also too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly settled the bill. Chapter 90 Ulon. Musashin looked at Dawning, who was eating across from himself with his head down, and couldn't help but feel a little amused. He was still a little puzzled as to why Dawning was such a cute girl. Every time he talked to Dawning, Musashin felt like he was talking to a little kid. Dao Ming kept picking rice into his mouth, because it had been a long time since he had eaten. The rice had gotten a little cold and didn't have the same flavor as it did in the beginning. Dao Ming couldn't help but mutter, "How am I supposed to eat this food when it's cold?" Dao Ming's personality was completely like a small child, but there were times when she didn't seem like a small child. When she was commenting on those cuisines, she was especially like an expert. And if someone who didn't know Dawning's identity, they would most likely think of Dawning as a high school student who hadn't graduated yet. Musashi Xin smiled when she heard Dao Ming's words. "You've just been talking all this time. This food will naturally get cold." Musashi Xin's impression of Dao Ming in her heart changed a little bit, and she began to think that Dao Ming was a very cute person. Although she would sometimes play a little bit of temper, she was still kind in her heart. Moreover, Dao Ming's mouth is particularly eloquent. Before Musashi Heart just refuted Dao Ming one sentence. Dao Ming hard to say more than half an hour to refute Musashi Heart. Words make Musashi Heart do not know where to start. Wu Zhang Xin silently in his heart gave Dao Ming a praise. He now also know why Dao Ming has so many fans. All rely on this mouth. If he had the gift of gab, he would naturally be able to coax those fans. And nowadays, fans are very fond of anchors like Dao Ming. Dao Ming stopped himself and bulged his eyes at Musashin. "Who told you to refute what I said just now? I was just voicing my own opinion about food. You who don't know anything about food don't understand at all. That's called art," said Dao Ming with a cold snort. "Do you know the professional qualities of a food critic? They can talk incessantly when it comes to food. The one I just talked about is still considered to be less. If that friend of mine was here, you wouldn't be able to go back today." Dao Ming once again began her broken speech. "You're really good. How can you be good at being a blogger with such an eloquent voice? A blogger, if you ask me, you're just too rigid. You can't understand what's going on inside a girl's mind. I've just said so much to you that you just know how to eat. You're not a boy who can be considerate of people's feelings." Dawning repeated Musashi's actions from just now, causing Musashi to feel a little bit of amusement. "Have you ever seen a boy who can be considerate of people's feelings? What boy have you ever seen that eats before a girl?" Musashin let out a bitter laugh. "I'm just waiting for you to finish eating, aren't I? Okay, you're right about everything. Eat quickly, but these meals are getting really cold." Musashin glanced down at those dishes on the table, long gone from bubbling hot and steamy. Dao Ming skimmed her lips, ignoring Musashin any longer, and began to concentrate on her own meal. She hadn't eaten a single bite of her meal while she was talking just now, and now her stomach was already complaining to Dao Ming. Seeing the way Dao Ming ate, Musashin actually thought that she was very suitable to be an eating broadcast. Dao Ming's eating speed was very fast, and he also ate very flavorfully. Musashi Xin just watched the food on the table being stuffed into Dao Ming's mouth bit by bit, and Dao Ming's mouth didn't stop either. In a short while, those dishes on the table were missing a large portion. Musashin was very shocked at Dao Ming's food quantity. He did not think that Dao Ming was such a small one, but his stomach was able to hold so much goods, which made Musashin feel ashamed of himself. It's true that you can't judge a person by their appearance, Musashin muttered, just in time to be overheard by Dao Ming, who had put down his chopsticks. Dao Ming stared at Musashin for a while, and stiffly came up with, indeed one can't judge a book by its cover. I'll have to go back and tell those fans of yours that you're just a big straight man. At first Dao Ming had thought that Musashin was a very sunny person with a very good personality, but now it did seem to be the complete opposite. Musashin's entire person gave Dawning the impression of being gloomy and not being able to speak at all. However, Dao Ming still had some good feelings towards Wu Zhang Xin, thinking that Wu Zhang Xin as a person was a bit better than all the other live broadcasts on that platform. When those anchors saw themselves, they couldn't wait to fight to please themselves, wanting to get closer to them just so they could get a little more fans for their number. Not only did Musashin not do that, but he was also very unenthusiastic towards himself. Although this made Dao Ming's heart feel a bit upset, she still felt that Musashin was a very righteous and sincere person. Musashin had been sitting on her seat waiting for Dao Ming to finish his meal, and after watching Dao Ming already put down his chopsticks, she also thought about leaving this place. But it was at this time that a very fierce-looking man suddenly barged into the restaurant and walked up to Musashin, looking at him with anger in his eyes. After feeling that she was being watched, Musashin froze for a moment and shifted her sight to the pugilist. What is it that you want? For some reason, a wave of uneasiness welled up in Musashin's heart. He could clearly feel that the pugilist had very strong hostility towards him, but Musashin recalled in his mind that he didn't know this pugilist and didn't have any interactions with him. The pugilist glanced at Dao Ming, who was sitting across from Musashin. This is my sister. Ask my sister out and just treat her to a meal? The pugilist had a very bad attitude towards Wu Zhang Xin. Did I warn you before to stay away from my sister? There's no way my sister would get involved with a punk like you. Just die your heart out, the pugilist said, stepping closer to Musashin to take a closer look. If I hadn't happened to pass by here today, I wouldn't have seen this scene yet. Even more so, I didn't know that you were still plotting against my sister. Wu Zhang Xin was dumbfounded by the pugilist's words, and was just about to open his mouth to explain to the pugilist, but the pugilist directly yanked Wu Zhang Xin's collar and yanked him out of his seat, with a ferocious look. Today, I'm going to teach you, this brat, a good lesson. Let's see if you dare to ask out my sister next time. Just as the pugilist was about to make a move, Dao Ming hurriedly got up from his seat and pulled the pugilist back. Brother, what are you doing? He's not my boyfriend. The two of us are just friends. A trace of anxiety appeared on Dao Ming's face. She also didn't expect that her brother would appear here at this time and make such a big mess. Chapter 91, No Fighting. Hearing Dao Ming's words, the pugilist froze for a moment, a trace of dismay appearing on his face. Really? Isn't he that little punk? The pugilist stared at Musashi Xin's face for a long time. The more he looked at it, the more familiar he felt, thinking that Musashi Xin was that punk. Dao Ming glared at the pugilist. Why do you do this every time? There are so many people watching. Dao Ming's heart was very helpless. This brother of hers was very good to her, but sometimes every time, he would make a very big mess, making her very embarrassed. Like this time, for example, Dao Ming didn't even think that the pugilist would show up at this time and talk about beating up Wu Zhang Xin. Dao Ming's heart also couldn't help but feel a trace of apology towards Wu Zhang Xin. She released the pugilist's hand that was tugging on Wu Zhang Xin and moved it away. I've already said that he's my friend. You know how to control this and that all day long. Seeing Dao Ming so angry, the big man also softened. He rubbed Dao Ming's little head. Okay, this time it's my brother's fault. My brother will make amends to you. Don't be angry, okay? The pugilistic man spoke to Dao Ming in a voice that was completely incongruous with his stature. Wu Zhang Xin looked at the scene in front of him. His heart froze a little. He was actually a little angry, somehow being scolded like this, and this person also threatened to beat himself up. Wu Zhang Xin would not be able to stand it even if he had a good temper. However, when he saw the pugilist speaking to Dao Ming, that irritation in his heart had all but disappeared. Musashin also knew that the pugilist was also too worried about Dao Ming being tricked by himself, that's why he was so angry. After all, Dao Ming looked like a small child, and his heart was also very kind, although he did have a little temper, but it wasn't too much. Now Wu Zhang Xin seriously suspected that this little temper of Dao Ming was spoiled by her brother. He never thought that this pugilist was still a sister control. Musashin coughed, interrupting the conversation between the two. I think you're really misunderstanding. I'm not some punk boyfriend of hers. After hearing Musashin's voice, the pugilist dropped his sight on Musashin's body. Then why are you eating here with my sister? And you're smiling so lewdly. You look like you're up to no good. The pugilist carefully sized up Musashin. His eyes filled with suspicion. These words made both Dao Ming and Musashin very helpless. Musashin was just about to open her mouth to explain when she heard Dao Ming's voice. Alright. Sit down and talk. Those people are watching us. Dao Ming glanced at the surrounding crowd and felt only a little embarrassed. She hurriedly made both the pugilist and Musashin sit on the same side, while she herself sat across from the two of them. The pugilist's figure was very large, and the seats in this restaurant were very narrow. It was a mistake to sit on Musashi Xin alone, but with the addition of a pugilist it felt a bit crowded. Musashi Hart is sitting in the window seat, almost to be squashed by the big man. He felt that his body and the window to become one. When Dao Ming saw that expression on Wu Zhang Xin's face, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother, sit a little bit outside. Look at how crowded people are. When the pugilist heard this, he turned his head to look at Wu Zhang Xin, and then sensibly moved his butt. But there didn't seem to be much of a difference between this moving and not moving. Wu Zhang Xin still felt very crowded. Musashin didn't take this to heart. Forget it, it's fine. I don't feel crowded. Saying this with a clear conscience, Musashin didn't feel guilty about anything. At this kind of time just can't tell the truth. Who knows if this pugilistic big man will suddenly do something to himself again. The pugilistic big man coldly snorted. This kid is quite literate, said. The pugilistic big man opened his mouth and inquired. Tell me, what is the relationship between you and my sister? Why did you ask her to come to this place for dinner? How come I didn't know my sister had you as a friend before? This fatal trio of questions from the pugilist made Musashin feel a little tearful. He only felt that he was now being interrogated by the pugilist as if he were a prisoner. Dao Ming looked at Musashin with a hint of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry, don't mind it. My brother is this character. Brother, I've said it all. He and I are just friends. Besides, this dinner was me asking him out. It has nothing to do with him. Dao Ming had wanted to explain everything clearly, but before he could even get halfway through his sentence he was interrupted by the pugilistic man. Don't you say anything? Let this brat talk. Wu Zhang Xin passed a look to Dao Ming, signaling for Dao Ming to rest assured, and then opened his mouth to explain with the pugilistic big man. Big brother, she and I are both live broadcasts on the platform, and you know that your sister is in the live broadcasting industry, right? And has always been the top one on our platform. It's not for a while I happened to have some fame because of a small video. Your sister found me, and thought to ask me out to chat about live broadcasting, and by the way to poke around the market, and also to make those fans happy. If I don't come to the appointment here, there's no way to explain to those fans online. Only after Musashi Xin finished explaining did the pugilist realize that he had indeed misjudged Musashi Xin, and a wave of apology welled up in his heart. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I thought you were that punk. Now it seems I was wrong about you. The pugilist's tone was full of apologies. You also didn't explain clearly earlier. Otherwise wouldn't there be no more of this matter? The pugilist also put down the stigma in his heart towards Wu Zhang Xin, and began to talk to Wu Zhang Xin properly. Wu Zhang Xin also didn't take this matter to heart. What's more, the pugilistic big man also apologized with him. In this way, the two of them were also considered to be not fighting. With this apology from the pugilist, the two even chatted, ignoring Dao Ming who was on the sidelines. Alas, brother, since we are so destined, come to exchange a contact information. Next time we can also meet together to play. Pugilistic man is also very natural familiar. In a short while to Wu Zhang Xin as their good brother, and also hook shoulders. Wu Zhang Xin smiled and nodded. You have something at any time can find me. This pugilistic big man's character Wu Zhang Xin is also very like. As the two of them spoke, they took out their cell phones, scanned the QR code of WeChat, added a friend, and exchanged phone numbers. Alas, it is true that we don't know each other without a fight, the pugilist lamented. If there is no this misunderstanding, he may not be able to make Wu Zhang Xin this good friend. Chapter 92. When Dao Ming, who was ignored by the two, saw this inexplicable transformation of the two, in his heart, he only felt very speechless, and an inexplicable feeling of jealousy also surged up. He obviously met with Musashin first. Why did his brother actually have Musashin's contact information before he did? Thinking like this, Dao Ming felt a very bad taste in her heart. She couldn't help but interrupt the two people's conversation with a very bad tone. Hey, can't you guys see that I'm sitting across the room? Dao Ming felt that the two people in front of her were completely caught up in the conversation between the two of them and forgot about herself. Hearing Dao Ming's words, Wu Zhang Xin and the pugilist only reacted. The pugilist replied in a hurry. See, this is not just met a new friend mood is a little excited. The pugilist like a small child who has made a mistake. Before it was me who misunderstood the person, and now naturally have to I've misunderstood him before. Now I naturally want to have a good conversation with him. On the way to talk with Wuzhou Xin, Puma big man realized that he and Wuzhou Xin chatting very much. The two of them are close to becoming good brothers. Friendship between men was like this. Sometimes it might only take a fight to be able to become deadly good friends. But this kind of friendship of theirs looked a bit puzzling in the eyes of women. Dao Ming was holding back in his heart and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Didn't you just say that people are punks? Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic about him? Neglecting me as your sister. Dao Ming snorted coldly. Those who don't know would think that you two big men are a pair and I'm a light bulb. Dao Ming now even hoped that the two would fight, so that she could still go and talk a fight out. Or at least she wouldn't be ignored. Growing up, Dawn was held in the palm of her family's hand. There was no way she could stand that feeling of being ignored. And this person was still her brother. Even though the person she was dealing with was a big man, Dawn was still a little jealous in her heart. She couldn't tell what she was jealous of. Obviously, when Musashin stayed with herself, she couldn't say a word. Every time she took the initiative to find a topic of conversation. So why was it that she could talk incessantly when she was with her brother? This was a question that Dao Ming had never been able to figure out, and it caused Dao Ming to have deep self-doubt. The pugilist hadn't reacted to the fact that Dao Ming was angry, and said with a smile, "Aren't the two of us chatting? And this time it's thanks to you. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to make such a good brother, right?" Saying that, the pugilist turned his head to look at Wu Zhang Xin. "I think that Zhang Xin and I are very much destined to be together." Dao Ming almost didn't spit out all the rice he had eaten. This has been said twice. So she's building a bridge to her brother? Dao Ming glared at the pugilist without any good sense of humor. Okay, brother, you're not disgusting. What's the point of sitting so close to a big man? The bodies are still coming together. And what's with the hidden heart? I didn't even call him hidden heart. Really? Dao Ming didn't realize that he was now kind of like he was arguing with the pugilist. I don't know who was yelling about beating him up just now, but now he's turning around and calling him hidden heart. TSK. When Wu Zhang Xin saw Dao Ming's appearance, she also knew that Dao Ming's little temper was back, and she couldn't help but feel a little funny in her heart. The tone of Dao Ming's speech was also not quite the same as before, with an obvious kind of complaint, and a hint of inexplicable meaning in it. Pugilist is not a fool, naturally can feel the meaning of the words of Dao Ming. He and Wu Zhang Xin the same, feel a little funny. However, the pugilistic big man had already gotten used to Dao Ming being like this. In his heart, Dao Ming was a small child that should be spoiled. Since childhood, the pugilist had always been very good to Dao Ming, and would also appear a few times to protect Dao Ming when he was in danger. No matter who bullied Dao Ming, he will not let go of the first time. What to eat will also be left to Dao Ming. Usually to Dao Ming is also very care. Of course, Dao Ming also knows that Pao-shaped big man to his own good. After growing up, she and the taste of food will not forget to leave a share to Pao-shaped big man, or bring some food in Pao-shaped big man. The relationship between the two siblings was very good and there were no fights. Pugilist is also very understanding of Dao Ming. Know what kind of person Dao Ming is? In the Dao Ming tantrum unhappy time he can always feel, and go to comfort Dao Ming, is a typical sister control in the mouth of the crowd. The pugilist sighed lightly. Alas, sister well, I apologize to you. Just now it is the two of us neglected you. The two of us are not right, not angry. Later brother to take you out to play. Just also relax Dao Ming's face only got better when he heard this from the pugilist. That's more like it. The pugilist and Musashin looked at each other and smiled. They both understood the meaning in the other's eyes as well. After the three people sat in the restaurant for a while, the pugilistic big man then proposed to leave. Zhang Xin, later on I happen to be going to the boxing gym. Do you want to go and have a fist fight together? Usually when he had nothing to do, the pugilistic big man would go to the boxing gym to relax himself, and he had become a regular customer of that gym. Hearing this from the pugilist, Musashi's heart froze for a moment. Boxing? It seemed like he had never boxed before. He had only seen those boxing scenes on TV. Musashin couldn't help but be a little curious about this boxing. He also wanted to know how much his strength had improved after inheriting the inheritance. After thinking for a long time, Musashin still agreed to the pugilist's request. It's okay, I happen to have nothing to do today. Seeing Wu Zhang Xin agreed, his heart was very happy, and after explaining with Dao Ming, the three of them came out from the restaurant, and took a car to the side of the boxing gym. Along the way, the pugilist was talking to Musashin about things that happened to Dao Ming when he was a child, and some embarrassing things that made Dao Ming especially want to sew the pugilist's mouth shut. The interaction between these two siblings also brought a lot of smiles to Musashin, who was actually very envious of Dao Ming, having an older brother who loved him so much, and the two of them had a very good relationship. On the contrary, what about him? By now it should be able to be counted as not having any relatives. When the car stopped at the boxing gym, the three of them got out of the car. Looking at such a big signboard outside the boxing gym, Musashi Xian's heart was a little restless, wanting to try out the feeling of boxing. After the pugilist and Musashi introduced the boxing center, he led Musashi and Daoming into the center. Just as they walked into the boxing hall, they heard a shout, "Hey, the people in the hall, hurry up and come out for me, or else I'll smash this hall of yours." At this moment, there was a person from another pavilion who came to this pavilion to shout and wanted to smash the pavilion, and the momentum could be described as very arrogant, not putting the pavilion in the eyes of the people. Chapter 93 Arrogance. What kind of person dares to be so rampant, even in front of so many people, to come to their own smashing scene? It seems that it is time to properly clean up. The girl's brother pinched his fist. Just can't find people to practice. Now when good to pack up this group of people who smashed the scene. Musashi heart pulled him. Don't be too impulsive. First look at the situation before saying. First see if they really didn't how to see, after figuring out the other side before making a move. Otherwise, it will be at a disadvantage. The girl's brother also felt that what he said was very reasonable, which made him not so impulsive. The three of them immediately went to take a look at the people who were smashing the venue. A group of people were now talking to the staff of the boxing gym there, and there was another one who had already been knocked to the ground. After walking in, they did before hearing the conversation of a few people. The person in the lead was very rampant. Your boxing hall is nothing more than that. Just your half-ass level also have the nerve to open a boxing hall here. Rather give it to me. I'll teach you what is called kung fu properly. Almost all of the members of their gym had been knocked over by him. That was why they were so rampant. If they didn't have something, then how could they come to kick the gym? Musashin felt that the other party was indeed quite rampant, and he didn't know exactly what they were about. No one opened their mouths. That person began to speak again. Such a big pavilion. Is no one right? All are shrunken heads, turtle? The girl's brother at this time can no longer hold back. Directly walked out. Then said, "What kind of thing are you that you dare to speak up here? Let me meet you and see what kind of skills you have. And still dare to come here to kick the pavilion?" The kicker disdainfully threw a look over, clearly not putting the girl's brother in his eyes. The girl's brother waved his hand at the kicker, and the man charged directly towards him. The two exchanged a few blows. Under the girl's brother's deliberate attacks, the other party was very pleased, and his strikes became more and more vicious. After figuring out his attacks, the girl's brother directly kicked over, and the other party directly fell to the ground before he had time to react. The people around him who had been beaten by him laughed when they saw him in this state. The girl's brother laughed triumphantly. "You're nothing more than that. This level still have the nerve to come to the kickboxing hall. If I were you, I wouldn't dare to come out." The man stood up with a carp, then rushed straight towards the girl's brother. The girl's brother had already reacted. After a sideways dodge, pulling the other party's hand to bring him along, directly pulling him to dump on the ground. The other party was directly brought a dog. This time the other people also cannot bear it, have come up to help, but were the girl's brother punched down to the ground. Originally very arrogant, a few people encountered the girl's brother, as if they had met their nemesis. They also wanted to resist, but they simply could not fight. If they knew that there was such a powerful person here, they would never have chosen to come over to kick when this person was here. The girl's brother only felt that it was a waste of energy after seeing that one of them couldn't climb up. Just a few losers also wanted him to do it himself. The main thing was, with just a few losers like this, those few people sitting in the gym couldn't even beat them. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you guys again, otherwise, or I'll be rude to you. Today's incident is considered to be a lesson for you guys, so that you know not to kick the gym casually in the future. How could the person leading the group have thought that there was such a powerful character inside this boxing gym? If he had known it from the beginning, he would have definitely brought enough manpower with him. After he was helped up by his men, the girl's brother, who was worth a look, said, "You wait for me. I'll go back and tell the boss, so that my boss will come to clean you up, and at that time, you'd better not fall on your knees and beg for forgiveness." The girl's brother said disdainfully, "I'll wait for you right here. You'd better hurry up. I can't wait for your boss to come up and find me in trouble. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here, otherwise you won't leave." The other party knew that the girl's brother wasn't joking, and took his men to help each other and ran straight out, not daring to stay at all. The girl looked at her brother with some fear, and then said, "Brother, they won't really want to find someone to come after you, or we'd better hurry up and leave here. If you have an accident, then what can we do? I am not going to leave here. And what level they are, you have also seen. Their boss is no better. Besides, if people are determined to find me trouble, even if I hide to the ends of the earth, I will still be found by them." The girl felt that her brother was also right, and that they were originally on the right side of this matter. If they really came looking for trouble, the ones at fault would definitely be them. But, if they do find all of them, can just the 3 of us beat each other? Why don't we just leave first? The girl was still a bit uneasy. Of course he knew that his brother's strength was very strong, but it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, And if the other party really brought all of their people here, they would be able to consume his brother to death just by consuming their physical strength. They shouldn't have minded their own business just now. It's not like other people kicking the door has anything to do with them. Don't worry, they don't have such guts. If they really find us in trouble, your brother and I will definitely protect you well from anything happening to you. Musician finally did speak up at this time. He had just been watching all of this from the side, not that he didn't come out to help. It was just that the girl's brother would be able to take care of all of this on his own. The girl silently did not say anything. Not in his mind. The figure of the man in front of him steeply became taller. Can he be understood as this is a promise that he can protect him? The girl's heart was also a little happy, and even already had the impulse to promise her body. The girl's brother was of course the first time to discover his sister's little heart, and in his heart he also felt a little funny. However, he also felt very normal. After all, every girl's heart has a person very worship hero, but just stepped forward but his sister, even if there are people who worship, should also be their own brother. How to go to worship other men to go? A thought here, his heart some jealous up. Hey, kid, the competition is not over. Hurry to put on the boxing gloves. Musician noticed the change in mood of the girl's brother and only felt as if he did just come straight over without finishing the match. He put on his gloves and the girl's brother went straight to the field they had brought before. The other staff members just cleaned up the mess they just made and told the manager about it. Chapter 94 Leaving. After the two finished taking care of things, they ran off to fight. The girl looked at the scene of the two constantly exchanging blows from the sidelines. Looking at this harmonious scene, he was extraordinarily happy in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel that these were really good. He also do not know when. More and more like Wuzhou Xin. Maybe Wuzhou Xin from inside out exudes the temperament. A little bit again infected him. The girl was looking at these two people from the side. At this time, these two people were sweating, but they were extraordinarily happy, constantly showing their power and strength. In short, for these, they were very interested, and likewise they were enjoying themselves very much. The girl on the sidelines did not know what to do, because he is not good to join. After all, it is they are sparring with each other boxing, and he does not know, if he goes, more or less will disturb the two of them, so he watched them on the sidelines, but watching for a long time will also be tired, because Wu Zhang Xin they are not boxing, in this area is not a professional, and cannot fight in this area what tricks to, so it looks quite boring. The parties involved feel very happy, but the onlookers to see more long feel a little fatigue. The girl looked out the window at the sky, and realized that it was not time to eat, looked at the two. He felt that if he went over to ask, these two 80% will not feel hungry, because they are really happy to play. Go to disturb the words more or less feel embarrassed. So after thinking about it, the girl chose to quietly go and buy it by herself first. When they realized that they were hungry, maybe he would buy it back. In this way of thinking, the girl walked away. Musashi Xin and the other party fought very vigorously, did not pay attention to this at all. To be precise, they had forgotten that the girl was still here since they started fighting. The two of them were chatting very happily and exchanging blows with each other. Both of them were half a caddy, so it was quite comforting to slice and dice back and forth, because there is no strength suppression. There is no strength in the void. In short, evenly matched. This kind of opponent, fight to be comfortable. You this boxing can where to learn? Tell me to listen. Maybe one day I also go to learn a couple hands. The girl's brother saw that musician's boxing style was very unique, and likewise, it was very powerful, and felt very good and interested. So he asked musician where he learned it. Asking this clearly, maybe he would go and learn a couple of hands. But it turned out that musician shook his head, and answered his opponent while exchanging blows with him. This you don't want to think about. What about my limited edition of this boxing style? I'm the only one who can do it. Musician said this. The other party was a little surprised, but then put on a look of disbelief and looked at Musician with a smile. Musician didn't hide this. Really, don't believe me, because there are many kinds of boxing. I have learned and dabbled in them all, and found that each set is not suitable, so I fused all of them in one piece, although it is not the essence, but there will be more or less the shadow of a certain kind of boxing in each move. I'm not a professional, but it's good to feel comfortable. Do you want to worship me as a teacher and I'll teach you? Wu Zhang Xin flirted with the other party, and the other party instantly became energized upon hearing this. Yo, Master Wang. When these words came out, both of them laughed because the other party was really good at teasing, and by this time, they also still didn't notice the figure of the girl, who was no longer in the corner. The girl was afraid that the two would be hungry, so she sneaked out to buy food to go. The result is good. Just walked to halfway but met his pestering fiancé. For this fiancé, the girl is not like. Even if the other party has money he does not like, because the other party's character is not good. He has said that he does not like, but the other party is pestering, more difficult than a woman. The last time to dislike Lukuren, mainly because he is in Lukuren's body, vaguely see the shadow of his fiancé. His fiancé is to all kinds of means constantly entangled with him. He wanted to shake cannot get rid of. Dog skin plaster sticky especially tight. Because of this, so last time in the painting exhibition he will be so excited. Now it's good. The original owner came. This makes the girl extra headache. Want to hurry to escape. But unfortunately, he has been pestered by the other party. Did not expect to come out to buy a meal, but also with the other party to collide. Say this is a coincidence. It is indeed a coincidence. But to say that he is not a coincidence, and indeed not like a coincidence, aid into this person has moved what means to find him. The girl is speechless and helpless. What should he do? At this time he is only one person, by the other side of a large male entangled. Want to get rid of really not easy. He would like to find Wu Zhang Xin help, but he now has no way to go to find help over to help themselves. The girl saw the other party and hurriedly went around, wanting to leave. He didn't want to collide with the other party head on. Likewise, he didn't want the other party to see him. As a result, all of these things were against his wishes. Not only did he not dodge away, but on the contrary, he was caught by the other party first. The other party's posture was obviously prepared. If he really passed by chance, there would be a high chance that he would not be able to see the other party and rub his shoulders. However, he was caught on the spot by the other party when he brushed past. This was clearly not like a chance encounter. It was more like a deliberate act, which gave the girl a huge headache. Now that he was bumped into and caught, what should he do? He did not want to talk to the other side, want to turn around and leave. But was the other side of the dead dragged the corner of the coat, dead not let him go. Not only that, but also in the girl's ear said a lot of words, the whole person as if nagging reincarnation of that. The girl was extraordinarily annoying. You let go of me. Are you annoyed? Who are you? Don't think you can be so reckless now that you are my fiancé. I haven't passed the door yet. We are still considered independent individuals. Please keep your respect. Men and women are different. Please spread your hands. Don't go too far. Look at what you said. You are not far from the door. What's wrong with making out in advance? Also, I didn't just grab your clothes. Why are you so agitated? I'm your fiancé. I'll be your husband in the future. How can you treat me like this? Quite saddening. Although the girl's fiancé said so on the mouth, but the hand is still dead tugging, face with a smile, trying to please the girl. The girl is particularly disgusted by this. Hate to go up and smack this guy too big mouth. Let him know the social evil. You can come on. Don't give face here. You are also worthy of. Hurry to scatter hands and get out. After the girl roared out such a sentence, she wanted to break free from the other party's grasp of the corner of the coat. However, there was no effect. Are you done? Are you bored? Can you stop pestering me? Chapter 95. I've told you the answer in no uncertain terms. There's no way I'm going to cross your doorstep. Don't worry about that. Absolutely not. The girl was a little angry. He didn't want to say more to the other side. He just wanted to leave in a hurry. But this guy was clinging to him too tightly, tugging at his clothes with a deadly grip. Even though he wanted to do a golden escape, take off his clothes and run away. But there was no way, because he grabbed several layers of clothes as soon as he could. And if he had to use this method, it was estimated that he would have to strip naked in order to escape. This kind of thing he definitely couldn't do, so he could only be helplessly grabbed by the other party in this way. The girl's face full of showing disgust. He was not because of how this man was, but this behavior of his. The girl was very annoying. Why couldn't this fiancé of his be like Wu Zhang Xin? Not only did he have talent in his body, but he usually behaved in a gentle manner, exuding golden light all over his body. Why couldn't he be like him like this? It has to be this kind in front of him. He can hate it. Not to mention career problems, just his behavior as a man. He hated no way out. A big man constantly pestering a woman. What's going on? Is it something that a man should do? Can do? His fiancé not only can do out also a look of complacency, such as now this scene. His fiancé in public laughing extraordinarily happy. Speak when the tone is light up. The whole person as if encountered a great joy. He really did not know a man in front of the public to do this kind of thing. Can still laugh. He was speechless. A man entangled a woman. This is what is going on. The girls do not even dare to think about it. He felt that this thing is really outrageous. Girls want to break free, want to leave, and even want to call for help. But whenever someone wants to go forward to block, will be the other party to carry out a smallpox explanation. He explained to the people around. The girl is his fiancée. Said the two people fell out of temper to lead to this. The passers-by originally did not want to come over to intervene. After all, they also do not know each other. Rashly intervene if, in case of a conflict between right and wrong, cannot be resolved. So a lot of passers-by have chosen to ignore, away from, and then hurry to leave. Only a small number of people see the girl was besieged. They thought to step in to help a favor, to save the woman born in the fire. As a result, people just raised their feet up on the girl's fiank with this rhetoric to deceive back, resulting in the girl is now isolated. These people half believe only in the side of the observation, did not walk into the past, in case it is really a family matter. Then, intervene in case of blackmail. How to do? This kind of thing has happened many times, so let these passers-by are beginning to feel uneasy up, so do not dare to rashly to intervene, which leads to the heroine is extremely helpless, until now have not broken free. The other party constantly said that those who let the heroine think it is nonsense words. Are you finished or not? Are you annoyed? I still have things to do, please get out of the way. Don't keep grabbing my clothes. What? Do you like it a lot? Do you want me to send you the link to buy it yourself? If you can't, I'll give it to you. The girl was a little annoyed to the point of penetration. Originally thought to go early and come back early. Bought a meal for those two to eat, so as not to starve, but the result is good. They are trapped here. It had been a long time since the start, I guess, and indeed it had been a long time. As Musashin had finished settling with his opponent for a few rounds, both were tired of fighting, and both were going to stop and take a break. The two ran to the lounge, intending to drink some water, buffer themselves, and in the process look for the girls and talk to them. The two were so focused on their own fights that they neglected each other, leaving the others somewhat embarrassed to be left alone within the lounge area. The two went over and started to look for the girl's figure, but it turned out that the girl was not inside the rest area, which made Musashi Heart a little puzzled. He turned his head and asked the other, "Where's your sister? Has he left? Probably busy with his own things. After all, he can't be here all the time. No matter what, hurry up and rest for a while longer. Let's continue to spar. Just now that move of yours was really cool." The girl's brother stated that the girl is not here. For the time being, there is nothing going on. After all, everyone has something that everyone has to do. Musashin heard the other person say that, and in an instant, he focused, again, on the earlier sparring. The two took a short break before running off to fight again. The two were now interested in this, exchanging knowledge as they fought. The two exchanged punches for who knows how many times before another round was over. Musashi Heart in the rest of the time, look at the time to realize, from the last fight, has been an hour or so, but, have been so long, how the girl has not yet appeared. Where is he? Musashi Heart a little uneasy up, because usually girls have something to do, certainly will be with them to notify a word, even if they do not want to say more, at least say a word. As a result, she didn't say anything, and it was as if she had disappeared. Disappeared even if a short period of time can be understood, maybe temporarily busy with something to go, but an hour more than an hour. The person has not yet appeared. This is what is going on. Will not be out of something, right? The two gradually began to think in a bad way. No way. What did my little sister do? It's been so long and she hasn't come back yet. If she wants to do something, she has to say something. No, we'd better go and look for it. Maybe something happened. This little sister of mine, who usually looks fierce, is actually quite a wimp when it comes to things. The girl's brother got a little nervous. He was a little uneasy about his sister disappearing for so long. Usually when a girl wants to do something, if she is with him for a piece of time, she will definitely send him a message or tell him in advance. If she doesn't say it, it means that she is just doing a small thing and will be back very soon. But today, isn't this a bit too long? Girl's habit is so, certainly not suddenly one day change. So the girl's brother began to worry. Musashi Heart also a little worried about this. The two people do not feel at ease. They hurriedly put on their own clothes and ran to look for the girl's traces. The result is good. Just left the place where they play not far away to see a bunch of people surrounded there. The two people at first anxious to look for the girl, do not intend to go to that hustle and bustle. As a result, vaguely seems to hear what familiar voice. Go over there and take a look. There is the sound of a quarrel there. Listening to the voice, quite like your sister. Musician's ears are better, although he stood a bit far away, but he more or less heard a bit of color. He was a bit unsure, so he said this to the other party. The other party due to worrying tightly. So, he ran to take a look. He didn't want to miss any small details. Chapter 96, Taking Sides. The two men ran to take a look, and sure enough, they found the girl. At this time, the girl was wrapped up in a group of passers-by outside, and the one who was in a piece with the girl was the girl's fiancé, and the girl's brother recognized it at once. Why are you here? Who let you pull my sister? Hurry up and get out of the way. The girl's brother immediately rushed in as soon as he saw it, and then angrily yelled for the other party to let go of the girl. The girl's fiancé was still planning to soften up with the girl, but suddenly heard this voice, which scared him, and turned his head fiercely to see the girl's brother, who was angrily rushing towards the side, which scared him to the side and shrank a bit. Who is he? Why is he like this? Musashin was a bit puzzled. He also rushed up. He didn't ask for the reason. He directly protected the girl behind him, no matter what the reason was. Anyway, Protecting the girl's safety first was the most important thing. Therefore, Musashin went up and protected the girl behind him, and then asked the girl's brother what was going on. The girl's brother did not hide this, and told Musashin what he knew together. Musashin is now considered a close friend with him, and this matter is not so much to hide that he can't talk about it. He is my sister's engaged fiancé. Hearing this, Wu Zhang Xin froze for a moment. Fiancé? A fiancé pestering his fiancée? It doesn't seem like there's too much wrong with it, but why is the other party so angry? Since you're considered half family, why are you so agitated? Musashi Heart was a bit puzzled, so she asked the other party, and as a result of this, the other party became even more irritated. Can I count him as family? I tell you, my sister just don't like him. Long ago with him to make it clear. This marriage is the elders set, also can't help. To the back of the contact, found that it is not suitable. My sister and he proposed to break off the engagement. The result is good. This guy, not only did not agree, on the contrary, is constantly to pester my sister. All kinds of means to make all sorts of tricks to pester. You say a big man to do this kind of thing, but also to make a lot of money. You say a big male to do such a thing. Let me think about her, quite scary. Female do this kind of thing at least can understand a little, but the male out of this kind of thing, think extremely fear. Musashi Xin heard the other party explaining like this. At once he understood the reason. Likewise, he seemed to understand why the other party quarreled and argued so fiercely last time. It seems that he hated this kind of pestering people to the extreme. Right, otherwise, how could he be that agitated? What's wrong with a male? I'm this entangled in order to see how much I really love him. It's because of the depth of love that I can't bear to let go of him. That's why I'm trying to make the other party hang on by a thread of entanglement. Looking back, what's wrong with that? Everyone is equal when it comes to love, and I'm his fiancé, so even if what I did was wrong, it doesn't seem like it's the turn of an outsider to lecture me on it. Who are you? Who are you to get so close to my fiancé and take him away from me and protect him behind your back? Get lost, don't interrupt my business. It's reasonable for his brother to be angry at me or to stop him, but you? Can it be considered reasonable for you to do such things? The other party hadn't gotten his hands on him and was obviously a bit angry. He now needed to find a vent, so he set his eyes on Musashi Xin, lashing out at her as a way to vent his anger. Similarly, he wanted to suppress Musashi Xin to highlight his excellence, so that the girl would turn back to the other side. Do I need you to care? I don't care about you, but he is a person. I have to take care of the end. Besides, what do you count? Empty name is nothing more than a false name, but also this kind of arrogant extreme. If not for the fact that you still have this name, I would have called the police to sue you for kidnapping a young girl. Your kind of people, with you reasoning is certainly not reasonable, or with the law to sanction you. This way, then, will be more simple and convenient. No, this is what I said is a bit lacking. You are also just a fiancé now. You haven't done those formalities yet. You are not a family yet. So even if you are his fiancé, if you really want to abduct him forcibly, you are still able to become a charge of kidnapping. So, you think about it dry. Wu Zhang Xin looked at the other party, the corner of the mouth slightly up a few points. To the other party, very provocative. The other party see this, very angry, then rushed up and Wu Zhang Xin back a few sentences. Wu Zhang Xin this is not afraid at all, even for the other party's words, as if it was a joke, where the constant mockery. You have money and power here, so what? Do not still cannot get people's heart. Moreover, you this kind of person, I also do not say curse you words. Just ask the people present, how far you can go. Wu Zhang Xin originally didn't want to say this to the other party, but the other party got the better of him and wanted to use Wu Zhang Xin's substance to belittle Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin initially didn't intend to say such vulgar words to the other party, but the other party made him angry, so he disliked him. Plus, the fact that he was still very justified in bullying girls like this made him very annoyed. What the hell are you? You're also worthy of talking here. Hurry up and get lost. I said I don't like you. Please don't come and pester me. Otherwise, don't blame me for calling the police. Musashin argued with the other party. The people around did not intervene, but in the back, the girl's fiancé was getting more and more aggressive, saying excessive words. The girl could not stand to watch, so she helped Musashin to scold the other party angrily. The girl's fiancé heard, immediately became unhappy, and wanted to say more. As a result, Wu Zhang Xin didn't give the other party a chance to come up. Directly a threat, scared the other party don't know what to say. Good. Just when the other party hesitant to go, the girl's brother also stood out. The three stood in a piece. The two men will be the female blocked in the back. The situation is very full. Scared the other party are afraid to run away. Okay, you guys are great. You guys wait, this thing, but it's not over. Let's take our time. And you, I definitely want to get it. I won't be able to stop easily, so get ready. The girl's fiancé looked at the girl finished the last sentence. Said the whole person disappeared in the crowd? Those onlookers passers-by see these people to disperse, then also knowingly left. After all, if they don't leave, there won't be any more to come, because the parties involved have already gone one. The other side of the conflict has already disappeared, and without the conflict, there won't be any new drama, so there's no point in staying, so they all lifted their feet and left. Musashin didn't care at all about the last words the other party left behind. To him it was the equivalent of talking. There was no need to pay attention to it because he wasn't afraid of the other party at all. Chapter 97 Settlement. See, the other party left the girl alongside. This thing finally resolved. Earlier he also thought that he was trapped here, maybe trapped for a long time. Did not expect. Wu Zhang Xin and his brother came quite fast. Fortunately came quickly. Otherwise he did not know how to be good. It is impossible to stand in the street all the time. The heroine exhaled a long breath. The whole person relaxed. Was going to smile and want to flirt with Wu Zhang Xin about what just happened, but as a result, his brother opened his mouth in advance from the side, speaking in an extremely serious tone. What's going on with this matter? Why did you leave all of a sudden? When you left, you didn't tell us what you were going to do. You're like this. You're making us worry. Also, when you encountered this kind of thing, shouldn't you have informed us and asked for help? If we hadn't realized you were gone, if we hadn't come out to look for you, you'd be stuck here. How long would you be stuck? Do you have a way to escape? You're a woman. You're weak. Can you beat a man? You don't know how to call for help when you're trapped. No one will help you. Don't you know how to call the police? Why are you so stupid? Didn't your teacher teach you well? You don't even know how to use common sense. Do you need me to teach you? The girl's brother was a bit angry, partly because of the girl's fiancé, but more because of the girl. He felt that when the girl encountered this matter, she should have informed them earlier, so that they could come to his rescue. And he was so angry because the other party didn't seek his help. Let him have a sense of guilt, because he felt that he did not protect his sister. So some of this annoyed. He said. The girl suddenly aggrieved up. He also want to but at that time the situation he can do it? Estimated that time he pulled out a cell phone. The other side must be a hand on the snatch. After all, his brother also said. His strength is small and weak, cannot resist, so pull out the cell phone is not obvious to be robbed? So what's the point? Moreover, to the outside of the people to ask for help. He did ask for help, but those who have listened to his fiancé's side of the word, are afraid to come over to intervene. What can he do? What else can he do? His brother said these, which he did not think of, he would like to do, but, have the opportunity? Can he do it? Can he do it? He can't do it. So when he was told that, he was immediately aggrieved. He also wants to but he cannot do This can blame him? The girl's brother lectured the girl. Musashin heard this and hurriedly pulled back. This thing, Musashin is the most understandable. He thought about it is also the most thoughtful, and did not like the girl's brother so. Care is messy. Alright, don't lecture him. What you said must have occurred to him. Like him so smart, his mind must have turned fast. So, it must have occurred to him. If you've thought of it, why don't you do it and wait stupidly to be rescued? Look at you say this. Thought of, but he may not be able to do You also said, people like this small, can beat a man? Definitely cannot beat also cannot resist. So you think of this solution, even if you think of, but also cannot do. Why do you make it difficult for him? Why would he not want to get rid of it? Don't you think? Musashin asked the girl. The girl nodded her head violently as if pounding garlic. He originally wanted to explain in a condescending manner, but Musashin helped him to explain it first, and every word of the explanation went deep into his heart, so he agreed with what Musashin said. That's right. What should I do in that scenario just now? I also called for help, but the people on the side of the road all listened to the other party's flowery words, and simply didn't dare to come up to help. And if I called, I guess as soon as I pulled out my phone, it would be snatched away by the other party, so there was no way at all. So I just had to wait to be rescued. Thanks to you think of me. Otherwise, I may have to be abducted. Also did not think so unlucky. Actually met with the other side. I originally thought of a detour to leave it. The results of the other side as if they came prepared. Directly towards my side. On the spot, I recognized, and grabbed me by the clothes. Do not let me go. I just want to come out to give you two a good time. I'm very happy to see you. I just wanted to come out to bring you two back food, because it's getting late. It's time to eat. The girl's voice got smaller and smaller as she said that. Obviously she was aggrieved, although she didn't cry out, but her tears gradually increased. Wu Zhang Xin see this, rushed to take out tissue paper. First the girl this unshed tears sucked off. After all, so many people out of tears more or less will be unattractive. And girls go out, painted but exquisite makeup, this to cry. In case of flowers how to do? Well, you don't cry. There is nothing. You also don't care about your brother's words. He is too concerned about you. After all, care is chaotic. Well, a time can't think of these. This kind of reproach you, in fact, is also concerned about you. Wu Zhou Xian enlightened each other. The girl listened and nodded. The girl's brother see this is also very helpless. He is indeed care is messy, a time anxious, did not think so much to directly reprimand each other stupid. How did you two come out so quickly? I haven't even bought my meal yet. The girl was a little aggravated. He came out for the purpose of buying rice. As a result, both of them came out from the place where they were boxing, and his rice had not yet been bought. The fundamental reason for this was still because of his fiancé, which made the girl very disgusted, but there was nothing she could do about it. Silly girl, you don't need to worry about these things at all. If we were really hungry, how would we abuse ourselves? Moreover, come out or out. Directly a piece to eat is not good. Save to pack and bring in, but also have to find a place to sit, find a place to breathe. The girl's brother said this, then said they went to eat. For where to eat? They have some doubts. Some can't decide. Wu Zhang Xian is indifferent. Where to eat are the same. Can eat on the line. The flavor is not too bad. He has no requirements. The girl's brother, and Musa Shin also similar. So the two have nothing to choose, resulting in they can only look at the girl dryly. The girl on this originally wanted to go to a restaurant, but he is now aggravated. He wants to properly comfort themselves, so directly pointed to the side of the dessert store not far away. I'm going to eat dessert. Just now I'm aggrieved. I want to properly enlighten and comfort themselves. The girl said this. This words let Wu Zhang Xian and the girl's brother is directly is laughing out loud. The girl's words mean, is want to eat dessert. If you want to eat it, just eat it, but also said this kind of flowery. The two people laughed, then took the girl to the dessert store, bought a lot of desserts, the three people there to eat, and in the meantime also drank afternoon tea. The day is also quite good. Chapter 98. Eat and drink. Look at this time, it's already afternoon. No more fun, we'll go back first. The girl's brother looked at the color of the sky, judging the amount of time. Now it's already afternoon. The noon meal has been eaten. Even the afternoon tea has been drunk. Now it's also time to go home. After all, it's not possible to just wander around outside all day long. Also big people, also should have their own to do things. Out to relax also should have a degree. Moreover, from the morning out, to now and then do not go backwards. Some cannot say, so early to go back? Can't you play some more? Why go back so early? The girl was a bit reluctant. He felt that it was still early in the day. It was only the afternoon, and it wasn't even night. He felt that going back in the evening wouldn't be a problem. He wanted to play for a while longer. In other words, he still wanted to stay with Wu Zhang Xian for a while longer. He just didn't say the words so clearly. Stinky girl, so playful? It's been several hours since morning, so it's time to go back. Besides, what are you going to do if you continue to hang around outside? We came out earlier, just for boxing and sparring to entertain us, and the entertainment and the sparring is over. So what else do we need to do? Even the noon meal and afternoon tea have been drunk. What else is there to do now? There is nothing to do at all, might as well go back to their own homes. Everyone has something to do. We can't spend the whole day here. There should be a measure of relaxation. The girl's brother lectured the girl, who was a bit reluctant. It's not easy to come out once. Can't we have a longer time? There's no until the night. Besides, I don't have anything to do. Do you? If you have, then you can go first. I'll stay here with Musashin for a bit longer. Stinky girl, you're overdoing it. You don't even ask the other person if he has anything to do. You just forcefully leave him here. It's a bit bad. Overdoing it. Hearing the girl say this, the girl's brother hurriedly corrected the girl's behavior, because what the girl said, more or less seemed a bit selfish, disregarding the other person's time, the other person's things for the sake of himself. This is more or less a little bit not very good. By his brother so said, the girl immediately also reacted, a little embarrassed towards the Musashi Heart smiled. Musashi Heart said that it does not matter, and did not say more. Alright, don't stay for anything, it's better to stop here. There's plenty of time in the future. It doesn't have to be wasted on today. We can still get together again when we have time in the future. The girl's brother said this. As a result, the girl's expression was very complicated. He was a bit torn. He was wanting to follow Wu Zhang Xian's side, wanting to continue like this, but his brother's words, but also made him feel that this is not good. Will delay people? These two contradictory ideas constantly intertwined. Let him hesitate at this time. The girl's brother intended to pull the other party to go. The result was about to get on the hand when he realized that his sister's eyes actually looked at Wu Zhang Xian from time to time. Look at this way. He instantly understood what was going on. The previous unwillingness to go was not because of greed, but simply want to follow at Wu Zhang Xian's side. The girl's brother looked at Wu Zhang Xian, looked up and down, not brightly, it was a sneaky sweep. He felt that Wu Zhang Xian was indeed a good seedling. However, he did not expect his sister to simply look at the other side. At this time, he and Wu Zhang Xian relationship is very good. He is also very happy to entrust his sister to Wu Zhang Xian, because Wu Zhang Xian many times have shown a manly bearing. He felt very assured. Hand his sister to Wu Zhang Xian words, also indeed quite reassuring. However, he also knows some of Musashi Heart's situation. At that time, before he found out that his sister is interested in Musashi Heart, he inadvertently asked Musashi Heart about this matter of love. Musashi Heart all said that he did not have this interest, also does not intend to do this kind of thing. Musashi Heart as if come to emotion that way, said a lot. He said that he did not like, because one more girl will be a whole lot more trouble. He felt that it does not matter whether there is. He may be alone than to find a female over, to be more comfortable. The implication is that you want to be alone, and do not want to find a female companion. The girl's brother was listening to understand, so did not ask again. At that time also thought, his sister and Wu Zhang Xian should be just a friend relationship. If there is another layer of relationship, he is certainly able to see. As a result, has always thought that it is the relationship of friends. In today's he perceived the difference. The girl is infatuated with Musashin, and doesn't want to leave. The girl's brother has a headache when he sees this. What should he do? Musashi Heart on this aspect has no idea. Then his sister even if to chase, probably not much result. If there is a result, surely already have a reaction. The girl looked at Musashin. Musashin didn't say anything about it. He felt that even if he stayed it didn't matter. If he didn't stay, it didn't matter. Anyway, he was just like a hobo. He had a lot of time on his hands. Let's play some more. The girl looked at Musashin pitifully. Musashin didn't even know what to do about it. Looking at the girl like that, he was going to nod his head, but as he was about to react, the girl's brother spoke before him. Enough, don't be unreasonable here. People must have other things to do. They can't just accompany you. Today is the end of the day. If you want to get together again in the future and then make a date, don't you just want to squeeze it in today? Don't you think we'll never see each other again? Listen, hurry home, next time come out to play again. As soon as the girl's brother finished speaking, he yanked up the girl's arm, and brought the girl to leave. The girl was very reluctant to do so, and her eyes looked at Musashi Xian with a pitiful look. Musashin wanted to stop this. He felt that, chatting for a while is not much of a matter, but seeing the other side so, he can't go over to stop it. After all, he is the girl's brother. This is sort of a relationship problem in the family. He shouldn't intervene. So he just stood still, looking at the other side, the girl forcefully dragging his brother unwilling to go. No, sorry my sister today some naughty, always tugging not to go. This way, you first leave it. He will first hand over to me. I'm here to properly enlighten him. Also do not know how to do. Which tendon is wrong? Suddenly so playful, need to be taught a lesson. Some of them are not too good to spread the word out. Just trouble you to avoid a little. The girl's brother couldn't pull the girl, so he had to let Wu Zhang Xian leave. Wu Zhang Xian didn't say much about it. He nodded and left after looking at the two of them. It didn't matter what happened as far as he was concerned. The girl stood still and looked at Musician's back, her eyes full of reluctance to leave. Chapter 99 apologizes. Although something unpleasant had happened today, he had reaped a very sweet happiness in the midst of the unpleasantness. It was precisely because of this that he was enamored with this sweetness, and he was enamored with Musashi Xian. Stinky girl, don't think about it. He is not interested in this aspect of love. Don't pester people anymore. Hurry up and terminate it. Hurry up and get lost while you're still not enthralled, or else there will be fruit for you to eat. The girl's brother was helpless. It was precisely because he could see the girl's intention towards Musashi Xian that he forcefully pulled the girl away. He was actually in favor of the two of them being together. But Wu Zhang Xian was unmoved by this. No matter how nice and pandering to an unmoved person is, the other party won't be moved. It's a fruitless result, so why bother pursuing it? Although he hoped that the two in a peace, but do not want his sister to be hurt, afraid of his no gain will be painful and embarrassing. He did not want to see so he had to be ruthless to cut off the two of them. He wanted to do the bad guy, so he will block the two to continue to be in a peace. The girl did not notice this, because the girl's brother is the girl's closest person, will not think that the other side will hurt him, completely trust, so did not think in this regard. Furthermore, his attention at this time is fully focused on the body of the Musashi Heart, simply did not notice these, so at this time, he is still dumbfounded looking at the back of the Musashi Heart that is about to disappear. The expression is very foolish. His brother's words, 80% also did not listen to the ears. The girl's brother to see this is not good to say more, because say more probably may not listen to it, or later slowly brainwash each other it. The girl's brother did not say more, pulled the girl and left. The girl is still reluctant to part with. still distantly looking at the back of Musashi Heart. Musashi Heart's back finally disappeared in the crowd. No trace, can't see the back. The girl, instantly disappointed, like a lost soul, followed his brother's back. The two saw home. On the way, the girl's brother tried to speak some great reasoning to make the other side understand, but the other side is very distracted. Simply do not listen to it. Said words estimated 10 sentences can listen to a sentence into. He thought it was good. Almost home, the girl suddenly got excited, which made his brother very curious to look at him, only to see the girl suddenly rushed into the door, and then closed the door, then took out the cell phone and dialed the phone, and then musician's voice came out, which made the girl's brother, who heard this voice at the door, was very helpless, suddenly agitated, thought it was something good. After half a day, it was the thought of calling the other party. That's why he was so agitated. He was speechless. This is really want to block, can't block. It seems to only be able to think about it in the long run. Are you home yet? Wu Zhang Xian didn't know the girl's thoughts, so to the girl is still treated as a friend. See, the other party called over. He also had to ask the other party to arrive home or not. When the girl heard this, she felt that Musashin was concerned about him, so she hurriedly pressed it several times, and on this side of the phone, he smiled extraordinarily happily, not at all as disheveled as he was earlier on the road. I'm here, how about you? Nothing happened, right? What could possibly go wrong? My home isn't very far from here, just a few roads over and I'm almost there. I'm already at home now. You don't need to worry. Also, be less playful in the future. Your brother is right. A girl's family should not stay outside for a long time. It will be very unsafe. Plus that fiancé of yours, you're not going to be safe for a long time. Plus that fiancé of yours, you still need to pay more attention to it. In case you get hit on the street next time, I guess, we won't be able to help much. Musashin admonished the other girl, and the girl hummed a few more times. Don't worry, I already know. I'll pay attention in the future. The two of them were talking on the phone. After chatting for a few sentences, they hung up. There was nothing to talk about. Even if the girl tried to find a topic, there was very little that he could talk about. So without chatting for a few sentences, the two of them hung up the phone. If there is no topic, then don't talk about it anymore. Or else chatting about it, that's an awkward chat. It will be very uncomfortable for the person. Just hung up the phone. Wu Zhang Xian intends to go to sit for a while. The results of this time, someone knocked on the door of his house. Go over to open the door. The results of the door opened into the eyes of Lu Koren, which let Wu Zhang Xian surprised for a moment. At this time, there is no Lu Koren around Lu Koren. Only he is a person. He hand-carried a large bag of things. The whole person looks very tired. Wu Zhang Xian's home floor is not very high, but carry so many things to climb up is indeed quite tired. Moreover, Lu Koren is also considered to be a pampered little princess. Their family is very rich, so when they were small, even now, they are all taken care of. Heavy things and other things, I guess they have never carried. Now carrying so many things, but also climb so many stairs, it is indeed not easy. Seeing Lu Koren appear in this form, let Wu Zhang Xian for a moment all do not know what to say good. Do not know what the other party is going to do. Is it come to send a gift, or is it to give a bride price? Musashin was a bit dazed, and was about to ask the other party what he was here for, when the other party grabbed the opportunity to speak first. I'm sorry, I've come to apologize for what I did earlier. This is my token of apology. I hope you'll accept it. I also don't know what you want, so it's just to my taste. I hope you don't mind. Hearing Lu Koren's words, Wu Zhang Xian froze once again. When he first saw Lu Koren's eyes, he thought that this woman was again on the doorstep to make trouble. The result was not expected. The other party came here to apologize. The tone of voice, are all very full of respect, completely did not have the previous crazy look. Wu Zhang Xian is not good to say more. After all, the other party has apologized, and to change the past, he can't possibly grasp this thing, does not put it, and he is not this kind of person, also not interested in doing this kind of thing. See the other party this kind of sincerity, he also forgave the other party. The things of the past are in the past, there's nothing to value. I'll take your heart, you carry these things of yours back. Wu Zhang Xian bashfully swept a glance at the things carried by Lu Koren's hands. These things, big bags and small packages, are very beautifully packaged. Can't see what's inside, can only see the outer shell, just the outer shell, are gorgeous and expensive, not to mention what's inside, although expensive, quite attractive, but for Wu Zhou Xian 4, take manpower short, eat people mouth. Although said the other party earlier, some do not too right, but not too sorry for him, at least last time that thing, with this gift is not equal, he is embarrassed to go to accept. Chapter 100 Invitation, because he felt that this matter has not yet reached this point, and besides, receiving it, he is more or less not too good. How can this work, since all is the intention, since should accept is, and I have carried over. This thing can be heavy, I don't want to carry back again. Moreover, I send out the gift never take back the meaning, even if by the original owner returned, I will not get again in the hands of. If you don't want it then please throw it away. Lukurin said this sentence out Musashi heart difficult, throw away this thing, although you cannot see what is inside the thing, but just this box he thinks $1,000 is there. This thing thrown in the trash, not some too wasteful, right? Wu Zhang Xin this is very helpless, after all, it is the people's intentions, thrown in the trash what is this, or forget it, after all, in the past is still considered a friend, and now also did not arrive at the point of tearing the face. Musashi heart helpless, had to accept the gift, made way, let Lu Korin into his home. Lu Korin at this time very well behaved, just like a lady general into the home of Musashi heart, for Wu Zhang Xin home of all things, he just swept a glance, and did not make any comments as well as to touch. After going in he was good sitting on the sofa, the whole person is like a good girl, the expression is not as harsh as before, like a little sister next door like feeling. Wu Zhang Xin some feelings about this change is too big, I don't know how it is. Wu Zhang Xin poured a cup of water for the other party. His family doesn't have any drink juice and so on, because he doesn't have the habit of bringing something home, because it's troublesome, he usually used to drink cool white, so it's good for the body, drink too much is not good for the body. Besides, he usually didn't have many guests at home, so he didn't prepare these. For the cool white boiled water that Musashin handed over, Luqua Ren didn't reject it, but took it very actively, as if what Musashin handed over was some 1,000-year-old wine, precious as it was. She took over and took a sip, as if she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to drink it if she was late. Wu Zhang Xin didn't say much about this, seeing it in his eyes, he could only pretend not to see it, turned around and sat opposite Lukurin. By this time, Lekurin had already taken a few sips and placed his cup on the table before looking up at Musashin, who was puzzled by this, looking at him as if he had something to say to him. Don't keep staring at me, it's quite intimidating, is there something you want to tell me? Musashin since he had already chosen to forgive the other party, it was definitely necessary to change back to his original attitude. It was impossible to keep treating the other party with that kind of bad attitude. He had chosen to forgive himself. Naturally, he had to correct his attitude. I want to invite you to participate in the banquet. This banquet is nothing important, but it is very lively, and the place chosen is also very good. I want to invite you to go over there, where you can also expand your social range. In short, the benefits are still quite a lot, so I hope you can attend. Just as giving me this face, Lukurin said like this. Musashi heart immediately wanted to refuse when he heard it. Participate in the banquet this thing or forget about it. There are many people lively and troublesome. He does not want to go to mess with these, so he wanted to refuse. As a result the words have not yet been exported. The other party picked up the words again. You just agree to go. Those who participate in the banquet are accompanied by someone to go. I do not. Some lonely, so this time to come, not only want to ask for your forgiveness, the same is to hope that you can go to participate, because I go alone more or less a little awkward. Usually I will not participate in this kind of banquet, but recently because of some things, so there is no way, so then, can only come to ask for your help. Luqua quietly finished these words. His look gradually got a bit on top of him as his cheeks started to redden, and there also seemed to be tears constantly being produced in his eyes. Musashi Xin was helpless when he saw this. Was the other party pretending to be pitiful? But to be honest, the other party did look pitiful in this manner, making him for a moment not even know whether to refuse. This was a troublesome matter that he did not want to participate in, but seeing the other party so aggrieved and pitiful, he felt that refusing the other party was a kind of sin. This kind of heavy feeling of guilt lingering in his heart was really unpleasant. Musashi heart froze for a while at this. Don't you have a bodyguard? The bodyguard usually can't be brought in. That place has regulations, and the standard of bodyguard. It has to be very tall. Looks like a tall man. My height simply can't match. It's not that you're short in height, it's just that I feel that he's too big. A little bit unconvincing. So, the implication of Lukuren's words was that she disliked the other party for being too tall, and that she didn't see eye to eye. Musashin heard it, to which he was silent. The words always felt like they were forcing him to let him participate, because all those he could think of the other party could find excuses to dislike back, leaving him speechless, making him feel that there was no way for this matter to proceed at all if he didn't participate. Musashi heart had no choice but to choose to agree. What could be done about it? The other party is so pitiful, but not pitiful. The real situation how he does not know, but at this time seems to be so. If he refused, always feel a little less good, because people, the tears are in the eye sockets. If this is in the refusal, more or less some hurt feelings, and people in order to apologize, took so many gifts to the door to look for him, came have not shouted tired. This is 1,000 gold miss seems to have never done this kind of thing. Now, here broke the exception. Musashi Heart think, more or less should also help each other. Therefore, he chose to agree to go with the other party. After agreeing, Lukoran then informed Musashi Heart of the address and time. The time is very short. Basically prepare today. Tomorrow you can go. The time is in the evening. Usually banquets are at this time of the day. So Wu Zhang Xian was not surprised by this. After chatting with the other party for a few words, seeing that it was already not too late, he got up to send Lukoran away. Since he didn't feel relieved that Lukoran was a girl going home alone, he sent the other party home. After sending the other party off, Musashi Heart turned the road, originally intending to go straight home, but it turned out that there were still people setting up stalls in the middle of the night, so Musashi Heart went along with the flow, and stopped to eat some late-night snacks. Although Wu Zhang Xian is not very hungry, but the roadside stalls are more like him to eat delicious, see the natural mouth craving, so eat some of this before returning home. On the way home incidentally ate some late-night snacks. It is also quite good. Anyway, Wu Zhang Xian feel beautiful. Chapter 101, Doubts. After Musashin agreed, Lukoran immediately started to prepare some related matters. For example, for Musashin to formulate the dress, to participate in the banquet naturally need to wear a dress, where the usual kind of clothes in the banquet more or less a bit out of place. At least if he wore that kind of clothes, he would definitely become the center of attention, because the people attending the banquet were more or less all bigwigs, and the banquets that Lukoran could attend were naturally different from the rest, because he himself occupied a very high position, so the invitations to attend, which he could agree to, were definitely all in some very good places. Here, can meet a lot of big brother? Face to meet these people naturally need to dress demurely, wearing casual clothes to participate in the banquet, give people the first impression is absolutely bad. Lukoran also did not ask Wu Zhang Xian has no dress to wear, he is directly on the trustees ordered a set, to Wu Zhang Xian sent, regardless of the Wu Zhang Xian have. Anyway, he customized this set, the price is very high, the texture is also very exquisite, workmanship exquisite fabric to touch, very comfortable, in short, all with the best things made. Lukoran for this suit is very satisfied. After their own satisfaction, this will he entrusted to Wu Zhang Xian sent. Wu Zhang Xian at first is not going to receive, because he knows, this kind of thing even if it is low priced, also a few $100s it, after all, is a suit, the price is not cheap. Wu Zhang Xian intends to buy their own. The results found that he slipped around all did not find his favorite, also do not know why. These suits look the same, but to put on their own body feels strange. He felt that he may not be suitable for wearing a suit. The result tried look of people entrusted to send a suit, aware, directly fit, also looks handsome full. He did not know why. I guess this temperament of his, can only use these fine clothes to decorate it. Musashi Heart some bitter smile, this temperament of his or don't give him is better. After all, he can't have this blessing to carry forward this temperament, because he is also considered half a poor man, not so much money, and also can't afford to spend such an expensive price, so there is no chance. It's better not to have it. This way, if you wear ordinary inexpensive ones, you might be able to wear a model. Forced to accept, Musashi Heart made a special call to the other party to thank. The other party smiled and responded, said it does not matter. Anyway, for him, the hand are small amounts, even pocket money cannot be counted. Musashin was helpless at this. The life of the rich is really good. What you want is what you have. You don't need to worry about this at all. Musashin sighed. How come he wasn't? In the morning, Musashin received the dress. In the afternoon it can be used directly. Musashin didn't reject it anymore, but put it on directly. When he appeared in front of Lukoran again, Lukoran was stunned, because the body that Musashin wore was very suitable. Wearing it was very handsome, much more handsome than the usual kind of lazy feeling. He felt that Musashin was suitable for wearing a suit. Wearing these formal dresses, the other kind, casual clothes and whatnot, completely failed to set off Musashin's temperament. Musashi Heart for the first time wearing a suit appeared in the eyes of Lukoran. Lukoran felt he was going blind. This blindness is not because the other party is too ugly and lead to. This blindness is because the other party is really too handsome. Blinded his eyes. Lukoran looked at Wu Zhang Xian for a long time, only then gradually slowed down. His face showed a smile, went up and said a few polite words to Wu Zhang Xian, then took Wu Zhang Xian to the car. Sitting in the car, Lukoran still smiling and looking at Wu Zhang Xian, because Wu Zhang Xian was too handsome at this time, dressed in a kingly manner. I don't know if it's his illusion, or because in the eyes of a lover. Anyway, he felt very smooth, very comfortable, very eye-catching. Lukoran was extremely restless in the car. Her eyes were like naughty deer, constantly scanning around, mostly landing on Wu Zhang Xian's body. Wu Zhang Xin noticed this, but he didn't say much. Just look, just don't talk to him about this kind of thing again anyway. Wu Zhang Xin didn't care, sitting in the car with a calm face. Here we are, let's go. When the car stopped, Rakugo said so to Musashin, who opened his eyes that had been closed for a while. Since the journey was a bit too long, Musashin really couldn't hold out until the end. So halfway through the journey he squinted his eyes, intending to rest a bit, although he wasn't very sleepy, but he was still a bit hard to suppress his boredom when he kept on being so bored. So then he had to close his eyes to meditate and relax. Hearing the other party remind him of this, he opened his eyes, and then followed the other party out of the car and into the banquet. Before he came here, Musashi Xin thought that there was nothing particularly outstanding about him, thinking that entering the banquet must be like the feeling of an ordinary person entering a banquet, and no one would pay attention to him. But he didn't think that as soon as he walked in with Lukurun, he instantly became the center of attention of the crowd, and he didn't know what was going on. In short, many pairs of eyes were looking at them. The line of sight all fell on them, which made Wu Zhang Xin very puzzled, very speechless. As soon as he came in there were so many people looking at him, he doubled the pressure. This banquet had to look a little strange? Wu Zhang Xin was still sizing up. Could it be that he looked too rustic and out of place with them? But it's not as if he was being watched like this as soon as he came in. Is it because of Lu Kurun? Lu Kurun is considered to be a strong woman in the business world. Many people are very interested in him. There were also some people who openly pursued her, but to no avail. But they didn't expect that today they would be standing with a very young-looking kid, and they didn't know whether everyone's attention was on Musashin or Lu Kurun. Anyway, as soon as the two of them came in, they were being watched. Wu Zhang Xin thought, being watched is nothing, endure a bit will pass, the result is good. In the case of being watched, there is someone over to pick a fight, don't know where to come out of a person. Look at his appearance, is also quite handsome, the whole person is very successful man's flavor. This person came up, don't know what to do. Musashi Heart anyway is puzzled, is guessing that he came here is not to talk about what work things, because Musashin also knew that attending banquets was all about expanding the scope of socializing, that is to say, pulling relations, looking for contacts, or even talk about cooperation place. This person suddenly appeared, 80% is related to work, right, the result was good. Once he came up, the other party was coldly mocking him. What's going on here? Did he have a grudge against the other party? Musashin was baffled. The person who came over was the boss of a certain company. He came over and looked at Musashi Xin with a disdainful face. Musashi Xin was very puzzled by this. Today, this banquet is a little strange, not to mention the fact that once he came in, the attention of all people, just this inexplicable hatred makes him a little dizzy. Chapter 102, Protecting the Shortcomings. That old boss looked at Wu Zhang Xin with a disdainful face, almost as if he was looking at people with his nose. Just a poor college student doesn't weigh his status? How dare you come to this banquet with MS? Lo, the old boss revealed his jealousy and resentment in every word. The old boss is also adore Lukurun adore for a long time. This time to see Lukurun banquet suddenly brought a male companion, but also a country bumpkin poor college students. Naturally is not angry. I advise you, this kind of occasion is not you should come to the place. The sensible now should leave. The crowd at the banquet to see this side of the banquet, and also the country bumpkin poor college students. Naturally is not good enough. I advise you, this kind of occasion is not you should come to the place. Sensible now should leave. After the people at the banquet saw the commotion over here, they all couldn't help but come over to watch the fun. The eyes of those people at the banquet were full of prying, but of course, there was more disdain and contempt. Most of the people at the banquet were powerful people. In their hearts, Wu Zhang Xin could be described as a little white boy who relied on women to get to the top. Wu Zhang Xin also felt the hostility of the crowd towards him, but he did not take it to heart. I wonder why you say that, sir, which I sees me as a college student? The corner of Musician's mouth hooked up slightly. I also ask you sir to look at yourself in the mirror before talking about others. The old general manager's figure was very obese, and the whole person looked very greasy, completely like an old uncle. The reason why Musashin didn't want to take this to heart was because he didn't want to waste his breath on this kind of person. But if this person kept insisting on biting him, he wouldn't back down. Wu Zhang Xin had never been a person who was afraid of getting into trouble, but now that he was at the banquet, he didn't want to bring trouble to Lukurun. When that old boss heard Wu Zhang Xin's words, his eyes bulged and he clenched his own fists. What do you mean by that? Is it my turn to be lectured by you? How could the old boss not expect Wu Zhang Xin to refute his own words? The anger in his heart was even deeper. Don't think that with Miss Li behind you can do whatever you want. You're nothing more than one of Miss Li's dogs, and you still think you're so bullish. The old boss was so angry that his chest rose and fell very greatly. Those flesh on his face were even trembling as he spoke. When the onlookers saw this, they could not help but look at Musashi Xin with a hint of curiosity in their eyes, and at the same time, they also lamented Musashi Xin's commendable courage here. In front of this old general manager can be said to be a dozen handles in the business circle, although the person looks not good, but around the woman is more than a ball. He has always been in love with Lu Koren, and for this reason, he also specially cooperated with Lu Koren's company, wanting to fight for the opportunity to be with Lu Koren. However, Lu Koren did not put his friendship in the eyes at all, and was not interested in this old boss at all, and was indifferent every time. Because of this, the old boss was so angry when she saw Lu Koren and Wu Zhang Xin talking intimately. She now could not wait to hold Wu Zhang Xin down and beat him up. Wu Zhang Xin raised her eyebrows and let out a light laugh. If you think I was lecturing you just now, then I can be apologizing, but I think you should have misunderstood me. I didn't mean to offend you. After all, you're the old head of the company. Your heart must be very broad. Why bother with a poor college student like me? Don't you think so? Musashi Xin's words were clearly praising that old general manager, but in reality, he was secretly satirizing him. The old general manager could also hear the meaning in Wu Zhang Xin's words. Glaring at Wu Zhang Xin, he only felt angry. Fine. Today I'm going to let you know how powerful I am. Let's see if you can still speak with this mouth. After saying this, that old boss wanted to rush to Wu Zhang Xin's face to give him a slap, but it was at this time that Lu Koren's voice entered his ears. Stop! After seeing the commotion over here, Lu Koren rushed over, shook off the old boss's obese hand, and stood in front of Musashin. What do you mean? Lu Koren's face was very dark. She angrily looked at that old boss. Bullying my people in front of me. Is it when I, Lu Koren, am not around anymore? When the old boss saw Lu Koren defending Wu Zhang Xin like this, and claiming that Wu Zhang Xin was her person, she was even more annoyed in her heart. However, in front of Lu Koren, he didn't dare to be too unbridled. General Manager Lu, just now it was he who took the initiative to threaten me, so I naturally had to return the favor. You said that this male companion you brought is also too ignorant of the world of mankind. The old general manager's words were interrupted by Lu Koren before he even reached the halfway point. It's not your turn to talk about how he is, Lu Koren said in a cold voice. You say he doesn't know how to behave in the world. What about you? A company boss and a college student fighting at a banquet. Do you think if this is spread out, will it be said that you are narrow-minded? As the saying goes, a prime minister's belly can hold up a boat. I think you can't even fit a sesame seed in it. Lu Koren also didn't give this old boss any face at all, and directly went back to being. Lu Koren's character is like this. If others bully her friends, she will not give this person any face. Being scolded in front of so many people, the old general manager's heart was also very angry. His face had already darkened into a pig's liver color. He glanced at the crowd around him and realized that they were all looking at him with a look of amusement. Lu Koren, I'm giving you face. Don't give me face. The old boss couldn't care less at this moment. In front of face, what is a woman? The old boss directly brought out the cooperation to threaten Lu Koren, wanting to make Lu Koren soften down and apologize with himself in order to get back his own face. It's not too late for you to make him apologize with me. Otherwise our cooperation is terminated, the old boss said, skimming over Musashin as if he was saying to Musashin that you're dead. The old boss thought that Lu Koren would answer his request, but the next words of Lu Koren made the old boss dumbfounded. Fine, interrupt it. I don't care to cooperate with your company either. Wu Zhang Xin see this situation, heart feel a little guilty. He turned his head to look at Lu Koren, whispered, or forget it. In fact, I don't have much. Wu Zhang Xin don't want to let Lu Koren because of their own and made some sacrifices. Lu Koren, however, did not take this seriously and comforted. Don't worry, I didn't care to cooperate with his company. Without his company, my company can still survive. Lu Koren deliberately said this very big. Who do you think you are? I, Lu Koren, don't care about you. After saying that, Lu Koren took Musician's hand. Don't stay here, lest you see someone who will turn your stomach. Don't let irrelevant people ruin your mood. With that, Lu Koren took Musician's hand in front of everyone and walked out of the banquet hall to the back garden behind the hall. Chapter 103. After Lu Koren and Wu Zhang Xin left, the crowd's eyes all fell on that old boss. They didn't think that Lu Koren would do this for Wu Zhang Xin. Looking at the old boss's eyes full of regret also mixed with a hint of watching the meaning in which, let the old boss feel very loose face. The old boss angry and placed straight stomping feet, hate to immediately find a hole in the ground to drill in. Originally thought to take out the cooperation of things to threaten Lu Koren. Lu Koren will succumb to their own, and their own side. But who knows that Lu Koren is still unresisting to help Wu Zhang Xin. The old boss couldn't figure out why Lu Koren was so kind to Musashi Xin. Where was Wu Zhang Xin compared to himself? Thinking like this, his heart was even more angry. His face was also a bit grim. The hatred towards Wu Zhang Xin in his heart was even heavier. What are you looking at? What's there to see? The old general manager raised his head and yelled at those who were watching. Just so fond of watching. Is that it? I'll let you all have a good look later. There was no way to take his anger out on Musashin and Lukoren. The old boss had no choice but to use these people as a punching bag. When those onlookers saw this, they all averted their eyes from the old general manager, and then they moved away from him. In an instant, the place was empty, and no one paid attention to the old boss's behavior anymore. The old boss said viciously, Lukoren, you remember how you treated me today? The bottom of the old boss's eyes flashed with a vicious intent. His face looked a little twisted under the lights of the banquet, especially his squeezed-together flesh, which made people feel even more shivering. Wu Zhang Xian didn't know that she had been missed at the moment. Lukoren pulled Wu Zhang Xian to the back garden, then released Wu Zhang Xian's hand and apologized with Wu Zhang Xian. I'm really sorry. I didn't think that the old general manager was so over the top just now. It's all because I didn't show up in time. Lukoren's heart was very guilty. After all, she was the one who took the initiative to invite Musashin to this banquet, and now she even made Musashin suffer an insult. Because of what happened to that girl before, Lukoren had also matured a lot in this area, and wouldn't be so intentional anymore. Wu Zhang Xian lightly laughed. It's alright, I also have to thank you just now. If not for your timely appearance, I'm afraid I'll have to spend a while with him. Wu Zhang Xian didn't blame Lukoren. On the contrary, she was also very grateful to Lukoren. However, Wu Zhang Xian was also a little worried. This time Lukoren humiliated that old boss for herself. That old boss may have already put this matter in her heart. In the future, that old boss may often target Lukoren. Can Lukoren cope with it? Thinking of this, Wu Zhang Xian was a little worried. You broke off cooperation with him this time. Is it really alright? In fact, Wu Zhang Xian did not intend to let Lukoren come out to deal with this matter from the beginning. He did not want to cause trouble for Lukoren. Lukoren also called herself to this banquet out of good intentions this time. Lukoren snorted disdainfully. Don't care about him. All day is high up. Means who all have to rely on him. I don't care about him. Without his funding my company can still open well. Lukoren did not put that old boss in the heart. He is that person just owes to be beaten. I long ago don't want to work with him. I don't want to work with him. I don't want to cooperate with him anymore. At the beginning, Lukoren agreed to cooperate with the old boss only because she could get a big profit. Now that she has the ability to obtain that amount of profit, she doesn't need that old boss. Lukoren saw that Wu Zhang Xian had still been worrying about herself. A wave of joy welled up within her. She smiled at Wu Zhang Xian. Well, don't think about that matter. Go and have a seat over there. Lukoren glanced at a seat over in the back garden, signaling for Wu Zhang Xian to sit over there. There weren't many people in the back garden. That fountain in the garden was still playing soothing music, and the whole atmosphere was very relaxing. Musashin nodded and followed Lukoren to that seat and sat down. The two of them sitting against each other caused a strange emotion to well up in Lukoren's heart. She only felt as if the deer in her heart was banging around. Lukoren gave an awkward cry, wanting to ease this awkward atmosphere. Let's the two of us have a chat. It just so happens that it's quite quiet here. Lukoren raised her eyes and glanced at the sky, realizing that the sky had already darkened, and there were also many stars hanging in the sky, as if they were winking at her. Ever since she was a little girl, Lukoren had always loved to look at the stars, as if by taking a look, her worries and everything else all disappeared. Lukoren sighed softly. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. The evening breeze blew past Lukoren's ears. Her hair danced in the air, adding a bit of gracefulness to Lukoren. Lukoren's eyes went a little deeper. I used to go to the back garden a lot when I was a kid when I was feeling hard. Just sit here, look at those flowers, and then look up at the night sky, as if everything has regained its peace. Lukoren suddenly had this emotion. I still remember that I didn't have any friends in the past, and the pressure from my family was especially great. I really wanted to cry at that time, but the good thing is that I've already gotten over it. Now I feel that all that before isn't so bitter. At least I've gained a lot now. Lukoren huffed, tilting her head to look at Musashin. Will you think I'm moaning about nothing? Musashin froze for a moment, then shook his head. Everyone has a hard time. You do, and naturally so do I. Sicknesslessness isn't a disease, but rather it's a matter of the person. Musashin told Lukoren stories about his former time in the back garden. Like you, I often come to the back garden, but it was a hidden place for me, a place to hide. I didn't enjoy the scenery like you did. I just wanted to quiet my own mind. In that case, you're a lot better than me. Musashin reminisced about his former times, and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Musashin's words set off very big waves in Lukoren's heart. Musashin's experience was also something she felt deeply. Lukoren stared at Wu Zhang Xian for a long time. Her eyes were a bit complicated. For a moment, she felt as if she had never understood Wu Zhang Xian. Just when Lukoren wanted to open her mouth to ask Wu Zhang Xian, a familiar voice suddenly came to her ears. Kuorun, what a coincidence. You guys are here too. A man in a suit walked up to the two of them, looking at Lukuren with a smile in his eyes. Lukuren raised her eyes to look at the man. Bayudi? You're here too. Bayudi had also been secretly in love with Lukuren, but Lukuren didn't know that, treating him as her good friend for a moment, never wanting to develop into another relationship. Chapter 104 White Jade Flute. Lukuren was a little surprised to see Bayudi, because normally Bayudi wouldn't attend a banquet like this one. Bayudi is just like his name, gentle as jade, and has always been on the shopping mall of those who are not interested in the fight, which is also Lukuren-like, and he is a good friend of one of the reasons. Bayudi is like an immortal who doesn't get involved in the world, giving people the same feeling of floating. This is also the first feeling of Wu Zhang Xian when she saw Bayudi. Lukuren sat up from her seat and greeted Bayudi. It's been so long since I've seen you. I didn't realize you've grown taller again. Ha! Lukuren very skillfully patted Bayudi's shoulder, not meeting Bayudi at all. The two of them looked very close as well. Why did you come to the banquet this time? Still not telling me. I'm telling you you're not being righteous enough. After Wu Zhang Xian saw this, he also stood up from his seat and watched the conversation between the two from the sidelines. He didn't know Bayudi either, so he didn't want to interfere in the interaction between the two. However, Wu Zhang Xian was extremely curious about this Bayudi. There were really few people who could still see this kind of heart nowadays. Although he had only taken one look at Bayudi, Wu Zhang Xian had already been able to come to a conclusion in his heart that Bayudi was a very good person to get along with, and was a person who was worth making deep friendships with. When Bayudi heard Lukuren's words, a smile appeared on his face. Didn't I want to give you a surprise this time? You know, I don't like to come to this kind of banquet, but this time when I heard that you came, I thought to come and meet you, just to catch up on old times as well. I haven't seen you for so many years. Bayudi and Lukuren hadn't seen each other for many years, but the friendship between the two hadn't changed. Lukuren skimmed her mouth and snorted coldly. Counting on you is quite conscientious, remembering me as a person. If it wasn't for Bayudi appearing this time, Lukuren would even have to think that Bayudi had forgotten himself. Lukuren had always treated Bayudi as a good friend, and the mode of getting along between the two was also very comfortable. She would never hide anything in front of Bayudi. When Bayudi was talking to Lukuren, he was also always caring for Lukuren as an older brother. After talking with Bayudi for a while, Lukuren dragged Wu Zhang Xian to Bayudi's front and introduced him. Wu Zhang Xian, my friend, just now a moment of some excitement I forgot to introduce you. Lukuren scratched the back of his head. Bayudi, my good friend, the two of you can get acquainted with each other. Musashi's heart was frozen for a moment, but after seeing Bayudi smile at him, he returned the smile and extended a hand to Bayudi, taking the lead in greeting him. Hello, I'm Musashi Heart. Musashin sensed that Bayudi's feelings for Lukuren were unusual, but he didn't take this to heart, because Bayudi didn't have any malice towards himself, and it wasn't like those people at the previous banquet. Musashin was willing to make this friend if he could. Bayudi also extended his hand. The two of them clasped each other's hands in the air and stayed there for a while before letting go. Hello, Bayudi. I haven't seen Kurin introduce someone to me like this for a long time. Said Bayudi with a meaningful smile on his face. Lukuren coughed dryly and arched Bayudi with the bend of her hand. Don't mention which pot you're driving. Shut up. Lukuren hurriedly diverted the topic as if she was avoiding something. Seeing Lukuren like this, a lost emotion flashed under Bayudi's eyes, but then returned to normal. Well, it just so happens that we met. Sit down and chat together. Lukuren let the two people sit on the seats, while he himself sat on the seat across from them. The atmosphere fell into awkwardness for a moment. Looking at Wu Zhang Xian and Bayudi who were sitting in front of her, Lukuren had a moment to realize that the two of them actually had some resemblance. You don't say. The two of you sitting like this are quite a match. Lukuren heatedly laughed. Two big beautiful men sitting in front of me. I don't know how jealous those girls who are pursuing you should be when they see me. Bayudi's pursuing objects were so numerous that they could almost trample the doorway of the Bai family. But Bayudi didn't let a single person enter her family's doorway, except for Lukuren. Bayudi was the prince charming in the hearts of almost all the girls, the typical warm man, especially when he smiled. It was like bathing in the spring breeze. Wu Zhang Xian laughed bitterly. Your words are quite suitable for him. I'll forget about it. Wu Zhang Xian was still self-aware. In his current state, how many girls would pursue him? With his current state, how many girls would pursue him? If you think about it with your toes, you can also know that Bayudi has a lot of suitors. Lukuren just wanted to refute Wu Zhang Xian's words, then heard the side of the white jade flute opened his mouth. Where? I think you should have more suitors than me. At a glance is a very sunny boy, and I, even if, white jade flute sighed lightly, I'm a big straight boy. As soon as the words fell, Lukuren hurriedly responded. Right, Zhang Xin. Don't look at him as so gentle, but he's actually quite straight. Lukorin recounted a little bit of her own previous story with Bayudi to Wu Zhang Xin, along with some of Bayudi's scandalous stories, which caused Bayudi to cry and laugh. On the way of conversation, Bayudi had been very respectful to Wu Zhang Xin and would strike up a conversation with him from time to time, which made his favor in Wu Zhang Xin's heart rise a lot. After chatting for a while, Bayudi suddenly pulled into his hobbies. I wonder what you usually like to do. I still want to look for someone to do my hobbies with me, but it's a pity that I've never been able to find someone with a destiny. Bayudi's hobbies could be considered very prominent in this kind of era, which made him seem a bit out of place. In the later conversation, Wu Zhang Xin learned that Bayudi's hobby is actually farming. At first, Wu Zhang Xin was a bit surprised, but in the end, he felt that it was very normal, and he also had a certain opinion about this aspect of farming. After all, Musashi Xin was raised in the countryside, and had been exposed to this kind of thing since childhood. Musashi Heart to Bayudi expressed a little bit of his own views on this aspect of planting. Sometimes it's not about whether the seed is sown correctly or not, but also depends on whether God lets it grow. It's very difficult to do this line of work. Musashi Heart properly talk, expressed many of his own ideas, let Bayudi feel very surprised and pleased. Bayudi's face also showed obvious joy. It had been a long time since he had met a friend who could talk to him about things regarding this area. This time, after hearing so many insights from Wu Zhang Xin, Bayudi felt like he had found a confidant. Great! I didn't expect you to know so much in this area as well, Bayudi complimented. Why don't you go with me to my plantation and take a look? Chapter 105, A Visit to the Plantation. The two of them were getting along quite naturally, but the people next to them could see that it wasn't the same thing, especially Lukorin, who was even more shocked to see the two of them being so harmonious. Lukorin hadn't forgotten that the two of them had been on the verge of a fight when they met in the beginning, but what was going on with their current appearance of looking like they had grown up wearing a pair of crotchless pants? It was hard to believe that he had misread the situation. Thinking that, he rubbed his eyes again and the image in front of him remained unchanged. He also silently accepted the news, but once he heard Bayudi invite him to his plantation, how could he possibly stay calm at this time? Lukorin looked at Bayudi with some shock, then said, "You're not kidding. You're asking him to go to the plantation with you?" Bayudi nodded. "He's my friend now. Of course I can invite him to go to the plantation with me. It's hard to believe that you still have a problem with it." Lukorin shook his head. What opinion could he have? It was just once due to the fact that the two of them were actually able to be friends. "You two have surprised me too much. I thought you two would just keep messing around." Bayudi and Wu Zhang Xin smiled at each other. Only they knew in their hearts how rare it was to have a confidant, not to mention someone who had experience in regards to planting, which meant that Wu Zhang Xin could help Bayudi. That was why the two of them hit it off and became good friends. Lukorin added at this time, "You invited him to your plantation, but not me?" After saying that, she also blinked her eyes at Bayudi in a very aggrieved manner. Bayudi pondered for a moment. Why did he suddenly want to go to his own plantation? He wouldn't have gone before. Could it be that he was talking about some kind of fight? And there wasn't much fun to be had there. It was all plants. Bayudi said with some curiosity, "Are you sure you really want to go to my plantation? You don't want to make trouble?" Wu Zhang Xin interjected at this time. "Yeah, haven't you always been reluctant to go before? Why do you suddenly want to go? I doubt you. Are you really going to make trouble?" Of course he knew that Lukorin wouldn't do that. Saying so was just to tease him. Lukorin bristled. He used to have little interest in his plantation, mainly because he didn't understand the knowledge in this area. Even if he went there, he couldn't help at all, and there wasn't much time to go, so he hadn't been able to find the opportunity to go and have a look. It just so happened that they were all going today, and he also had time. He also wanted to go and see his plantation, what was so rare that it made him waste his sleep. Lukorin nodded. "Don't worry, when the time comes, you guys go about your business. I'll just watch obediently from the side, and definitely won't give you guys a single drop of trouble. And if I give you guys any trouble, you guys can kick me out." Bayudi looked at him and didn't look like he was joking. He did want to go to his plantation to take a look at it, so he nodded his head and agreed. But he also had requirements. "When the time comes without having my consent, don't touch it. Some plants are very precious. Once they're gone, they're really gone." Lukorin agreed. For that little request he could still do it. "I've got both land and water plants in there. You'll be able to see them if you go then. And there's also a large coral that was specially moved from inside the sea." Musashi Heart a little surprised. This kind of sea inside the plant he even gave up, and listened to his meaning is also raised. Can't help but be impressed with him. It seems that he still has some skills. At least in this aspect he is still very good. Musashi Heart inquired doubtfully. "Wouldn't it affect the plants that you've already watered a lot to put together? After all, they all have different growth characteristics. some plants are supposed to have a bit more tricky environment. It's just that if they were to be put together, it would most likely affect the growth. His worries were certainly not unwarranted, and he had asked common sense out. Bai Yudi said, "Of course it affects. At first I didn't know about these conditions, so I just put them together randomly. But then I realized that several of the precious food plants had directly withered." Later on, after he specially looked for a special person to understand the characteristics of these plants, that's when you had their characteristics and placed them inside a special environment, which ensured their survival rate. For example, the big coral has been living in the sea, so he directly let people every 2 days from the sea to transport fresh seawater up to water the coral, so the big coral was alive and well. And in order to prevent it from being exposed to the sun, he purposely used glass to build a glass room that reflected the sunlight. After all, it was a deep-sea plant. If it was exposed to direct sunlight, it would most likely just wither away. Musashin nodded. This was indeed a good solution, but it was impossible to build a separate space for so many plants, each and every one of them. This would not only be a big meeting space, but it would also affect the growth of the plants very much. Wu Zhang Xian was silent for a moment and spoke. "Although your method is quite good, but I don't mind doing this. There are some plants that definitely have the same characteristics. If the environment on them is not the same, you will instead have two opposite levels if you put them together." The best advice he gave was to separate the land and water after that first. There are some plants on land that are more demanding in soil, while others are more demanding in humidity water, and these can be put together. There were some villagers who grew close to the forest who could be said to know a lot about these plants, and they could be asked to help. After the two exchanged half a day, Iud also had a very good idea. Now also couldn't wait to bring the two of them to their own plantation to have a good look at those. Lukorin silently listened to the two of them exchanging to and fro at the side, and became a little curious in her heart. Then she said, "But let's hurry up and go now. If we delay any longer it will be almost dark, and it will be a lonely time to see it." Bayudi also felt that the time was not early, and it was just right if he drove over now. Then he said, "Then you guys wait for me for 2 minutes first. I'll go and bring the things with me. I was going to bring them there before. It won't take too long." Musashin and Rakugo nodded, and stayed quietly where they were waiting for him to get all of his things together. After seeing their agreement, Bayudi took them and drove to his plantation after organizing everything he was going to bring. It didn't take them long to drive, and they soon arrived directly at their destination, and as soon as they got out of the car, they were shocked by the plantation. The three of them, Musashin, took a look at the entire plantation and also praised Bayudi. Chapter 106, Mockery. Wu Zhang Xian said, "Brother Bai, this plantation of yours is very impressive. I have to say that you have put a lot of effort into it, right?" The plantation in front of him was very large. It could be seen that its owner had put in a lot of effort to build it to such a large scale, and to expand the plantation to such a scale, one must also possess a certain amount of financial resources. If not, Bayudi's family is rich. I'm afraid that he can't stand to be tossed down like this. Bayudi very modestly smiled, "Indeed, under my great effort, but there are a lot of thanks to my plantation workers. If there is no them, I am a person is not get down." The workers of the plantation were all specially found by him from other places. If they didn't have a little bit of skill, they wouldn't be able to enter the plantation as workers. Wu Zhang Xian didn't tear him down either. We all know these things by heart, so why make it so clear? After they strolled around, they already knew a general idea, so they drove directly back to the banquet. The people at the banquet didn't realize that they had already gone to the plantation, and thought that they had returned from wherever they had gone. The main reason was that they came in very soon, but even so, they were still noticed. The old boss from before watched the three of them return to their seats, and afterward took a cup of wine and rubbed it over secretly. His face was full of fawning. "Mr. Bai, I toast to you. I was wrong before. If there is any cooperation in the future, you can't have any opinion on me because of the previous things." Bayudi didn't mind much about what happened before. After all, if there was really any cooperation in the future, there was still a possibility that this person in front of him would be involved, so it wasn't good to say too much on his face. Just as he was about to say something, that old boss sized up Wu Zhang Xian and Lukurin who were following him. Seeing that they were dressed in ordinary clothes, although it was not to say that they were very down and out, but they did not seem to fit in with their circle at all, so it could be said that they were ordinary people who did not deserve to be in their circle at all. He frowned. His brain had already made up a drama. The two of them should be Bayudi's poor relatives. See him developed, immediately wrapped up, or from where the poor students. Now he is the time to please Bayudi. How could he let go of this hard-won opportunity to perform in front of him? The old boss said disdainfully, "Where did you two come from? Is it possible that the waiters at the banquet are dead? Don't you know what people should be let in and what people shouldn't be let in?" Lukorin exploded on the spot. He looked at the old boss with some anger and said, "What do you mean? What do you mean by what people should be brought in? You mean we shouldn't be here? The old general manager laughed coldly. Don't you know what your status is? This is also not a place for you poor people to come. Lukorin was about to have a fit when Wu Zhang Xian held him down and said, "This boss, I don't know where the two of us pissed you off. If we pissed you off again somewhere you'll forgive us. But we came here by invitation and didn't just come in." Wu Zhang Xian bad temper, but does not mean that he will not look at the occasion, is to say that this time should be the first to say reason. If the reason cannot be said clearly words, then do not blame him. Invited? You guys like this? Laughing to death. Who would invite you? The old boss was about to go crazy with laughter. He had never seen such shameless people before. Bai Yudi sneered at this time. What? The two of them are my guests. I'm the one who invited them here. Do you have any comments? To dare to disparage his specially invited guests in front of him, this alone made him very upset. The old boss's smile froze on his face. How could it be? The three of them looked worlds apart from each other. How could they be friends? No matter what, it was impossible for Bai Yudi to get involved with such a person. But he wasn't stupid. He immediately explained, Mr. Bai, I don't mean this. I mean I'm afraid that they purposely put on you to covet your money. That's why they said such words. Don't be angry. For his sake, don't think he doesn't know what this person in front of him has in mind, and still saying this in front of the watch. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people at the scene, he would have directly seen it on the spot. And how could he possibly give him the chance to talk about his friend? I'm going to tell you once more. The two of them are my friends, and then if I hear you say a single bad word about the two of them again, then the two of us have no cooperation whatsoever in the future. Bai Yudi's face was unusually cold when he said this. It was obvious that he was really angry. The old boss was a bit surprised. Didn't he say that Bai Yudi's temper was considered the best inside the circle? How come at this time? Because two people and he angry. This is not his style, but at this time he also had to accompany the smile. The old general manager laughed. Yes. Just now I did wrong. I follow the two friends to say sorry. Mr. Bai, you cannot be angry. The cooperation between our two companies should still continue in the future. Bai Yudi didn't agree with him. Just now you mocked my friends. You said sorry to the two of them. This matter has to be agreed to by the two of them as well. The old boss's face changed for a moment, but the big boss of one of my companies had to apologize to two poor students. If this was said, how would people outside look at him? But if he didn't apologize, his cooperation with the Bai family would be over. After weighing the situation again and again, he lowered his voice down and said, I was the one who spoke out of turn just now. I apologize to the two children. Wu Zhang Xian waved his hand. I accept. Even if Lukorin was no longer willing to accept his apology, he still knew what to say on what occasion. He said somewhat reluctantly, I accept it as well. Only then did Bai Yudi smile. Since both of them wish they didn't have to, then this matter will be left at that. But I don't want to hear about you bullying the two of them in the future. They're my friends on my turf and naturally I won't allow anything to happen to them. After the old boss heard him say that, he carried his wine glass and left. He was so humiliated today. How could he still stay here to disgrace himself? Wu Zhang Xian and Lukorin he did remember. These two people must not fall into his hands in the future. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would have to avenge today. If it wasn't for the fact that they themselves wouldn't have messed with Bai Yudi, not to mention that they wouldn't have taken on the role of apologizing to their two juniors in front of so many people, I'm afraid that in the future, the matter of his cooperation with the Bai family would have to be pushed back a bit. It seems that he has to find a new cooperation company, and the White family cooperation thing. I'm afraid that because of this time things a little influence. Chapter 107. Hey, you guys find some people to lurk around the banquet. When Lukorin and the man beside him go out, think of a way to screw them. These two people are really too shameless. Excessive to the extreme. You bring people to teach them a lesson. Hit them hard. This stinking whore. It pisses me off too much. No need to be merciful. Hit and run. And don't care about them. All hands and feet are sharp. I'll take the responsibility for anything that happens. Do it now. Don't screw things up for me. That old boss. After being angry at Bai Yudi, he turned his anger on Wu Zhang Xian and Lukorin. He felt that the fault was all on them. So he looked for someone who intended to teach Wu Zhang Xian and the two a lesson at the end of the banquet. If he didn't teach them a lesson, he was a little bit unable to swallow this breath. The person he called was his assistant. As soon as his words reached his assistant's side, he immediately took action. After all, the boss was his superior. He definitely had to follow the command. Even if he didn't know Wu Zhang Xian and the others and didn't have any relationship, he could only obey. So he quickly found the people and arranged them to the designated position. At this time, Wu Zhang Xian and Lukorin were still at the banquet. For these they were completely unaware of, because they simply did not take that old general manager in their eyes. At first Wu Zhang Xian was more or less curious about this old general manager, but at the end of the day, he felt that it was better to forget about it. It was better to have less contact with this kind of person. After arranging the people, the old general manager pretended as if nothing had happened. Still in the banquet, holding a glass of wine, drinking wine, chatting with the people next to him, seemingly so, in fact, is secretly checking out the situation of Wu Zhang Xin and Lu Kuren. On the surface, he was breezy, but in reality, he had long been looking forward to the miserable state of these two people after they left. The old general manager secretly sneered in his heart. This is what happens when you go against him. You directly broke off cooperation with that person. Is there really nothing wrong? Wu Zhang Xin is still a little uneasy. After all, said cut off cooperation directly cut off cooperation. More or less a little too impulsive. He is a little uneasy this will not bring damage to Le Coren's company? Uneasy, he then asked out. Le Coren shook his head after hearing this. There will be, but people like him, it's better to break the relationship early, lest this kind of person cause trouble, and so arrogant. It's not easy to be controlled by me, so terminate the cooperation, even though there are disadvantages, but there are also many benefits. Besides, I'm at least his collaborator, and he ended up treating me like this. Do you think you still want to continue? If it were you, would you want to continue? I don't think your answer is too far from mine, so it's not too bad. So let's leave it at that. You are now considered my friend. Bumping into you, I am naturally not happy about it, and it's only right to stand up for you. You don't need to care so much. This banquet is what I invited you to, and it's my lack of power if you are aggrieved here or something. Look Koren holding the wine cup. This kind of guilty look at Wu Zhang Xin. Wu Zhang Xin shook his head at this. For him, in fact, there is nothing like this kind of cold words mockery. In the earlier years, he can encounter every day. He also do not know why. Is some people are quite arrogant, rely on their own this and that began to look down on people. Wu Zhang Xin on these have long been accustomed to, so he is completely able to ignore. He didn't suffer much, just don't know Lu Koren this action today. Will there be any bad things? See the other party said so. Wu Zhang Xin also can't say anything more. After all, weighing the pros and cons, this is what Lu Koren should do. He must have thought about it before he did this thing. The banquet continues to carry on, has continued until the night 11 or 2 o'clock or so. This only one after another people leave. This is after all only a banquet, but not the night of KTV. To the point of nature is to leave. People one after another to leave. Wu Zhang Xin and other people also one after another to leave. In fact, at the time of this matter, intends to leave, but thinking of so many people here have not left, how much is not very good to leave, and they did not do anything to leave. Out of this kind of idea they have been left. Now see most people have left. They naturally also chose to leave. After all, the two are not happy to stay here. Fortunately, that kind of trouble only came once, this to more than a few times. It is estimated that these two people have to blow up. It's over. Let's go back today to participate in this banquet. Honestly, there is nothing particularly fresh. Invited you to actually want to come over to rub a meal or something. Did not expect to make this kind of thing. More or less quite upsetting. Lu Kuren said this, then followed Wu Zhang Xin left the banquet. The two went to the parking lot, came here by car. The car is to be parked in the designated location. So the two went to the parking lot. The two are considered to be a front and a back. When they were about to approach Lu Kuren's car, Musashin suddenly stopped and let out a puzzled sound. Something's not right. Musashin seemed to have heard the sound of footsteps. He didn't know if the sound actually existed or not. Maybe he was being too paranoid, but he felt as if it wasn't. Why didn't it have to be in this place when it was in other places? He had some bad feeling about it. Was planning to turn back. Let Lu Kuren lean on his closer. Lu Kuren's back. I do not know when suddenly sprang out of the individual. That person raised his hand directly Lu Kuren knocked out. This all happened in a hurry and fast. Wu Zhang Xin for a moment did not react to it. He was just puzzled at that time. Just the sixth sense sensed something, but he was not sure. So he did not be too vigilant around. Turned around and fought to let Lu Kuren hurriedly leave. But the result was a turn of the head actually happened this kind of thing. The banquet caused that kind of trouble things. Did not expect. After the end of the trouble is still waiting for them. Musashi heart this helpless to the extreme. This is really who did it. No need to guess. Wu Zhang Xin a time to come up with a list of people who did this kind of thing. Must be the banquet on the old general manager. Rich and powerful right to want to find some people to do the hit. Naturally can be found. So 80% is that person did it. In addition to this, Wu Zhang Xin really can't imagine there will be other people. This Wu Zhang Xin is very angry. Lu Kuren was sneak attack. Pressure simply did not react. Directly in the heart of the matter, the person was knocked out after. Fell to the ground. Wu Zhang Xin want to catch each other in the past, but did not want to be the other side to a hand to the captive. Musashin was very angry at this. he felt that these people were really endless. Because of the previous things, Wu Zhang Xian all intends to put things to rest. Did not expect the other party actually like a mad dog like still want to continue. Give it back to me. Chapter 108, The Chase. With a roar of rage, Musashin lunged towards the other party. He tried to snatch Le Coron back from the other party, but he didn't expect that there was only one person at the beginning, but at the back, one after another, 5 or 6 people rushed out, and the more these people rushed, the more they increased. Wu Zhang Xian at first, and the other hand is still considered to be comfortable, but to the back of the number of people continue to increase, so that he doubled the pressure. More than one person will have more hands, then he will be more chances of being attacked. Gradually more and more people. Wu Zhang Xian, this pressure is very big. A group of people surrounded him, while the one who had held Rakugo hostage slipped out of the crowd. It was clear that they were planning to move Rakugo away. Musashin was furious at this, and fought back, fighting with the other side. Due to his concern, his attention was always on Le Coron, causing him to be a bit overwhelmed when dealing with these people, as his attention was divided by a good portion, unable to concentrate on fighting the other side, leaving some gaps, which caused him to be attacked from the back. In the past, if he was fully focused on fighting with the other side, these numbers were even greater. 80% would not be Wu Zhang Xian's opponent, but this time it was different. Le Coron's silhouette was hidden, because there were too many people. The line of sight was always blocked. Wu Zhang Xian could only keep changing places, switching angles, to look for Le Coron's silhouette. As long as Le Coron's figure is still in the line of sight, then he will be a little bit relieved. As long as Le Coron disappeared, he will become more and more anxious. Le Coron was brought out by him, and he was a female abducted by the other side like this. Still do not know what will happen to it. After all, that old boss can do what things he is also do not know. On that old boss's character, estimated that if Le Coron was captured, the end will be very bad. After all, it is a woman. Itself is very fragile. In the oppression, it is estimated that it will not be the same. Wu Zhang Xian is not assured, so he desperately fight with these people, desperately want to rush out of the crowd, but unfortunately the number of people are getting more and more. Wu Zhang Xian is puzzled about this. The other side, in order to mess with the two of them, actually sent how many people? Surrounded a circle. Looks like there are more than 10. Not to it, just to deal with 2 people sent so many people. Too high to see him. Wu Zhang Xian in the heart of the bitter smile. His heart anxious as burning. He could not wait to rush over now. Will take Le Coron that person beat up. However, he now has a strong heart but not enough strength. People are surrounded here. There is no place to use their strength. These people at first also with Wu Zhang Xian frontal confrontation, but to the back of the learning smart, specialized in catching Wu Zhang Xian's gaps to attack Wu Zhang Xian. This one to hit a bit, and then retreat, replaced by the next person up to fight. This combat really makes Musashi heart tired of extreme. Itself is anxious as if burning. In suffer them this kind of siege. Immediately can't stand. Not physical strength problem. Is the problem of his mentality? By them so, mentality are a little collapse. Where exactly are you guys going to drag him to? Who sent you guys? Musashin was simply too angry, roaring angrily as he asked them. This matter is out of your hands. All you need to do now is to surrender. If you want to know the answer, just tie your hands and you will see for yourself then. Your companions have already been captured. Very anxious, but unfortunately it can't be helped. We came prepared this time, although there are only 2 of you. But in order to make sure that everything is safe, we have found more than 10, nearly 20 people. I do not believe that you alone can defeat all of us, or give up. Do not do pointless struggle. It is useless. You cannot break out of here to save your companion. Even if you now break out of your companion, you will see the answer. Even if you break out now, do you still know where your companion is? It would be better to give up resistance. Just convenient for us and for you, so as not to waste time here and do some unnecessary struggles. The other party's mouth said. I don't know who was answering. Anyway, the other party was quite large in number. It was a voice from the crowd. Musashi Xian also couldn't have time to look at exactly who it was. He was really annoyed right now. These people were really just like a dog's skin. They simply couldn't be dispersed. Knock down this piece of that piece will stick over. Its self-attention is not focused. By their attack, pressure root cannot fight. Wu Zhang Xian gradually fell into the wind. Le Coron at this time has also been carried away. For this situation, Wu Zhang Xian is going to explode. After he roared, eyes wide open, fists are also more powerful than ever. After a fist blast down one, put all his strength to spell out a road. Wu Zhang Xian grabbed the time to rush out from that gap, so broke through the siege. After the breakthrough, Wu Zhang Xian hurriedly chased after the person who took Le Coron. Wu Zhang Xian broke through the perimeter, chased up. He saw the other side has opened the car door. Will Le Coron stuffed into the back seat. and then he himself sat in the front seat. See Wu Zhang Xin break through the perimeter of those people, then very knowingly did not encircle up, but have to take a detour, rushed into the car, intended to leave in the car, although did not catch all the 2 people, but can catch 1 person, already very good. Musashin was a bit difficult to deal with, and they couldn't handle it, so they just had to catch 1 person to go back to resume their orders first. Catching 1 was much better than not catching any, so they took what they could get, and took Le Quarin with them, intending to leave. Wu Zhang Xin frantically rushed up, intending to stop the car, not let them start, not let them take Le Quarin away, but there is no way. His speed in the end cannot match the speed of the car running. Musashin was left behind. Musashin was unwilling and rushed to turn on Le Quarin's car. He must chase the person back. How to say also have to save Le Quarin. He is not assured that Le Quarin was taken away by the other party. Musashi Heart driving crazy chase. 2 cars soon rushed to the highway, one after the other driving. The other party driving the car. In the rearview mirror saw Musashi Heart behind the chase car. They intend to get rid of the Musashi Heart, because by the Musashi Heart chasing behind more or less unsafe, they do not rest assured. After all, the matter is not yet completely successful. As long as it is not yet successful, then contingencies will certainly still be there. If they couldn't accomplish it, it would probably not be easy to explain to their superiors. Moreover, after some exchanges, they also know Musashi Heart's difficult nature. In order to not let Musashi Heart destroy their upcoming mission, they had to accelerate, and then all sorts of turns, trying to get rid of Musashi Heart's tracking. Unfortunately, Wu Zhang Xin car skill is very good. Dead chase behind. Wu Zhang Xin at this time has also been on fire. The other party drove the car is a good expensive car. Wu Zhang Xin drove the same. After all, it is Le Quarin's car. Even worse will not be bad to wear. Chapter 109. The 2 cars were chasing each other, speeding down the highway, both on the verge of reaching over the speed limit. The speed of the other party's car was already approaching, and Musashin had already exceeded the limit. The distance between him and the other party was itself large. In order to be able to catch up with him he could only keep accelerating. He didn't know where the other party was going to take Rakugo. He could only see the other party as a target right now, staring dead center and not letting that target get out of his sight. Why is that guy behind us so difficult to deal with? We've thrown off a few intersections and can't get rid of him. Or let's take the side streets. Otherwise this guy can't get rid of 80% of them. Letting him follow behind is more or less a trouble. In case he comes up with something unexpected again it's not good. Someone in the car suggested this. This result was rejected. No, our current speed is too high. If we take the small road, it is the most likely to be dangerous. Although this mission we must complete, but it is not so bad as to lose our lives. Can't finish. The big deal is to pat our asses and leave. It's over. If we turn the small road, if we don't pay attention to the car and overturn it, then won't we even lose our lives? Or forget it. Just in this bright and open highway to dump him. The other car is very good. Just to have a race forget it. Anyway, also boring. The one driving the car said this, and the other few didn't say anything else, seemingly agreeing to the proposal. As for their thoughts, Musashin didn't know a thing. Musashin only wanted to drive faster at this moment. His concentration was raised to the extreme, because this car speed has exceeded the standard. So fast car speed if with the side of the car collision, that is definitely a lose-lose situation. He can't do that. He still have to save people. So, will be the attention up to drive the car. The car itself is good, and then seriously a drive. Almost not too much problem. The front of the car is very fast, but also in the constant twisting of the body. Wu Zhang Xin in the back of the chase is also vigorously. He felt that the other party this is a provocation to him. Musashin dialed by Ud's number while driving. He and the other party after knowing each other to keep each other's phone. At that time was planning to be a friend to each other. Therefore left the phone. Did not expect. So soon this phone will be used up. Fortunately retained. Or else all still cannot contact the person. Wu Zhang Xin cannot have any contacts. Not much help. So it can only contact White Jade Flute. And White Jade Flute has money and power. Naturally there will be a way. Looking for him must be more insured. More powerful sum. So the phone dialed over. Soon the phone dialed through. White Jade Flute that familiar voice came over. This let Musashi Heart tense look more or less relaxed a little. At this time, Bayudi didn't know about Musashi Xin's side of the matter. Very puzzled. Asked why Musashi Xin called over. Something happened over here. I don't have time to explain more to you now. Le Quarin was taken captive by the other party. I don't know what these people want to do. I suspect that the person who did this kind of thing is the old boss at the banquet. No matter what, saving people first is the most important thing right now. I'm chasing the other party right now. I'm chasing the other party right now. You hurry to send manpower over to support. I send you the location. I cannot solve some of them alone. the number of people quite a lot, and is now driving on the highway. They continue to accelerate. I am a little bad to catch up. In order to ensure that things are not so bad, you should hurry to come over to send manpower to help a favor. Call the police can also. In short, you want to come over to send manpower to help a favor. Calling the police is fine. In any case, you figure it out. There are a bit too many vehicles here. I still have to pay attention to driving, so I won't say that much. The location will be sent to you right away. Musashi Heart said a whole lot of words in one breath. After finishing, he hung up the phone, because the vehicles on the highway are a bit much. He is now speeding again. In case there is any driver who turns a road or drives wrongly, then Musashi Heart will definitely crash into it. If he crashed into the car, it is estimated that the car will be destroyed, even if this is a good car, with a self-help system, but it does not help, so high-speed rushed through, is definitely a dead end. After Wu Zhang Xin hung up the phone, Bai Yudi froze for a moment, because he did not expect that this kind of thing would happen, but fortunately he also reacted fast enough, hurriedly dialed the phone, called his assistant, informed the other party of his thoughts and arrangements. The other party immediately acted. Wu Zhang Xin to Bai Yudi more or less still quite believe, because he and the other party met chat. Think the other party is also a very good person. For such a thing, absolutely will be on the heart. He now also can only call Bai Yudi, because he did not have such a raise of friend. What kind of people will make what kind of friends? What status of people will contact with what kind of people? This is a law. A lot of situations are like this. Wu Zhangxin is considered half of the poor. Like him, this kind of no money and no power of the people. It is not possible to hook up with these rich and powerful people so close. The reason why he hooked up so close, or because his talent is valued. With the help of Lu Kuren's hand to meet this kind of status of people, he now has very few friends of this kind, and the only one he can communicate with is Bai Yudi. Now he could only ask him to come over and help. After dodging a few cars, Musashi opened the location system in his cell phone and sent his location to Bai Yudi. After sending it, he could not even press a return button. He could only hastily put the cell phone on the side, and then hurriedly drove to cope with some things on the highway. Wu Zhang Xin because of the overtaking speed over the other side. Therefore, the distance between the two cars is constantly being drawn in. Musashi Heart also gradually can touch each other. Yo, all caught up. Yeah, missed you guys. Missed us. The other party's words had not yet finished. Musashin directly drove his car with a body sweeping over, colliding with the other party's car. Musashi Heart also can't think that much. Now the only thing that can make the other party stop their car, can only use their own car to hit the other party's car? Musashi Heart's this decision. He only thought for a second. The body of the car crashed over the other party's car due to suffer a violent impact, directly toward a side of the big tree. The speed of the car was already fast, and in the process of the violent impact, the car directly crashed over. Almost all of them were going to flip over. The car body was hit out a big pit. The car has been unable to drive again. The other car Wu Zhang Xin is also the same, but Wu Zhang Xin's is a little better, and did not hit the tree, but also with the other car touched a piece of the violent reaction force let his body also some discomfort. The car is also some damage. The car was knocked down. Directly they're constantly screaming, violent impact, so that the people in the two cars are unable to buffer over for a time. Chapter 110 Settlement. Wu Zhang Xin's this practice let the other side are filled with terror, because they did not think that Wu Zhang Xin actually so fierce, even dare to risk his own body, risky like with their own car crash through. To know, their two cars now speed, has reached the condition of the over the limit, especially Wu Zhang Xin's car, has exceeded the standard. In this kind of a speed situation, Wu Zhang Xin even want to go to collision. This is tantamount to looking for death. They did not think that the other party dared to do so. This let them inadvertently again to Wu Zhang Xin labeled, before is difficult to deal with. This time, they feel, they are considered to be in big trouble, because they feel, Wu Zhang Xin seems to be not afraid of death. Afraid of death of people meet not afraid of death of people, no matter how to get, are unable to beat. Two cars in the people, now the head is dizzy, suffered a violent impact, a time also buffer cannot come back, so the two cars stopped, temporarily no one out of the car, no matter how, they need a little time buffer. Thanks to these two cars are good cars, self-help system is still relatively perfect. If it is the kind of relatively low cost, it is estimated that when this car crashes, half of the lives of the people in the car will be lost. Wu Zhang Xin at this time only feel dizzy and buzzing in the head, although he is now, but still constantly remembered Lu Kurun, thinking of hurrying to get out of the car. Will Lu Kurun snatch back? There is this idea. This thought is very clear, but his body because of the impact suffered, temporarily lost control, lost the sense, he can only slump in the seat. This car crashed through, fortunately did not flip. This if it flipped, it is estimated that Musashi Heart will be even more difficult. The right car door can no longer be opened, because the impact caused the door has been deformed. The edges of the door are rolled towards the inside. But fortunately, the left car door is not much of a problem. He can get off from the left car door. On the other hand, the other car, the right door was stuck hard by the tree, and the left door, again, was blocked by musician's car. Getting out of the car was extremely difficult, but there was still a way out, such as the right door of the back seat one. The two cars screamed one after the other, a scream that gradually made the group of people who were in a dazed state react. Crazy, that person is absolutely crazy. Dazed me, now hurry to get out of the car. Take this woman away, lest there be any more accidents. There is a person who woke up early. As soon as he woke up, he shouted for the people around him to hurry up and take Lukurin away. Earlier he felt that Wu Zhang Xin is a troublesome person. Dragging with him for a long time will surely lead to unnecessary incidents or unexpected things. However, they didn't think that this unexpected thing filled them with panic. They felt that it was better to hurry up and get away from Wu Zhang Xin's tracking, because Wu Zhang Xin at this moment was like a mad dog that wasn't afraid of death in their eyes. This if they were whisked behind. What if they were bitten if they didn't pay attention? They were all scared. Wu Zhang Xin's method of risking his own life made them not dare to mess with it again. Honestly, out of selfishness, they were very willing to return Lukorin to the other party. But there was no way. This was a mission. They also have to support their family. They also have to make money. Only by pleasing the boss, they will have the chance to be promoted or stay on. If they don't stay on, there is no money. Without money they will have a hard time making steps in this society. There is no way around it. Everyone's life was like this, so they could only continue to fulfill this mission with a hard head. When a group of people heard this, they all could only top the hardship of dizziness and pull Lukorin down from the car. At this time, Lukorin had already fallen into a coma. It was unknown how long she had been unconscious. Anyway, she was already unconscious before the car was hit. Quickly go! Hurry up and leave before that person reacts and we won't be able to get away. This behavior of Musashin made the gang a little regretful, regretting that they should have taken the risk of going down that path in the first place. This way, it wouldn't have happened, but now it's good. They were directly hit, and none of them felt good about it either. That person greeted the other several people a piece of pulling Lukorin, intends to escape in a direction. The result did not expect, just walked a few steps. Wu Zhang Xin rushed down from the car, blocking their way. Still want to run? Where else are you going to run to? Musashin calmly asked them. Musashin wasn't injured. This car of Lukorin's was really good. The quality was fantastic. Maybe because the impact force is not very big. Anyway, Musashin besides some dizziness, his body is fine, not a bit of blood. On the contrary, it is them. Some of them have already had their heads hit and bled. Musashin stood in front of these people intact. This figure of musicians was now considered a horrible endorsement for them. You're actually okay. No way? Some people are incredulous. Wu Zhang Xin is also very emotional about this. Lukorin, this car is really good. He is a bit moved. Suffered a collision. Quickly out of the life-saving airbags. Will Musashin protected in it, and did not suffer excessively serious injuries. The reaction is very fast. So Musashin didn't do anything. For their surprise, Musashin didn't care at all. Wu Zhang Xin's eyes narrowed into a line, quietly looking at them. At this moment it was like a hunter looking at his prey, and was contemplating how to strike. When those people saw this situation, they immediately knew that if they didn't use their full strength, they definitely wouldn't be able to leave, because Wu Zhang Xin's appearance was really quite intimidating. Previously those impacts caused them to Wu Zhang Xin are some shadow. This person is not afraid of death. Tight. Collide with him, do not need to use full strength, probably today is not go away. Get on the knives and fight with all your might. The person who gave the order had blood flowing from his head. The blood flowed down his brow. This person looked really miserable. At a glance, he had crashed into the glass beside the car. That person's face was pale, and his speech was somewhat breathless. Obviously, the trauma received was relatively large. As soon as his words came out, a few other people immediately reacted, pulling out knives from their pockets, some with a small knife, others with what looked like a delicately polished dagger. In short, all pulled out knives. Lukorin was pulled to the side by two people to watch over. The other people had pulled out their knives and started to fight with Wu Zhang Xin. They knew that if they didn't do it this time, if they didn't put out their full strength, they wouldn't be able to leave. In that case they might as well put up a fight. A group of people rushed up, and Wu Zhang Xin fought in a piece. Anyway, both forces are injured. Surely not to a tragic extent. The result is good. Wu Zhang Xin alone beat them all, unable to fight back. Simply cannot beat Wu Zhang Xin. Not only that, but also by Wu Zhang Xin oppression extraordinarily miserable. A group of people fell to the side of the road. Some people hard to climb up to continue to resist. The result is all to no avail. Chapter 111 Chaos. When those few bandits saw Wu Zhang Xian being so brave, they were also a little scared in their hearts. They had thought that Wu Zhang Xian would be afraid to run away when he saw the knife in his hand, but they didn't expect Wu Zhang Xian to take the initiative to pull them back and wanted to fight with them directly, which made those bandits surprised. The bandits were each holding a knife towards Musashi, and from time to time, they glanced towards the van over there, wanting to make sure that Lukoran was still in the van. One of the bandits' boss gave a wink towards those few juniors, signaling for them to drive away when they find a chance. This person must be brought. However, Wu Zhang Xian would not let them go so easily. Wu Zhang Xian looked at the crowd with a fearless face. Release Lukoran. I can let you go. Wu Zhang Xian's voice was very cold. He also did not want to continue to tangle with these people. If the matter is not resolved, the only one who will suffer is himself. The bandit boss snorted coldly and looked at Wu Zhang Xian with a disdainful face. Young man, I see that you have a lot of courage. What is the relationship between this Lukoran and you? Is it worth using your life to save her? The bandit boss just couldn't figure out why Wu Zhang Xian was so confident despite being held hostage by several knives. Although Wu Zhang Xian's fighting ability was very strong, there was no way it could be stronger than the killing power that the knives brought to him. The bandit boss glanced around and realized that quite a crowd had already gathered, and those people were all gathered around watching the action, and occasionally sticking out their hands and pointing. What's going on here? Armed with a knife in the street, but you're going to be arrested, young man. An old grandpa saw the bandit's behavior, and his face was full of worry. What if a human life is caused? The older generation loves to worry about this, but the old grandfather's daughter-in-law saw the situation, hurriedly pulled away the old grandfather. Dad, you don't want to join in the fun. With that, the old grandfather's daughter-in-law pulled the old grandfather away, as if she was teaching the old grandfather something. Those bandits saw so many people around. The heart is also a little afraid. This thing, if alarmed, the police can do? If the police were alerted, what would happen? Wouldn't their kidnapping be a complete failure? The location of the overturned car, coincidentally in a place where the flow of people is relatively large, has caused a very big sensation, and now a few people to start a dispute, even more so that the passers-by were surprised. Some of the passers-by who are not afraid of death still stand aside to watch the fun, while some timid passers-by have already left, fearing that their own lives will be affected. Musashi Hart glanced at the crowd, did not say anything, and then rested his eyes on the few bandits. You now hand over the look of people to escape is not too late. Wait until the police come, you cannot run. Musashi Hart is now also mastered the odds. So many people present to see this situation. There must be a few righteous people to go to the police. He only need to delay this time, waiting for the arrival of the police. But Musashin was only one person, and the bandits were far more numerous than Musashin, and they were very angry in their hearts when they heard Musashin's words. You shut up. The bandit boss's face was a bit grim. Gripping that knife in his hand tightly, he took a few steps closer to Wu Zhang Xian. You see who of them dares to call the police? Young man, I advise you to stop meddling in the future. The bandit boss was already prepared to die with Musashin, since they were doomed to a miserable end if they couldn't accomplish their mission this time. Instead of that, it would be better to directly fight with Musashi Xian, and still be able to fight for a glimmer of a chance. The bandit boss turned his head to look at those bandits. What are you all standing around for? Do you want to lose your jobs? Give it to me. Originally, the bandit boss had some fear of Wu Zhang Xian in his heart, but on second thought, Wu Zhang Xian was only one person, while they had so many people, so it was not certain who would be able to beat who. Those bandits heard this, rushed forward to surround Wu Zhang Xian. Wu Zhang Xian immediately prepared a defensive posture. Several people instantly entangled together. Those onlookers unconsciously took a few steps back, witnessing this atrocious scene. None of them dared to go forward to help. None of them wanted to get themselves implicated. What the hell is going on here? How much hatred must one have to use a knife? Yes, you see that, young man? In a careless life will be lost. Quickly take the cell phone out to call the police. Later, really out of life cannot be good. There are a few good people in time to call the police, and accurately on the police car said the current location and the situation. After receiving the news, the police quickly sent a car from the headquarters to this place. Although Musashi Hart's physical strength is very good, but one person to deal with so many people still feel a little overwhelmed. Not to mention that those people's hands are holding a knife. Musashin couldn't take the initiative to launch an attack. He could only keep dodging under their knives so as not to let himself be stabbed by that knife. The physical strength of those few bandits was also a bit exhausted. They were already physically injured because of the car accident, and this time they could not get much of an upper hand in the fight with Musashi Xin. The two sides of the people just stalemate. Musashin has been dragging these few bandits, waiting for the arrival of the police. Make way! Make way! Just when Musashi Heart was feeling tired, a familiar voice came to his ears. Bai Yudi arrived at the scene in time. As soon as he got off the bus he ran to this place where the crowd was gathering, pushing all those people out of the way, and after seeing the scene of Musashi Heart and the few bandits fighting, his face darkened. Zhongxin. Bai Yudi called out Wu Zhangxin's name, and quickly stood to Wu Zhangxin's side, looking angrily at those bandits. Not hurt, right? Bai Yudi's forehead still had dense beads of sweat on it. It looked like Dare had come in a great hurry. Wu Zhangxian shook his head, then gave a wink towards Bai Yudi, signaling for Bai Yudi to fight with him in coordination. With Bai Yudi joining him, Wu Zhangxian's chances of winning were even greater. Although Bai Yudi was gentle, she also had a certain base, plus the two of them worked very well together. It didn't take long for those bandits to feel a bit overwhelmed. Bandits' hands of the knife was also Wu Zhangxian and Bai Yudi hit the ground. They can only fight with the two people. The bandits were far from being as strong as Wu Zhangxian and Bai Yudi in close combat, and in a short while they were at a disadvantage. Boss, let's run away. If we continue like this, the police will come over. At that time, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. In front of life and Licorian, they would still choose life. That boss heard this and pondered for a while. His heart was still a bit unwilling. He stared at Bai Yudi and Wu Zhangxian for a long time. Then he turned around and ordered those bandits, "Hurry up! The police are coming!" Those bandits immediately ran wildly in the opposite direction, not even caring about the car and Lu Korun in the car. Wu Zhangxian and Bai Yudi also did not go after those bandits. Their purpose was Lu Korun.